Chapter 1. Quirrell. Quirrell, go to Hogwarts and procure the Philosopher's Stone for me. Me? Steal the Philosopher's Stone? From Dumbledore. As long as you ensure my successful acquisition of the stone and my revival, I shall grant you unparalleled glory. London, Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron. Quirrell sat alone in a dim corner of the pub, a glass of butterbeer untouched before him, as memories surged tumultuously in his mind. At that moment, aside from him, only Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, was leisurely polishing grimy mugs behind a bar. Clad in a black wizard's robe, his head encircled by a thick turban, he held a letter tightly in his hands. His brow furrowed, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. Coupled with the pub's dim lighting, he appeared exceedingly somber. After a prolonged silence, Quirrell sighed deeply, downed his butterbeer in one gulp, then tore open the envelope to reveal its contents. As anticipated, his application had been approved. From this day forth, Quirrell was to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, albeit as the most unfortunate of temporary staff, destined to meet a grim fate. Though he had secured the position of defense against the dark arts professor, a look of joy did not grace Quirrell's face. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. His appointment as the defense against the dark arts instructor was not his own desire. It was a consequence of being under the immense shadow of Voldemort, leaving him with no choice. Moreover, he had applied for the position before assuming the identity of Quirrell. Quirrell understood Voldemort's motives for insisting he apply for this role. Firstly, it was to get closer to that boy who had narrowly defeated him, the one who had reduced the Dark Lord to a mere rat in the sewers, the savior, Harry Potter, whom he wished to observe from a distance. Secondly, he had heard whispers of the greatest alchemical creation of the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, a stone that could grant immortality and transmute base metals into gold, which Dumbledore was said to be safeguarding at Hogwarts. The noseless Dark Lord had an insatiable desire for the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell was rather unfortunate. He had willingly resigned from a respectable position as a Muggle studies professor at Hogwarts to wander the world, only to collide with Voldemort's lair. Even in his weakened state, he was still the Dark Lord, and thus he was transformed into a temporary Horcrux. Quirrell felt a profound anxiety and confusion, having been an ordinary office worker in his previous life. It was exceedingly difficult to accept these bizarre occurrences. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this new world, he had been parasitized by Voldemort and subsequently coerced into applying for a temporary position. Thankfully, the noseless creature had fallen into a slumber, granting him a brief respite to acclimatize to his new reality. However, more than a month had passed since his arrival, during which Voldemort had tormented him several times, leaving him in anguish. Now, he felt as if his life was on a countdown. He could distinctly sense the noseless creature draining his vitality, that Quirrell's body was growing weaker. Not only his life force, but also his magical energy, both being siphoned away, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. He found himself faced with two choices: to obediently follow the commands of the noseless monster, destined to be obliterated at the end of Harry Potter's first year, or to devise a means of self-rescue. The former Quirrell had contemplated seeking assistance from the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Dumbledore, however, Voldemort had placed a curse upon him, forbidding him from mentioning his existence to anyone, and he had the ability to seize control of his body at any time. Could he perhaps attract Dumbledore's attention through behavior that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor? After all, he had served under Dumbledore for several years, and it was conceivable that he might be able to draw the headmaster's notice, thus alleviating his predicament. For Voldemort was the only one he truly feared. For instance, he could adopt a timid disposition, stutter while speaking, and envelop himself in garlic, or perhaps he could invoke Dumbledore's dissatisfaction through a lackluster teaching style, which would. After all, Quirrell had always been an exceptionally talented and charming young Ravenclaw. Would he truly fear creatures of the night? Such a star transformation would surely catch the attention of certain individuals. Though Quirrell had not extensively read the Harry Potter books, he had gleaned much from the films, and all these tactics had been employed by Professor Quirrell, ultimately leading to his demise. This juncture, I must take measures for my own salvation. Time is of the essence. Quirrell exhaled slowly, rising to his feet and making his way upstairs to the guest room he had occupied at the Leaky Cauldron for the past month. Returning to his room, he plopped down onto the bed and retrieved his wand 9 inches long, made of yew and containing a unicorn hair core. Gently caressing the wand, Quirrell sighed. Magic, once an unattainable dream in his previous life, now coursed through his veins. Had there not been a looming crisis, he would have reveled in the ocean of magic, not for power, but for the sheer joy of it. With the essence of Professor Quirrell now intertwined with his own, Quirrell effortlessly embraced all that belonged to him, including his magical knowledge. It must be said, Quirrell was indeed a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge, though lacking somewhat in practical application still. He surpassed many, having even delved into the study of dark magic. Had it not been for Voldemort, one could confidently assert that Quirrell would have excelled as the defense against the dark arts professor. With a gentle flick of his wand, he uttered Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a brilliant glow, and Quirrell gazed in awe at the radiance produced by the spell magic embodied his struggle for survival, the driving force behind his desperate fight for life. The following noon, Quirrell donned a neat black wizard's robe, his head wrapped in a turban and adorned with a pointed hat as he descended into the main hall of the Leaky Cauldron. Now resolved to abandon pretense, he bore no pungent odor of garlic, though the turban remained essential. Quirrell approached the fireplace of the Leaky Cauldron, took a pinch of flue powder, stepped into the hearth, tossed the powder, and proclaimed Hogwarts. Instantly, a swirl of emerald flames enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. As the world spun around him, Quirrell felt himself hurtling through space. Fleeting images of dimly lit parlors and spacious studies passed by, until he materialized in a brightly lit room. As the flames dissipated, Quirrell brushed off the dust from his robes and stepped calmly out of the fireplace. Upon emerging, he was greeted by Professor McGonagall, who sat behind an ornate desk. Though she bore a serious demeanor, those familiar with her knew her to be a gentle and empathetic soul. Upon seeing Quirrell emerge from the fireplace, a smile broke through her stern expression, and she rose to approach him. Phileas will be delighted you are a fine graduate of Ravenclaw, and now you will be working together again. Please, have a seat. Professor McGonagall gestured for Quirrell to sit at the desk, pouring him a cup of coffee. It is an honor to continue working alongside my former mentor, and not just with Professor Flitwick, but with you as well, Professor McGonagall. You are the finest Transfiguration Master. Although I have graduated, I still aspire to learn from you in the field of Transfiguration. Quirrell replied with a smile. Call me Minerva. Your previous results in Transfiguration were commendable. Of course, I mean to say, welcome. Professor McGonagall smiled broadly. By the way, your new office will be adjacent to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. Your former office has been reassigned to Professor Burbage, who has taken over as the new Muggle Studies professor since your resignation. Professor McGonagall stated earnestly. Furthermore, you must promptly decide on the textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Once you have made your decision, I shall send the reading list to the students. Very well. Minerva, let us continue with the current textbook, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. It is an exceptional book, and it encompasses the material I studied in my own education, making the teaching process quite effortless. Quirrell acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 2. The Dark Lord awakens. As soon as Quirrell settled into the room, he was suddenly met with a raspy voice. Quirrell, how did it go? Was the application to Hogwarts approved? The voice was cold yet laced with a hint of cruelty, sending shivers down Quirrell's spine, instilling a sense of anxiety and fear within him. This was the first time he had heard Voldemort's voice. It was unmistakably that of a formidable antagonist, and within Professor Quirrell's memories, he had endured considerable torment. Master, my application has been approved. I shall be able to attend Hogwarts when the school year commences. After a moment of hesitation, Quirrell, despite his trepidation, called out earnestly, Master. Excellent. Is there any news regarding the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort inquired further. Master, I have been at the pub for quite some time, yet I have not overheard any discussions regarding the stone. I believe. Fool. Continue your inquiries. If the Philosopher's Stone has entered Hogwarts, extracting it will not be a simple task. Yes, Master. After a prolonged silence, no further sound could be heard, and Quirrell exhaled deeply. With Voldemort's emergence, he felt his vitality and magical energy dissipating faster than usual. It seemed that each time Voldemort awoke, his pressure intensified. This realization filled Quirrell with unease. If his life force continued to wane at this rate, even if he found a way to expel Voldemort, he would not have many years left to live. He needed to devise a strategy. However, there was a silver lining. Even though Voldemort loomed over him, he could not ascertain Quirrell's thoughts at all times. Voldemort was not in an optimal state. The Legilimency spell touched upon the mind and soul, and even he could not maintain the use of such magic in his current condition. Moreover, Professor Quirrell possessed knowledge of mental occlusion, albeit perhaps not with great proficiency. Moving forward, he would need to intensify his practice of the mind-closing technique. Fortunately, he was not starting from scratch, which would have been far more troublesome. In the ensuing days, Quirrell found himself seated daily in the Leaky Cauldron, nursing a mug of butterbeer while observing the ebb and flow of patrons. In the evenings, he retreated to his room to practice his magic. As the school year approached, an influx of individuals frequented Diagon Alley, predominantly Hogwarts students and their parents, all seeking to procure supplies and textbooks for the upcoming academic year. Quirrell had visited Diagon Alley before, finding it even more splendid and enchanting than depicted in the films. After all, Diagon Alley was the largest wizarding marketplace in Great Britain, filled with a multitude of shops rather than merely a narrow passageway. On this particular day, Quirrell sat in his usual corner of the leaky cauldron, perusing the Daily Prophet. Suddenly, he heard a deep, resonant voice emanating from the bar. "I shall not be drinking today. I need to take Harry Potter to acquire his textbook for the new year, in addition to fulfilling an important task assigned by Dumbledore." Following this declaration, a series of thuds echoed through the bar. Upon hearing this voice, Quirrell lifted his gaze and turned towards the sound, only to behold a giant standing at the bar, nearly grazing the ceiling, towering over 3 meters high, at least as tall as 2 ordinary adult wizards combined, resembling a small mountain in stature. His physique was remarkably robust, adorned with a bushy beard that lent him an intimidating visage. Yet, beneath this fierce exterior lay a gentle and sensitive heart. He was the half-blood giant, Rubeus Hagrid. The other patrons in the bar, upon hearing Hagrid's voice, rose from their seats and pressed toward him, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness, the Savior. It's the boy who lived. Harry Potter. He has grown so much. How wonderful. Does he truly have a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead?" Instantly, a cacophony of excited voices filled the cramped establishment. In Quirrell's estimation, this bar, serving as a nexus between the magical and mundane worlds, was utterly inadequate, too small, dim, and disorderly. The crowd jostled around Hagrid, each eager to shake hands with Harry Potter and feel the aura of the Savior. Harry appeared visibly startled by the fervent reception from the magical community, a stark contrast to his previous experiences at the Dursleys, where he was met with disdain. Hagrid shielded Harry from the throng, guiding him toward the back courtyard. The giant's strength easily parted the sea of people. Quirrell remained quietly ensconced in a corner, observing the raucous gathering while taking a sip of his coffee, murmuring softly to himself. Suddenly, a commotion overhead captured his attention. A low, grating voice echoed in his ears, laced with a palpable animosity. "Harry Potter? That ridiculous, foolish boy who survived?" Oof. Quirrell felt a shiver run through him. How reactive could one be? Merely uttering a name had roused this old fiend. What deep-seated hatred must he harbor? "Yes, master, they all claim it is Harry Potter, but I have yet to see him," Quirrell muttered, resigned. The throng completely obscured the diminutive figure of Harry Potter, and he found himself at a loss as to how to evade Voldemort, forced to continue with the charade. The Dark Lord's voice seemed to penetrate his mind directly, inaudible to others. "Follow him." Voldemort's tone was laced with fury, yet restrained. "But master, there are so many people there." "I, Quirrell, am somewhat reluctant," he protested. "I said follow him." Voldemort's voice grew deeper, more menacing. Quirrell attempted to articulate further objections, but a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his mind, rendering him momentarily blank, his body convulsing involuntarily as his hands gripped the edges of the table, turning pale from the exertion. "I said follow him." In his dazed state, Quirrell could still hear Voldemort's voice, cold and cruel, yet meticulously controlled. "Yes, my esteemed master," he managed to utter through clenched teeth. The pain ebbed like a receding tide, and Quirrell gasped for breath, drenched in perspiration, unsteadily rising to his feet. Fortunately, the crowd's attention remained fixed on Hagrid and Harry, oblivious to his distress. Although Quirrell secretly wished for someone to notice his plight, he knew that aside from Dumbledore, any other inquiries would only invite further torment upon himself. Quirrell was seething with anger, yet he could do nothing but swallow his rage, unable to display any outward sign of his turmoil. "Just wait. One day I shall make you experience the torment you inflict on others," Quirrell silently vowed to himself. As he finally managed to push through the crowd, Hagrid was already escorting Harry Potter through the pub and into Diagon Alley. Without lingering, Quirrell staggered towards the backyard. Upon entering, the gate was still ajar, leading directly to Diagon Alley. Standing in the courtyard, he could still catch sight of Hagrid's towering figure alongside the small boy in his wake. Chapter 3. Harry Potter. Hagrid, with his imposing stature, took large strides, while Harry, with his short legs, hurriedly tried to keep pace beside him. Quirrell, feeling somewhat weakened, was unable to match Hagrid's pace and could only call out helplessly to his retreating back, "Hagrid!" "Oh, Harry, be careful!" Hagrid exclaimed, quickly steadying Harry with a supportive hand before turning to the source of the voice. "Oh, it's Professor Quirrell," he said as he led Harry towards Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell, I hear you have been appointed as this year's defense against the dark arts professor. That is truly remarkable. This little fellow is Harry Potter, the very Harry Potter." Hagrid appeared quite pleased, giving Harry a friendly pat that nearly sent him stumbling. "Harry, this is Professor Quirrell, your forthcoming instructor in defense against the dark arts, an exceptionally talented wizard who previously taught Muggle studies. Hello, Professor Quirrell, Harry Potter said shyly. Greetings, Mr. Potter, Quirinius replied, assessing Harry Potter's frail and diminutive frame. Clad in ill-fitting clothing, his demeanor timid, and his unkempt black hair obscuring his forehead where the lightning scar lay hidden. At first glance, one would find it hard to believe that this scrawny boy would one day emerge as a brave and fearless savior. Quirinius observed Harry, a stirring sensation rising at the back of his mind, yet he suppressed it. He then extended his hand toward Harry. Quirinius Quirrell, your professor for defense against the dark arts. Harry, witnessing the handsome wizard's outstretched hand, felt none of the earlier crowd's fervor or Hagrid's pity, just a neutral appraisal. He extended his hand in return to shake. As their hands met, Harry furrowed his brow and instinctively covered his forehead with his other hand. Harry, what is wrong? Hagrid asked, concern etched across his face as he crouched down to inquire. I'm fine, just a sudden pain in my scar, but it's gone now, Harry replied, shaking his head to reveal the distinctive lightning-shaped scar beneath his tousled fringe. Hagrid let out a sigh of relief. Escorting Harry Potter was a task he had fought hard to secure from Dumbledore, and the thought of anything happening to Harry filled him with dread. Quirinius, maintaining a facade of composure, smiled and said, very well, Hagrid, you may continue with your duties. Subsequently, he offered Harry a warm smile and said, you too, Harry. Finish your shopping early and take a good rest. We shall meet at school. Goodbye, Professor, Harry replied timidly. With that, Hagrid took Harry by the arm and led him forward. Quirinius stood quietly in place, watching their departing figures. Pondering, it seems that the original Professor Quirrell has been utterly consumed, reduced to nothing more than a mere shell, as his life essence has been drained by Voldemort. Upon returning to his quarters, Voldemort remained eerily silent, seemingly plunged back into a deep slumber. Quirinius opened an old potion textbook he had unearthed days earlier from secondhand bookstore, continuing his exploration from where he had left off the previous day. He realized that he must delve into the study of potions. Although his academic performance in potions had been commendable, it was merely relative to the student context. The only potion that came close to addressing his predicament was a blood-replenishing elixir, effective for those who had endured significant blood loss, yet utterly ineffective against the depletion of life force. The more potion books Quirinius perused, the more his anxiety mounted. He had initially believed that magic so wondrous would have developed numerous methods to restore life essence over thousands of years, yet he found himself empty-handed. It was likely that any such knowledge had been obscured. Public tomes were unlikely to contain such secrets. His hopes now rested solely on the vast and ancient library of Hogwarts, the largest in all of Britain. In the dead of night, Quirinius rose quietly, donned his attire, and concealed his face beneath a hood. With a swift turn, he vanished from the room with a soft whoosh, leaving no trace of his presence. Gringotts, the only wizarding bank in all of Britain, was governed by the goblin race, and all its employees were goblins. Quirinius found it perplexing that such a vital institution was entrusted to goblins. Despite their failed rebellion, wizards had emerged victorious, yet they relinquished control of their finances. The darkened streets of Nocturne Alley were devoid of any nightlife within the wizarding world. Quirinius stood outside Gringotts, hidden in the shadows beneath an awning, quietly observing the bank. Of course, he was aware of the answer. The Philosopher's Stone had undoubtedly been retrieved by Hagrid. However, why should he divulge this to Voldemort? Sighing at the tranquility surrounding him, Quirinius produced a broomstick from a bag that had been enhanced with a concealment charm, mounted it, and with a gentle push against the ground, ascended into the air, soaring toward a window on the third floor of Gringotts. In his previous life, as a youth nurtured under the banner of socialism, the most nefarious act he had committed was watching romantic films. Now, however, he found himself poised to infiltrate a bank for the purposes of abduction, interrogation, and theft. One could not help but feel a thrill at such audacity. Quirinius gently alighted on a third-floor window perched upon his enchanted broomstick. Through the window, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, he beheld a desk cluttered with parchment, directly facing the entrance to the room. To the right, there was another door leading to a lounge. Familiar with the layout, Quirinius recognized that the offices and lounges of Gringotts shared a nearly identical design. He drew his wand and tapped the window lightly, uttering the incantation Alohomora. With a soft click, the window swung open. Chapter 4. Infiltration. Quirinius slipped through the window, stowing his broom and brandishing his wand as he cautiously approached the side door within the room. He extended his wand and gently tapped it, repeating the incantation Alohomora, but met with no response. A frown creased his brow as he pressed the door, yet remained unyielding. This left Quirrell perturbed. It was evident that the door was fortified with goblin protective magic. His previous infiltrations had proceeded smoothly, but now, having seemingly ensnared a significant prize, he faced the dilemma of how to seize it. Forcing the door open would undoubtedly yield disastrous consequences in such a hushed environment. He contemplated whether to attempt entry through the adjacent window, but suspected that it too bore protective enchantments. "Fool, let me handle it," came Voldemort's irate voice in his ear. And suddenly, Quirrell felt his right hand move involuntarily, imbued with a surge of strength far surpassing his own. He raised his wand, and with a flash of light, the door shimmered momentarily before swinging open gently. Quirrell stepped inside, the moonlight cascading through the window. By its glow, he discerned that the room was considerably larger than the office outside. A grand bed was positioned beside the window, notably larger than an ordinary human bed, upon which lay a diminutive, rotund goblin. Quirrell approached the bedside, lifted his wand, and pointed it at the sleeping goblin, murmuring the incantation, soul extraction. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, the killing curse. "Awaken," he whispered. The goblin stirred at the sound, opening its eyes and sitting up. "Where is Hagrid?" "He is present." "What is it?" "I do not know. We goblins never pry into the secrets of our clients." "Where is it kept?" "In Vault 713. "Take me there." "Very well." Quirrell maintained the disillusionment charm, following the goblin, named Ragnarok, as they traversed the goblin subway to Vault 713. "Open it." Though he anticipated the outcome, Quirrell felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Hagrid might have encountered an unforeseen issue and failed to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. After all, if Voldemort were to seize the stone, the ramifications would be unfathomable. "At your command," Ragnarok replied. With the turn of the key, the vault door creaked open, revealing an empty chamber. Quirrell released a silent sigh of relief, but, with a face contorted in fury, demanded, "Where is the item?" Upon hearing this, he sensed Voldemort's rage boiling over. "Hagrid! Kill him!" The furious hiss of the Dark Lord echoed in his ears, clearly indicating that the wrathful Dark Lord sought to unleash his fury through bloodshed. "Master Quirrell is in a predicament. Kill him!" Voldemort roared once more, and Quirrell could feel a sharp pain in his head, clearly indicating that Voldemort's patience had reached its limit. "As you command, my master," Quirrell replied, a tinge of anxiety in his voice, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. He raised his wand, directing it at Ragnarok, but hesitated to take further action, his arm trembling slightly as time passed. When it comes to murder, the most efficient means is the killing curse, which Quirrell had mastered during Professor Quirrell's travels. He had dabbled in dark magic as a requisite part of his studies. However, as a young man of socialist ideals in his previous life, he had never taken a life, and now he was compelled to extinguish the life of an innocent being. Although goblins are not human, they are sentient beings with their own unique culture and heritage. Quirrell found himself grappling with his conscience. To speak of murder is one thing. The act itself is another. Of course, had Voldemort presented himself unguarded before Quirrell, he would have undoubtedly struck him down without hesitation. Act Quirrell. Just think, a mere flick of your wand, and a vibrant life will be extinguished at your hands. What a sublime sensation it is to hold the power of life and death. Voldemort's seductive voice echoed in his mind, causing Quirrell's defenses to quiver. His voice trembled slightly as he gripped his wand tighter. Look at him. He is nothing but a filthy, inferior goblin, scarcely deserving of the label of life. To kill him is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Indeed, a chicken can at least struggle. Hurry, if you slay him, I shall grant you power and dominion. Voldemort's voice seeped into Quirrell's mind like a dark incantation. The soul-sucking curse is a terrifying spell. Those ensnared by it would unhesitatingly comply with even the command to end their own lives. The wand pressed against Ragnarok's forehead, and the goblin gazed at Quirrell with lifeless eyes. The killing curse, also known as the death curse, serves to obliterate its target without fail, devoid of a counterspell. It is my favorite incantation. With a mere flick of the wrist, one can take a life, and the target feels not a shred of pain upon impact. How exquisite and gentle a spell it is. Laughter erupted from deep within, gradually twisting into something sinister. To kill, even the Dark Lord cannot withstand a killing curse, particularly in his current wretched state. Though he may not perish due to the existence of Horcruxes, it would surely be enough to bring him to his knees. Quirrell's heart raced. To be killed by the killing curse would be a blessing, granting him the gift of death, thereby marking him as Voldemort's most loyal servant. Voldemort's voice brimmed with delight, seemingly relishing the act of leading another into the abyss. Quirrell inhaled deeply, his gaze steadily transforming into one of resolve. reborn into this world. Though now compelled to serve under the oppressive reign of the Dark Lord, one must still uphold their own principles and convictions. Ultimately, the teachings received throughout one's life advocate kindness towards others. The inherent gentleness and refinement within him prevent him from committing acts of senseless violence. Even if he forces himself to rationalize his predicament as one of coercion, a void lingers in his heart. Perhaps one day, or rather, in this world where glimpses of future chaos have been perceived, there will inevitably be bloodshed. Yet, such actions would stem from a choice aligned with one's true self. The eradication of evil and the protection of the innocent are, after all, cherished virtues of the Chinese nation. With a sudden collapse, Ragnar fell, and Quirrell exhaled softly, feeling a sense of clarity in his mind after making his decision. Quirrell Chilo, how dare you defy the commands of the great Dark Lord? Voldemort's voice was laced with hysteria and anger. And master, I would never dare, Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Incompetent fool, Voldemort raged. But before he could utter more, a cacophony of shouts erupted, prompting him to command, go. Quirrell, hearing the commotion, hesitated no longer. From the pocket of the transfigured lizard, which had been subjected to the nonverbal extension charm, he retrieved a worn wine cup, the very cup from the Broken Axe Tavern. Whispering an incantation, Mentos, he felt as though a hook had latched onto his navel, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The use of a portkey, particularly in a location shielded by anti-apparition charms, often yields remarkable results. Originally, Quirrell would not have dared to attempt this. This spell was stringently regulated by the Ministry of Magic, a lesson imparted by Voldemort himself. Chapter 5. Return to Hogwarts. As the start of term at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry approached, there was no longer a need to seek clues regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell found himself enjoying a rare period of tranquility. The technique of the silencing charm was firmly within his grasp. Professor Chilo's most proficient spell was the Stunning Charm, which had also become Quirrell's forte, executed with a mere flick of his wand. With a swish, the levitation charm activated, and his suitcase floated behind him as he descended the staircase. Good morning, Professor Chilo. Next time, I shall treat you to a butterbeer, greeted Tom, the tavern owner, with an uncharacteristic smile, clearly aware of Quirrell's appointment at Hogwarts. Good morning, Tom. I shall certainly hold you to that butterbeer, Quirrell replied with a grin, not lingering on pleasantries, but emphasizing Tom's name as he passed through the fireplace towards Hogsmeade, the last remaining pure wizarding village in England. Hogwarts stood adjacent to the village of Hogsmeade. Generally, the Hogwarts fireplace was not accessible. The last use had been an exception. Upon returning to Hogwarts and completing the necessary preparations for the new semester with Professor McGonagall, Quirrell strolled through the ancient castle, observing the magnificent structure that had withstood the ravages of time, feeling the weight of history resonate within him. Stepping outside the castle, he meandered to the edge of the Black Lake and sat upon the ground. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, Quirrell found his thoughts drifting. Ah, Professor Snape, you two are out for a stroll, Quirrell remarked with a contented expression. I must say, the scenery at Hogwarts is truly splendid. I'm not as leisurely as you are. Dumbledore is looking for you, Snape replied, his tone smooth and devoid of any inflection. I see, Quirrell mused inwardly before inquiring. Oh, has the headmaster mentioned a reason for his summons? Without a word, Snape turned and departed, his voluminous robes billowing behind him like a great bat. How rude, Quirrell sighed, rising to follow towards the castle. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Snape paused, turning to face Quirrell with a scrutinizing gaze, and as Quirrell approached, he questioned, what is your true purpose in coming to Hogwarts? Work, of course. Being a professor at Hogwarts is a well-paying position with high standing, Quirrell shrugged nonchalantly. You are the only individual in decades to voluntarily apply for this particular subject. What is your true intention? Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he stepped forward, standing on the steps and looming closer to Quirrell, exuding an air of intimidation. Quirrell met Snape's gaze with calmness, remaining silent. Snape's eyes seemed to penetrate deep into his soul. After a tense 10 seconds of mutual scrutiny, Snape let out a cold huff, his lips parting slightly to utter, humph. Mind shielding. Why does Professor Snape harbor such animosity towards me? We shall soon be colleagues, Quirrell expressed, bewildered. I will keep a close watch on you, Snape stated, his gaze unwavering as he turned and walked away. Had Quirrell applied for the defense against the dark arts position last year, Snape would not have reacted so strongly. Yet, it was this year. This year, Harry Potter was enrolling. Sighing inwardly, Quirrell hastened to catch up with Snape. The two exchanged no further words along the way. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the castle, They encountered a large gargoyle before the headmaster's office. Snape approached and disdainfully uttered the password, cockroach cluster. Upon hearing the command, the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the entrance to the headmaster's office, a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly. After traversing the staircase, they arrived at the office door, without knocking. Snape pushed it open, and Quirrell followed suit without hesitation. The headmaster's office was a circular chamber adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all seemingly in slumber. In one corner, a phoenix rested upon a golden perch, also in a tranquil state. Within the office, in addition to Headmaster Dumbledore, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were present. All the leaders of Hogwarts gathered around the headmaster's desk, evidently engaged in discussion. Headmaster Dumbledore, it is my honor, Quirrell greeted with a smile and a nod. The other three professors rose in unison to greet Quirrell, with Professor Flitwick even patting him on the waist, for Quirrell had once been a student of Ravenclaw and was, in fact, Flitwick's pupil. To see one of his former students, now serving as the professor for defense against the dark arts, undoubtedly brought him great joy. Snape stood to the side, arms crossed, observing with a cold gaze. "Oh, please, take a seat," Dumbledore said, tapping his head lightly. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 chairs materialized beside Quirrell and Snape. He then inquired, "Quirrell, Severus, would you care for a cup of red tea?" "No, thank you, Headmaster," Quirrell replied with a smile. Snape, however, displayed a lack of courtesy, snorting dismissively and saying, "You've summoned me here. If there is something to discuss, please do so swiftly. I have potions to brew. There's no rush. It has been quite a while since we've all gathered." "A little conversation would be delightful," Dumbledore replied, lifting the teacup before him to take a sip. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am quite busy. The new students will be arriving soon, and I have much preparation yet to complete." Snape remained silent, but Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. She pursed her lips, her expression growing more serious. "Very well, Minerva, you truly are a person of urgency," Dumbledore said with a resigned shake of his head. He then spoke earnestly. "The reason I have called you here is that an old friend has entrusted me with the guardianship of a certain treasure, and I would like to request your assistance in designing a hidden chamber to safeguard it." Quirrell raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. "Is that what this is about?" The other professors, unaware of the specifics, exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what treasure warranted such elaborate arrangements. "You are all familiar with Nicholas Flamel, I presume?" Dumbledore continued. Unperturbed by their confusion, he produced a small pouch from within his robes, untied its string, and poured its contents into his palm. Upon seeing the object, and connecting it with the name Nicholas Flamel, Snape sprang to his feet, knocking over his chair. Professors McGonagall and Sprout covered their mouths in disbelief, while Professor Flitwick cradled his head in his hands, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" Quirrell, too, gasped for breath, his pupils dilating. While the treasure was not yet before them, one could only marvel at its mystical nature. But once such a wondrous artifact lay in sight, few could maintain their composure. That was none other than the Philosopher's Stone, which symbolized boundless wealth and eternal life. Nicholas Flamel, its creator, had lived for over 6 centuries and was still among the living. Snape stepped forward, fixated on the unremarkable, irregular red stone resting in Dumbledore's palm, his eyes reddening and breath growing labored. In a hoarse voice, he implored, "Give it to me. I can brew the elixir of life for you." In that fleeting moment, he conjured several potion formulas in his mind. Though the Philosopher's Stone was the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, it was intrinsically linked to potion making. Snape extended his trembling hand toward the stone, almost making contact. When Dumbledore's fingers closed around it, his expression serene as he regarded Snape, and firmly called out, "Severus." In contrast to Snape's fervor, the other heads of houses, though astonished, remained merely surprised, exhibiting no further thoughts or actions, Quirrell included, who maintained a composed demeanor. Dumbledore regarded Quirrell with mild surprise, then surveyed the group, stating, "Nicholas has entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to my care. I require your assistance in designing a hidden chamber to ensure its proper preservation." A number of esteemed heads of houses, upon hearing the words, suppressed their tumultuous emotions and bowed their heads in contemplation. Even Severus Snape took it upon himself to adjust his chair and sit back down, casting a glance at Quirrell, evidently harboring some thoughts. At this moment, Quirrell raised his hand and spoke softly, "Well, Headmaster, why can you not keep it with you? Since Nicholas Flamel has entrusted such a significant treasure to your care, it speaks to his faith in you. I cannot conceive of a place more secure than at your side." The others lifted their gazes, exchanging glances, and remarked, "Indeed, Albus, you should simply safeguard it yourself." Snape continued to fixate on Quirinus, coldly stating, Dumbledore, you truly are becoming forgetful by revealing such an important matter. You increase the risk with each additional person aware of it. The others looked at Snape with a hint of confusion, then back to Quirinus. That is precisely why I proposed the headmaster carry it. No one could seize it from him, and it would deter any nefarious thoughts from those with ill intentions. Quirinus persisted. I believe no one could wrest the Philosopher's Stone from your grasp. The others nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Quirinus, you truly overestimate me. I am merely a centenarian. An old man who struggles to ascend 8 flights to my office, hardly possessing such prowess. In truth, I wish I could relocate the headmaster's office to the first floor to avoid the daily climb. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Quirinus scoffed. Who would believe such a statement? Snape cast a sardonic glance at Dumbledore, opting for silence. Ah, Albus, should you require assistance with the stairs in the future, do let me know. And I shall assist you, said Professor Flitwick, concern etched on his face. Quirinus sighed, finding the earnestness of this somewhat foolish headmaster unexpectedly endearing. Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged bewildered looks at Flitwick, questioning his belief in such a notion. Dumbledore paused, then replied, Ah, thank you for your concern, Filius. I can still manage, but should the need arise, I will certainly ask for your help. With that, Dumbledore shifted the topic, stating, I intend for each of the professors present to set a challenge to protect the Philosopher's Stone, of course, without posing any life-threatening hazards. A series of trials, then? Quirinus mused, stroking his chin. Snape, with his customary cold demeanor, remarked, if we are to protect the Philosopher's Stone, we must implement some high-risk mechanisms to ensure adequate security. Severus, we must ensure that if any students inadvertently stumble upon it, they can safely await our rescue. Some of our children are rather spirited, Dumbledore suggested pointedly. Aside from those reckless, empty-headed Gryffindors, I cannot imagine who would dare intrude. It would also serve as a lesson for those impertinent little lions, teaching them to learn respect. Snape replied expressionlessly. McGonagall, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth but refrained from arguing, finding it impossible to counter. Of course, it would be my honor, Headmaster Dumbledore. Quirinus said with a smile and a nod. To find oneself alone in the company of Dumbledore is undeniably nerve-wracking, yet Quirinus felt merely anxious rather than fearful. In fact, he harbored a flicker of anticipation that Dumbledore might discern something significant. As several deans rose to bid farewell to Dumbledore and Quirinus, only Severus remained, casting a lingering gaze upon Quirinus before departing. Oh, relax, Quirinus. Let's simply engage in a conversation between friends. If it pleases you, may I address you as Quirinus? Dumbledore jested with a playful expression. Could I possibly refuse? Quirinus mused inwardly, yet responded aloud, of course, it is my honor, Headmaster. You may also call me Albus. By the way, would you care for some cockroach clusters? They are my favorite confection. Dumbledore reached beneath the table, retrieving a glass jar brimming with the peculiar candies, which wriggled unsettlingly. Quirinus felt his stomach churn at the sight, and he waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Headmaster, but I do not partake in sweets. What a pity. I would dearly love to share my treats with you. With that, Dumbledore unscrewed the lid, pinched 2 clusters, and relished them with evident delight. Quirinus fought the urge to gag. He understood these were merely candies, products of magic, yet their realism was disconcerting. Regaining his composure, Quirinus inquired, Headmaster, may I ask why you have chosen to keep me here? Ah, I simply wish to learn about your travels over the past few years. Share your adventures with this old man. At my age, venturing out has become rather inconvenient, Dumbledore mused with a hint of nostalgia. Inconvenient? 10 of me tied together would hardly be enough to withstand your might, Quirinus thought to himself, bemused by the old man's cunning. Albania is not a peaceful place. I must say, Dumbledore remarked with an air of significance. Indeed, Albania is fraught with danger, teeming with dark wizards and devoid of a ministry of magic, truly a haven for crime, a city of chaos. Beyond the international statute of wizarding secrecy, there exists no order whatsoever, Quirinus confessed, a shiver running down his spine. The International Confederation of Wizards, along with the various ministries of magic, staunchly upheld the statute of secrecy. Other laws were often overlooked, yet few dared to contravene this one. Although Quirinus had not personally ventured deep into Albania, he had inherited the memories of Professor Quirrell, which revealed the chaotic landscape rife with murder, theft, and the manipulation of muggles as casually as one might enjoy a meal. You must have faced considerable challenges on your journey. I perceive a hint of frailty in your demeanor. When time permits, I suggest you consult Madame Pomfrey. She is a remarkably trustworthy healer, Dumbledore advised, gently caressing his elder wand. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. I shall visit Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. It has been many years since our last encounter. I wonder if she remains as stern as ever. Quirrell replied with a nod. Without a touch of sternness. She would scarcely be able to manage those exuberant little ones, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. In the ensuing time, Quirrell engaged in a delightful discourse with Dumbledore regarding the local customs and region-specific magical practices of various lands, conversing animatedly until the sun began to dip below the horizon. Just before taking his leave, Dumbledore imparted a significant remark to Quirrell, stating, "If you require any assistance, remember to seek me out. You know the password." His cerulean eyes, magnified through the crescent-shaped lenses, pierced through to Quirrell. With his back turned to Dumbledore, Quirrell slightly turned his head, paused in contemplation, and replied, "I will, Headmaster." With that, he exited the office. As the school year had yet to commence, Hogwarts exuded an extraordinary tranquility in the evening. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the ancient windows of the castle, infusing the deep-hued halls with a warm glow. Quirrell descended directly to the lower level. Arriving at the entrance of the kitchen, he scratched the pair depicted in the wall painting, prompting a door to swing open, revealing the kitchen within. Upon entering, a dozen house elves rushed forward from all corners, their diminutive frames adorned merely in pillowcases, their large eyes fixated intently upon Quirrell. One of them, bowing deeply, inquired Professor Quirrell, "How may Kaka assist you? Could you kindly prepare a dinner for me?" "Kaka? Please deliver it to my office on the 3rd floor," Quirrell replied with a smile. "Oh, Professor Quirrell has addressed Kaka as Mr. Kaka, how delightful. Professor Quirrell is indeed a gentle and magnificent wizard," Kaka exclaimed, visibly thrilled, and began to flail in excitement. Quirrell felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite his prior knowledge of house elves, this was his first encounter with their warmth and emotional depth. He remained confident that Dumbledore remained oblivious to his presence. Oblivious? The Dark Lord truly exhibited a degree of naivete. To be so conspicuously within view, yet unnoticed, was quite the oversight for the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Moreover, it was evident that this was a scheme directed at Voldemort. Quirrell was certain that Dumbledore had cast a fleeting glance at his head during their earlier exchange. This year, the Chosen One was entering the school, and then Nicholas Flamel had entrusted Dumbledore with the safeguarding of the fabled Philosopher's Stone. The bait was unmistakable. Keeping the target in plain sight was far preferable to allowing him to roam freely, providing the opportunity to strike a decisive blow against this mindless fool once more. Quirrell chuckled softly, "Ha, the Dark Lord." After finishing the meal delivered by the elves, Quirrell settled at his desk, perusing the tome entitled Chadwick's Wizardry. This book served as a textbook for the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America, offering unique insights into charms and transfiguration, alongside a general exposition on magical energy. Quirrell discerned that the understanding and study of magical power in this world were exceedingly rudimentary. It seemed that no one had delved deeply into the nature of this extraordinary substance that distinguishes the extraordinary from the mundane, only providing vague descriptions. For instance, both Muggle and wizarding children might experience magical surges before the age of 11, and such surges signified innate wizarding talent. With systematic magical education post-11, one could gradually master this extraordinary force. The lack of inquiry into the origins of this phenomenon, alongside the absence of any targeted methods for cultivating magical power, seems rather primitive. Merely stating that casting spells can help organize the internal magical energy is quite unsatisfactory for someone like Quirrell, who hails from the Celestial Empire in a previous life. Everything, including power, has its source and methods for enhancement. In this world, the absence of fundamental techniques for cultivating magical energy has paradoxically given rise to a plethora of intricate spells. Moreover, the prevailing belief among nearly all is that magical energy cannot be artificially amplified. It merely increases naturally. The period between the ages of 11 and 17 is recognized as the time of rapid growth for a wizard's magical capacity. After reaching maturity, the growth slows but does not cease entirely. Theoretically, a wizard's magical power continues to grow with age until death, and wizards are typically long-lived. The former headmaster, Amando D. Pett, is still alive and reputedly nearing 300 years of age. Thus, in theory, older wizards should be more formidable. However, reality contradicts this notion. As Quirrell delves deeper into his readings and reflections, he suspects that the underlying reason for this phenomenon is the low utilization rate of magical energy among most individuals. Due to the development of simplified magic, many use only a handful of practical spells for daily life and work, which tend to consume minimal energy. Consequently, A significant amount of magical energy remains dormant within them, failing to circulate. Over time, this unused energy loses its vitality and becomes stagnant. In contrast, Aurors and Dark Wizards, who frequently engage in combat, utilize their magical powers more extensively, maintaining a higher activation level of their energy, which makes them appear more powerful. Those who fervently study magic also tend to exhibit greater strength, as they employ more magical energy over time, leading to increased vitality and output. Nevertheless, this approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Such effects are only temporary. Ultimately, there's a glaring absence of a comprehensive method to unify magical energy, facilitate its flow, maintain its vitality, and even enhance its potency. The flow of magical energy is crucial. The principles of renewal and metabolism apply to magical energy as well. Excessive accumulation leads to stagnation. When one employs magic, the energy surges forth like a mighty river. In contrast, when another uses magic, it flows out as if squeezed from sponge. The disparity is evident. Take the levitation spell, for instance. Some can only lift a feather, while others can raise a car, showcasing a stark contrast in capability. Of course, the potency of spells is influenced by other factors, such as proficiency with the incantation and the strength of one's will. However, in Quirrell's view, the most critical aspect lies in the output rate of magical energy. The essence of a wizard's strength is rooted in their magical energy. Spells are merely branches sprouting from the trunk. While certain spells may possess formidable power, they are merely somewhat sturdier branches. From Quirrell's perspective as an Eastern individual, the development of the magical world over millennia has strayed significantly, prioritizing technique over fundamental principles. In Quirrell's perspective, the superiority of wizards over muggles lies in their possession of magical power, an otherworldly force, rather than the myriad of flamboyant magical effects. Many of these magical manifestations can be replicated by technology, often with greater efficacy. It is not that he dismisses their significance. Rather, he regards them as inconsequential. Of course, this is merely Quirrell's initial impression of magic, and as he delves deeper into his studies, he may gain a more profound understanding, potentially even overturning his current beliefs. The following day, Quirrell visited the school hospital, where Madame Pomfrey assessed his condition. She swiftly discerned the depletion of his vitality, yet had no effective means to replenish it. This outcome was anticipated, so Quirrell did not harbor any significant disappointment. Exiting the infirmary, he made his way directly from the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 8. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is a realm steeped in mystery and peril, located at the edge of Hogwarts. Within its depths dwell numerous dangerous magical creatures, such as centaurs, unicorns, and acromantulas, with rumors of werewolves lurking as well. It conceals many secrets and treasures. At the forest periphery stands a stone hut, adjacent to a sprawling pumpkin patch. Beyond the hut lies the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid resides. Quirrell approached the stone hut and knocked on the door. Knock! Knock, knock! Inside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, punctuated by the barks of a dog. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open. Hagrid, upon seeing Quirrell at the threshold, appeared both anxious and bewildered, inquiring, "Professor Quirrell, what brings you here? Is there something I can assist you with?" At Hagrid's feet lay a large, timid dog named Fawn, who, upon noticing Quirrell, whimpered and darted into the room. Fawn was usually shy, yet not typically this sensitive. Hagrid scratched his head, bemused by his dog's keen instincts. "Ah, Hagrid," Quirrell raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the interior. "Would you not invite me in for a moment?" "And no, I can't. The place is a bit of a mess." Hagrid stammered, his face reddening beneath his bushy beard. "Very well. I wish to enter the Forbidden Forest and would like to request your guidance." Quirrell decided not to tease him further. They were past that stage of familiarity. "Of course, Professor Quirrell, I know the Forbidden Forest very well." "Just a moment," Hagrid replied, retreating into the hut, making sure to close the door behind him. Another clatter ensued as Hagrid lowered his voice. "Fawn, quiet now." Clearly, Hagrid underestimated his own loudness, for even in a hushed tone, his voice resonated clearly. Shortly, Hagrid emerged, his attire, clothes, hair, and beard disheveled. He bore a large crossbow on his back and a small red umbrella tucked at his waist. Attempting to appear composed, he remarked to Quirrell, "Fawn can be a bit clingy." Fawn glanced up at Hagrid, then at Quirrell, emitting a soft whimper. Quirrell found this rather amusing, but chose not to comment, nodding instead. "Shall we proceed?" He took the lead into the Forbidden Forest. Seeing how easily he had deceived Quirrell, Hagrid let out a sigh of relief. Leading Fawn into the Forbidden Forest, He quickly caught up with Quirrell and inquired, "Professor Quirrell, do you have any particular business in the Forbidden Forest? If you require any potion ingredients or wish to capture any magical creatures, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you, and there is no need for you to make this journey alone." Hagrid beamed, patting his chest. "Oh, Quirrell, in the future, should you need any teaching materials for your classes, simply let me know, and I shall procure them for you. The Forbidden Forest holds everything one might seek." With that, Hagrid brandished a machete, forging the path ahead. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall be sure to take you up on that offer if the need arises." Quirrell replied with a smile. "Not a problem at all. I'm the most trusted guardian of the Forbidden Forest under Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid declared with confidence. "I know the whereabouts of everything in the forest." The forest was a tangle of branches and dense foliage, devoid of any proper path, relying solely on Hagrid's leadership to navigate through. "Hagrid, you're aware of the Philosopher's Stone, correct?" Quirrell asked, seemingly nonchalant. Hagrid paused momentarily, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he stammered, The Philosopher's Stone? I know nothing of it, nor do I know who Nicholas Flamel is." "Hagrid, there's no need to be anxious. Professor Dumbledore has invited me to set up a safeguard to protect the Philosopher's Stone. As Dumbledore's most trusted ally, I assumed you would be aware of this." Quirrell observed Hagrid's flustered demeanor and thought that his face must be crimson. "Oh, I see. That clarifies things." Hagrid sighed in relief, continuing, "So you have ventured into the Forbidden Forest for the purpose of—" "Well, I believe capturing a couple of trolls to place at the checkpoint would suffice," Quirrell replied, brushing away a branch that had snagged his robe. "Oh, what an excellent idea. Once captured, may I take care of them? We cannot simply leave them to starve in the Chamber of Secrets, can we?" Hagrid said, appearing quite excited. "Of course. I do not have much time to tend to them myself." Quirrell chuckled in response, well aware of Hagrid's passion for magical creatures. "I know where we can find trolls. There's a shortcut through here," Hagrid said with renewed enthusiasm, leading the way to the left. After approximately 2 hours of battling through the underbrush, they finally spotted a small hill ahead, at the base of which lay a cave. From a distance, a foul odor wafted toward them as they approached the entrance. An overwhelming stench assaulted their nostrils. Quirrell barely managed to suppress his reaction and quickly waved his wand, casting a spell that cleared the air, allowing him to breathe once more. In stark contrast, Hagrid seemed unfazed, his excitement unabated. Quirrell, his eyes twitching, remarked, "The cave just ahead. I have visited it several times before. Inside, there is but one creature, though it does have a rather foul temper." His tone grew somewhat subdued towards the end. Quirrell, incredulous, gazed at Hagrid, pondering. "You may have an affinity for dragons, acromantulas, and erumpents, and while some are indeed drawn to ferocious beasts, how could you possibly be fond of trolls as well?" Quirrell found himself in a moment of hesitation, confronted by the foul stench that permeated the air. It was no surprise that even seasoned wizards would struggle against such a repugnant odor, let alone first-year students, who might very well lose their stomachs at the mere thought of uttering a spell. It was no wonder that it was said that trolls posed a challenge even for adult wizards. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Hagrid bellowed into the darkness, "Oi, you big fellow, it's time to eat." He then raised an eyebrow at Quirrell, declaring with a sense of pride, "I told him it's mealtime, and he'll come right out. Truth be told, I have nothing. I'm merely deceiving him." Quirrell, taken aback by this revelation, responded, "Well done, Hagrid. It seems you have a knack for cunning." Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from within the cave. Whether it was a result of Hagrid's ruse, or perhaps the creature had been disturbed from its slumber, a towering figure emerged, measuring over 5 meters in height, with green skin and bulging muscles. It was clad in a tattered sheepskin around its waist and wielded a wooden club as thick as Hagrid's thigh, its disproportionately small head adding to its awkward appearance. Upon spotting the two men, the troll surveyed its surroundings, let out an explosive roar, and charged forward, brandishing its club. "Hey, big fella, it's me. We've played together before. Do you remember?" Hagrid attempted to soothe the creature. The troll, however, paid him no mind and continued its advance. In that moment, Quirrell thrust his wand forward and uttered, "Stupefy." Following it with a second incantation, 2 beams of white light erupted from the tip of his wand, aiming directly for the troll. Though he employed a silent spell, his proficiency was not sufficient to match the potency of a spoken incantation. The first spell struck the troll, causing it to halt momentarily, while the second spell hit as well, prompting the creature to stagger back a step. Shaking its head, it let out another furious roar and swung its club toward Hagrid. The troll's magical resistance was notably high. Hagrid sidestepped just in time to evade the blow, still attempting to calm the beast. "Don't you recognize me?" Quirrell, undeterred, waved his wand, and cast a transfiguration spell. Instantly, two nearby branches morphed into iron chains, one wrapping around the troll's club-wielding arm and the other ensnaring its legs, tightening with a swift motion that sent the massive creature crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Quirrell jabbed his wand forward, casting Stupefy, striking the troll's underdeveloped head directly. The creature attempted to struggle, raising its head slightly, only to have it crash down heavily once more. After a moment of contemplation, Quirrell pointed his wand at the troll and softly intoned Wingardium Leviosa, causing the troll to levitate slowly into the air. Following this, he conjured a stream of water that began to coalesce in the air, forming a substantial sphere as he maintained the magical energy, with his right hand guiding the water sphere and his left directing the suspended troll into it. He then commanded the sphere to spin clockwise with his mental focus. This display left Hagrid utterly dumbfounded. While the process appeared deceptively simple, it was anything but. Quirrell clenched his jaw, his complexion pale, as beads of sweat trickled down his brow, while simultaneously maintaining two spells, one to manipulate the immensely resistant giant and the other to create a colossal orb of water. This was an unprecedented challenge for Quirrell. The demands on his control were exceedingly high, placing tremendous strain on both his magical energy and mental fortitude, leaving him in a state of near oblivion. Chapter 9. The Beginning of Term. At his limit, Quirrell could no longer endure. As his mind relaxed, his complexion turned pale, fatigue clouding his eyes, and he gasped for breath, his thoughts scattered. The water orb plummeted to the ground, splashing everywhere. The giant had awakened and was attempting to rise when Hagrid, who had been watching from the sidelines, hurried over and delivered a powerful punch with his fist the size of a sandbag. With a resounding thud, the giant succumbed to slumber once more. After dealing with the creature, Hagrid approached Quirrell, supporting him as he swayed unsteadily. "Quirrell, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Quirrell collected himself, replying, "Thank you, Hagrid. I just need to sit and rest for a moment." Hagrid helped Quirrell lean against a sturdy tree, allowing him to close his eyes and recuperate. Satisfied that his friend was stable, Hagrid returned to examine the giant closely. It took a full 10 minutes before Quirrell finally opened his eyes and stood. He ambled toward the giant, observing Hagrid preparing several thick vines to bind the creature. "That won't be necessary, Hagrid," Quirrell said, waving his hand. With a gentle flick of his wand and a soft incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, the giant began to float slowly. "Let us proceed," Hagrid, Quirrell indicated, and they turned toward Hogwarts. Despite the overwhelming strain of using magic, Quirrell found that casting the levitation charm on the giant was unexpectedly effortless, as if it were a mere trifle. As Quirrell walked ahead, seemingly lost in thought, Hagrid followed behind the floating giant, choosing to remain silent and regarding Quirrell's figure with newfound respect. They continued in silence, until the silhouette of Hogwarts began to emerge in the distance. Suddenly, Quirrell's eyes brightened, and his steps quickened, two words whispering through the air, reaching Hagrid's ears: "Water Prison." Quirrell had relayed Dumbledore's arrangements to Voldemort, ensuring there would be no unforeseen complications. Voldemort had instructed him to remain still until the obstacles were fully set, after which Dumbledore would place the Philosopher's Stone within, at which point they could devise a plan to navigate through the challenges and seize the stone. Quirrell remained uncertain whether Voldemort was oblivious to the trap or intended to play along, attempting to reap rewards from the chaos. However, from Quirrell's perspective, the former seemed more plausible, as Voldemort was now so fragmented that his intellect had diminished significantly. Yet, this might work to Quirrell's advantage, enhancing his prospects for escape. Time passed busily as he prepared various teaching tools, organized lessons, and immersed himself in the library. The giant was wholly entrusted to Hagrid. As the task of setting the challenges had been completed, Madame Pomfrey brewed several potions for Quirrell, restoring him to a semblance of vitality. In recent days, I have not encountered Dumbledore, but Snape has frequently appeared beside Quirrell, observing him with a thief's vigilance, often lurking in shadowy corners, fixating on him with a brooding intensity that incited Quirrell to the point of wanting to remove his scarf and compel Snape to acknowledge him as father. Amidst the bustling preparations, the school term commenced abruptly. On this particular day, Quirrell was engrossed in his studies within his office. It must be said that the Hogwarts Library truly deserves its title as the largest library in all of Britain, with an overwhelming array of magical tomes that dazzled his senses. "Knock, knock, knock. Quirrell, the opening feast is about to begin. Let us depart." Professor Flitwick appeared exceedingly cheerful. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Were it not for your reminder, I might have missed this momentous annual banquet, Quirinus expressed with a grateful smile. Quirinus, how many times must I remind you? Call me Filius, Flitwick replied with a hint of displeasure. Professor Flitwick in my eyes. You are not merely a friend, but a respected professor and mentor. Addressing you thus is a reflection of my esteem, Quirinus responded earnestly, acknowledging that certain ingrained habits from the Celestial Empire are difficult to alter. In Western cultures, the mutual use of first names signifies recognition. Yet the essence of his upbringing fostered a reluctance to directly address the venerable professor by his given name. Even so, Quirinus, your words do not please me, Flitwick remarked, a grin stretching across his face. He playfully patted Quirinus on the waist and added, now, let us hurry. The ceremony is about to commence, and we must ensure to toast well. Despite being of diminutive stature due to his fairy lineage, Professor Flitwick was indeed a highly esteemed educator. Upon entering the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Quirinus surveyed the expansive space. The ceiling was adorned with hundreds of floating candles, their flames flickering without a drop of wax falling. 4 long tables were occupied by students from all 7 years, engaged in animated discussions about their summer adventures, accompanied by a number of ghosts flitting about. Aside from the 2 of them, only Professor McGonagall had yet to take her seat at the staff table. As Quirinus and Flitwick entered, all the professors nodded in acknowledgement, including Dumbledore, while Snape merely fixed his gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. Once seated, Quirinus scanned the students below, noticing many whispering about him, particularly regarding his scarf. With some stifling laughter, especially at the Gryffindor table, where a pair of red-haired youths appeared to find great amusement. Quirinus smiled in response to their scrutiny. Oh, to be young again. Look at how vibrant these young wizards are, Flitwick remarked, turning to Quirinus with evident delight. Indeed, their exuberance is remarkable. Quirinus replied with a nod and a smile. At that moment, the side door on the right of the hall swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading a group of about 50 or 60 young wizards. Instantly, the once boisterous hall fell silent, all eyes curiously fixed upon the newly arrived students. Quirinus quickly spotted Harry Potter among the throng. Harry appeared much as before, somewhat shy and reserved. Professor McGonagall led the group to the front of the hall, directing them to form a neat line. Before them stood a chair, upon which rested an old, tattered, and soiled pointed wizard's hat. This was the Sorting Hat, representing Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, embodying the spirit of courage. Once everyone was in place, a wide seam split open along the brim of the hat, resembling a mouth that began to sing. You may find me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall gladly consume myself. You may polish your top hats to a gleaming sheen, and smooth your high-crowned hats with utmost care. Yet I am the esteemed Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing your mere headgear. Any thoughts concealed within your mind are laid bare before my discerning eyes. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where bravery lies deep within. Their valor, spirit, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where honesty and loyalty prevail. Their students are steadfast, hard-working, and unafraid of toil. If you are of sharp intellect, you might find yourself in the wise halls of Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Or perhaps you shall join Slytherin, where you may forge genuine friendships in pursuit of your ambitions. Come, dummy. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, you are utterly secure, for I am a thinking hat. Though my melody may not be melodious, if one listens closely, there lies profound meaning within. Chapter 10. The Sorting. As the Sorting Hat concluded its song, the hall erupted in applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 long tables before falling silent. Professor McGonagall produced a parchment, presumably the list of all new students, and announced, "Next, I shall call the names of those who will take their place upon this chair for sorting." She then picked up the Sorting Hat and began to read from the list. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, hurriedly approached, seated herself upon the chair, and Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, obscuring her eyes. After a brief pause, the hat exclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table to the right rose in jubilant cheer, warmly welcoming the first-year student into Hufflepuff House. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff." The Sorting Hat called again. Susan dashed to the Hufflepuff table, sitting close to Hannah. "Terry Boot, Ravenclaw." This time, the second table on the left applauded as Terry made his way to the Ravenclaw table, where several students stood to greet him with friendly handshakes. The sorting continued, and Professor Flitwick's eyes glistened with emotion as he turned to Professor Quirrell and quietly remarked, "Every time we go through this process, it never fails to move me." His chair had been intentionally elevated, rendering him nearly the same height as Quirrell. Indeed, this symbolizes the magical realm, a testament to the enduring legacy of Hogwarts. Quirrell nodded and subsequently inquired, "Professor, to which house do you believe Harry Potter will be assigned? Is there a possibility he might join our Ravenclaw?" Perhaps some sensitive remark had triggered Snape's acute instincts. He slightly tilted his head, casting a cold glance at Quirrell, his eyes glimmering with an icy light. "Should Harry Potter be placed in Ravenclaw, I would diligently mentor him, imparting the techniques that earned me 3 championships in wizard dueling." Flitwick remarked, his earlier contemplative demeanor instantly invigorated by this statement. The name Harry Potter is indeed a formidable force in the wizarding world of this era. "If Harry Potter is sorted into Ravenclaw, I shall certainly take good care of him," Quirrell replied, sensing the chill emanating from Snape, who sat 1 seat away on his right, and smilingly nodded. Professor Sprout, seated between Quirrell and Snape, chimed in, "Any house would be acceptable, though I would be quite pleased if Harry were to be sorted in a Hufflepuff." "I believe Harry will be assigned to Gryffindor," remarked Professor Dumbledore, who occupied the central seat, blinking playfully as he joined the conversation. "Ultimately, regardless of the house assigned, he shall remain a student of our school, and all heads of houses must treat him equally." At this moment, the sorting ceremony had progressed significantly. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan. The sorting hat hesitated for a brief moment, taking a full minute before declaring, "Gryffindor." Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Quirrell had anticipated the hat might waver between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, yet it made its decision with remarkable swiftness. Neville Longbottom. The plump boy's ears turned crimson. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy strutted confidently forward, and as soon as the hat touched his head, it screamed, "Slytherin." Malfoy, somewhat smug, sauntered towards the Slytherin table, casting a deliberate glance at Harry, who remained in line. At this juncture, only a few remained, as only 4 individuals were left. All eyes in the room turned to Harry Potter. A significant figure must always make a grand entrance. Professor McGonagall set down the parchment and called, "Harry Potter." As Harry stepped forward, a low hum of whispers filled the hall. "Potter? Is she calling Potter? Which Harry Potter?" "Harry Potter is our classmate." Harry settled onto the stool, feeling as though he were a monkey in a zoo amidst the din and the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, despite having only visited a zoo once. And that visit had ended poorly. Just as the hat was about to be placed upon his head, obscuring his view, he noticed that nearly everyone in the hall had risen to their feet, a sea of heads eager to catch a glimpse of him. Then there was the dark world within the sorting hat and the anticipation that ensued. At that moment, it seemed he was no longer in the school's great hall. The surroundings were tranquil, interrupted only by the sorting hat's conflicted mutterings. In the hall, as they watched Harry don the sorting hat without any sign of movement, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "Potter belongs to Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is where Potter truly belongs. It would be bad for him to end up in Hufflepuff. Missing out on Slytherin will be a loss for Potter." The debates were rife with discord. Listening to the students' arguments, Quirrell smiled and turned to Snape, asking Professor Snape, "What do you think? To which house will Harry Potter be sorted?" Snape's countenance was frigid. He was about to feign ignorance when Dumbledore, with keen interest, interjected, "Severus, do share your thoughts." The other professors turned their gazes towards Snape, who shot Quirrell a venomous glance and replied expressionlessly, "Slytherin is undoubtedly the finest house at Hogwarts." Quirrell silently chuckled at the obstinacy. Professors Flitwick and Sprout wore displeased expressions and were about to speak when the sorting hat's loud proclamation interrupted them. "Gryffindor." Instantly, the great hall erupted with fervent applause, the loudest cheers emanating from the Gryffindor table, where everyone leapt to their feet. Harry, somewhat dazed, made his way down to the Gryffindor table, where Prefect Percy Weasley approached him with palpable excitement, shaking his hand vigorously. The Weasley twins embraced each other, bouncing with joy, exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" The remaining new students garnered little attention, yet their respective houses welcomed them warmly. Ron Weasley was undoubtedly thrilled. The Weasley family was steadfastly Gryffindor. Among the other new students, Lisa Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Blaise Zabini found his place in Slytherin. Once the sorting concluded, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her as she departed. Dumbledore rose, his face aglow with a smile as he surveyed the students, extending his arms wide, seemingly delighted to see the young wizards gathered together. "Welcome," Dumbledore proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast, I would like to utter a few words. You fools, crybabies, rascals. Cheers to all." With that, Dumbledore sat down, and the students erupted into applause. Quirrell sensed that the applause stemmed not from the eloquence of Dumbledore's speech, but from the anticipation of the forthcoming feast. At that moment, an array of food materialized on the empty plates at every long table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, and more. An abundant spread. The young wizards eagerly began to eat, their appetites ravenous. The professors at the staff table also commenced their meal, and after only a few bites, Quirrell, smiling, turned to Snape and remarked, "Professor Snape, it is unfortunate that Potter did not join Slytherin." Upon hearing this, Snape's movements while cutting his steak grew markedly heavier. The sharp sound of knife against plate resonating around them, sending shivers down spines. Indeed, through extensive experiences and encounters, I have come to realize that what once seemed like the end of the world is, in fact, trivial. Quirrell paused, contemplating what could possibly outweigh the gravitas of life and death. Having traversed time and faced demise once, he approached the threat of Voldemort with anxiety and tension, yet devoid of fear. In his former life, even the slightest word from a superior could have robbed him of sleep for an entire night, let alone the menace posed by such a dark lord. Chapter 11. Heart of Pain. As he indulged in culinary delights, Quirrell found himself engaged in light conversation with Professors Flitwick and Sprout, allowing himself some respite. Suddenly, perhaps due to Voldemort's prolonged solitude, Quirrell sensed a stirring from the dark presence looming overhead. A glance around the dining hall, particularly towards Dumbledore, revealed that no one seemed aware of the Dark Lord's presence amidst them. Dumbledore continued to share laughter with Professor McGonagall. Of course, it was possible that someone had noticed, but chose to remain indifferent. Quirrell soon observed Severus Snape fixated on a particular student. Following his gaze, he discerned it was Harry Potter. Harry was engaged in jovial banter with Ron, and upon sensing the weight of a stare, he lifted his gaze to find Snape scrutinizing him. Professor Quirrell, seated nearby, also turned his attention toward Harry, who suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead scar. Ouch! Harry instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead. "What is wrong, Harry?" Percy inquired with genuine concern, akin to a leader caring for his subordinate. Nothing, Harry replied, dismissing the pain, which subsided as swiftly as it had arrived. Yet the unsettling sensation derived from the professor's gaze lingered. He sensed that Snape harbored no fondness for him, in stark contrast to Professor Quirrell, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Who is that professor?" Harry asked Percy. "Who?" Percy replied, puzzled. "The one with the greasy hair," Harry described, struggling to articulate his thoughts without pointing directly at the professor. He observed Snape, who had since diverted his gaze. Quirrell felt Voldemort's eyes had briefly glimpsed Harry through him, revealing a troubling fixation on the boy. At that moment, the feast concluded. The remnants of food on the long table vanished as if conjured away. Dumbledore rose, and an immediate hush enveloped the room. "Now that everyone is satisfied, I wish to share a few words. At the commencement of this term, I must address some important matters. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. I urge some of our upperclassmen to remember this as well." Dumbledore's gaze sparkled as it swept towards the Weasley twins. "Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will occur in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to represent the house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all of you. Those who wish to avoid unforeseen and grievous misfortunes should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." What a clear invitation to the students to explore the mysteries lurking beyond, one might think. At the very least, Quirrell noticed the eager expressions that had begun to appear on the faces of the Weasley twins. Undeterred by the murmurs from below, Professor Dumbledore raised his voice once more. "Before we retire for the night, let us come together to sing the school song." With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and curling like a serpent above the great dining table, forming lines of text. "Each of you may choose your preferred melody," Dumbledore continued. "Ready, sing." And thus, the entire faculty and student body erupted into song. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to a wealth of fascinating things. For now, our brains are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivial matters. Impart to us some valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. Do your utmost, and leave the rest to us. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust." Their singing was a cacophony, a veritable dance of chaos. The professors at the head table also began to rise from their seats. "Yes, my lord. It has come to an end. After I cast the two trolls into the fray, I could not enter myself," Quirrell stammered. "Voldemort, with his twisted psyche, relishes the fear of others, He desires not loyalty, but terror. Very well, then, seek every opportunity to navigate the challenges ahead and perform admirably. Should you succeed, untold wealth and glory shall be yours, Voldemort declared, before abruptly shifting the topic. Quirrell, you do not harbor resentment for my borrowing of your body, do you? And no, it is my honor to serve the great Dark Lord, Quirrell thought, but a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, an agonizing pain surged through him, as if each inch of his bones were being hammered with a mallet. He slid from his chair, curling up on the floor, racked with spasms. 2 minutes felt like an eternity, and when the pain finally receded, Quirrell lay crumpled on the ground, soaked and gasping for breath. I'm quite dissatisfied with your progress. Banish any thoughts that do not belong to you, and complete the task I have assigned without delay, or next time, it shall not be so easily concluded, Voldemort warned, his presence fading into a chilling silence, siphoning away a portion of Quirrell's life force. As Voldemort lay dormant, Quirrell's body sustained the flow of life to him. Yet it remained tenuous. Each awakening of Voldemort significantly increased the drain. It was a trickle, a torrent released. After a considerable time, Quirrell slowly propped himself up with his arms, laboriously rising to his feet, head bowed, and leaning against the wall, he shuffled toward the inner lounge, collapsing onto his bed. Lying in bed, Quirrell felt waves of pain coursing through his body. His eyes darkened with a brooding intensity as he recognized that any notion of progress was merely an excuse. After all, it was not feasible to confront someone and demand to know if they had completed their tasks. Moreover, the school year had just commenced. The mere sight of Harry had triggered a reaction in him, providing a convenient outlet for his frustrations. That old Bidion would ultimately have to settle the score. The following morning, Quirrell awoke early. Although he still felt somewhat weakened from the previous night's rest, he was capable of moving about normally. He had possessed the class schedule for several days but had yet to examine it. Initially, he had intended to review it the previous evening, but circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. After refreshing himself, he sat at his desk, consuming the breakfast delivered by the house elf, Kaka, while opening the schedule. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. 40 class hours per week. He recalled Professor Chilo's previous course on Muggle studies, which comprised a mere 19 hours. Quirrell's lips twitched involuntarily. The breakfast had lost its appeal. Chapter 12, Classes. 7 classes per day, 5 days a week. The schedule was packed to the brim. The first class commenced at 8:30 a.m. and lasted until 10 o'clock a.m., followed by a 15-minute break. 2 more classes ensued, interspersed with another 15-minute respite, continuing until noon. Lunchtime was allotted 1 hour, and classes resumed at 1 o'clock p.m. with a relentless succession of 4 classes. For the 6th and 7th years, all 4 houses attended together, while other years had separate classes by house. As for the other subjects, it was uncertain, but the Defense Against the Dark Arts class did not convene with 2 houses combined. Fortunately, the classroom was located on the 4th floor of the castle, directly above his office, which had a staircase leading straight to it. Being in the 5th year, and as a member of the esteemed Ravenclaw house, the classroom atmosphere remained relatively serene. Quirrell exited through the side door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, with the podium nearby. Ascending the platform, he set down the examination papers, and the remnants of whispers dissipated into silence. Surveying the students, Quirrell began, "Greetings, everyone. I am Quirrell Chilo, and I shall be your professor for defense against the dark arts from this day forth. I trust many of you remember me. Perhaps some might question my ability to teach this subject, having previously served solely as a professor of Muggle studies. However, let that skepticism be directed towards the students of other years. As for you, you ought to be aware of what the 5th year entails. That is, the ordinary wizarding level examinations. Thus, this year's focus in defense against the dark arts will be on intensive review and preparation for this examination. To that end, I have devised a strategy that employs a barrage of practice questions, aiming to ensure that each of you passes this examination." After Quirrell's address, the students below displayed minimal reaction, clearly having prepared themselves mentally. After all, they were Ravenclaws, the scholars of Hogwarts. As this marked the first major class of the semester, they would begin with a baseline assessment. As he spoke, Quirrell drew his wand and with a gentle flick uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." Instantly, all the examination papers floated gracefully into the air, precisely landing on each student's desk. This display left everyone astonished, showcasing an exceptional mastery of the levitation charm and an extraordinary level of control over magical spells, skills that Quirrell himself had not possessed prior to confronting a giant. The class was spent in the midst of their assessments. Once the bell rang, all pens were set down, and with a wave of his wand, Quirinus summoned all the papers to his lectern, where they stacked neatly in an orderly fashion. The students gazed at this enchanting display with wide-eyed admiration. As soon as Quirinus departed, a flurry of discussions erupted among the students. Professor Chilo's display was truly impressive, papers soaring through the air. This thought echoed in the minds of the boys, who, despite being from Ravenclaw, were still boys. Has Professor Chilo forgotten to assign homework? Shoo, Penelope, don't let the professor hear you. The mischievous little creatures, known as Cornish pixies, were blue, stood approximately 8 inches tall, and possessed the ability to fly. Relishing in their playful antics, they sometimes led individuals astray or induced a state of disorientation. A simple freezing charm could render them immobile. These pixies had been procured through Hagrid, and though they were named after Cornwall, they were not exclusive to that region. They could also be found in the Forbidden Forest. The defense against the dark arts curriculum for the first 3 years primarily focused on combating dark creatures, while the defensive strategies against dark magic would only be introduced in the 4th year. The emphasis during the first 3 years was on mastering foundational knowledge and accumulating spellcasting skills. Quirinus had no ulterior motives. He was content to follow a structured teaching approach. Indeed, true to the spirit of Gryffindor's daring youth, as class approached, Quirinus could hear the raucous noise emanating from the classroom below. It was only when he stepped into the classroom and took his place at the lectern that silence fell. All right, let us commence our lesson. Quirinus surveyed the room and declared, 4th year marks a pivotal turning point. The first 3 years are about laying the groundwork, while the 4th year is the time to put your knowledge into practice. Therefore, for this first lesson, we shall not require textbooks. Take out your wands. The young lions erupted in cheers, hastily stowing away their books and brandishing their wands, eager anticipation gleaming in their eyes as they looked at Quirinus. They moved their desks to the sides of the classroom, clearing the center to create an open space. From the 4th year onward, we must learn to confront dark magic, to defend against it, which signifies that we will study how to face dark wizards and engage in combat. Quirinus cleared his throat, his expression growing serious as he spoke. This world may appear peaceful, but beneath the surface, turmoil brews. I hope that upon your graduation, when faced with dark wizards and peril, you will possess at least the basic skills for self-preservation. Quirinus' demeanor was grave. At the mention of danger and battling dark wizards, the young witches and wizards seemed to be invigorated with newfound energy. In regard to combat, what do you believe is the most crucial element? Quirinus asked as he scanned the room. Taking the initiative came the response. The most important thing is powerful magic and formidable spells. The crowd engaged in animated discussion. Quirinus listened with keen interest. Since his arrival in the magical realm, he had not encountered much combat, with only a singular encounter with a giant to speak of. However, having come from a society characterized by an explosion of information and possessing a penchant for contemplation, he had deduced several elements of combat. Observing the students growing increasingly fervent in their discourse, Quirinus raised his hands to silence them, and once tranquility was restored, he remarked that indeed, they were all correct. Instantly, many faces lit up with joy, but Quirinus continued, "Yet your insights are incomplete. I have distilled the essence of combat into 4 key points: strength, speed, defense, and evasion. Strength pertains to the potency of spells, influenced by various factors such as the caster's proficiency, unwavering resolve, and the inherent power of one's magic. A spell lacking sufficient power, even if cast upon a person, may result in nothing more than a mere nosebleed. Speed encompasses the velocity of spell casting, the swiftness from launch to impact, as well as one's own physical speed, including movement and reflexes. Defense involves self-protection. In combat, one should not rely solely on a single spell to vanquish an opponent. While a decisive resolution is desirable, one must be prepared for timely and effective defense if that outcome is unattainable. Evasion refers to dodging an opponent's spells during battle. One cannot simply stand idle, hurling spells back and forth. Instead, one must be agile, even anticipating the trajectory of the opponent's spell and evading in advance before counterattacking. The ability to evade hinges on acute perception and swiftness. Quirinus continued to expound, while the surrounding students listened intently. Next, we shall engage in practical exercises. Upon his conclusion, the young lions buzzed with excitement. Chapter 13, The Combat System. As 4th years, the disparity in your magical abilities and spell proficiency is minimal. Thus, the judicious application of spells becomes paramount. To excel in combat, one must first establish a comprehensive combat system. Offensive spells, restraining spells, and defensive spells form the foundation. Ideally, one should also incorporate enhancement spells to bolster one's capabilities. The curriculum for 4th grade sufficiently covers the establishment of a basic combat system, including offensive spells like disarming charms, stunning spells, petrification spells, and projectile spells which directly inflict damage or incapacitate adversaries. This year, you will learn the Ironclad Charm, an exceptionally practical and powerful spell. Mastering it before the 5th grade Ordinary Wizard Proficiency exam will grant you additional points. Restraining spells such as the Quagmire Charm, Slippery Path Charm, Freezing Charm, and Obstacles Charm. Indeed, even Growth Charms can alter terrain, restrict enemy movement, and compel mistakes. For enhancing one's state, the Hypersense Charm can amplify one's 5 senses. You might even consider incorporating Transfiguration to enrich your combat system further. The students around him were captivated, their eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. They had previously believed combat merely consisted of spell exchanges, unaware of the myriad intricacies involved. Now, let us demonstrate the principles of offense and defense. Quirrell proclaimed, "You may attack, while I shall defend. Mr. Nocamp, you may proceed first." He randomly selected a student, and the surrounding pupils parted to create a spacious arena. With Quirrell and Nocamp standing 10 paces apart. "Do not be anxious. Employ the spell you're most proficient in," Quirrell urged, his demeanor relaxed, hands hanging at his sides. "Repel swiftly." Nocamp stepped forward, articulating the incantation with clarity, swiftly brandishing his wand in a decisive motion. A pale yellow beam of spell light erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Quirrell with great speed. Quirrell raised his wand before him, chanting, "Armoris." The shield charm did not manifest in any ostentatious light. Instead, Nocamp's repelling spell seemed to collide with an invisible barrier before shattering into nothingness. Almost immediately, Nocamp unleashed a series of spells: disarm, petrify, one after another, all dissipating before Quirrell, rendering him unable to make even the slightest movement. Nocamp, somewhat disheartened, lowered his gaze. "Bravo!" Quirrell applauded. "Excellent spell-casting gestures, smooth execution. Mr. Nocamp has a firm grasp of his spells." The crowd joined in applause, and Nocamp's spirits lifted instantly. What I just demonstrated was a defensive spell, the shield charm. As you witnessed, a single shield charm was sufficient to withstand Mr. Nocamp's assault. However, should the levels of magical prowess be comparable, a solitary shield charm may merely counter one offensive spell. Thus, even after mastering the shield charm, one must remain vigilant. Furthermore, if wielded adeptly, the shield charm can even deflect an opponent's spell. I previously remarked on Mr. Nocamp's solid command of his spells, yet it was somewhat rigid. A spell executed with standard incantation and gestures can facilitate rapid learning and spellcasting. However, once proficiency is achieved, we ought to minimize these gestures and even the incantations, casting with a mere flick of the wrist, silently. Moreover, in combat spells, there is no need for an abundance. Each individual should select one spell to focus on and refine through diligent practice, quality over quantity. For instance, Mr. Nocamp's repelling charm is superior to both the disarming and petrifying spells. Thus, we shall prioritize practice of this spell moving forward. Quirrell continued. "Now, let us delve into the shield charm. Pair up. Practice is the most effective teacher. One will attack while the other defends, using the petrifying spell for offense and the shield charm for defense. The one standing to my left shall initiate. Evasion is not permitted. We shall take turns." A mischievous smile graced Quirrell's lips. The students began their practice, relishing the rare opportunity to cast spells upon their peers. After all, the petrifying spell merely immobilizes without harm, allowing them to cast freely. Should one fail to conjure the shield charm and be petrified, a simple counterspell would suffice. As the class drew to a close, the lions expressed their lingering enthusiasm. Quirrell, seizing the moment, declared, "Oh, before I forget, there is indeed an assignment, a 2-foot-long paper on the shield charm. That will be all for today." To gain entry into the advanced class is indicative of their commendable academic performance, a wealth of theoretical knowledge, and a solid foundation in magical practices. They have mastered the shield charm and are nearly on par with adult wizards, with some exceptional individuals even having grasped the art of silent casting. When addressing these upper-grade students, aside from the relevant content from the textbook, the focus has been on the 4 essential elements of combat, alongside training in the shield charm to resist curses. The distinction between knowing and effectively utilizing a spell is paramount. In a world where magical prowess is prevalent, it is astonishing that within the vast ministry of magic, many individuals cannot even conjure a simple shield charm. Just as one must practice martial arts to retain skill, the same principle applies to magic. Neglecting its use leads to a decline in competency. This is particularly true for those who remain fixated on standard casting postures and incantations. Prolonged disuse can render one unable to perform even basic spells. This is why students are urged to focus intently on mastering one or two specific spells. Achieving a level of proficiency enhances their potency and fosters muscle memory, enabling quicker responses during unexpected situations. In the heat of battle, while others unleash a flurry of spells, one cannot afford to hesitate in choosing an incantation. Of course, one cannot entirely abandon other spells. Rather, there should be a balance between breadth and specialization. Quirrell currently excels at the stunning spell and the levitation charm, particularly the latter, which has proven immensely practical. Nonetheless, he feels a lingering inadequacy, sensing that his rudimentary combat framework is more suited for novices rather than formidable sorcerers. In clashes between titans like Voldemort and Dumbledore, who resorts to the stunning spell, and Severus Snape, with a mere flick of his wrist, casts the killing curse. How impressive that is! Such commonplace offensive spells are only fitting for average wizards. One must delve into more potent incantations to construct a more formidable tactical framework. However, dark magic cannot be wielded openly, and having personally engaged with it, one truly feels the insidious nature of dark magic eroding one's spirit. In the lead-up to the school year, Quirrell found himself frequently employing the soul-stealing curse, yearning to unleash it upon anyone he encountered. The intoxicating sensation of complete control over another person is utterly irresistible. The killing curse, demanding a fierce intent to kill, grows stronger with the intensity of one's murderous intent. Moreover, the habitual use of such curses can corrupt one's magical essence, rendering the killing curse increasingly formidable. Yet, this malevolent intent gnaws at the soul, making self-control increasingly elusive, leading one to consider violence against those who displease them, a fate that has befallen many notorious criminals in past lives. In this idealistic magical realm, numerous spells necessitate emotional reinforcement. For instance, the Patronus charm requires feelings of joy and optimism, while apparition demands a fervent desire to reach a specific destination. Conversely, the majority of dark magic relies on negative emotions. The killing curse stems from murderous intent, the torture curse embodies torment, and the soul-stealing curse arises from a desire for control. Intense emotional fluctuations, particularly prolonged exposure to negativity, can ultimately devastate an individual. Calmness is not a trait easily possessed by a proficient wizard. Dark magic, while undeniably powerful, is not so easily mastered. Far too many individuals have succumbed to becoming slaves to their own magical abilities. After a day of classes, Quirrell nearly collapsed in his office from exhaustion. Yet, upon completing the lessons, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Teaching is indeed a process of revisiting the old to discover the new, particularly for someone like him, who had recently ventured into the magical realm. Having developed his own preliminary thoughts was nothing short of remarkable. In the ensuing days, Quirrell diligently adhered to the curriculum, instructing his students with earnestness. During this time, he also complied with Voldemort's request to explore the obstacles on the 4th floor of the castle. He had encountered the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, and it became abundantly clear that Fluffy, aside from Hagrid, paid no heed to anyone else. Even when Quirrell claimed to be visiting his giant friend, it was of no consequence. The stunning spell merely tickled the dog's thick fur. Perhaps Voldemort could subdue it, but such an action would likely attract too much attention, especially with Dumbledore still around. Quirrell was aware of the methods to tame Fluffy, yet he deemed it prudent to keep this knowledge hidden until he could devise a way to evade Voldemort's scrutiny. Thus, his next objective was to investigate the means of subduing the beast. His earlier conversation with Dumbledore had made Quirrell acutely aware of the latter's suspicions regarding Voldemort's presence, which presented Quirrell with an opportunity for assistance. He pondered whether the former Professor Quirrell had received any hints from Dumbledore, or if he had misinterpreted them or even fully capitulated to Voldemort in hopes of becoming his primary henchman once the task was completed. However, Quirrell found little value in such a notion. Should Voldemort sense any peril, he would undoubtedly drain Quirrell and Dumbledore their strength. While they might fail against such a formidable foe, Quirrell was determined to save himself, rather than become mere fodder. The task of separating Voldemort from his essence without his awareness was exceedingly difficult, and Quirrell suspected that Dumbledore had few solutions at hand. It was imperative to devise a means of self-preservation, as remaining discreet would enhance the chances of success, and Quirrell had begun to formulate a plan. Quirrell did not actively seek the company of the trio of saviors. Currently, it was merely a duo, or rather, the savior, and his loyal sidekick. The environment of the magical world was exceedingly congenial for Harry Potter, devoid of reprimands or oppression, save for one haughty bat. In fact, many regarded and revered him, especially after his selection as a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry had shed his previous timid demeanor and was evolving into a true Gryffindor. Perhaps he was, at his core, always a Gryffindor, merely repressed for too long, now liberated to express his true nature. On weekends, Hogwarts held no classes, allowing professors the freedom to leave the school. At the invitation of Professor Flitwick, Quirrell made his way to the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a drink. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, a village renowned for its pure wizarding population, he noted the distinctive character of each building, all retaining the charm of 17th century England. The village was replete with shops, serving as the largest center for wizarding commerce outside of Diagon Alley, far more extensive than the few he had observed in the films of his previous life. In the vicinity of Hogwarts, dark wizards and smugglers abound. Yet they tend to exercise restraint, particularly during the busy times in Hogsmeade, when the caged young wizards flood into the village, causing these nefarious figures to vanish without a trace. Upon entering the Three Broomsticks, Quirrell found the establishment quite populated. His gaze quickly fell upon Professor Flitwick seated in a corner, and he approached with haste, exclaiming, "Professor Flitwick, what a surprise to see you here so early." Rising to greet him, Flitwick replied, "I have just arrived as well, Quirrell. I dare say it has been quite some time since you savored the fire whiskey here. Do take a seat." "Indeed, I have missed this place. The atmosphere remains just as I remember it," Quirrell said with a smile as he settled down. "Ah, Professor Kettleburn. It has been ages," came the cheerful voice of Madame Rosmerta. Madame Rosmerta was as enchanting as ever, and Quirrell thought that since he was here, he must share a drink with her. His eyes brightened at the sight of her, for she possessed a beauty that was both striking and sophisticated, akin to a fully bloomed rose. Rosmerta brought forth a drink, and, taking a seat beside him, remarked, "Professor Kettleburn, you certainly know how to flatter. Today's libation is on me." "Madame Rosmerta, we cannot play favorites," Flitwick interjected, feigning displeasure. "That simply will not do. Today it must be my treat. I sincerely wish to share a drink with you." "Madame Rosmerta," Quirrell interjected before she could respond. Rosmerta smiled radiantly, readily agreeing, and then turned to fetch a glass from the bar. They clinked their glasses together, and she took a delicate sip from her drink. Flitwick observed the two with a teasing glint in his eye, undeterred by their merriment. Quirrell downed his drink and, feeling a lingering desire for more, remarked, "Madame Rosmerta, your fire whiskey truly lives up to its reputation. I recall yearning for a taste of it during my student days, yet you would not sell it to me. You were but a student then. I could hardly risk serving you alcohol, lest Professor Flitwick come after me." Rosmerta chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. Now in her 30s, Rosmerta was a few years older than Quirrell, having taken over the family business long before he graduated. "Indeed, I would have had to confine you, making you scrub dishes here at the Three Broomsticks." Flitwick feigned a serious demeanor, eliciting laughter from both. Their laughter drew the attention of other patrons in the bar. "What house were you in, Madame Rosmerta?" Quirrell inquired with a smile. "I was a Hufflepuff. Time flies so swiftly. It has nearly been 20 years since my graduation." Rosmerta reflected, before continuing, "Please, just call me Rosmerta. Then I shall call you Quirrell, if you don't mind," he replied. "And you, Quirrell? Which house did you belong to?" Rosmerta asked in turn. Quirrell pointed to the diminutive Professor Flitwick beside him. "Professor Flitwick is both my professor and head of house." "Oh, how splendid. Transitioning from student to colleague must surely delight Professor Flitwick," exclaimed Rosmerta, covering her mouth in astonishment. "I take great pride in the fact that Quirrell is an exceptionally talented wizard," Professor Flitwick replied with a sense of pride. "If only I had been sorted into Ravenclaw back in the day," Rosmerta lamented with a wistful expression. "In truth, I believe Hufflepuff is the most remarkable of all the houses," Quirrell remarked thoughtfully after a moment's contemplation. This revelation not only surprised Rosmerta, but also astonished Professor Flitwick, who had always believed his own house to be the finest. Certainly, other houses have their merits. Ravenclaw is indeed magnificent. Yet Hufflepuff is particularly renowned for its tolerance and generosity, Quirrell continued. Gryffindor seeks only the most courageous students, Ravenclaw demands exceptional intellect, and Slytherin prizes ambition, whereas honesty belongs to Hufflepuff. In truth, Hufflepuff offers a haven for those who might otherwise be overlooked, providing everyone with an equitable opportunity to learn magic. As long as you arrive at Hogwarts, you can study magic. You may lack courage, wisdom, or formidable ambition, but if you come, Hufflepuff becomes your home. Is Hufflepuff truly inferior, then? Integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience define Hufflepuff. The latter quality indicates that Hufflepuff possesses the courage to face challenges. As for intellect, the top student in the third year is from Hufflepuff. The house may not be adept at self-promotion, accustomed instead to remaining in the shadows. Yet many legendary wizards hail from Hufflepuff, including the recent Newt Scamander, a world-renowned magizoologist. "Oh, Quirinus, how eloquently you speak," Professor Flitwick said, wiping his eyes. Rosmerda's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed intently at Quirinus, her voice filled with emotion. "This is the first time I have encountered such a perspective. Thank you for vindicating Hufflepuff. I merely spoke from my heart," Quirinus admitted, feeling a touch bashful, having indulged a bit too much after a couple of drinks. "Quirinus, it is thanks to your company that I can enjoy such exquisite wines at no cost," Professor Flitwick jested. "Then let us do this again next time," Quirinus smiled. "That may not be appropriate." Professor Flitwick hesitated, aware that while enjoying free offerings is delightful, it cannot become a habit. "Ha ha, Professor Flitwick, you are simply delightful. I meant that next time. I shall treat you." Quirinus laughed heartily, relishing a rare moment of joy that seemed to dispel the shadows cast by Voldemort. "Ha ha, Quirinus, you startle me." Professor Flitwick chuckled in response. Laughter echoed through the expansive mountain path. Chapter 15. The Quidditch Match. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, Quirinus had been serving as the defense against the dark arts professor for nearly 2 months. Thanks to Quirinus's status as an esteemed Ravenclaw graduate, Professor Flitwick generously allowed him to traverse the Ravenclaw Tower at will. Every weekend, I would take a stroll through Hogsmeade, often inviting Hagrid to share a drink and engage in conversation at the Three Broomsticks, ostensibly to gather strategies for dealing with Lucius. Voldemort had become aware of the identity of the three-headed dog's owner, which only intensified his disdain for Hagrid, a former classmate. As for how he learned this, well, over the past 2 months, Quirinus had felt his health deteriorating day by day, as if life itself was ebbing away. In response, he had devised an initial counteroffensive plan and devoted himself to mastering the Cruciatus Curse, with the target not being the students, but rather Hagrid's precious creature, the Acromantula. The Acromantula is a fearsome, dark, magical creature. However, apart from its sheer numbers, potent venom, and fearsome pincers, it possesses no other significant abilities, posing no real obstacle to Quirinus. His proficiency with the Cruciatus Curse was advancing rapidly, and once he succeeded, he would be sure to express his gratitude to them. The implementation of his plan was drawing near. As November arrived, the air had grown quite frigid. The mountaintops surrounding the school were cloaked in ice and snow, and the lake's surface had begun to freeze. Frost had appeared on the ground by morning. Hagrid, clad in a thick moleskin coat, donned rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, was busy de-icing the brooms in the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced, a beloved sport in the wizarding world, characterized by a thrilling clash of strength and speed, despite its questionable scoring system. The first match of the term was scheduled for Saturday, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was well known. Slytherin looked down upon Gryffindor's recklessness, while Gryffindor scoffed at Slytherin's blood purity ideology. Thus, the entire student body's attention was predominantly focused on these two houses. The match promised to be intense, with injuries and player reductions being commonplace. Particularly noteworthy was the debut of Harry Potter, the Savior, in his first Quidditch match, which had already sparked considerable discussion prior to the event. After all, being selected as a Seeker in his first year was unprecedented, especially having undergone merely a few weeks of training. Thankfully, their trio had successfully formed, with Hermione's assistance ensuring they did not fall behind on their assignments, or else they would have been in dire straits. Quirinus pondered how they would reconcile their differences without the presence of the troll, surmising it was likely when Hermione had sought refuge in the basement, crying on Halloween night, prompting Harry and Ron to search for her after not spotting her during the feast. At that moment, young girls were easily appeased, a certainty he could count on. Quirinus felt a twinge of regret, wishing to see how far the Savior could go without Hermione's aid. Would he face suspension for failing to complete his assignments? At 10 o'clock in the morning, all faculty and students were making their way to the Quidditch pitch. Quirinus emerged from his office and had just reached the stairwell when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning casually, he was taken aback to see Severus Snape descending from the 4th floor, his expression as impassive as ever. Quirinus greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Professor Snape, what brings you down from the 4th floor? Come, let's go to the pitch and watch the match together." Snape replied, "Must I report to you my whereabouts, Quirrell?" Severus Snape spoke in a rather somber tone. "There's no need for that. I merely inquired casually." Quirinus sensed the malevolence in Snape's voice, but remained unfazed, shrugging in response. Snape had always believed that Quirrell harbored some ulterior motive, and he found this notion quite vexing, for Snape's intuition was remarkably acute. Just as they were conversing, a small girl with disheveled hair rushed past them, seemingly in great haste. Recognizing her, Snape's voice took on a melancholic tone as he remarked, "Failing to greet a professor warrants a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor. No, 10 points for both professors." The girl halted abruptly, her face flushed with disbelief as she stared wide-eyed at Snape and Quirrell. It was Hermione Granger. Gritting her teeth, she managed to say, "Good morning, Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell," before storming off in a huff, not waiting for a response. Quirrell was left in a state of shock. Snape's actions were indeed astonishing, as it was rare for a head of house to bully a first-year girl in such a manner. "No wonder the entire school despises you, Professor Snape," Quirrell remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Snape's expression darkened as he retorted, "I am merely fulfilling my duties as a professor," and with a cold snort he swiftly passed by Quirrell. Amused, Quirrell followed suit, descending the stairs with quickened steps. Meanwhile, Hermione dashed into the Gryffindor team's preparation area at the Quidditch pitch, pulling Harry aside, with Ron in tow. In a hushed tone, she confided, "Harry, on my way down, I saw Professor Snape coming from the direction of the fourth-floor chamber, only to be intercepted by Professor Quirrell." Harry gasped in astonishment, asserting, Snape must be planning to sneak into the chamber while everyone is distracted by the match, aiming to steal the treasures the headmaster has hidden. With a dejected expression, he added, "Unfortunately, we have yet to uncover what lies within." "We could assist him in combating the nefarious Snape," Ron suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Perhaps he knows how to deal with the three-headed dog, and Snape is threatening him to keep quiet." "Indeed," Harry replied, his fists clenched in determination. "Once the match concludes, we shall seek an opportunity to inquire, though I wonder if Professor Quirrell can withstand Snape's pressure." By 11 o'clock, the entire student body had gathered, with Dumbledore notably absent, as he seldom participated in such events. Soon, the match commenced, and both teams soared into the air. Harry, mounted on his Firebolt 2000, secured a vantage point, diligently searching for the elusive golden snitch. While the other players engaged in fierce competition, the seekers glided leisurely amidst the heights. Below, Gryffindor scored first, thanks to Angelina, a spirited young woman. Remaining aloft, Harry's gaze roamed, ever watchful for the snitch, while occasionally evading the bludgers that darted up from below. Suddenly, Harry appeared to glimpse something diving down from the heights. Terence Higgs, the seeker for Slytherin, also noticed it. A golden flash, the golden snitch. Both raced towards the elusive snitch, yet it darted swiftly and nimbly away. Ultimately, they surged forward side by side. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs's, for he was riding the Nimbus 2000, the finest broom of the era. The chasers seemed to have forgotten their objectives, hovering in the air, captivated by the contest between the two seekers. The atmosphere was palpable with tension. Quirrell sat just behind Snape, observing as Snape's lips pressed tightly together, his hands gripping his robes with fervor. Harry accelerated, suddenly propelling himself closer to the golden snitch. Just as he was about to seize it, a loud crash echoed. Marcus Flint emerged ferociously from his side, colliding directly with Harry. Harry spun off course but clung tenaciously to his broom, avoiding a fall. "Foul!" the Gryffindors shouted in unison. Quirrell noticed Snape's body relax, contemplating a witty remark to mock him when suddenly, Voldemort's hoarse voice pierced the air. "Quirrell, let us create some obstacles for the great savior." Voldemort's tone dripped with derision. Quirrell frowned, feeling reluctant. The stands were filled with spectators, and Voldemort was instructing him to act in this public arena. Was he mad? "Hurry!" Voldemort's voice was laced with impatience. Reluctantly, Quirrell clasped his wand within his robes, fixating on Harry, his lips curling as he began to cast the moving charm, which could manipulate objects more effectively than the levitation charm. In light of Flint's earlier foul, a penalty shot was awarded, much to the discontent of the Gryffindor supporters. Nevertheless, the match continued. In the sky, just as Harry had steadied his broom and narrowly evaded a bludger that whizzed past his scalp, his broom suddenly trembled violently. For a moment, he feared he would plummet, gripping the broom tightly and pinning it with his knees, his body leaning forward. Never had he felt such terror. Falling from this height would surely leave him bruised and battered. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, the broom shook violently again, as if it were determined to throw him off. Harry attempted to steer towards wood, hoping to signal for a match pause, but realized the broom had completely slipped from his control. After a bout of fierce shaking, the broom began weaving erratically through the air, swaying violently as if intent on dislodging him. No one noticed Harry's distress, assuming he was merely performing antics. Hagrid muttered, perplexed by Harry's apparent antics, remarking that if he didn't know better, he would think Harry was incapable of controlling his broom. But how could that be? The broom continued its wild oscillation, soaring higher and higher with Harry clinging on. Finally, someone recognized Harry's peril. Commentator Lee Jordan shouted through the loudspeaker, "Look at Harry. Goodness, he is about to fall." It was only then that the crowd realized Harry's broomstick had begun to roll uncontrollably. Unable to maintain his grip, Harry was flung off, but fortunately, he managed to clutch the broom with one hand, hovering precariously in the air. At that moment, the broom abruptly ceased its tumultuous movements, settling into a slight tremor. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, though he was nearing his limits. Quirrell, of course, had no intention of harming Harry in front of the entire audience. He did not wish to end Harry's life, but was merely following Voldemort's directive to toy with him. Even if Harry were to fall, he could ensure his safety. Especially with so many professors present, Snape would certainly not neglect Harry's welfare. However, he underestimated the captivating allure of the match. With the great savior dangling precariously from the broom, no one seemed to notice, compelling him to escalate his actions. Indeed, once the crowd became aware, an unseen force began to interfere with his control over the broom. Stealing a glance at Snape's moving lips, Quirrell smirked, maintaining his magical output while countering Snape's efforts. While he may not yet be Snape's equal, he had gained the upper hand. Seizing control from him would not prove an easy task. The broom trembled, no longer exhibiting its initial wildness. Harry clung desperately to the broom, striving to climb back on. The Gryffindor team attempted to assist him, but each time they approached, the broom would ascend further, leaving them to circle below, waiting for Harry to falter so they could catch him. Meanwhile, Slytherin seized the opportunity to score 5 goals. Yet no one paid them any heed. All eyes were anxiously fixated on Harry. On the opposite stands, Hermione did not watch Harry. Instead, she seized Hagrid's binoculars and directed her gaze toward the professor's balcony. Lowering the binoculars, her face filled with indignation, she exclaimed, "It's Snape. I can see his lips moving. He's casting a spell on Harry, and Professor Quirrell is attempting to counter him. What should we do?" Ron was at a loss. "Watch me. I will assist Professor Quirrell," Hermione declared resolutely. Before Ron could utter another word, Hermione vanished from sight. She swiftly traversed the stands, reaching the back of the teacher's section. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she pointed her wand at Snape's robe, and a burst of fire erupted before she stealthily retreated. After a few moments, the flames intensified, prompting Snape to realize the danger. He sprang up in a flurry to extinguish the blaze, as a startled cry arose from Professor Sinistra, who nearly became a victim of the flames. Several professors around her, startled, rose to distance themselves from Snape. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Water, flow forth." A stream of water surged from Quirrell's wand, accurately targeting Snape's chest before veering toward the burning hem of his robe. With a sizzling sound, the flames were extinguished, though Snape was left drenched, his greasy hair unchanged. "Bravo, Quirrell. Your quick thinking has saved the day indeed. You truly are a remarkable fellow. If there is anyone to commend in all of Hogwarts, it must be Professor Flitwick." "You flatter me, Professor Flitwick," Quirrell said, waving his hand dismissively before turning to Snape. "Are you all right, Professor Snape?" "Umph, I am perfectly fine," Snape replied, casting a fierce glare at Quirrell before promptly redirecting his gaze to the sky. There! Harry's broom had finally ceased its trembling, and he seized the opportunity to ascend once more. Suddenly, Harry darted towards the ground, leaping off his broom just before landing. He covered his mouth with his hand, and, a moment later, he expelled something into his palm, the golden snitch. The stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers, the jubilant cries echoing through the air. 170-60, Gryffindor wins, Quirrell exclaimed. "What a shame, Professor Snape, such a splendid opportunity squandered by Slytherin." He watched as the crowd hoisted Harry into the air in celebration, smacking his lips in contemplation. "Oh, I must say, your water-conjuring charm was quite exquisite," Flitwick remarked, raising his eyebrows. "Ha ha, I concur," Quirrell winked back. As the match concluded, Harry, Ron, and Hermione convened at Hagrid's hut. "It was Snape," Ron declared loudly to Harry. "Hermione and I saw it. He was casting spells at you," muttering under his breath. Upon hearing this, Hagrid immediately objected. "Nonsense. Why would Professor Snape do such a thing?" Exchanging glances, Harry decided it was time to speak candidly. "We've uncovered some troubling information. We know that Professor Dumbledore has a treasure stored on the 4th floor, guarded by a 3-headed dog. We've often seen Snape lurking around that classroom, and we suspect he intends to retrieve whatever lies within." "Wait, how do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, placing the teapot down heavily, having just poured them all cups of strong tea. Fluffy? The three-headed dog? Hermione interjected, catching Hagrid's emphasis. You know, of course, Fluffy is mine. I lent him to Dumbledore for protection, Hagrid began, but then abruptly halted. What? Harry asked eagerly. Enough questions. That is Dumbledore's secret. And I must keep it, Hagrid said gruffly. But Snape is trying to steal it. How can we stop him if we don't know what it is? Hermione argued persuasively. Nonsense. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never commit such an act. Dumbledore trusts him implicitly, Hagrid insisted, still skeptical of the claims made by mere first-year wizards. He even tried to kill Harry, Ron muttered under his breath. And what about that fellow named Nicholas Flamel? Harry inquired. Chapter 17, The Scapegoat. However, Quirrell couldn't help but scoff at Voldemort's triumphant demeanor. Goodness, the Dark Lord stooping so low as to target a first-year wizard. How utterly beneath him. In recent days, Quirrell frequently encountered Harry and his friends around the campus. The trio often appeared as if they were on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated due to the presence of others. One day, after finishing a lesson for the first-year Gryffindors, Quirrell called Harry over and said, Mr. Potter, please come to my office at 8 o'clock this evening. I may require your assistance. Certainly, Professor Quirrell, Harry replied, taken aback by the professor's sudden request, which clearly indicated an evening detention. Harry, this is an opportunity. You can inquire about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone tonight, Hermione suggested. Indeed, Harry exclaimed, clapping his hands. At 8 o'clock, Harry arrived punctually outside the defense against the dark arts professor's office and knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Upon entering, Harry did not close the door tightly. He found Professor Quirrell engrossed in grading assignments and, not wanting to disturb him, stood by the desk, patiently waiting. After a while, Quirrell set down his quill and addressed Harry. Please, have a seat, Mr. Potter. Would you like a cup of tea? He poured a strong brew for Harry. Holding the cup with both hands, Harry felt a bit apprehensive. Quirrell chuckled softly, recognizing that Harry was merely a first-year wizard, naturally respectful towards his teacher. There's no need to be nervous. Let us converse as friends. May I call you Harry? Quirrell reassured him. Of course, it would be my honor, Professor. Harry nodded. Relax. Harry, there is no significant matter at hand. We're just having a chat, Quirrell continued soothingly. Harry scratched his head, surprised by Quirrell's attentiveness. He had been unable to concentrate in class lately due to his fruitless search for information regarding the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Professor, Harry hesitated, realizing that if he were to glean information from Quirrell and assist him against the malevolent Snape, he must be forthright. We uncovered a secret hidden in the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. There's a three-headed dog guarding something, and Snape intends to seize it. As he spoke, Harry discreetly observed Quirrell, noticing no signs of astonishment on his face, which gave him some assurance that, indeed, the professor was aware. We've seen him loitering in the 4th floor corridor. He must be trying to gain entrance to that classroom, but it's guarded by a three-headed dog, Harry added. Wait, you're saying Snape frequently lurks around the 4th floor? Quirrell inquired, somewhat astonished. The old bat likely believed that his objective was the Philosopher's Stone, hence his persistent surveillance. Yes, and during the last Quidditch match, Snape attempted to harm me. He cast a spell on my broomstick, but fortunately, Professor Quirrell intervened, Harry said, casting a grateful glance at Quirrell, who felt a bit embarrassed. It was I who meant to harm you. Oh, brilliant one. Meanwhile, Quirrell secretly chuckled to himself, thinking how the old bat was trying to undermine him, but ended up failing miserably. To others, it seemed he was the true villain. I have heard that the treasures within are connected to a figure named Nicholas Flamel. I wonder if Professor Quirrell is aware of who he is. And what exactly is being guarded inside? Harry continued. You are unfamiliar with Nicholas Flamel? Quirrell replied, somewhat astonished. I presume that young wizards like yourselves would be quite curious about such legendary sorcerers. No, we don't know, Harry said, scratching his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. Well, Nicholas Flamel is the greatest alchemist of the millennium and the sole creator and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone that is said to have the ability to turn base metals into gold and concoct the elixir of life. Quirrell explained. At that moment, he heard a faint gasp from outside the door, followed by a sudden, heavy intake of breath, yet chose not to acknowledge it. That's right, the object guarded by the three-headed dog is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's objective is to acquire it, Harry declared confidently, clapping his hands together. Is that so? What do you intend to do about it? Quirrell inquired, stroking his chin. With Christmas approaching, it seemed the time was ripe to set their plan into motion. We must thwart him in his wicked scheme, Harry stated resolutely, causing Quirrell to feel a twinge of embarrassment. No, you are merely a first-year student. Even a breath from Snape could incapacitate you. This matter is far too perilous for you to involve yourself in, Quirrell replied, shaking his head. Professor, Harry began, but Quirrell interrupted. Enough, Harry. You are here to learn, not to seek adventure. I am aware of this situation. You must not become entangled in it. Disappointment washed over Harry's face as he opened his mouth to argue, but was met with Quirrell's unwavering expression. Very well, Professor Quirrell, Harry said, turning away with a sense of loss. Why did everyone feel they could not assist? Hagrid felt the same, as did Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's insistence was sincere. He was preparing for his impending confrontation with Voldemort and wished to keep others out of harm's way, even the prophesied savior destined to vanquish the Dark Wizard. Simultaneously, he feared that Harry might inadvertently expose him, for his body was gradually weakening, transforming into a mere shell incapable of withstanding the protective magic surrounding Harry. He did not wish for the news of Voldemort's parasitic presence to circulate. It was imperative to expedite his plans. With a heavy heart, Harry exited Quirrell's office, making his way slowly towards Gryffindor Tower. As he rounded a corner, the darkness behind him shifted, and two figures emerged, Ron and Hermione, the latter clutching the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. In the following days, apart from attending classes, Quirrell did not see the trio again, only hearing that they, along with Neville, had been deducted 200 points, suggesting they were having a tough time and would likely face detention. Perhaps it was for the best, as he suspected they were no longer preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone. On Saturday morning, Quirrell found himself alone at the Three Broomsticks. The establishment was unusually quiet, with few patrons in attendance. Upon entering, he spotted Madame Rosmerta wearily polishing a glass behind the bar. Her eyes brightened as she noticed him enter. Quirrell, you have come, Rosmerta exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. Chapter 18, Knockturn Alley. As Rosmerta beamed with a radiant smile, Quirinus found himself unable to suppress the grin that adorned his face. The two exchanged laughter, gazing at each other with unspoken fondness. Ultimately, it was Rosmerta who succumbed, her cheeks tinged with a blush. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Allow me to prepare something for you, she said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Very well, Quirinus replied softly. The sunlight that day was splendid, streaming through the bar's windows and casting a warm, gentle glow that enhanced the already inviting ambience of the establishment. Seated across from one another, Rosmerta rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently upon Quirinus, who held a glass of flaming whiskey. They lingered in a leisurely manner, engaging in light conversation about amusing anecdotes from their school days, while more often than not, they simply exchanged unabashed glances, as if their eyes were magnetically drawn to one another. As the sun began to set, Quirinus rose to take his leave, and Rosmerta's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. She stood to accompany him to the door. Rosmerta seemed to anticipate something. Well, goodbye, she waved, only turning away once Quirinus's figure had vanished from sight. On Sunday, Quirinus stepped out of the gates of Hogwarts once more. As he strolled along the winding path, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a swift turn of his body, a soft whoosh echoed through the air, and he disappeared without a trace. In London, Knockturn Alley. This alley serves as a marketplace for wizards, albeit one that differs from Diagon Alley in that it specializes in the sale of dark magical items and various illicit goods. Even the smuggling of magical creatures is a common occurrence here. In a wizarding world where the legal system is far from perfect, such a place is not surprising. Knockturn Alley and Diagon Alley are interconnected, with the entrance just a short distance beyond Gringotts. While Diagon Alley is spacious and well-lit, Knockturn Alley is narrow and dimly lit, its only defining characteristic being its pervasive gloom. Strange-looking wizards, both male and female, are often seen sitting or standing along the alley's edges, embodying the archetypal images of wizards that circulate in the Muggle world. The study of dark magic often results in various repercussions, which are usually manifested in the appearance and demeanor of its practitioners. For instance, a certain noseless Dark Lord was once an elegant young man during his school days. As Quirinus walked through the shadowy confines of Knockturn Alley, he noticed the glances cast upon him by passers-by, which were anything but friendly. The displays in the shop windows flanking the alley showcased an array of chilling items, such as withered heads, desiccated arms, and shriveled infant corpses, enough to terrify even the faint-hearted. Quirinus continued onward until he reached a sizable circular square at the alley's depths, where dark wizards and smugglers congregated to sell their wares. After perusing the area, he observed a variety of dark magical items for sale, as well as the smuggling of various magical creatures. He even spotted a Vila and a Centaur, both of which are sentient beings with their own cultures and societies. Should such an occurrence be discovered, it would certainly not bode well. I have also observed individuals trafficking in monstrous creatures, such as the Niven snake, and even a few house elves congregating, seemingly eager to sell themselves. These self-selling house elves are often those who have committed grievous errors, resulting in their expulsion from their homes, or those from impoverished families left without support. The most alarming cases involve house elves who, unable to bear the burden of servitude, have turned against their masters. It is crucial to understand that the subservience of elves is deeply ingrained, almost inscribed in their very genes, rendering them reluctant to defy their master's commands. Without masters or employment, these elves are pitiable, subject to scorn from all, including both humans and their fellow kin. Humans often deem them unworthy of service, thus leading to their abandonment, rendering their self-sale more akin to a desperate search for employment. Quirrell approached a stall dealing in the smuggling of magical creatures, where the proprietor was shrouded in a black cloak and donned a mask, revealing only a pair of gnarled hands, clearly a dark wizard. "Good sir, do you have a three-headed dog? The Greek variety?" he inquired. The black wizard did not even lift his gaze. "Do you know of any effective means to deal with a three-headed dog?" Quirrell continued, but upon receiving no response, he turned away and sought the next vendor, using his inquiry about the three-headed dog as a pretext to conceal his true intentions. After consulting several stall owners, he received the same answer repeatedly. He soon arrived at another stall, where he was astonished to find a bat of Voldemort, a creature akin to the infamous Voldemort. This rare being resembled a black cloak, measuring merely half a foot in thickness. It is classified as a dangerous creature of level 5X, with the Patronus charm being the only known spell capable of repelling it, indicating that even the killing curse would be ineffective against it. "What is the price for this creature?" Quirrell inquired, feeling a pang of desire. The vendor, his face resembling that of a corpse, spoke with a stiffness in his facial muscles. After a brief glance at Quirrell, he uttered a chilling figure: 1,000 galleons. Quirrell furrowed his brow. This price was exorbitant. In the wizarding world, the purchasing power of a galleon is formidable. For context, Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, as the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, earns a salary just over 100 galleons per month. Quirrell, as a professor at Hogwarts, receives a mere 200 galleons monthly. 300, Quirrell countered. The vendor fell silent for a moment before responding with another figure: 900. Quirrell attempted to negotiate further, but the vendor brusquely stated, "If you do not wish to proceed, then leave." Embarrassed and lacking bargaining skills from 2 lifetimes, Quirrell acquiesced. "Very well. I shall take the bat of Voldemort." With that, he retrieved a substantial sum of galleons from his enchanted lizard skin belt, the clinking of coins drawing the attention of several onlookers. He extracted 900 galleons from the pile, returning the remainder to his pouch, undeterred by the vendor's astonished gaze, and promptly placed the bat of Voldemort into a leather case. The suitcase before him was a creation of Quirrell, a compact yet ingenious trunk imbued with the spell of seamless expansion. Although its dimensions were modest, akin to that of a single room, it housed treasures of strategic significance, invaluable in nature. Such spacious containers were notoriously challenging to craft, with Newt's being the sole known example of its kind. Just as Quirrell contemplated his departure, the vendor's words halted him. "I possess a dragon egg. Would you care for it?" "Dragon egg? Which dragon?" Quirrell was taken aback, for dragon eggs were exceedingly rare. "The Norwegian Ridgeback, acquired at great expense," the vendor elaborated. "I shall take it," Quirrell responded decisively, realizing that Hagrid's dragon hatchling was within reach. The value of a dragon egg far surpassed that of a common bat, a revelation that illuminated his fortune. Quirrell approached a group of house elves, who gazed at him with a blend of humility and supplication. He surveyed them. These elves appeared friendlier than those at Hogwarts, draped merely in a scrap of pillowcase. "I require a servant," Quirrell announced. The elves exchanged eager glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, yet none spoke. "You," he declared after a moment's contemplation, pointing to a particularly diminutive female elf nestled in the corner. He retrieved a robe from his shape-shifting lizard belt and tossed it to her. The elf, her eyes wide with disbelief, clutched the robe, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she trembled, proclaiming, "Dodo shall serve her master with utmost diligence." She then knelt, bowing her head reverently. The other elves appeared dimmed by envy, their gazes fixated upon Dodo. Onlookers in the square regarded this scene with scorn, for a masterless elf was deemed worthless. Who would wish to shelter such a lowly creature? The arrogance of wizards rendered them disdainful of these forsaken beings. With his business concluded, Quirrell turned to leave, Dodo cautiously trailing behind, clutching the robe. As he exited the square, several observant individuals began to stir. The vendor of the bats shook his head at the spectacle, then dismissed it, unconcerned. Chapter 19. The confrontation. Stepping out of Diagon Alley, Quirrell veered into a quieter, darker alleyway, with Dodo following closely in his wake. After a few paces, he halted abruptly. Two figures cloaked in black robes and masked faces obstructed his path. Another pair stood behind them, wands in hand, signaling that he had indeed been ensnared. Yet whether he would be the catch or the catcher depended on Quirrell's own prowess. Tension gripped him, for he faced 4 adult dark wizards, and he had never engaged in genuine combat with one before. Dodo, sensing the ominous atmosphere, trembled visibly. Yet instead of fleeing, she turned to confront the 2 dark wizards, raising her right hand as if to snap her fingers. "We want. Stand back, or Dodo shall not hold back." Her voice, though high-pitched and quaking, held an unwavering conviction that commanded attention. However, the 2 paid no heed to the diminutive sprite, whose existence was deemed so insignificant that they could scarcely fathom the audacity of such a creature attempting to confront the esteemed wizards. "What do you intend to do?" queried Quirrell, drawing his wand as if facing a formidable adversary. "Dodo, do take care of yourself," he murmured, feigning contemplation, while subtly casting an enhanced perception spell upon himself, a powerful tool for dueling. It was astonishing that the master demonstrated concern for one as humble as Dodo. The sprite, resolute in her determination to protect Quirrell, reaffirmed her commitment to safeguard her esteemed master. "Those who fail to recognize their place shall meet their demise," proclaimed the wizard, positioned to Quirrell's right, unable to contain himself as he unleashed a piercing curse. While many dark wizards would dare to employ silent spells for thievery, invoking the 3 unforgivable curses instilled profound psychological pressure. A thick, purple streak of energy surged towards Quirrell, but with quick reflexes, he deftly flicked his wand, channeling the ironclad curse to deflect the heart-piercing curse aside. The purple energy struck the adjacent wall, creating a small crater, and with a swift motion of his left hand, the ensuing debris transformed into a barrage of projectiles hurtling towards the 2 assailants. Seizing the moment, Quirrell pressed his advantage, pointing his wand at the man on the left, who collapsed in a haze. A gray flash whizzed by. The unfortunate fellow had barely evaded the stones before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Damn it, perish!" bellowed the irate wizard on the right, witnessing his comrade's fall. "Avada Kedavra!" A blinding green light surged forth, sending chills down Quirrell's spine. This was a curse to be evaded at all costs. He swiftly sidestepped the lethal ray. Initially, the 2 behind had intended to observe the fray, anticipating a division of spoils after their ally's demise. Yet, in a heartbeat, one had been vanquished, prompting them to act. One of them raised his wand, but with a sharp snap of her fingers, Dodo sent him flying as if struck by a freight truck. The other seized the opportunity, launching a heart-piercing curse straight at Quirrell. Having narrowly escaped the killing curse, Quirrell's heightened senses, a gift of the enhanced perception spell, allowed him to detect the vibrations of the incoming curse. He raised his wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that swiftly intercepted the heart-piercing curse. Without hesitation, he gestured with his left hand towards the unconscious dark wizard, sending him crashing into the furious adversary, who was solidly impacted against the wall. At that moment, the dark wizard previously flung by Dodo was just regaining his footing, only to be met with another stunning curse. Quirrell hastened to the side of the enraged wizard, who had just pushed off his fallen companion, only to find a wand thrust before him. As the irate wizard prepared to speak, he was met with the chilling sound of his soul departing. His pupils dilated, rendering him devoid of free will. Having dispatched 4 foes, Quirrell felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing as he steadied himself against the wall. Despite the brevity of the encounter, he had maintained an unwavering tension throughout, compounded by his frail condition, now reaching its limits. At this moment, Duo stepped forward, tugging at her large ears with both hands, her voice tinged with sorrow as she spoke. "I'm sorry, master. Duo cannot protect you. I'm not a good elf." Quirrell took a deep breath and softly reassured her, "It's all right. Duo has already been of great help." "Master, you're truly magnificent, Duo," she continued, overwhelmed. "All right, Duo, please search them for any belongings. Leave nothing untouched." Quirrell interrupted, feeling somewhat exasperated by the little elf's temperament. "We must not overlook any spoils. Soon, apart from the one under the control of the soul-stealing curse, the other 3 were stripped clean." Quirrell collected the 3 transformed lizard skin pouches and 3 wands. Subsequently, he cast a memory-erasing spell on the three individuals, then retrieved a pre-prepared leather trunk to confine the wizard ensnared by the curse. He had prepared several such trunks. As a wizard, acquiring a few muggle coins was remarkably simple. Upon returning to the safe house, he instructed Duo to move about freely and to awaken him at sunset before retreating to his room to fall into a deep slumber. When Quirrell awoke, the sky had darkened. It was Duo who roused him. Rising to the first-floor living room, he discovered that Duo had prepared dinner, and upon surveying the house, he was astonished to find it impeccably clean and orderly. Indeed, the house elf was a master of domesticity. Quirrell sat down to eat, pleasantly surprised by the flavorful meal. Noticing Duo standing nearby, he invited her to join him at the table. Upon hearing this, Duo shook her head vigorously, declaring that she could not dine with her master. For a good house elf must wait until her master has finished eating. Quirrell did not press the matter. The safe house was fortified with numerous defensive spells, including the essential muggle-repelling charm. Moreover, being situated in the suburbs, it was unlikely for anyone to approach. Why should I tell you? Quirrell rolled his eyes at Snape. What lies within the trunk is none of your concern. As a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House, Snape felt it was his duty to ensure that no dangerous items had been smuggled into the school, posing a threat to the student's safety. Snape's gaze was penetrating, seemingly reaching into one's very soul. Quirrell, feeling somewhat dazed, employed a mental barrier to counter Snape's legitimacy and replied with a smile, "I'm also a professor at Hogwarts. Specifically the defense against the dark arts instructor. I'm uncertain of what Dumbledore is scheming, but I will keep a vigilant eye on you." Snape replied ominously, "Do as you wish. However, I kindly ask you to step aside." With that, Quirrell brushed past Snape, intentionally bumping his shoulder against him. "Damn it, old Bidion. You better be by my side when I unleash Voldemort. I want to see you kneel and call me Daddy," Quirrell thought, feeling a twinge of guilt and irritation. For Snape's instincts were as sharp as a houndess. Chapter 20. The Beginning. The examination week had arrived, and Hogwarts was filled with students absorbed in their books and assignments. Even the Gryffindor Lions had considerably reduced their pranks. Upon completing their examinations, the students are on the cusp of vacation, while Voldemort's patience has been stretched to its limits. He frequently awakens Quirrell, urging him to act with urgency, and, at times, resorts to tormenting him to alleviate his own agitation. Voldemort once suggested that Quirrell hunt unicorns to consume their blood, a notion that Quirrell rejected without hesitation, knowing full well that such an act would incur a fatal curse. The dark wizard he had previously confined in a box was also taken away by Dodo, ensuring he would not starve. One must admit, the house elf is indeed remarkable. The disillusionment charm of Hogwarts is utterly ineffective against them, allowing them to come and go freely. As for the dragon egg, it had long been entrusted to Hagrid for care, who successfully hatched it, and the creature now frolics in the Forbidden Forest. Given the forest's vastness and its multitude of magical creatures, the addition of a dragon is hardly alarming. The dragon is Hagrid's cherished obsession, and he insisted on getting Quirrell thoroughly intoxicated, to the extent that he could recount even the number of holes in his undergarments. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves in a state of considerable distress. They had unexpectedly sought out Hagrid to inquire whether he had disclosed any strategies for dealing with the three-headed dog. To their relief, they learned he had indeed informed Quirrell, alleviating their concerns, for Quirrell was their ally. However, Harry and Ron were instantly electrified, shivering in terror as they exchanged glances with Hermione, incredulous at the implications. Hermione, too, was flustered. She recalled reading in a potions book about a potion that could completely transform a person's appearance. "I must go to the library," she declared. Harry and Ron shared a glance and promptly followed her to the library. Upon their arrival, they perused numerous tomes but found no relevant potion. Just as they were about to exhale in relief, they encountered Percy, a fifth-year student, who approached them enthusiastically upon seeing them researching. "What are you looking for?" he inquired. Hermione explained about the potion that could allow someone to completely assume another's likeness. "How can that be possible?" Ron exclaimed, glancing at Percy, his older brother, with whom he had a strained relationship. Although reluctant to speak, he thought perhaps his brother, being academically gifted, could counter Hermione's assertion. "How can that be possible?" he echoed. "Oh, I see. You won't find it here. That is the Polyjuice potion detailed in Powerful Potions, which is located in the restricted section. However, you would need a professor's permission to borrow it," Percy informed them. "Is there truly such a potion?" Ron gasped. "Of course. However, brewing it is quite complicated and requires a month to complete," Percy replied, looking at his brother disapprovingly, his ineptitude clearly displeasing him. Hermione, slumped into a chair, appearing utterly despondent, while Harry wore a look of dread, as their worst fears had materialized. Percy, observing their reactions, was perplexed and inquired, "What is the matter with you all?" "Nothing, thank you, Percy," Hermione quickly responded, pulling Harry and Ron away. Percy watched their retreating figures, bemused and confused. "I suspect that Snape has assumed Professor Quirrell's appearance using the Polyjuice potion. After all, he is the potion's master and reputedly a master of his craft. He undoubtedly knows how to brew the potion and is aware of the camaraderie between Professor Quirrell and Hagrid," Hermione remarked with a sense of urgency as she hurried along. "Indeed, who would casually offer a dragon egg?" Ron muttered in agreement. "We must inform Dumbledore," Harry asserted resolutely. Hagrid divulged to Snape the methods for taming the three-headed dog. "And I can only hope that Dumbledore will believe us, considering he once intended to kill me." Harry paused, inquiring, "Where is Dumbledore's office?" Hermione and Ron halted as well, exchanging glances. At that moment, a figure emerged from the end of the corridor, and their faces brightened as they rushed forward. "Professor McGonagall," they called out as they reached her. Hermione spoke directly. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore." Harry and Ron nodded in unison. In that moment, they appeared less like the savior and his companions and more like Hermione, the academic prodigy, accompanied by her two sidekicks. "Wish to see Professor Dumbledore?" McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What's the matter?" Harry swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. Should he speak candidly? She likely would not believe him. Rubbing the back of his head, he insisted, "It's a secret." Upon uttering those words, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Hermione face-palmed beside him, while Ron merely nodded. "Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," McGonagall replied, her expression turning cold, her nostrils flaring. "He received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and has gone to London." "He has gone?" Harry exclaimed anxiously. "Professor Dumbledore is exceedingly busy. His time is precious. And he is not merely a professor at Hogwarts." McGonagall shot Harry a piercing glance, stating, "You may convey your concerns to me." "Well, Professor, we suspect that Professor Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry hesitated, finally articulating his fears. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" McGonagall's eyes narrowed sharply, and she continued, "And you claim Snape is attempting to steal it? Absurd. But Professor, if this were true, the stone would be in grave danger. Moreover, during the Quidditch match, my broom suddenly went out of control. It was Snape who was trying to harm me." Harry's voice grew frantic. "Harry, Snape is your instructor. You ought to extend him a modicum of respect. You claim he wishes to do you harm? That is simply not possible." McGonagall dismissed his concerns outright. "But, Professor," Harry attempted to interject, but McGonagall interrupted him, her patience wearing thin. She turned away from the trio, stating, "Your assertions are as ludicrous as if your 12-year-old niece or nephew declared that their teacher wanted to kill them." Feeling dejected, the academic Hermione and her two companions were disheartened by the disbelief directed at them. Once McGonagall had walked away, Harry whispered, "Tonight, Snape is likely to act. He must have acquired what he needs, and perhaps Dumbledore's sudden departure is part of his scheme." "But what can we do?" Hermione gasped sharply, and Harry and Ron immediately turned around. Snape stood directly behind them. "Good afternoon," he said ominously. The three stood motionless, their minds a blank. Gryffindor lost 15 points as they noticed the professor did not offer a greeting. Snape's expression contorted slightly, revealing a peculiar smile. Moments ago, they had been uncertain of what Harry wished to articulate. "You must exercise caution. Your aimless wandering may lead others to believe you are plotting something sinister," Snape remarked, his voice low and ominous. "Moreover, Potter, should I catch you roaming about in the dead of night again, I shall personally expel you." With that, he disregarded the trio and strode away. Harry's face flushed crimson, and Ron and Hermione wore similarly troubled expressions, uncertain whether Snape had overheard their conversation. "We need to keep watch near that classroom on the 4th floor, just outside the corridor. The moment we see Snape enter, we must notify the other professors immediately. Let us use the invisibility cloak. Come, we shall investigate." Without further ado, Harry declared, leading the way toward the 4th floor, followed closely by Hermione and Ron. Upon reaching the 4th floor corridor, Professor McGonagall appeared unexpectedly, scolding them upon sight. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe yourselves superior to the professors? Or perhaps even to Dumbledore?" "Professor," Harry is somewhat at a loss for words, Ron stammered. After a moment of silence, Harry suddenly rose, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Of course, we can seek out Professor Quirrell. He will surely believe us." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, a flicker of delight crossing their faces. With that, Harry dashed upstairs, retrieving his invisibility cloak. Hermione and Ron waited below, and, as Harry descended, The three swiftly exited the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 21. Logical Consistency. Cloaked in invisibility, the trio traversed the shadowy halls of Hogwarts with careful steps. The darkness enveloped the castle in an unusual stillness, the faintest footfalls echoing distinctly within the silence. They arrived at the door of Professor Quirrell's office on the 3rd floor, encountering no one along the way, not even the patrolling Filch. Drawing off the invisibility cloak, Harry inhaled deeply and knocked upon the door with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated ominously in the quiet. Hermione and Ron exchanged anxious glances, wary of Filch or Snape's sudden appearance. Hood, hood, hood. Harry's impatience mounted, and he increased the frequency of his knocking. Hood, 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 hood. Hermione and Ron jumped at the noise. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the darkness, accompanied by Filch's furious shout. Who goes there? You wretched little creatures, if I catch you. There will be consequences. Alarmed, the trio turned and fled, racing down the corridor and ascending directly to the classroom guarded by Lockhart on the 4th floor. They concealed themselves behind a large pillar, gasping for breath, and pulled the invisibility cloak over all three. Moments later, a meow pierced the air, and the trio held their breaths as a gaunt cat glided gracefully past them. It was Mrs. Norris, closely followed by Filch, who was brandishing a lantern and shouting, "You wretched little beasts! I ought to recommend to Headmaster Dumbledore that the old punishments be reinstated, so I can hang you all up," until the sound of Filch's footsteps faded into silence. The three of them finally exhaled, taking deep breaths of fresh air. What to do if Professor Quirrell was not in his office? Where could he possibly be at such a critical moment? Harry felt a twinge of annoyance. Ron and Hermione were equally at a loss. "I'll go retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. That way, it won't fall into Snape's hands," Harry declared after a moment of hesitation. "You're insane. You get expelled," Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. "So what? What time is it now? If Snape gets hold of the stone, that would be disastrous." Harry's voice rose, clearly anxious. "Well, even if Snape did acquire the stone, it doesn't seem that catastrophic, does it? He could merely extend his life or amass endless wealth." Ron scratched his head in confusion. "Queerness, ISNT causing trouble. And Harry has yet to confront Voldemort." Harry paused, at a loss for words. However, Hermione interjected fiercely, "Snape wants to kill Harry. Think about it. Who in a magical world wishes the worst for Harry? Are you suggesting the Dark Lord?" Ron was taken aback. "Precisely. Snape must be working for Voldemort. He may be acting against Harry to avenge his master, and stealing the Philosopher's Stone could be a means to resurrect Voldemort," Hermione explained. "Please, Harry, don't utter that name." Ron shivered. Voldemort's name held immense power over the inhabitants of the magical world. "Are you implying that Snape is a Death Eater?" Ron continued. "A Death Eater?" Harry echoed, bewildered. Indeed, they were the Dark Lord's most fervent supporters. During his reign of terror, the Death Eaters wreaked havoc, attacking countless innocents. Many were captured after the Dark Lord's downfall, yet some escaped justice. "Being native to the magical world, I am quite familiar with these events," Ron elaborated. "If Snape is a Death Eater, it all makes sense. Voldemort, the Dark Lord, must not be entirely dead. He is likely waiting for his followers to resurrect him." Hermione clapped her hands together. "Thus, I must go thwart him," Harry declared resolutely. "It is our duty," Hermione asserted with unwavering determination. "Right, together we shall." Ron hesitated, but, upon glancing at his friends, he acquiesced. The trio took a deep breath, drew out their wands, and approached the classroom door, which was ajar. Harry exchanged a glance with his friends before gently pushing the door open. It swung wide, revealing unsettling news. Snape had already entered. As they stepped inside, the three were met not with an attack, but with the sight of Fluffy, who lay asleep, a harp nearby playing enchanting melodies. The trapdoor beside it was already ajar. Harry's prepared flute, gifted by Hagrid, would not be of use here. They stood before the trapdoor, gazing down into the inky abyss below, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over them. Taking a deep breath, Harry spoke. "I'm going down. Are you ready?" Hermione and Ron swallowed hard and nodded. Then, with resolve, Harry leaped into the darkness. On the other side, Queerness had been at the final level for quite some time. This was a vast hall, abandoned for reasons unknown. At the end of the hall stood a grand and ornate mirror, the mirror of Ariste, a reflection of one's deepest desires. Queerness, however, was disinterested, merely wandering through the hall in search of traces of the hidden Philosopher's Stone. Not here, nowhere to be found. Damn it, where could it be? As success seemed imminent yet elusive, Voldemort grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he let out a low, sinister laugh. "So that was it, the cunning Dumbledore. Master, have you found it?" Queerness inquired, puzzled. "It lies within that mirror in the corner," Voldemort replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. The mirror? I've already examined it. There's no place to hide anything, Quirrell remarked. Ha ha, Quirrell, if it were so easily attainable, it wouldn't be Dumbledore's doing. Moreover, if it were so straightforward, it would surely be a trap, Voldemort replied with a dark chuckle. As for now, one can only say that Dumbledore has grown quite foolish, believing he could deceive the great Dark Lord. You are truly remarkable, Master, Quirrell said, flatteringly. Move closer, Voldemort commanded impatiently, standing before the mirror. Quirrell complied, standing nervously before the mirror of Ariste, uncertain of what he might see. He gazed into the mirror, his expression peculiar. It depicted him standing coldly, with a bald wizard crouching at his feet. A closer look revealed the noseless Dark Lord. Quirrell, what do you see? Have you spotted the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort's voice rang out. I see it. We have succeeded. We'll seize the Philosopher's Stone, resurrect the Master, and then, an endless fortune, mountains of gold. With me standing behind the Master, and before us, the wizarding world on its knees, Quirrell exclaimed, enraptured. Damn it, worthless, despicable wretch, suppress those ignoble thoughts. Only those who do not desire the stone can obtain it. Voldemort, clearly caught off guard, found himself on the brink of madness at this final setback. Quirrell, terrified, stepped back repeatedly, stammering, I am sorry, great master. Damn it. What good is your apology? It's all because of you, all because of you. Voldemort screamed in a frenzy. Master, the warning spell I set has detected intruders. There are 3 young wizards, Quirrell suddenly exclaimed with surprise. Oh, what did you say? Someone is coming? Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens favor me. Let me see who the fortunate souls are that arrive here. Voldemort laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had reached the 3rd level, the giant chessboard, the famed battleground of the knight Ron Weasley, marking his moment of glory. Chapter 22, The Revelation. On the chessboard, Harry, Ron, and Hermione played the roles of Bishop, Castle, and Bishop respectively, with Ron as the chess player. In this magical chess game, the pieces were animated. Those captured would be shattered to pieces. Ron displayed commendable chess prowess, advancing with relentless determination. However, the situation inevitably descended into a stalemate. Despite Ron's avidity for the game and his remarkable skills, which were among the finest among the young wizards at Hogwarts, navigating through the chess match unscathed seemed almost implausible, and time did not permit him prolonged deliberation. After a moment's hesitation, Ron's expression grew resolute. As a companion of the Savior, it was his time to step forward. He turned to Harry, stating, Harry, I must be sacrificed, allowing you the opportunity to checkmate the king. No, Harry and Hermione chorused, shaking their heads in unison. They were not the kind to allow their friend to fall victim. Observing the scattered, shattered chess pieces, they did not believe Ron's head to be any harder than those of the pieces. Harry, as a knight, it is your duty to charge into battle. You must stop Snape. That is your mission, and this is my battlefield, Ron proclaimed with a carefree smile. In that moment, Ron seemed to radiate light. Yet, Harry hesitated. Hurry, if we do not seize the moment, Snape will claim the Philosopher's Stone. Ron urged with urgency. All right, Harry resolved, nodding with unwavering determination. The valiant knight, Ron Weasley, commanded the pieces to advance, and the White Queen immediately lunged forward, raising her arm and crashing it down towards Ron's head. No! Harry and Hermione shouted in unison, only to realize that the White Queen had merely rendered Ron unconscious and dragged him off the board. Relieved, both Harry and Hermione exhaled in unison. Thus, the outcome of the chess match was no longer in doubt. Next, Harry and Hermione proceeded to the subsequent challenge, yet found no enchantments or traps, only a nauseating stench that assaulted their nostrils. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a towering troll, exceeding 5 meters in height. Lying motionless in the center of the room, its chest rising and falling, clearly merely unconscious. Finally, they arrived at Snape's logic puzzle. But such a challenge posed no difficulty for the resourceful Hermione Granger. However, the potion required to proceed was only sufficient for one, leaving Hermione to pause at this juncture. With a worried expression, she gazed at Harry. Going alone could be perilous. If Snape truly intends to strike, the difference between 1 or 2 of us may be negligible. Harry's smile was nonchalant. Then we should... Hermione began, but hesitated. I must stop him. Ron is prepared for sacrifice, and I must be as well. Perhaps I can turn misfortune into fortune. I have escaped a deadly curse once before. Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, speaking with conviction. Hermione's lips quivered as she suddenly opened her arms, enveloping Harry in a tight embrace. Harry, do you know? You are an extraordinary wizard. I pale in comparison. Harry felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, I merely excel in rote learning and possess a bit of cleverness. In many respects, I fall far short of you, such as in courage and friendship. Be careful, Harry. After her words, Hermione released him. Harry nodded solemnly, grasped the potion, and drank it down in one swift motion, then turned towards the fiery wall, behind which lay Snape. Quirrell felt a sense of ennui as he awaited the conclusion, particularly as the end drew near. Despite having mentally prepared himself, a tinge of anxiety remained. All his preparations amounted to little more than a gamble, lacking any substantial confidence. Barely a fraction, not even a tenth. Yet he was unwilling to resign himself to being reduced to mere ashes. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke his reverie, at long last. All the players had gathered. Quirrell turned to see Harry cautiously stepping forward. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Harry gasped, struggling to catch his breath, but still pressed on with a desperate inquiry. Professor Quirrell, why are you here? Where is Snape? Snape? Why do you presume it is Snape, Harry? Quirrell chuckled lightly. Indeed, Snape did not exude the air of a benevolent figure. More like a great bat flitting about, his hair unkempt for ages, complemented by his perpetually morose visage, which could easily be mistaken for that of a dark wizard. But Harry, you still cannot fathom that the one who sought to harm you on the Quidditch pitch was none other than the genteel Professor Quirrell? No. That was also me. It was Snape and I who clashed that saved your life. Quirrell realized he was beginning to relish the role of the villain. How could that be? Snape would never save me. He always appears to loathe me. Harry remained unconvinced, struggling to reconcile why the potion's master, who had consistently targeted him, would come to his aid. Of course, he despises you. He shares a deep-seated enmity with your father. However, he would never wish for your demise. In fact, he hoped fervently that you would be sorted into Slytherin. Quirrell, with a sense of leisure, toyed with Harry while adjusting his own mindset. Why? Why wouldn't he want me dead? Harry sought to unravel this mystery. Ah, it is because of your mother. He and your mother were close friends. Had certain events not transpired, perhaps you should have been called Harry Snape, Quirrell remarked with a peculiar smile, eager to ensnare Snape in a figurative trap. What? Harry Snape? No, it cannot be. He and my mother. Harry stammered. Well, theoretically speaking, your father was the interloper, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. So, one might ponder, does Snape harbor any resentment towards you? Quirrell appeared to entertain the thought of Snape's reaction upon learning this. Harry was momentarily stunned. The shocking revelation nearly made him forget his purpose here. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, come, assist me. Quirrell's smile remained as warm as ever. Ah, did I not mention? It is all for my great master, Quirrell said, slightly tilting his head and spreading his arms wide. Your master? Harry inquired, confusion etched on his face, only to be struck with shock as he realized. You mean Voldemort? Indeed, and he is right here. Quirrell affirmed with a nod. Here? Harry exclaimed in panic, scanning the surroundings but seeing no one. Potter, at last we meet, a raspy voice suddenly echoed. And although it was Harry's first encounter with such a sound, he instinctively knew it belonged to Voldemort. The voice seemed to emanate from Professor Quirrell's very being. Quirrell, hurry. Make him produce the Sorcerer's Stone, Voldemort urged. All right, Harry, my master can no longer wait. Come here, stand before this mirror. The Sorcerer's Stone is hidden within its depths. Quirrell clapped his hands, though he expressed a desire to converse with Harry a while longer. Harry approached Quirrell, contemplating the necessity of deception. I must lie to him, Harry thought. I must gaze into the mirror and fabricate a tale to deceive him. Quirrell stepped aside, allowing Harry to stand before the mirror of Ariste. He beheld his reflection, pale and anxious, but after a moment, a smile broke across his face. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, producing a irregular stone, then blinked and returned it to his pocket. At that moment, Harry felt a heavy object drop into his pocket, startling him. The Sorcerer's Stone had manifested. What did you see, Harry? Quirrell inquired at that instant. Gathering his courage, Harry replied, I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the House Cup for Gryffindor. He felt the Sorcerer's Stone pressed firmly against his leg. TSK, Harry, you truly cannot lie, Quirrell said, shaking his head. I did not. Harry retorted stubbornly. Let me speak with him, face to face. Voldemort's voice quivered with excitement. He could never restrain himself in the presence of the boy who had caused him such defeat. As you command, my master, Quirrell replied, slowly unwrapping his turban and turning his back to Harry. Harry wished to scream, yet no sound emerged, his body frozen in place. There, on the back of Quirrell's head, a face materialized, pale and bloodless, with piercing red eyes, devoid of a nose, only two slits resembling snake nostrils. Harry had never encountered such a grotesque and terrifying visage. Harry Potter, we finally meet, Voldemort's voice whispered into Harry's ear. Chapter 23 concluded. Gazing at Voldemort's horrific countenance, Harry instinctively wished to retreat, yet his legs betrayed him. Look at what I have become, Voldemort declared menacingly. Merely a shadow. All because of you, your wretched mudblood mother. However, the great Dark Lord has conquered death. I shall return. Now, hand over the Sorcerer's Stone from your pocket. He knows, Harry thought, a chill of fear coursing through him as he stepped back. Do not struggle. It is futile, Voldemort hissed. You should be more concerned with preserving your wretched life. Join me, or meet the same fate as your parents, who begged for mercy before their demise. You lie, Harry shouted defiantly. How touching, Voldemort rasped. I have always admired courage. Your parents were brave. Your father dared to draw his wand against me. To honor his bravery, I graciously granted him the first death. Your mother, in her fierce protection of you, also met her end. Do not let her sacrifice be in vain. Now, give me the Sorcerer's Stone. Never. Harry swiftly turned and dashed towards the door engulfed in black magical flames. Seize him, Voldemort bellowed, furious at Harry's audacity to flee. Now, Quirrell abruptly pivoted to face Harry, redirecting Voldemort's gaze towards the far end of the hall. There, a figure emerged unexpectedly, brandishing a wand directly at Voldemort's menacing visage. The house elf Dodo stood beside him, trembling uncontrollably. Avada Kedavra! A blinding beam of green light erupted from the wand, hurtling towards Voldemort. Caught off guard, Voldemort was struck squarely in the face by the long-anticipated killing curse. Quirrell felt as though a hammer had struck the back of his head, his vision momentarily darkening. Yet he remained unclaimed by death's grasp. The gamble had paid off. A piercing scream echoed, and Voldemort violently broke free from Quirrell's mind, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Quirrell shook his head, somewhat unsteadily turning to confront Voldemort, bursting into maniacal laughter. My esteemed master, how does it feel to be struck by the killing curse for a second time? A long-suppressed exhilaration surged within him, a feeling of liberation. Quirrell, how dare you, how dare you? As the smoke gradually thinned, Voldemort's visage flickered ominously within, revealing that, despite possessing numerous Horcruxes, he was not invulnerable. The curse could not kill him, but could indeed force him out and sever the link between him and Quirrell. Harry stood in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Did you truly believe that anyone would willingly become your pawn? To be at your mercy? To submit to your whims? That is the fate of a mere cur. I am Quirrell, a proud Ravenclaw. Quirrell gazed at Voldemort, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Do you truly believe this will lead to my demise? You are woefully naive. Voldemort seethed with rage. Of course not, my dear master. I am well aware of your immortality. But what of it? It is far more entertaining to see you flee like a hunted animal. Quirrell laughed heartily, reveling in the release of the grievances he had borne over the past year. Fool, do you think you can escape me so easily? Voldemort's voice, though laced with hysteria, betrayed a hint of weakness. With that, he surged towards Quirrell, enveloped in the dwindling black smoke, evidently intent on employing the same tactic again, but this time, he would not be so easily dismissed. As Voldemort charged forward, Harry could not help but shout, Professor Quirrell, be careful. Expecto Patronum. Quirrell waved his wand, summoning a brilliant white light that coalesced into the form of a bird, diving straight at Voldemort. Before the Patronus could reach its target, the silvery light seared through the black smoke encircling Voldemort, causing him to shriek in agony as he veered toward Harry. Taken aback by the revelation that a Patronus could harm him, clearly, there was an intention to change targets. Harry, be cautious. Quirrell, startled, waved his wand, and the Patronus turned to pursue Voldemort as he fled. Harry gazed at Voldemort, shrouded in black smoke, his mind a blank, barely able to shield his chest with his hands. Another crackling sound erupted as Voldemort swiftly escaped Harry's side. Evidently, the protective enchantments surrounding Harry could inflict considerable harm upon him as well. Damn it! Voldemort seethed with fury, suddenly recalling another presence. He turned toward the end of the hall, only to find it empty. Quirrell's body was reaching its limits, swaying precariously. Clearly, Voldemort's departure had inflicted significant damage upon him as well. Tom! At that moment, a voice, aged yet clear, resonated through the air. The three turned in unison to see Dumbledore standing before the door engulfed in black flames, his expression serene. Before dissipating, those crimson eyes cast a fierce glance at Quirrell. Quirrell shrugged, feigning indifference. As Voldemort vanished, Quirrell could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. When Quirrell opened his eyes again, every part of his body ached, and he felt exceptionally heavy. Attempting to lift his arms proved futile, prompting an involuntary groan. "If I were you, I would remain still," a cold voice remarked. Quirrell turned to find it was Snape. A glance around revealed he was in the Hogwarts infirmary. "Oh, Professor Snape, it brings me great joy to see you once more." Quirrell managed a faint smile. "Humph," Snape scoffed, though his gaze bore a hint of complexity. "Since you have awakened, I shall take my leave." He rose to depart. "Severus, hold on a moment," Dumbledore interjected, entering the room alongside Madame Pomfrey, while Professors McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick followed closely behind. Hearing this, Snape stood aside, arms crossed. The professors hurried to Quirrell's bedside. "Quirrell, how do you feel?" Dumbledore inquired first. "I feel as though I am on the brink of death," Quirrell replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the professors' expressions grew somber, with Professor Flitwick even retrieving a handkerchief to dab his eyes. "Oh, I cannot allow you to perish just yet, Quirrell. You are a hero for bravely resisting Voldemort and causing him considerable distress," Dumbledore exclaimed with a smile. "I do not wish to be regarded as a hero," Quirrell countered. "I was merely struggling to survive under Voldemort's tyranny." At the mention of Voldemort's name by Dumbledore and Quirrell, the professors visibly flinched. "Heroism is not a title one can choose to accept or reject," Dumbledore asserted. "The achievements of a hero are both serendipitous and inevitable, resulting from a series of correct choices made in the face of peril that ultimately forged the title of hero." The professors nodded in agreement, and even Snape, for once, refrained from contesting this notion. When faced with the coercion and seduction of Voldemort, although compelled by circumstances to feign compliance, you never lost sight of your true self. Instead, you fought with all your might against him, enduring torment and sustaining injuries, even risking your life, all the while possessing the resolve and conviction to resist him. Ultimately, through your extraordinary wisdom, you triumphed over him, liberating yourself from his grasp. Dumbledore marveled, stating that in every regard, you are a hero. "I believe that had it been another person, this past year at Hogwarts would not have been so tranquil. Headmaster, if you continue, I shall be utterly embarrassed," Quirrell lamented. Dumbledore immediately erupted into laughter, joined by several other professors, while a grim smile tugged at the corners of Snape's lips. Chapter 24. After the War. "Quirrell, I believe you should have been placed in Gryffindor. You possess the tremendous courage that the house values. The Sorting Hat must have erred." Professor McGonagall expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction, her tone laced with resentment toward the Sorting Hat. Quirrell, an exceptional Ravenclaw, had indeed vanquished the Dark Lord through his remarkable intellect, a source of pride for Ravenclaw. "Did you not hear, Harry?" Quirrell boldly proclaimed during the battle. "I am Quirrell, an outstanding Ravenclaw." Professor Flitwick interjected, momentarily forgetting his tears, stepping forward with pride. McGonagall rolled her eyes, ceasing further debate. Professor Sprout suddenly stepped forward, inquiring, "Quirrell, did you truly endure an entire year?" Gesturing to her own head. "Indeed, I bore the weight of Voldemort for a whole year," Quirrell nodded. "That means the students lived alongside Voldemort for an entire year. How terrifying," Professor Sprout exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Voldemort was exceedingly weak at that time. He dared not reveal his true self before the headmaster." Quirrell chuckled. "You overestimate me, Quirrell." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "I do not possess such prowess to intimidate Voldemort. Rather, I believe it was your continual guidance that prevented him from inflicting harm upon the students." Without waiting for Quirrell to retort, he turned to Snape and Madame Pomfrey, asking, "Poppy, Severus, have you examined Quirrell's condition? How is he?" "His body is severely depleted, teetering on the brink of collapse. He is but a shell, sustained solely by his immense magical power. Furthermore, when Voldemort departed, he must have left a portion of his magic behind, preventing Quirrell from succumbing immediately," Madame Pomfrey replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Professors McGonagall and Sprout's eyes grew red, while Professor Flitwick discreetly wiped away tears, clearly struggling to accept the outcome. Snape continued, "Moreover, traces of the Cruciatus Curse have been detected throughout his body." "The Cruciatus Curse? In abundance?" McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. Her eyes red as she looked at the composed Quirrell. "We had no idea. A whole year, Quirrell. How did you endure?" Professor Flitwick stepped forward, gently patting Quirrell's arm in silence. Sprout inquired, "Quirrell, how do you feel at present?" "I feel utterly drained and in pain, and I sense that my time is running short," Quirrell replied. With a faint smile, Quirrell acknowledged that although he had evaded the fate of becoming mere ashes, his remaining time was still limited. Having spent so long at the school, he had been searching for means to replenish his dwindling vitality. Yet his efforts had proven as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. Is there any way? Dumbledore asked calmly. I can erase the damage caused by the Cruciatus curse. Snape hesitated. His life force is nearly depleted. This is quite challenging, Madame Pomfrey remarked with difficulty. Madame Pomfrey, how much time do I have left? Quirrell asked, his expression nonchalant. At this rate? Less than 3 months. Madame Pomfrey turned her head away, unable to bear looking at Quirrell. And what if this exists? Dumbledore said, calmly revealing a transparent vial containing a small portion of red liquid. What is this? Madame Pomfrey questioned, bewildered. Snape, however, appeared to have an inkling of what it was, his face registering disbelief. I told Nicholas that it was to save the life of a hero who bravely opposes evil, and he generously gifted it to me, Dumbledore remarked. Winking at Quirrell. Nicholas? You mean Nicholas Flamel? Is this the elixir of life? Gasped the others in astonishment. Quirrell was equally startled. The elixir of life. But do not rejoice too soon. The elixir does not grant true immortality. Its actual effect is to prolong life, extending one's years while the body continues to age. Growing frail, but never succumbing to death, Dumbledore explained somberly. The group exchanged glances of confusion. You have not encountered Nicholas, have you? He is over 600 years old and could continue for another 600 if he so desired. However, his body is exceedingly frail and weak. A gentle handshake could easily fracture his bones, Dumbledore continued. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, turned to Quirrell. The elixir cannot restore your lost vitality, but it can grant you sufficient time to accomplish your endeavors and to seek ways to rejuvenate your life force. As he spoke, Dumbledore handed the vial to Quirrell. While it would not restore his vitality, it would merely maintain his weakened state, without affecting his life. How long can this small vial sustain, Quirrell? Professor Flitwick asked excitedly. I've said it will provide Quirrell with ample time to fulfill his ambitions, perhaps 300 years. Or even 400, Dumbledore replied, playfully winking. The group collectively gasped. 300 years or 400 was astonishing. Although wizards live longer than muggles, the maximum lifespan is typically around 200 years. This would mean Quirrell could outlive them all. Fantastic, Quirrell. With this time, you are sure to become a legendary wizard. Professor Flitwick joyfully patted Quirrell on the arm, and the other professors also wore smiles, except for a certain oil-headed professor. Let's not disturb Quirrell any further. Any matters can wait until he emerges from the infirmary, Dumbledore declared. The group bid farewell to Quirrell, and after the professors departed, Madame Pomfrey prepared a potion for him. Upon consuming it, he finally felt a surge of energy. Quirrell held the elixir of immortality before his eyes, gazing at it quietly. The crimson liquid was crystal clear, not as blood-red as one might expect, appearing remarkably pure. Without further hesitation, Quirrell propped himself up with difficulty, uncorked the vial, and poured the elixir directly into his mouth. Once again, Quirrell succumbed to deep slumber. His body was exceedingly frail, and his spirit overwhelmed with fatigue, barely managing to converse before succumbing to exhaustion. When Quirrell reopened his eyes, the previous sense of weakness had vanished, and the pain throughout his body had dissipated. Though still frail, he felt capable of normal activity and could not help but marvel at Madame Pomfrey's prowess as Dumbledore's most trusted healer. Just as Quirrell contemplated rising, he heard a commotion outside the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, we simply wish to see Professor Quirrell. We promise not to disturb his rest, came the voice of the savior, Harry. No, your Professor Quirrell is still quite weak. He requires peace and quiet, Madame Pomfrey replied firmly. We will only take a brief glance. I assure you we won't utter a single word, Hermione chimed in. No, Madame Pomfrey remained resolute. Quirrell sat up, propping himself against the headboard with a pillow. Smiling as he called out, Madame Pomfrey, please allow them to enter. Oh dear, came Madame Pomfrey's startled exclamation from outside. Moments later, 3 figures burst through the door, while Madame Pomfrey glared at them with annoyance as she followed them in. As the trio approached the bedside, before they could speak, Madame Pomfrey's concerned voice broke through. Quirrell. How are you? I am well. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Your medical expertise is truly remarkable. Thank you, Quirrell replied with a smile directed at the trio, then gave Madame Pomfrey a thumbs up. Oh, you flatter me, Quirrell, she laughed, then turned with a stern expression toward the 3. You have only 10 minutes. With that, she exited the room. The trio instinctively recoiled, clearly intimidated by Madame Pomfrey. Chapter 25, Dialogue. Chapter 23, Dialogue. As Madame Pomfrey's figure disappeared, the 3 turned to Quirrell, hesitant to speak. Quirrell found their apprehension amusing and chuckled. Go on. What brings you to seek me? Hermione was the first to break the silence. Professor Quirrell, she said, pointing to the back of her head, you truly have. Yes, I've had Voldemort atop my head for an entire year, Quirrell replied, looking at the trio with a smile. They all shivered in unison, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, particularly Ron, who trembled uncontrollably. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Quirrell gazed mockingly at the 3 first-year wizards who dared to pursue Voldemort for the Sorcerer's Stone. Could Professor Quirrell refrain from uttering that name? Ron's voice trembled as he looked at Quirrell with a pleading expression. I don't know. Ron's face grew increasingly pale. Now listen, you exhibit remarkable courage, possessing a dauntless spirit that even many adult wizards lack, which I commend. However, you are exceedingly arrogant and reckless. Do you truly believe that a handful of young wizards can vanquish Voldemort and seize the Sorcerer's Stone from his grasp? Quirrell spoke earnestly. The 3 lowered their heads. It was evident that Harry wore a look of defiance. Quirrell turned his attention to Harry, who had remained silent, and said, Harry, tell me, if it were not I beneath Voldemort but a Death Eater loyal to him, would you still stand here unscathed? A single curse could fell you 8 times over. Professor, did Voldemort ultimately perish? Harry inquired, a hint of shame coloring his cheeks. How did he manage it? That is a profoundly malevolent and ancient dark magic, allowing him to endure the gravest of injuries, impervious to the most lethal of curses, Quirrell explained. Was that green light a killing curse? The unforgivable killing curse? Harry exclaimed, taken aback. Who cast that curse? Where'd he go? Where? Naturally, he was whisked away by the house elf, Quirrell replied. Indeed, that was a killing curse. And it was a friend who assisted me. With Voldemort hovering above, I could not cast a spell at the back of my head and had to ask for help. Quirrell nodded calmly. Using the unforgivable curse is illegal, and one could be sent directly to Azkaban. Hermione gasped, evidently finding the notion of illegality intolerable. Professor, it was you on the Quidditch pitch, wasn't it? Harry stammered, ultimately voicing his question. It was indeed. Quirrell shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. Why? Harry glared at Quirrell. I nearly died. Fear not. Even if you were to fall, someone would catch you. Quirrell dismissed lightly. Why would you do such a thing? Harry persisted, still fuming. This was the work of Voldemort. Quirrell began, but upon seeing Ron, he altered his words. It was the Dark Lord who compelled me to act thus, harboring a deep-seated hatred for you, wishing to expose you as nothing more than a hollow savior. Was it truly Professor Snape who saved me? Harry questioned, still harboring reluctance towards Snape. Indeed, he is the one most concerned for your well-being at Hogwarts. Quirrell remarked with a hint of jest. He? Snape? Concerned for me? Harry found it utterly absurd, despite having heard Quirrell speak of Snape's past entanglements with his parents. Then why not inform Professor Dumbledore? He is the greatest of white wizards, Ron inquired, perplexed. The Dark Lord is exceedingly cautious and astute. His senses are intertwined with my mind, and any actions I take against him would be immediately detected, Quirrell lamented. Very well, your visiting time has come to an end. The 3 individuals still wished to convey something, but Madame Pomfrey entered, urging them to leave. They obediently turned and departed. Just before exiting the infirmary, Harry turned to Quirrell and expressed, Thank you for saving me, Professor Quirrell. You are a commendable professor. Ah, Harry, I must also extend my gratitude to you for your bravery in daring to thwart Voldemort's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, providing me with a fleeting opportunity to retaliate against him. I owe you my thanks. Naturally, I must also acknowledge the contributions of the 2 of you. Without your assistance, Harry would not have reached this final moment, and I would not have had the chance to confront Voldemort. After Madame Pomfrey's examination, Quirrell was deemed fit to leave the infirmary. With the imminent departure from school the following day, the young wizards were engaged in a fervent celebration prior to graduation. Quirrell emerged from the infirmary, traversing the halls of Gryffindor Tower. The passing students regarded him with admiration, approaching to greet him. Even the Slytherin students looked at him with a mixture of awe and an inexplicable sentiment. Evidently, the events that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets had spread like wildfire, and his eventual turn against Voldemort while under his control was now common knowledge. Upon returning to his office, Quirrell had barely reclined when a vigorous knocking at the door interrupted him, clearly indicating the impatience of the visitor. Here we go, Quirrell sighed, rising to his feet, pondering the identity of the knocker. Upon opening the door, his expression fell. It was Professor Snape. What brings you here? He inquired. Dumbledore wishes to see you, Snape replied, his face expressionless as he uttered the words before turning to leave. Quirrell, somewhat taken aback, wondered what Dumbledore could possibly want with him. Without hesitation, He closed the door and followed in Snape's wake. The two walked in silence until they reached the entrance to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, where the gargoyle stood sentinel. Snape halted, turning to face Quirrell. "Why did you dare to defy him?" Snape questioned gravely. "Who?" Quirrell inquired, puzzled. "Do not feign ignorance. You know whom I refer to? The Dark Lord." Snape's voice was low and tense, as if forcing the words out through clenched teeth. "Oh, you mean Voldemort," Quirrell replied casually. Upon hearing Voldemort's name spoken so freely, Snape's pupils dilated. "I did not wish to meet my demise, so I must resist," Quirrell stated calmly. "Are you not afraid of him?" Snape's demeanor remained icy, yet his eyes betrayed an unusual glimmer. "What is there to fear? He treats me like a servant and has already resolved to take my life. Should I be intimidated? Whether I extend my neck or withdraw, it leads to the same fate. I must make a stand. I cannot simply await my end," Quirrell remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Moreover, he is but a wretched, broken soul, a remnant of his former self. What is there to dread? In the end, we all face death. I might as well gamble. If I succeed, I find my liberation. If I fail, well, I am fortunate to have triumphed." As Quirrell finished speaking, he grinned, confident that he had perceived a fleeting flicker of shame and respect in Snape's gaze. Indeed, he is but a wretched creature, bereft of his former glory. So why harbor fear of him? This principle eludes many, as even the mere mention of his name sends shivers down their spines. At that moment, the Waterstone beast leaped aside, and the figure of Dumbledore emerged from behind, smiling as he spoke. "I wondered why you had not yet arrived. It appears you were merely hiding here in conversation." With that, he gestured invitingly towards the two. "And what of it? I can best him once, and I can best him a second time. Though I may not vanquish him, I can certainly vex him. Besides, when he returns, I shall not be so easily trifled with, and I possess a penchant for retribution," Quirrell asserted, standing beside Dumbledore, his right hand clenched into a fist. A flicker of intrigue passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Chapter 26, Refusal. Quirrell ascended the staircase leading to the headmaster's office, while Dumbledore addressed the motionless Snape, saying, "Severus, you two shall join us." Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, Quirrell was met with a cacophony of voices from within. As he pushed the door open, silence enveloped the room, and the portraits of past headmasters appeared to be napping, as though the previous noises were but a figment of imagination. Quirrell cast a glance toward the phoenix perched upon the golden branch in the corner, feeling a twinge of envy. "Ah, Phoenix, who wouldn't he wish for one? Alas, it only follows Dumbledore." "Please, take a seat," Dumbledore said as he entered, waving his wand to summon 2 additional chairs before the desk. Quirrell settled into a chair, while Dumbledore took his place behind the desk, casually placing his wand upon its surface, his hands intertwined atop the table. Quirrell stole a glance at the wand, its unique shape and gnarled surface prompting a slight grimace. An old wand, indeed. At that moment, Snape entered silently, taking a seat in the adjacent chair without uttering a word. The door to the headmaster's office closed soundlessly, and Dumbledore tapped the table, murmuring, "Coffee." Suddenly, 3 cups of coffee materialized before the trio. "Let us begin with a cup of coffee," Dumbledore suggested, lifting his cup to take a sip. Quirrell followed suit, only to be taken aback by the overwhelming sweetness. "Quirrell, how is your health?" Dumbledore inquired, setting down his cup with a smile. "I feel utterly rejuvenated, as though a colossal burden has been lifted. The world now seems vast and boundless," Quirrell replied with a gentle smile. "Excellent. It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune," Dumbledore remarked with an approving nod. "What are your plans moving forward?" "Oh, what sort of plans?" Quirrell responded, intrigued. "Should I complete my writings? I shall be sure to send you a copy for your perusal." Dumbledore expressed his surprise. "Certainly," Quirrell affirmed, his smile widening. As a renowned wizard within the magical community, the endorsement of his work by Dumbledore would undoubtedly lead to great commercial success. "I shall eagerly await your work," Dumbledore said, reaching beneath the desk to retrieve a piece of parchment, which he slid across the table toward Quirrell. Quirrell, perplexed, inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what is this? If you have no immediate plans, I would like to extend an invitation for you to continue as the professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for the coming academic year." Dumbledore smiled warmly. Snape, who had been lost in thought, finally reacted upon hearing this, casting a glance at the parchment of appointment before looking back at Quirrell, his expression stiffening. It is well known that he has long harbored the ambition of becoming the professor of defense against the dark arts. Although Quirrell did not perceive any merit in such a position, especially with the looming curse of Voldemort, it was undeniable that some were drawn to the role. Quirrell hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Dumbledore, and with a hint of regret, he said, "I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. I am grateful for your kind offer, but I must decline. Oh, what a pity. It seems I shall once again face closed doors this year," Dumbledore lamented, tugging at his beard in exasperation. "With your esteemed reputation, who would dare turn you away? Moreover, if no one in England is willing to take on the role, you could seek abroad," Quirrell suggested. Every year, Dumbledore was tasked with finding a temporary professor, and the curse afflicting the defense against the dark arts position was common knowledge throughout the wizarding world. "Let's not dwell on that matter, Quirrell. The reason I summoned you is that I have sensed a trace of Voldemort's magic within you," Dumbledore stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, before Quirrell could respond, Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, his hand twitched, and his wand materialized in his grasp, aimed at Quirrell, magic swirling ominously. "There is no need for alarm, Severus. Voldemort is not here," Dumbledore reassured him, placing a hand over Snape's to steady him, then turning to the composed Quirrell. With the knowledge that Voldemort was absent, Snape relaxed somewhat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Quirrell. "How shall I put this? 11 years ago, Voldemort was struck by the killing curse, losing his corporeal form and substantial power. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he did not perish, but instead endured in a fragmented state, albeit severely weakened. Nevertheless, the remnants of his power, when compared to an ordinary wizard, remain formidable. This allows him to exert control over me and leech my life force. His magic has infiltrated every corner of my being, enabling him to commandeer my body at will. In this process, an inevitable connection was forged between us, even merging our magical essences. Though he was severed from me when the curse struck, a fragment of his power lingered, intertwining with my own." Quirrell pondered for a moment before articulating his feelings and conjectures. Every wizard's magic possesses a unique vitality. Under normal circumstances, there would be no fusion, only expulsion. However, due to a certain arcane phenomenon, he siphons your life force, tainting his magic with your essence, thereby creating a bond between you. In a sense, you are one. Thus, when he was expelled, the residual magic was absorbed by you, Dumbledore explained while thoughtfully stroking his beard. Upon hearing this, Snape finally relaxed fully, nonchalantly stowing away his wand, though a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Quirrell was convinced he had caught a glimpse of Snape contemplating a more aggressive course of action. "How do you feel now?" Dumbledore inquired, his cerulean eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles at Quirrell. "I now feel an overwhelming sense of power. My magical energy has significantly increased, experiencing a qualitative transformation. With the same amount of magic, casting an identical spell should yield a much greater potency, though I have yet to test this hypothesis." Quirrell closed his eyes to attune his senses before speaking. "The transformation of magical energy," Dumbledore murmured to himself. "Indeed, if we consider that previously, using the same magical energy and spell resulted in a potency of 5, it should now reach a potency of 10, Quirrell asserted. Suddenly, Severus stood up, startling both of his companions, who gazed at him in confusion. Severus approached the center of the headmaster's office and turned to Quirrell, instructing, "Now, cast your spell upon me." Quirrell glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. Seeing Dumbledore's approval, Quirrell rose without hesitation, his right hand flicking to summon his wand. Dumbledore also stood, grasping the Elder Wand. Quirrell raised his wand towards Severus and uttered, "Petrificus totalis." A beam of spell light, akin to the thickness of a child's arm, shot forth. Severus, with his wand raised, encountered an invisible barrier before him where the spell collided and dispersed. Nonetheless, he staggered back a few paces, his expression turning grave as he remarked, "The spell's power may not rival that of the Dark Lord, yet it should not be underestimated." Quirrell rolled his eyes and sat down, pondering the absurdity of the notion that he could directly contend with Dumbledore and Voldemort. Dumbledore and Severus took their seats as well. It requires the same amount of magical energy as a standard petrification spell, yet its efficacy has significantly improved. In the conventional understanding of the wizarding world, magical energy cannot be augmented by external forces. It only increases gradually with age, referring to the individual's capacity for magic. Quirrell fumbled with his wand. Severus nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is a long-held belief within the wizarding community." Dumbledore concurred. "However, I wish to assert that established beliefs are not necessarily correct," Quirrell countered. A hint of derision appeared on Severus's face as he retorted, "Do you presume that by fortuitously acquiring the Dark Lord's power, you have enhanced your own, and that others can achieve such amplification to overturn the established laws of the wizarding world?" Such occurrences are indeed non-replicable. Dumbledore agreed. Even I cannot bestow additional magical energy upon another. Is the established norm inherently correct? Quirrell scoffed. Dumbledore and Severus both paused momentarily. Chapter 27, A Discourse on Magic. The magical realm clings to tradition and rigid conventions, possessing the power to transform the world, yet choosing to shut themselves away in their insular lives. How short-sighted. Magic is an innate force within wizards, deeply embedded in their bloodlines. Yet for centuries, no one has sought to unravel the mysteries of magic, merely accepting it as a divine gift to be utilized without inquiry into its origins or means of enhancement. Quirrell took a sip of his coffee, noticing that Dumbledore and Severus were listening intently, and felt a swell of pride. After all, he was the most formidable white wizard of his time, having vanquished 2 generations of dark wizards. Naturally, few have delved into the distinctions and variations of magical energy. Quirrell continued, stating that everyone believes magic is merely magic, and that your magic is comparable to mine. However, in truth, there exist distinctions within magic, much like what Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned earlier. Magic carries the essence of life itself, and that is but one aspect. Additionally, I have observed that magic possesses varying levels of potency. Over the course of a year, I have closely watched these young wizards. I have noted that 1st through 3rd year students exhibit similar levels of magical ability, as do those in the 4th and 5th years. Yet, when compared to their younger counterparts, the potency of the same spell can differ vastly. The same applies to 6th and 7th year students. This suggests a division into 3 distinct tiers. The disparity between the 1st through 3rd years and the 4th and 5th years, as well as the 6th and 7th years, is quite pronounced. Quirrell elaborated. A proficient 4th year wizard, adept in the banishing charm, could challenge me, and I would hesitate to assert my superiority. To break through the shield charm, I cast with ease. It would require a succession of 3 spells. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Snape scoffed, remarking, "Is this your grand insight? That higher-year wizards outperform their lower-year counterparts? What is erroneous about that? It is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather in what aspects they excel. There is a significant leap in ability from 3rd to 4th year, and another substantial enhancement from 5th year into 6th and 7th. Among adult wizards, the disparity is even greater. Some may possess abilities akin to freshly graduated witches, while others ascend to remarkable strength, even rivaling Dark Lords or Dumbledore himself." Quirrell fixed his gaze on Snape, inquiring further. This is due to the breadth of knowledge they acquire, the multitude of spells they master, and the consequent increase in their proficiency, which naturally augments their power. A sardonic smile curved Snape's lips. This is merely one facet of the matter. Through my analysis, I have discerned a deeper reason. A qualitative transformation in their magical essence has occurred. Quirrell shook his finger, asserting, "I believe it is the quality of magic that has undergone a change. In the past, when we discussed magic, we often focused solely on its quantity, the total amount of magic contained within an individual. In the absence of external forces, even if there are differences in magical reserves, they are relatively comparable. Headmaster Dumbledore, what factors do you believe influence the potency of a spell?" Quirrell turned to Dumbledore and asked. "The mastery of the spell, an unwavering will, and the magic itself," Dumbledore replied with keen interest. "Indeed, and we must also consider magic, which can be categorized into its reserves, output, quality, and efficiency of use. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective." Quirrell gestured with his fingers. "Reserves, output, quality, and efficiency?" Dumbledore mused. "In my view, the magical output channel resembles a water pipe. Some are as wide as a human, while others are slender like willow branches. The flow of magic through these pipes undoubtedly varies, leading to a corresponding disparity in spell potency." Quirrell illustrated with a gesture. The concept of magical output is both novel and astutely insightful," Dumbledore applauded, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Now, consider the quality of magic. One pipe carries water while another transports oil. Who do you think is superior?" Quirrell continued. "The utilization of magical power is contingent upon the reservoir of magic one possesses and the extent to which it can be wielded. Every wizard is imbued with a vast reservoir of magic. In my years of practicing sorcery, I have yet to encounter an instance where a wizard exhausts their magical energy while casting spells. When the reserves of magic are relatively comparable, the disparity in utilization becomes evident. For instance, if your magical capacity is 100, yet you can only employ 30 of it, while Dumbledore can harness 70. The difference is unmistakable." Dumbledore was taken aback. This perspective was indeed novel and had never been scrutinized before. Why does such a phenomenon occur? It arises from inactivity. Excessive magical energy, when not regularly utilized or consumed, accumulates far beyond natural growth, becoming stagnant like a pool of still water. How many spells do you cast in a day? How much magic can you summon? Without usage, magic loses its vitality. Akin to flowing water, if it ceases to move, it becomes stagnant and murky. Why are Dumbledore and Voldemort significantly more powerful than ordinary wizards? Quirrell inquired, glancing at Snape. Snape fell silent. Had it been prior to today, he would have confidently asserted that their superiority stemmed from their mastery of more profound spells and greater magical power. Yet, where does the strength of magic manifest? Alas, Quirrell, I am merely a centenarian, hardly in a position to claim strength. I am not even a match for Severus. Dumbledore waved dismissively. Quirrell and Snape exchanged a knowing glance, their lips twitching slightly. Please, continue, Quirrell. I have gained much from your lesson today, Dumbledore insisted earnestly. Indeed, Voldemort, though younger than Dumbledore, stands as his equal, largely due to his exploration of dark magic, conducting magical experiments, and even altering his own body. However, the study of dark magic and bodily modification ultimately aims to enhance one's magical power. According to the established laws of the wizarding world, magical power grows naturally with age, experiencing a period of rapid increase before adulthood, after which it enters a plateau, yet continues to rise until death. However, many wizards exist who are considerably older than Dumbledore. Why then, is it only Dumbledore who is regarded as the White Lord? Quirrell continued. Dumbledore widened his eyes. The White Lord? What is this White Lord you speak of? There is no such figure. Quirrell disregarded his remark and proceeded. From ages 11 to 17, a wizard's magical power undergoes a phase of rapid growth. I categorize this developmental stage into 3 tiers. First and second years constitute the first tier, third to fifth years the second tier, and sixth to seventh years the third tier. Upon entering 7th year, the growth of magic significantly slows, making natural enhancement exceedingly challenging. Only through rigorous practice, research, and application can one advance to the 4th tier, typically represented by elite wizards, such as hit wizards and aurors, who are usually of the 4th tier. Those who continue to refine their magical skills ascend to the elite ranks of seasoned aurors, the 5th tier. Is there more? Dumbledore listened attentively. The remainder pertains to theoretical constructs. Quirrell shrugged, acknowledging that it was only after receiving Voldemort's powers that he experienced a sudden metamorphosis in his magical abilities. Typically, one strengthens their magic through continuous practice, gradually evolving. However, this transformation is not abrupt, but rather a subtle change that often goes unnoticed by most. I sensed the enhancement of my powers, and upon comparison, concluded that I currently reside at the 5th tier. The 5th tier, which means there is still room for advancement. Dumbledore remarked softly. Indeed, there is much to discuss regarding your abilities. I do not consider myself worthy to be compared to you at this moment, Quirrell replied somewhat modestly. Not only were Dumbledore and Snape intently listening to Quirrell's discourse, but even the portraits of former headmasters adorning the walls of the headmaster's office appeared to be captivated by the conversation. What tier have you envisioned yourself reaching? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. The 7th tier, Quirrell responded, though I believe it to be more than that. I still lack some theoretical support. When did you conceive of these ideas? Dumbledore asked, intrigued. While I was parasitized by Voldemort, in my quest to rid myself of him and to replenish my waning life force, I perused a vast majority of the tomes in the school library. Although I did not discover methods to restore my vitality, I significantly enriched my knowledge of magic. I pondered deeply and observing students, yourself, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and of course, Professor Snape. Quirrell articulated with nonchalance, completely unfazed by the shame of being possessed by Voldemort. Humph. Snape emitted an annoyed grunt upon hearing that Quirrell had been observing him as well. Chapter 28, The Tiers of Magic. What thoughts do you have regarding the enhancement of magical power? Dumbledore inquired, stroking the old wand in his hand. The magical realm, though it has endured for millennia, has never truly focused on the fundamental essence of magical power, instead glorifying spells, much like a tree where magic serves as the roots and trunk, while spells are the branches and leaves. The trunk is slender and frail, while the branches are lush and abundant, creating an imbalance. Quirrell glanced outside, as though transcending centuries to witness the relentless efforts of his predecessors in the study of spells. I believe the magical community lacks the foundational laws of magical power, methods to exercise and invigorate one's magic. When your magic flows freely, brimming with vitality, no longer stagnant or frozen, combined with a vast output of magical energy, just imagine the strength one could achieve, Quirrell mused with a touch of aspiration. The foundational laws of magic? Dumbledore paused, intrigued by yet another novel concept in the often stagnant wizarding world. Although there may not be foundational laws of magic, predecessors have charted alternative paths and devised effective methods for exercising magic, such as silent casting, wandless casting, and even silent wandless casting. Through my extensive experimentation and observation, I have found that silent casting is predominantly the domain of exceptional adult wizards, while wandless casting is a rare skill possessed by few. And as for silent wandless casting, to my knowledge, only a select few, including Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor McGonagall, have mastered it, Quirrell remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is that all? What about me? Snape's eyes twitched. Was he to be excluded from the ranks of the Four House Heads? Though he indeed lacked such abilities. Although the power of silent and wandless magic may not rival that of wielding a wand, the fact remains that they have mastered it, and in comparison to ordinary wizards, they are considerably more formidable. Quirrell's eyes gleamed with a certain brightness. Many tomes recount the formidable prowess of ancient sorcerers, although their magic was often rudimentary and perilous. Far from the finesse we possess today, their might is indisputable. Beyond the sheer strength of ancient magic, ancient wizards were generally superior to us. In those times, wands were non-existent, and sorcerers practiced magic without wands, even performing silent and wandless spells. With the advent of wands, ancient magic gradually evolved into the more accessible forms of contemporary magic, becoming increasingly refined and safer. Rarely do we hear of a young wizard losing their life due to a miscast spell, yet the upper limits of wizardry have also diminished. Quirrell remarked, thus, I boldly surmise that mastering silent magic signifies stepping into the threshold of the fourth tier of magical power. I experienced this myself. Wandless magic corresponds to the fifth tier, while silent and wandless magic corresponds to the sixth tier. And you, Professor Dumbledore, who surpasses even the sixth-tier wizards, such as Professor McGonagall, I conjecture that you must have undergone a more intense metamorphosis of magical energy, thus advancing further into the seventh tier. Quirrell gazed intently at Dumbledore, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Severus Snape, equally astonished, recognized that if this discourse were to be published, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. You flatter me, Headmaster. I merely enjoy contemplating such matters, Quirrell replied. Many of these ideas still await validation. Did you not mention your intention to write a book? Are these your viewpoints? Dumbledore's gaze was profound. Indeed, merely my humble opinions, which I wish to share for discussion, Quirrell nodded. Such grand arguments. Seeing you reminds me of my own advancing age. Dumbledore mused, then added, when you have completed your work, do remember to share it with me. I shall recommend it for publication. Thank you, Headmaster. You shall be the first to see it, Quirrell smiled. Ah, it is getting late. The year-end banquet should be commencing. Let's not keep the students waiting, Dumbledore said, glancing out the window at the darkening sky, rising to address Quirrell and Snape. Very well, Quirrell replied as he, too, stood. Snape, however, rose silently and turned to leave without a word. In the great hall of Hogwarts, candles ablaze in mid-air illuminated the expansive chamber. The hall was adorned in the green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their consecutive 7-year victory in the House Cup, barring any unforeseen events. The 4 long tables were filled to capacity, young wizards eagerly sharing their holiday plans. The faculty table was fully occupied, with all professors present, including Hagrid, who sat there simmering in silent anger. Ron regaled the Gryffindor table with tales of his unwavering courage and decisive command as he navigated the chessboard with ease. Harry and Hermione fielded questions from their peers nearby. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Even the talkative Ron ceased to chatter. Dumbledore entered through the side door of the hall, accompanied by Quirrell and Snape. Quirrell and Snape took their seats, and Dumbledore arrived at his designated position, surveying the hall before speaking slowly. Another year has passed. And before we indulge in our celebrations, allow this old man to share a few words. This year has been remarkable. You have acquired new knowledge and forged new friendships, which are invaluable to each of you. I hope you cherish everything you have gained at Hogwarts, not merely the magical knowledge. As we approach the next term, I encourage you to face new challenges with renewed vigor. Now, let us proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. The scores reflect the collective efforts of each house's members. To the house that wins the cup, I urge you not to become complacent. To those who did not win, do not be disheartened, but strive to earn more points in the coming term. I shall now announce the current standings. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. Instantly, The Slytherin table erupted in cheers, with Draco Malfoy casting a mocking grin towards Harry. In stark contrast, the Gryffindors appeared despondent. While they cared little for the House Cup, they could not bear the thought of Slytherin triumphing. Congratulations, Professor Snape, a 7th consecutive victory. Quirrell jested, nudging Snape's shoulder. Well deserved. Slytherin is indeed the most esteemed house. Snape replied, suppressing a smirk. Enjoy your moment of pride. We'll see how long it lasts once Dumbledore's next announcement hits. Quirrell thought to himself with a chuckle. Beside them, Professor McGonagall wore a scowl, her gaze fixed intently on the Gryffindor table, particularly on the Weasley twins, notorious troublemakers, and Harry's trio, who collectively had accrued more points deducted than the rest of the house combined throughout the year. Everyone has performed admirably. Yet recent events must also be factored into our consideration, Dumbledore said, casting a discreet glance at Harry, who felt a rush of anxiety. The hall fell into a profound silence, and even the Slytherin smiles faded. Snape felt a sinking sensation, sensing an ominous turn of events. I trust you have all heard of the recent incident, Dumbledore continued, surveying the attentive crowd. Indeed, a dark wizard infiltrated Hogwarts, attempting to steal a treasure entrusted to me by a dear friend. Thanks to the efforts of a few young wizards, the professors successfully thwarted the dark wizard, preserving the treasure and, in doing so, safeguarding the honor of Hogwarts. Therefore, I shall also acknowledge their bravery in this matter. Countless eyes in the hall turned towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione, then shifted back to Quirrell. Snape clenched his jaw, his expression darkening, his fists tightly balled beneath the table. Quirrell wore an expression of eager anticipation. Concern etched on his face as he addressed Professor Snape. Professor Snape, might Slytherin be overtaken in the end? Snape whirled around, glaring daggers at Quirrell. Oh, my apologies. But with such a high score, how could Slytherin possibly be surpassed? Quirrell's tone was somewhat irksome. Chapter 29, Departure. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat before continuing. I have additional points to award. First, Mr. Ronald Weasley. Upon hearing his name, Ron's face flushed a vivid crimson. He had just triumphed in what could be considered the most exhilarating game of chess Hogwarts had witnessed in years, and through his bravery and sense of responsibility, he had proven himself a worthy, if not exceptional, Gryffindor. Therefore, I have decided to award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The cheers from Gryffindor were so thunderous they threatened to uproot the very foundations of Hogwarts' Great Hall. Percy was loudly proclaiming, "This is my brother, my very own brother," as Ron successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's colossal chessboard. Surrounding voices erupted with shouts of Ron. Well done. Ron trembled, having seldom received such attention in his life. And at that moment, he became the center of the entire school, his face reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. Only Snape wore a scowl. Naturally, the members of Slytherin were equally displeased, especially Draco Malfoy, who glared at Ron with palpable malice, muttering under his breath. Professor McGonagall, however, was finally beaming with joy. Her house was no longer in last place, and with Ron stealing the spotlight, her spirits soared, for the chessboard arrangement was indeed her design. Professor Sprout displayed little reaction. Though Hufflepuff had fallen to last place, they had never been overly concerned with such standings. Next, Miss Hermione Granger, in a moment of urgency, demonstrated remarkable composure, swiftly and accurately completing logical reasoning. I believe many adult wizards could not match her excellence. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Dumbledore regarded Hermione with encouraging eyes. Overwhelmed, she buried her face in her arms, her shoulders trembling, clearly moved to tears of joy. The Gryffindor long table erupted into further celebration, as they realized Harry was yet to come, which meant they could potentially leap from last place to a commendable second. If Dumbledore were to be even more generous and award a few extra points, defeating Slytherin was not beyond the realm of possibility. Tension rose among Professor Flitwick and Ravenclaw, with Flitwick even standing upon a chair. Finally, for the third item, Harry Potter, Dumbledore paused momentarily, causing Harry's heart to leap to his throat. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence, McGonagall clasping her hands tightly together. Harry had displayed extraordinary courage, unwavering bravery, and a spirit unafraid of sacrifice, facing the Dark Wizard in the final moments and successfully aiding the Professor in securing a chance for victory, ultimately defeating the Dark Wizard. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 100 points. The cacophony resonated through the heavens, signifying their triumphant reversal, successfully toppling Slytherin. Snape and the Slytherin students wore expressions as dark as coal. Malfoy fixed an intense gaze on Harry, his eyes brimming with jealousy. In contrast, Professor Flitwick, having been ousted from the third to the second, along with the Ravenclaw students, displayed a remarkable nonchalance, merely shaking his head with a sigh. They soon joined the jubilant throng, celebrating the demise of Slytherin alongside Hufflepuff. Harry, Ron, and Hermione embraced in a joyful huddle, bouncing with exuberance before being engulfed by the crowd. Professor McGonagall at the staff table beamed broadly, her hands unsure of where to rest, torn between standing and sitting. What a splendid display of bravery against wickedness. Quirrell, ever the instigator, clucked his tongue nearby. This time, Snape paid no heed to Quirrell's antics, gritting his teeth. Causing Quirrell to worry, he might shatter his own molars. It necessitated Dumbledore to amplify his voice magically to quell the students' uproar. A slight alteration to the Great Hall was in order. With a flick of his wand, the silver and green decorations transformed into a resplendent gold and crimson. A colossal Gryffindor lion appeared mid-air, roaring majestically. Snape and Professor McGonagall shook hands, symbolizing the transfer of the House Cup from the previous year to the current, both managing strained smiles, while McGonagall rarely looked so genuinely joyful. The Weasley twins unveiled their treasured Weasley-S Wizard Wheezes fireworks, turning the hall into a sea of celebration. Snape and Harry's eyes met. Snape's gaze remained one of disdain, yet Harry's expression revealed a mix of apprehension, gratitude, and remorse, leaving Snape perplexed. This night was unforgettable for all, as Hogwarts had not witnessed such exhilarating highs and lows in ages, leaving everyone in a state of exhilaration, even rendering the sumptuous feast secondary. For Quirrell, this evening marked the most liberating day since his arrival in this world, surrounded by mentors and colleagues, beneath youthful, spirited wizards. With no Dark Lord looming overhead, nor the weight of survival pressing down, the shackles that had long constrained him quietly fell away, revitalizing his spirit, bringing warmth and innocence to his smile. No wonder Dumbledore spent his life hidden within Hogwarts. Quirrell, why not stay? Remain at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick suggested, patting Quirrell's arm. As Quirrell exited the castle, he spotted a figure standing by the bridge at the castle's entrance, the wind billowing through the robes, resembling a grand bat. With a suitcase in one hand, he waved after Snape passed, uttering, "Until we meet again, Professor Snape." "Quirrell," Snape spoke, marking the first time he addressed him by name. Quirrell turned to find Snape's expression somewhat complex. "What is it, Professor Snape?" "I misjudged you from the very beginning," Snape replied, his tone somewhat stiff, clearly unaccustomed to such omissions. "No, you have not misunderstood me. My purpose for coming to Hogwarts is indeed of a different nature, and it is perilous, considering I bear the weight of Voldemort upon my head. I must commend your perceptiveness," Quirinus remarked with a chuckle. "Yet you have silently resisted him, ultimately even turning the tide against him." "I cannot compare to your strength," Severus replied. Severus paused, his voice heavy as he stated, "The Dark Lord has conquered death." "Ha! Conquered death? How audacious! It is merely a desperate survival through Horcruxes," Quirinus scoffed. "Horcruxes?" Severus exclaimed, startled. "I have coexisted with him for a year," Quirinus pointed to his head. "Every human must meet their end. Even Horcruxes possess vulnerabilities." Severus appeared momentarily lost. The secret of Voldemort's immortality had been so abruptly revealed to him. To be honest, there were several occasions when I genuinely wished to remove my scarf and have you call me father. "Ha ha!" Quirinus laughed heartily before turning to depart. Severus's expression stiffened. His right hand brushed over his left arm, surprisingly devoid of anger, yet a sense of unease gripped him. If he had indeed acted upon that impulse, Severus stood frozen, his body trembling, his face flushed and contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Quirinus Quirrell, you wretched being, Expelliarmus." An invisible wave surged through the sky, and, in the distance, Quirinus's voice echoed, "Until we meet again." Chapter 30. Farewell. As I walked along the path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, the surrounding lush forests invigorated my spirit. The vastness of the world enveloped me. I, Quirinus, have arrived. Unable to contain my exhilaration, I let out a long, joyful howl. Upon reaching Hogsmeade, I discovered that the Hogwarts Express had departed, and the absence of bustling students was palpable. On this particular day, the presence of numerous outsiders, especially dark wizards, was not permitted, rendering Hogsmeade unusually tranquil. Arriving at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, I gently pushed the door open, and the tinkling of wind chimes resonated, sounding more joyous than ever before. As I stepped into the pub, a deep, resonant voice called out, "Hey, Quirinus, over here." Instantly recognizing the voice, I knew it could only belong to Hagrid. Sure enough, Hagrid's imposing figure was unmistakable, accompanied by several professors from the school who smiled warmly at me, including Madame Rosmerta, who stood nearby. Hurrying over, I just set down my suitcase and taken a seat at a reserved table when Professor Flitwick spoke first. I told you, once Quirrell was out, he would surely come here. He winked at me. Madame Rosmerta, her cheeks slightly flushed, casually poured me a glass of butterbeer. I wonder, aside from Severus, why has no one else come to see me off? I thought my social standing was not as dismal as his. It appears they were all waiting here, I mused with a smirk. What brings all of you professors here? I inquired with a smile. We wish to see you off. Phileas said you would come here. He was correct, Professor McGonagall replied with a teasing tone. Hagrid suddenly exclaimed in realization, Oh, so Quirrell. You enjoy coming here for a drink. I find a fire whiskey here delightful, with its fiery kick and rich flavor. Professor McGonagall cast a disapproving glance at Hagrid. Quirrell chimed in, Indeed, the fire whiskey concocted by Rosmerta is unparalleled. Once tasted, it is difficult to forget. What is unforgettable, the whiskey or something else? Professor Flitwick quipped, raising an eyebrow. Quirrell, unfazed, looked at Rosmerta and smiled. The liquor is exquisite, but Miss Rosmerta's charm surpasses even that. What nonsense are you spouting? No amount of drink can silence you, Rosmerta retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot Quirrell a glare. Originally, Dumbledore was also meant to join us, but he received an urgent summons from the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, Professor McGonagall interjected. Professors, you need not have gone out of your way to see me off. We already bid farewell during last night's banquet. Quirrell shook his head. Professor Sprout, who had been smilingly observing the jovial gathering, remarked, Last night was the end-of-term feast. Today is a farewell gathering. They are not the same. Clad in a gray robe adorned with several patches, Professor Sprout, despite the seemingly modest salary of Hogwarts professors, had devoted most of her earnings to assist students facing financial difficulties. Although Hogwarts provides scholarships, after purchasing school supplies, there is often little left over, making it challenging to afford even the most basic items, such as quills, ink, and parchment. Quirrell, though not particularly acquainted with Professor Sprout, recognized her as a kind-hearted and benevolent witch. It is a rare occasion for you to step outside Hogwarts. I feel honored, Quirrell remarked with a smile. You are indeed the pride of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick declared proudly. Professor, you too are a source of pride for Ravenclaw, Quirrell replied, and rightly so. In a wizarding world dominated by blood purity, where wizards often look down upon other intelligent races, Professor Flitwick's ascent to the position of head of Ravenclaw as a half-blooded elf is a testament to his pride. The esteemed Professor Flitwick beamed with delight. Quirrell then addressed Hagrid. Hagrid, I apologize for betraying your trust in seeking ways to tame a Thestral. Do not speak so, Quirrell. We all understand that you are not entirely in control, and ultimately, you triumphed over that individual. I hold great admiration for you, Hagrid said, patting Quirrell on the shoulder with such force that Quirrell winced, fearing that another thump might shatter the chair. Hagrid, you have raised your Thestral remarkably. It is in splendid condition, and I could never manage it alone, Quirrell remarked, gently patting Hagrid's sturdy arm, though he wished to reach his shoulder, but found it out of reach. As a half-giant, Hagrid possessed immense strength and magical resistance, making him impervious to the spells of ordinary adult wizards. A single punch from Hagrid would shatter even the strongest of protective charms. Upon hearing compliments about his upbringing of Louis, Hagrid was instantly filled with joy. What are your plans next? Rosmerta inquired, a flicker of inscrutable emotion dancing in her eyes. Do remember to visit often. You appear rather more handsome without your headscarf, she added gently, nodding. Indeed, Quirrell is quite the charming lad. They all laughed, including Quirrell himself. After conversing for a while, Quirrell rose to take his leave, while Hagrid and Flitwick, the two sentimental old men, wiped away their tears. Rosmerta gazed at Quirrell with slightly reddened eyes. Professor McGonagall remarked thoughtfully, Quirrell, the doors of Hogwarts will always be open to you. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Quirrell replied with a smile. The group escorted Quirrell to the entrance of the pub. He cast a lingering glance at Rosmerta, then turned away, waving goodbye. With a single step forward and a soft sound of air bursting, Quirrell vanished from sight. Quirrell was a half-blood wizard hailing from Dorset. Situated in the southwestern part of England, on the northern shore of the English Channel, a stark contrast to Hogwarts perched in the Scottish Highlands, in the village of Stir, where both Muggles and wizards coexisted. The homes of wizards were predominantly protected by various enchantments to keep Muggles at bay. At the southernmost edge of the village stood a quaint three-story house, its architecture reminiscent of the 17th century, complete with a small courtyard. Quirrell appeared outside this charming abode and pushed open the gate to the courtyard, spacious and devoid of weeds, save for the remnants of recently uprooted grass. Thank you, Dodo. Quirrell remarked with a gentle smile, patting Dodo's head as he entered the house. The owner praised Dodo, acknowledging her as a remarkable companion. Despite her contributions being modest and part of her duties, Dodo followed closely behind, visibly excited. The interior of the house was immaculate, with furniture meticulously arranged. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow that added to the coziness of the space. This was indeed his home. The house was quite spacious. To the left of the entrance stood a fireplace, with a table and sofa positioned in front. Quirrell placed his suitcase down and sank into the sofa, feeling comfortable and at ease. Chapter 31. Establishing a combat system. It had been several days since he returned home, and he could not help but remark that home was an eternal sanctuary. During these days, Quirrell allowed himself to unwind completely, spending his time reading, practicing wandless magic, and resting whenever he felt fatigued, all while being tenderly cared for by a house elf. This was indeed a life of comfort. The house bore few magical traces, lacking even a single moving portrait. Stir was a village where muggles and wizards cohabited. Apart from the Changs, only a handful of wizarding families resided there, seldom interacting. In his memories, Quirrell recalled playing alone as a child, with few friends to keep him company. The various wizarding families maintain a rather insular existence. Nonetheless, travel is exceedingly convenient for wizards. Although not everyone possesses the ability to apparate, the use of flue powder allows one to traverse vast distances with remarkable ease. After spending several days in solitude, Quirrell found himself restless, yearning for adventure, only to realize that he seemingly lacked companionship. Reflecting on his time at Hogwarts, he acknowledged a certain degree of isolation. Resigned, he decided to remain indoors, using the opportunity to refine his magical system and solidify his core spells, thereby constructing his own combat framework. Initially, he deemed the stunning spell, once his most proficient incantation, to be of little use, as its damage output was minimal and effective primarily against single targets. Against foes with higher magical resistance, the stunning spell proved inadequate, even when it connected. Its efficacy was uncertain. The blasting curse, however, unleashed a barrage of stones akin to bullets, striking swiftly and fiercely, yet it bore significant limitations, necessitating prior structural alteration. The levitation charm allowed for the manipulation of objects at a leisurely pace, rendering it ineffective for inflicting substantial harm. However, when combined with the movement charm, it exhibited commendable results, albeit primarily as a means of surprise. As for transfiguration, Quirrell found his own skill in the art somewhat lacking. The Confringo curse held immense power, but was notoriously difficult to control, requiring a state of extreme emotional upheaval during its casting. Once unleashed, it was challenging to halt, necessitating a formidable will to master. Quirrell scratched his head in frustration. Establishing a mature combat system was no simple feat, as it would significantly influence the trajectory of his future. Magic equates to power. Without a robust core system, one lacks competitiveness, an increasingly crucial factor as one ascends the ranks. Take, for instance, Albus Dumbledore, whose unparalleled transfiguration served as the fulcrum of his ever-evolving strategies, employing the firestorm and the water prison with remarkable effectiveness. Conversely, Voldemort centered his prowess around the killing curse. A mere touch spelled death, and this spell was notoriously difficult to counter, often leaving one with no choice but to evade. The notion that Harry could counter the killing curse with disarming charm was purely a consequence of their fateful entanglement. An untrained individual would fare poorly in a similar situation. Moreover, consider the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, a close confidant of Dumbledore, who wielded the Confringo curse with unparalleled finesse, evolving flames into advanced blue fire, replete with automatic recognition capabilities, an achievement beyond mere effort. Then there was Newt Scamander, the renowned magizoologist, whose suitcase, upon opening, unleashed a veritable zoo of magical creatures, including thunderbirds and nifflers, to such an extent that even Voldemort had to retreat, and Grindelwald had experienced setbacks as well. Such skills are not easily replicated. Additionally, Severus Snape's creation of a nonverbal spell was a marvel in its own right, being indistinct and elusive, rendering it almost impossible to defend against. Furthermore, this mastery reflected a certain prestige. Without such distinction, how could one aspire to be a great wizard? While others wreaked havoc with their formidable spells, one could hardly take pride in resorting to basic incantations like the stunning spell or disarming charm. It would indeed be a source of shame, especially considering these spells exhibited low base damage, with even a shield charm proving difficult to breach. Such spells could only serve as supplementary functional charms. Quirrell felt a throbbing headache, The modern spells, having undergone thousands of years of simplification for ease of learning and application in daily life, had regrettably diminished in potency. Now, the pursuit of ancient magic seemed an insurmountable challenge. Although Quirrell was considered an exemplary Ravenclaw during his student years, a true scholar, he was largely confined to the confines of textbook knowledge. To truly distinguish oneself and excel, mere academic learning was insufficient. Hogwarts served primarily to equip students with foundational magic and to cultivate their magical potential, rather than to forge great wizards. The path to becoming a formidable sorcerer must be traversed independently. After several days of introspective study, Quirrell began to formulate some ideas. Rather than solely aspiring to master powerful spells, he pondered the possibility of innovating from existing magical practices, perhaps through combinations or enhancements. One day, weary of a reclusive existence, Quirrell manifested himself in Diagon Alley. As the bustling commercial hub of the wizarding world, Diagon Alley was teeming with life, particularly now that Hogwarts was on break, drawing many students seeking diversion. Quirrell strolled through the alley, greeted warmly by numerous fellow students who recognized him. He sought a short sword or dagger, ideally crafted by goblins. Yet wizarding weaponry predominantly consisted of wands, leaving blades and swords in limited demand. Though familiar with Diagon Alley, Quirrell had previously been burdened by the weight of a metaphorical stone, rendering him incapable of enjoying leisurely excursions. This time, however, he ambled about with ease, finding the various shops along the magical thoroughfare to be a source of delightful novelty. The ice cream from Florian Fortescue's was particularly delectable. The Quidditch shop was bustling with students, and the newly released Nimbus 2001 looked exquisite, its sleek design captivating all who beheld it. In the cauldron shop, an array of cauldrons awaited, including one fashioned from pure gold, a curious choice for potion making. Upon entering the Owl Emporium, Quirrell encountered many students, including some little ones, likely first years at Hogwarts. The shop was filled with various species of owls, including the barn owl, the tawny owl, the screech owl, the brown owl, and the snowy owl. After browsing without finding a suitable companion, he exited, recalling that the southern side of Diagon Alley housed a pet shop that offered more than just owls. The shop, simply named the Magical Creatures Emporium, caught his attention as he stepped inside. In a corner, a raven drew his gaze, perched serenely upon a branch, its feathers a deep, shadowy hue, exuding an air of independence. Its calm eyes regarded Quirrell with a tranquil demeanor, and in that moment, he felt a profound connection. This was the one. He named it Pies, symbolizing serenity. Eschewing a cage, Quirrell allowed Pies to rest upon his shoulder, where it remained still and composed. Finding nothing to his liking in Diagon Alley, he resolved to venture to Knockturn Alley. This place held memories of his first battle against wizards, a triumphant 1v4 encounter, aided by the presence of Dodo, which had instilled in him a great sense of confidence. Chapter 32, Return in Knockturn Alley. The first shop he entered in Knockturn Alley was Borgin & Burke's. The items sold here are predominantly related to dark magic, such as the Hand of Glory and Curse necklaces, constituting the essentials of such a trade. However, Quirrell harbored no interest in these sinister artifacts. The shops lining the streets offered little variation, many of which appeared frightening, yet served no practical purpose, merely intended to intimidate. In contrast, the wares from Bokenbach exhibited a semblance of authenticity. Although it cannot be said that other shops lacked genuine items, it ultimately depended on one's discerning eye. Quirrell had learned to disregard the malevolent gazes of the individuals loitering about. As he re-entered the marketplace of Downard Alley, he began to peruse the various stalls, having altered his visage through a human transfiguration spell to the extent that even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. Stopping before a particular stall brimming with an array of magical items, Quirrell found most of them lacking in utility, their magical essence exceedingly faint. However, a dagger caught his attention, resembling a letter opener, its blade inscribed with peculiar runes and marred by rust. "How much for this?" Quirrell inquired, pointing at the dagger. The stall owner, a diminutive male which with his features obscured, replied, 1,000 galleons. Quirrell shook his head in disbelief. "Why don't you go steal it then? Look at how rusted this blade has become. Behold the exquisite design, the graceful lines, and the runes upon the blade. This is a fairy-crafted item and remarkably sharp," the stall owner asserted, demonstrating the dagger by plunging it into the ground until the hilt disappeared. Quirrell raised an eyebrow. "So it is sharp, but I am a wizard. I merely find this dagger appealing for my collection. What difference does sharpness make? I cannot use a dagger to harm anyone." The stall owner withdrew the dagger, hesitating before asking, "How much are you willing to offer? 20 galleons?" Quirrell replied, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign. What? Impossible. I painstakingly retrieved this from the Egyptian pyramids. 20? That doesn't even cover my travel expenses. The stall owner exclaimed, nearly leaping from his spot. Quirrell felt a jolt of realization. If it indeed originated from the Egyptian pyramids, it would indeed be a valuable item. It is well known that the treasures unearthed from the pyramids are of high quality, and Gringotts headquarters is located in Egypt, where they have consistently organized expeditions for adventurers and curse breakers to explore the pyramids. Numerous private explorers and adventure organizations abound. Ron's brother, Bill Weasley, works as a curse breaker in Egypt. You've been manning this stall for quite some time, haven't you? Has anyone inquired about this dagger? Quirrell asked as he toyed with it. This is no longer the era of the strong preying upon the weak. Without Muggle knights, no one values bladed weapons anymore. The stall owner fell silent at this remark. Here's the deal. Considering your plight and my genuine desire to collect this dagger, let us settle on a round number, 100. Agree, and I shall take it. Otherwise, I shall walk away, Quirrell stated, placing the dagger down and dusting off his hands. All right then, 100 it is. Pay up. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Quirrell retrieved a shape-shifting lizard pouch from his pocket, reached inside, and produced a cloth bag, weighing it in his hand before tossing it to the stall owner, a perfect sum of 100. He then picked up a dagger and made his exit, leaving the stall owner to accept the money bag without further ado. Upon inspecting the contents, the stall owner appeared satisfied and tucked it away. Quirrell continued his stroll and arrived at a corner of the square where a door stood ajar, with a steady stream of individuals clad in cloaks and concealing their identities entering and exiting. Curiosity piqued. He realized he had overlooked such a bustling scene during his last visit. As he stepped inside, the entrance seemed modest, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. Directly opposite the entrance was a counter manned by 3 clerks, while to the left, another counter resembled a bar, adorned with tables for patrons to rest and enjoy beverages, including alcohol and coffee. The right wall was plastered with parchment. Unable to quell his curiosity, Quirrell approached the wall covered in parchment, which was divided into 3 panels. He first examined the panel nearest the entrance, where the parchment was of standard tan sheepskin. Notable postings included a request for a Hebridean black dragon egg, 1,000 galleons. A request for a Niffler, 200 galleons. A request for a venomous tentacula, 1,000 galleons. A request for a vanishing cabinet, 5,000 galleons. A request for a pensive, 1,000 galleons. A request for a basilisk, 10,000 galleons. A request for a basilisk fong, 200 galleons. And a request for the method to conquer death, 10,000 galleons. At the top, a staggering sum caught Quirrell's eye. A request for an elixir of life, 100,000 galleons. He couldn't help but marvel. Had he truly consumed 100,000 galleons in one gulp? It dawned on him that this was the bounty hunter's hall, a place he had heard of where tasks were posted and accepted. Rumor had it that in this space, anything could be accomplished provided one had the means. Even the audacious act of assassinating Dumbledore could be commissioned here. As he examined the central panel, he discovered it was filled with wanted posters, including those issued by the British Ministry of Magic as well as foreign bounties. However, collecting rewards here came with a brokerage fee, and many dark wizards found it perilous to approach the ministry themselves, an act akin to lambs entering a lion's den. Thus, numerous individuals lingered beneath the wanted posters, primarily dark wizards. Finally, Quirrell approached the leftmost panel, which astonishingly displayed an assassination list. Though the wizarding world projected an image of peace in recent years, clandestine conflicts raged beneath the surface. This was a realm where power resided within oneself. And even in the Muggle world, tales of those wielding weapons and harboring murderous intentions abounded. How much more so in the primal magical world? Among the names listed was Kingsley Shacklebolt, an elite Auror of the Ministry, known for apprehending countless dark wizards. The name of Lucius Malfoy still appears, with a bounty of 3,000 galleons. This individual, the patriarch of a pure blood family, has been assassinated, suggesting he must have enraged numerous adversaries. After all, in the realm of commercial rivalry, it is a matter of life and death. As the wealthiest in a magical community, this price seems rather low. Bartemius Crouch, with a bounty of 10,000 galleons, serves as the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation within the British Ministry of Magic. He is at odds with the Minister of Magic, being a formidable competitor. Quirrell strongly suspects that this bounty has been placed by the current Minister of Magic. Many other illustrious figures from the magical world are listed as well. Over the years, there's been no report of any celebrity being assassinated, indicating either that dark wizards fear the ministry or that these individuals are not to be underestimated. Quirinus gazed at the top of the list, where the name Albus Dumbledore was prominently displayed. Chapter 33, Bounty Hunters. Albus Dumbledore, with a staggering bounty of 100,000 galleons. Quirinus found himself momentarily astounded, not by the sheer amount, but by the fact that someone would place Dumbledore on assassination list. He wondered if there might be any foolhardy individuals willing to undertake such a task, believing the sheer numbers and well-laid traps could bring down Dumbledore. However, it is clear that a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber could easily defeat any adversary, regardless of their numbers. Quirinus felt a stir of interest, though not in the bounty on Dumbledore, but in the profession of a bounty hunter, despite having spent several years as a professor at Hogwarts. And prior to that teaching Muggle studies, he was not wealthy enough to live off his laurels indefinitely and needed to find additional sources of income. The role of a bounty hunter seemed fitting, offering a chance to enhance his combat experience as well. However, he pondered whether there were any prerequisites for joining the ranks of bounty hunters. Quirinus surveyed the hall and approached the counter directly facing the entrance, where a tall, slender wizard sat wearing a white mask, obscuring their features. "Sir, may I inquire if there are any commissions requiring attention?" Before Quirinus could respond, the wizard spoke first. It was a witch. What procedures are necessary to undertake the commission over there? Quirinus pondered for a moment before speaking. No formalities are needed. Anyone can accept the bounties listed. However, it is advisable to adopt a moniker, which will serve as your alias moving forward, the witch replied. Very well, thank you. Quirinus expressed his gratitude and resumed his examination of the bounty board. The bounty board presented an array of tasks. Beneath the layers of parchment lay even more assignments. The bounties currently listed had either not been claimed or had been abandoned due to failure. Failure incurs a penalty of 10% of the bounty amount, serving as a security deposit for accepting the task. Quirinus meticulously browsed through the listings, noting that someone had commissioned the rescue of the Lestrange couple imprisoned in Azkaban, with a bounty of 20,000 galleons. Many Death Eaters were involved. However, the presence of these tasks on the board indicated that no one had succeeded thus far. The location of Azkaban remains a closely guarded secret, accessible only through a key, rendering any attempts at rescue futile. Among the tasks presented to him, one stood out. Should he choose to accept it, success would be immediate. Yet, he hesitated, pondering the potential butterfly effect of his decision. The method by which the Dark Lord conquered death eluded him. He was only aware that Voldemort achieved immortality through the ancient and malevolent magic of Horcruxes. However, the process of creating a Horcrux remained a mystery. He only knew it involved murder to fragment one's soul. Yet, the means of such fragmentation was shrouded in uncertainty. After a considerable search, a bounty caught his eye, the acquisition of the Queen's crown with a reward of 20,000 galleons. How audacious to steal the crown of the Queen. Although her power had waned, it was no trivial task. It was not impossible, as a wizard's prowess could easily beguile a muggle. But why had this task gone unclaimed? The reward was sufficient to attract a multitude of desperate souls. Could it cause diplomatic strife? Even the Muggle Prime Minister was aware of the wizarding world. There was no reason the Queen should remain ignorant. That seemed the only plausible explanation. Moreover, a high bounty often necessitated a substantial deposit, in this case 2,000 galleons, not a trifling sum to part with. Yet, it was not unmanageable. Caution would suffice. After a moment of indecision, Quirinus tore down the bounty notice. Approaching the counter, he presented the notice to the witch he had encountered earlier. Upon inspecting it, she remarked, accepting this task requires a deposit of 2,000 galleons. Should you succeed and present the item here for authentication, the deposit will be fully refunded. Quirinus nodded and readily paid the deposit, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. 2,000 galleons was a significant portion of his resources. What is your code name? The witch inquired. Bluebird, Quirinus replied. Very well, Mr. Bluebird, she said. I wish you success in your endeavor. Thank you. Quirinus nodded and departed the task hall. Throughout this time, Peeves had remained perched silently on Quirinus' shoulder. Without lingering, Quirinus exited Diagon Alley, seeking to visit the leaky cauldron for a drink. Tom still owed him a butterbeer. To his slight disappointment, no unwary souls had attempted to accost him during this visit to Diagon Alley. The dark wizard, previously ensnared by the Cruciatus curse, had long since been released after his memories were erased. With a faint crack of displaced air, Quirinus materialized in his courtyard. Upon entering his home, he spotted an owl perched on the coffee table in front of the fireplace, clutching a letter in its talons. It was a missive from Rosmerta. Hooting softly, the owl tilted its head to assess Peeves before taking flight. Quirrell could not shake the impression that he detected a hint of disdain in the owl's gaze. Owls served as the most common messengers in the wizarding world, though some countries employed other birds, such as ravens. France, for instance, utilized ravens as messengers. Rosmerta's letter bore no particular significance, merely engaging in casual conversation. Quirrell harbored a certain fondness for Rosmerta, a sentiment he sensed was reciprocated, albeit not yet blossoming into a romantic relationship. They maintained their correspondence. Perhaps one day it would evolve into something more profound. The dagger, modest in size with a slender blade, measured approximately the length of an adult's palm. Inscribed upon its blade were several runes, some in ancient languages like Nevin, of which Quirrell could only decipher the words for sharpness and resilience. The remainder, he speculated, belonged to the unique magical lexicon of the fairies. Ancient runes served as the vessels of primordial magic, and in contemporary times, their practitioners were exceedingly rare. Hogwarts lessons merely covered recognition and translation of these runes, with scant mention of their practical application. From this perspective alone, acquiring the dagger was worthwhile. The combination of runes was a commendable find, a stroke of fortune considering the vendor's lack of discernment. The runes could be understood at a later date. For now, Quirrell was eager to test the dagger's capabilities. He procured some wood, and, unsurprisingly, he encountered 2 discarded crucibles from his childhood potion brewing endeavors. With effortless precision, he severed one in 2, astonishingly capable of slicing through iron. Overall, Quirrell was quite pleased, though the rust upon the blade was somewhat disconcerting. A cleaning charm had little effect on the tarnish. For the time being, he decided to use it as is, planning to procure a rust remover from Diagon Alley on a future visit. He also employed a transfiguration charm to craft a sheath for the dagger, securing it to his belt. In the deep of night, invigorated and alert, Quirrell rose slowly and performed apparition within his room. When he reappeared, he found himself at the gates of Buckingham Palace. Chapter 34. Buckingham Palace. The nocturnal splendor of Buckingham Palace resembled a colossal beast lying in wait within the darkness. Guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Quirrell positioned himself in the square before the palace, cloaked in shadows, silently observing this world-renowned edifice where the queen resided. However, the exact location of her chambers remained a mystery, yet this posed no obstacle for a wizard. Enveloping himself in a disillusionment charm, Quirrell retrieved his broomstick, and with a gentle push, ascended into the air, gliding leisurely into Buckingham Palace. The palace was a quadrilateral fortress, encircled on all sides, with a vast courtyard at its heart, and guards patrolling the perimeter. Quirrell perched upon his broom, surveying the palace, contemplating where the queen might dwell. It seemed likely she resided at the rear of the castle. The flanks appeared unsuitable, not befitting her stature. Quirrell stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a gentle press upon his broom, he descended slowly to the rear of the castle, searching for the queen's possible quarters, with guards stationed below. Buckingham Palace consisted of 4 stories, with 2 lower, subordinate levels that were rather modest. The queen could not possibly reside there. Thus, he sought the higher 2 floors. After circling the windows for a spell, he found nothing. Resolutely, he decided to open a window and enter directly. Quirrell slipped through a sizable window on the 2nd floor. To a wizard, a sealed window was practically inconsequential. Gently descending, Quirrell retracted his broom and surveyed the room. Although night had fallen, the moonlight streamed through the window, allowing him to discern some details outside. The room was quite spacious, dominated by a long table at its center, reminiscent of a conference chamber. Flanking the room were 2 doors. Quirrell listened intently for any sounds, but detected none. He cautiously opened a door and stepped outside, moving with utmost stealth. He treaded upon the thick carpet, which muffled his footsteps almost entirely. He knew he could not afford to search blindly. First, he needed to locate someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the queen's bedroom. After a brief examination, Quirrell entered a room to his left. It appeared to be where the queen received her ministers. Upon exiting that chamber, he noticed a grander door compared to the others, causing his heart to race. Surely, this was the place. Pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find the room eerily empty, save for a solitary piano. Was it possible that such a vast chamber existed solely for a piano? Dismissing his doubts, Quirrell continued his search, traversing room after room without encountering a single soul. At the corridor's end lay an expansive banquet hall, adjacent to a magnificent ballroom. The corridor itself was adorned with numerous artifacts, likely antiques. But Quirrell felt no inclination towards them. He realized he had erred. This was merely the office area. Frustration welled within him. The castle was colossal, with nearly 1,000 rooms to navigate. It would take an eternity to find the queen's quarters. He surmised it must lie on the opposite side of the castle. Indeed, upon reaching the left wing, he found the corridor illuminated, and a maid approached him. Thankfully, he maintained his illusion spell. As Quirrell neared the maid, he flicked his wand, casting a spell that ensnared her consciousness. Gaining knowledge of the queen's bedroom's location, he hesitated no longer. He promptly arrived at the bedroom door, inhaled deeply, and with a flick of his wand, unlatched the door. The bedroom was vast, featuring several sofas upon entry, with a soaring ceiling and a massive bed positioned at the far end. Suddenly, a swift object zoomed out from within, and Quirrell grasped it in his hand. A crown, surprisingly light, crafted predominantly from rose, thistle, and clover motifs, its surface gleaming silver. Without further inspection, he stowed it away. As he exited the room, just as he closed the door behind him, an unexpected jolt surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end and a sense of pressure to envelop his forehead. With no time to ponder, he shook his wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped him. Just as a glint of cold steel flashed towards him, a sword slicing through the air. With a soft sound, the barrier shattered, yet the sword hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Quirrell stepped aside to evade the blade. The sword, relentless as a shadow, pursued him, lunging directly at his heart. With no time to turn around, Quirrell waved his wand backward, creating obstacles in his wake. The sword faltered as if ensnared in quicksand. A cold scoff echoed from behind him, as the assailants strained against the barriers, shattering them, yet they had also distanced themselves from Quirrell. At this moment, Quirrell turned to face the newcomer, who was clad in medieval knightly armor, wielding a cross sword, and bearing a resolute countenance. This sight left Quirrell momentarily disoriented. Could it be? How could a mere muggle wield such a sword and disrupt my magic? Who are you? Quirrell inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and gravity. Wizard. Buckingham Palace is not a playground for your kind, the knight retorted with a scoff, twisting his long sword and charging forth, aiming a direct strike at Quirrell. Without hesitation, Quirrell raised his wand, casting his signature spell, causing the knight to collapse momentarily. A beam of gray light shot forth, but the knight swiftly parried it with his sword, shattering the spell's energy, and continued his advance. As the knight drew closer, Quirrell retreated while brandishing his wand, unleashing a series of spells, all of which were effortlessly deflected by the knight's blade. Sensing the knight's imminent arrival, Quirrell pointed to a suit of armor positioned against the wall and invoked a transformation spell. The armor sprang to life, raising its sword to strike at the knight. Yet, the knight remained unfazed. He deftly blocked the attack and, with a powerful kick, shattered the armor into pieces, the resounding crash echoing throughout the castle. I must leave at once, or who knows what further complications may arise. The guard should be arriving soon, Quirrell thought, already hearing the sounds of running footsteps and shouts. Without a moment's delay, he dashed into the adjacent room, intending to escape through the window. The knight pursued him, bellowing, "Do not run." Entering the room, the knight saw Quirrell at the window and, in a panic, bent his knees slightly, letting out a fierce shout as his body transformed into a blur. His sword aimed directly at Quirrell. A charge? Is he mad? Quirrell gasped and swiftly sidestepped. The knight's sword cleaved through the air, creating a thunderous noise as it smashed through the wall, and without pause, he redirected his blade towards Quirrell. Realizing the danger, Quirrell spared no effort. With a flick of his wand, he retaliated swiftly, sending a thick beam of spell energy hurtling toward the knight's chest. The knight, unfazed, allowed the spell to strike him, his armor glowing with an inscription that rendered Quirrell's magic ineffective. Does he possess anti-magic armor? Quirrell's heart sank as he waved his wand again, summoning a raging inferno. A massive fireball surged toward the knight, who, recognizing the threat, did not attempt to withstand it. Instead, he slashed at the fireball, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent the knight crashing against the opposite wall. Dazed but unharmed, the knight stood up, his hair singed in a few places by the flames. Seizing the moment, Quirrell waved his wand, causing debris from the ground to fly towards the knight, launching a barrage of stone projectiles at him. The knight raised his arm to shield his head as the stones struck against his light armor, shattering upon impact. Taking advantage of this distraction, Quirrell leaped through the breach created by the knight, mounted his broom, and caught a glimpse of a group of guards rushing into the recently contested room. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a massive fireball erupted from the ground towards Quirrell. Startled, he rolled aside and muttered, "More formidable foes." Chapter 35, More Formidable Foes. Quirrell felt a chill run through him, realizing that there were indeed wizards present within Buckingham Palace. One might argue that the existence of wizards is far more plausible than that of knights. Looking down, one observes a middle-aged man standing on the ground, wand in hand. Before Quirrell could react, soldiers rushing from the second floor raised their rifles and opened fire upon him. With a swift motion of his wand, Quirrell enveloped himself in an ironclad spell, the bullets striking against it with rippling effects. The wizard on the ground also acted decisively, launching a formidable fireball. Without hesitation, Quirrell grasped his broom, evading the fireball, leaning forward and pressing down on the broom, intending to make his escape. The wizard, noticing this, twirled his wand above his head in a grand arc, summoning a tremendous whirlwind that encircled Quirrell, rendering his broom nearly immobile. Were it not for Quirrell's firm grip, he might have been swept away by the violent winds. The gusts rustled his robes, gradually forcing him downwards. Cursing under his breath, Quirrell pressed down on the broom. Landing on the ground, he stowed away his broom, letting his wand hang heavily in his right hand, and gazed gravely at the wizard, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I cannot believe that wizards still exist within the Muggle monarchy. I am a court magician of the British Empire," the wizard replied, arms crossed over his abdomen, showing no signs of aggression. "And what brings you to the palace?" At that moment, a knight approached the edge of the wall, leaping down to stand beside the wizard, exclaiming angrily, "You despicable thief, there's nowhere for you to run." The guard arrived, encircling Quirrell from all directions, rifles at the ready. Quirrell slowly spoke. "I never anticipated such hidden prowess within Buckingham Palace. I merely admired its grandeur and sought to explore. Do you truly believe that nonsense? Once I capture you, the truth will be unveiled," the knight scoffed, gesturing for the surrounding guards to withdraw. The knight stepped forward, tightening his grip on the long sword, knees slightly bent, and with a powerful push from the ground, he left 2 shallow impressions in the earth, his figure darting forward, closing the 30-step distance in an instant. His sword aimed straight at Quirrell's throat. The wizard behind him tightened his grip on his wand. Quirrell, already on high alert, summoned 3 formidable barriers at the moment the knight charged. First, second, third. The knight's charge was relentless, yet the 3 barriers shattered in an instant, significantly diminishing his momentum. However, the longsword still aimed to slice Quirrell's throat. Unfazed, Quirrell unleashed the long-prepared repulsion spell, which surged forth with the force of a torrential flood. A robust beam of spell energy striking the knight squarely in the chest. The knight's light armor flickered with inscriptions before extinguishing, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall of the castle behind him. The repulsion spell's force was formidable, inflicting far greater damage than a standard stunning spell, proving that with sufficient magical output, even simple incantations could possess remarkable power. Before Quirrell could catch his breath, a blinding red light shot toward him, brushing past the knight as he flew through the air. Debris could not be wasted. A multitude of projectiles were unleashed. The flying stones scattered the fireball that the wizard had just conjured. Immediately, Quirrell flicked his wand, causing several green bricks to soar into the air, transforming into colossal wolves that lunged at the wizard. Without hesitation, the wizard cast a shattering spell, obliterating the brick wolves into a cloud of dust. At that moment, a knight emerged from the shattered wall, roaring with fury. Before he could locate Quirrell, a torrential wave surged towards him, causing him to choke on the water as he was swept against the wall behind him. The force of the water enveloped him, forming a swirling water prison. This spell, the water prison, instantaneously conjured a vast amount of water through immense magical energy, leaving the trapped individual disoriented and gasping for air, risking drowning under the oppressive pressure. Just then, a fierce wind arose as the wizard dispersed the dust. Upon spotting the water prison, he intended to save the knight, but was halted by the sound of a clanging dagger hovering before him, rusted and menacing. Quirrell raised his left hand, exerting control over the water prison. He stepped forward and said, "My dagger may not be able to harm you," glancing at the knight struggling within the water prison. The wizard hesitated, surveying the desolate square, and nodded, "You may leave." Quirrell exhaled in relief, loosening his grip, causing the water prison to disintegrate. The knight fell to the ground, coughing up water and gasping for breath. Quirrell sheathed his dagger and took out his broom, mounting it and ascending slowly, remaining vigilant against the wizard and the knight. The knight, watching Quirrell rise into the air, stood and called out, "Wait." Quirrell, feeling a sense of caution, wondered if the knight still wished to fight. "What is your name?" "I must know the identity of the one who bested me," the knight stated solemnly. Quirrell waved his broom and soared away, leaving behind 2 words in the air, "Bluebird." Observing Quirrell's retreating figure, the knight shouted, "I am Lavender, of the Royal Knights of the British Empire, a knight of the Round Table. Next time, I shall defeat you." Once Quirrell had vanished from earshot, the wizard shook his head and remarked, "Well, he is far gone now." With a flick of his wand, the shattered wall and ground began to repair themselves as if time were reversing, restoring the area to its former state in no time. Quirrell sped away on his flying broom, eventually landing atop a building some distance away. He stowed his broom and gazed contemplatively at Buckingham Palace, reflecting, "I never imagined such hidden prowess could reside within Buckingham Palace. A mere Muggle knight has thrown me into disarray. Had that wizard arrived a moment sooner, trapped within the castle, my escape would have been far more arduous. In the end, I was merely fortunate. The water prison proved invaluable." He should have anticipated that in this world of extraordinary manifestations, one of the oldest dynasties would possess more than mere visible power. Once his magical energy and vitality stabilized, Quirrell turned and vanished, utilizing the disillusionment charm to depart. It was not that he had delayed in using the charm. Rather, it was entirely impractical to employ it amidst the chaos of battle. In the midst of battle, blood surged and magical energy boiled, while the art of phantasmic manifestation demanded both resolve and composure. Composure implied a relative tranquility of magical energy, yet within the tumult of combat, the mind raced, making it challenging to harness such phantasmic abilities. To successfully conjure a phantasm in the throes of conflict required not only immense magical power, but also exceptional proficiency, qualities that Quirrell had yet to possess. In Chapter 36, The Wind Chaser, it was ultimately the fortuitous inspiration that led to the successful casting of the water prison spell, a feat made possible by the gifts bestowed by Voldemort, which enhanced his magical prowess, including his magical reserve, quality, output, and efficiency. The improvements in magical output and quality augmented the strength of his spells, while enhancements in reserve and efficiency bolstered his endurance. Though wizards rarely face the concern of depleting their magical energy, this was primarily applicable to the mundane use of magic by ordinary wizards, who exhibited alarmingly low efficiency, casting only a handful of spells in a day. Their mastery of simple incantations was insufficient to keep pace with the natural replenishment and growth of their magical power. Moreover, high-intensity spellcasting was not within the capabilities of the average individual. Voldemort's gifts awakened the latent magical energy within him, transforming what was once stagnant into a vibrant force, enabling a surge of power. While magical energy does grow naturally over time, certain exceptionally gifted wizards pursue various means to enhance their abilities, allowing them to wield power that others could only dream of in their youth. Naturally, their magical energy remains remarkably active, absent a fundamental methodology akin to the cultivation of internal energy found in stories of the past. One must engage in extensive practice and research to maintain the vitality of their magic, fostering its growth. Great sorcerers like Dumbledore undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent, yet their dedication far exceeds that of the average individual. A comprehensive enhancement of magical energy is essential. Only through a massive outpouring of power at critical moments can one unleash the grand spectacle of the clear water spring, thus providing the foundation for the water prison spell. Though exhilarating, the strain on the body and mind is immense, necessitating future modifications and optimizations of the clear water spring spell. Originally designed merely for watering, its natural channels of magic are limited, and forcing its use imposes an excessive burden upon oneself. The following midday, Quirrell, having enjoyed a meal prepared by the little elf Dodo, executed a phantasmic manifestation and arrived at Upside Down Alley. Upon entering the bounty hall and approaching the task counter, he placed the queen's crown upon the surface, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Mr. Bluebird, you truly succeeded," the witch exclaimed, her surprise evident. Quirrell had donned a blue mask, intricately patterned to resemble a falcon, conjured effortlessly through transmutation. Yet the witch recognized him, for he was the sole individual to undertake this task recently, and she had not anticipated such prompt completion. "Indeed," Quirrell replied succinctly. The witch, observing his demeanor, said, "Please hold on a moment. We need to conduct an appraisal." Quirrell nodded in agreement. Before long, a figure emerged from the inner chamber, shrouded entirely in a cloak. They picked up the crown, scrutinizing it for a moment, then prodded it twice with a wand, nodding at the witch before placing the crown down and retreating back inside. The witch took possession of the crown, securing it, and subsequently retrieved a small cloth pouch from beneath the counter. Addressing Quirrell, she stated, "Mr. Bluebird, your item has been authenticated as indeed requisite for the task. Here is your remuneration, along with the guaranteed deposit you provided, from which a 30% intermediary fee has been deducted. Please accept it. The 30% fee was somewhat steep, yet the existence of such a platform was of utmost importance. Quirrell nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words as he accepted the pouch and turned directly towards the exit. Behind him, patrons in the bar observed Quirrell with hushed whispers, their gazes tinged with avarice. After all, a task worth 20,000 galleons was exceedingly enticing, albeit daunting, with a reward of 10,000 galleons acting as a pivotal threshold. None among them possessed the capability to undertake a bounty surpassing 10,000 on their own. Quirrell paid no heed to their stares, considering that anyone bold enough to approach him would be met with consequences. He still felt the exhilaration from last night's battle. Upon returning home, he immersed the dagger in a rust remover solution, watching as foam began to rise. After approximately 10 minutes, he withdrew the dagger, snapping his fingers to cleanse anew. The foam dissipated, along with the mottled rust that had marred the blade. The dagger, now fully revealed, bore an ancient elegance, its blade smooth and even, double-edged yet resembling a short sword, albeit shorter and more slender. It showed no signs of scratches or damage. 6 intricate inscriptions intertwined harmoniously, fitting snugly in his hand and providing a comfortable grip. Even if it held no practical use, it would serve well as an exquisite piece for admiration. With a playful spirit ignited, Quirrell brandished the dagger, slicing through the air with swiftness. Who among us has not harbored a childhood dream of martial prowess? With merely a straight branch, he could have claimed dominion over the surrounding wilderness. As he swung the dagger, he seemed to uncover something remarkable. The dagger moved effortlessly, devoid of any resistance, cleaving through the air as if it parted the very atmosphere itself, silent in its motion. In contrast, even a mere wand, resembling a slender stick, produced a distinct sound with the slightest vigorous movement. As Quirrell caressed the dagger, deep in contemplation, he realized that this dagger could indeed cast spells, initiating actions with a speed surpassing that of others. A step fast, and every step fast, he mused, recalling the adage that in the realm of martial arts, speed is unparalleled. His heart raced with anticipation as he inhaled deeply, wielding the dagger with his right hand while softly uttering a spell in his mind. Whirlwind, sweep clean. A gentle breeze arose, sweeping through every corner of the living room, stirring the hem of Quirrell's garment, mirroring the fervor within his heart. The flow was seamless, devoid of the sluggishness often associated with wandless magic. He had only just begun to grasp the nuances of wandless casting and had yet to master the subtleties of silent incantations, far from achieving the 6th tier of silent. Wandless magic. Indeed, this dagger surpassed the wand in potency, offering a fluid, unimpeded release of magical energy, effortlessly dismissing the resistance of air. Quirrell was overjoyed. He initially intended to acquire a dagger to complement his levitation and mobility spells, merely to experiment with the art of sword mastery. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure worth 100 galleons, an incredible windfall. Filled with excitement, he unconsciously stirred his magical energy and, with a mere wave of his hand and without uttering a spell, directed a surge of magic into the dagger. The energy coalesced at the tip of the blade, and as the dagger glided through the air, a pale cyan crescent arc of light shot forth, swiftly slicing through the sofa and then the wall. Startled, Quirrell rose to investigate and discovered a faint crack in the center of the sofa. A gentle push split the sofa in two, the break remarkably clean and devoid of any splinters. Upon inspecting the wall, he found a slender, straight crack that extended outside. It seemed he had encountered yet another unexpected boon, the wind blade. Quirrell was overwhelmed with joy. This dagger was indeed a priceless treasure, setting aside its other merits. The spellcasting capability alone elevated Quirrell's prowess significantly, not to mention the razor-sharp wind blade, which provided him with a formidable weapon. Sheathing the dagger, Quirrell gazed at its petite form in his palm and softly declared, "From now on, you shall be known as the Wind Chaser." The sword of the Wind Chaser. He pondered how it would compare to Snape's renowned shadowless blade and contemplated finding an opportunity to test it. In the days that followed, Quirrell largely secluded himself at home, honing his magical skills and crafting manuscripts. He gradually became adept at wandless magic, focusing primarily on mastering the Wind Chaser. He grew quite fond of this exquisite weapon, having relegated his wand to the sidelines. Of course, such a treasure should not be displayed carelessly. A trump card must be saved for crucial moments. Quirrell procured a fine piece of rosewood from Diagon Alley to craft a new sheath for the Wind Chaser, which he wore at his waist daily. During his leisure hours, he delved into the ancient runes that Professor Chilo had left untouched for many years. Ancient runes served as a vessel for ancient magic, and one could not study magic without grappling with this challenging subject. Nevertheless, he began to glean some insights into optimizing the Clearwater spell. Occasionally, he took on a role of a bounty hunter. The bounty tasks were varied, ranging from providing materials to brewing a pot of hellfire potion, or concocting magical reagents such as truth serum, and even sourcing eight-eyed giant spiders or naga snakes. Despite Hogwarts being accessible to nearly every wizard, potion making remained a core discipline. Yet few graduates could brew potions independently, let alone advanced ones. Furthermore, not all wizards attended Hogwarts. Many were nurtured within their families or through master-apprentice traditions. A significant portion of dark wizards came from such lineages. While they might possess one or two secret techniques, they often lacked the breadth of knowledge that Hogwarts graduates acquired, who were typically well-rounded. Quirrell, a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw and a true scholar, had learned from Professor Slughorn, a renowned master of potions in the British wizarding world. As October unfolded, Hogwarts had been in session for over a month. Quirrell emerged from the fireplace in Professor McGonagall's office, enveloped in green flames. As the flames dissipated, he dusted himself off and addressed Professor McGonagall, who was seated behind her desk. Flue powder travel is splendid, though the dust is quite bothersome. It's been a while. Professor McGonagall, her smile warm and inviting, gestured for Quirrell to take a seat and poured him a cup of coffee, saying, "It hasn't been too long. I received your letter about applying for the fireplace to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore. Is there something on your mind? You may share it with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "It's nothing of great consequence," Quirrell replied cheerfully. "I had mentioned to Headmaster Dumbledore my intention to write a book, and he encouraged me to show it to him once completed, offering to help me contact a publisher. Of course, it would be my honor." "Please, Professor McGonagall, feel free to provide your insights," Quirrell said as he retrieved the bound manuscript from his pocket, presenting it to her. "Call me Minerva Quirrell. As I have told you many times," she said, a hint of displeasure in her tone, as she accepted the manuscript and began to peruse its pages. "Very well, Minerva." Quirrell acquiesced, adapting to local customs. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. As she flipped through the pages, her expression shifted from eager enthusiasm to a more serious demeanor, tinged with surprise. Quirrell remained patient, allowing her to read at her leisure. After a considerable time, McGonagall finally looked up, her gaze filled with a newfound respect for Quirrell. "Quirrell, this is truly a remarkable book. The ideas and perspectives within are astonishing. My goodness, I must inform Dumbledore. Oh, right, you came to see him. Let us hurry. I am eager to hear his thoughts." With that, she gathered the manuscript and swiftly rose to her feet. Quirrell followed suit, somewhat bemused by McGonagall's sudden fervor. "I never expected that someone so young could produce such a work. I am certain it will create a tremendous stir upon publication." "You are too modest, Minerva. They are merely some immature ideas," Quirrell replied. "Oh, Quirrell, you are excessively humble. Your name will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of magical history," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, leaving Quirrell feeling somewhat bashful. As they traversed the halls, they encountered numerous students who greeted Quirrell with enthusiasm. However, Professor McGonagall was entirely engrossed in the content of the manuscript, oblivious to the students' salutations. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the castle, just as the Waterstone beast leapt aside, McGonagall slapped her forehead, realizing, "I should have invited Filius and the others to take a look at this." With that, she produced her wand and with a gentle flick, conjured a small, white cat that darted down the stairs. She then led Quirrell directly to the headmaster's office. Bypassing the customary knock and pushing the door open, Dumbledore, who had been amusing himself with Fawkes, was startled by the sudden commotion. Observing the flustered Professor McGonagall and the somewhat exasperated Quirrell trailing behind her, Dumbledore approached, a puzzled expression on his face. "Minerva, what is the matter? Has something happened?" "It's nothing. It's Quirrell. He has brought the book he wrote and wishes to show it to you," Professor McGonagall remarked, taking a deep breath. "Oh, Quirrell, you've completed it. I can hardly contain my excitement to see it," Dumbledore exclaimed, turning in surprise to Quirrell as he glanced at the manuscript cradled in McGonagall's arms. He then reached out to take the manuscript from her. "I've already informed Filius, Pomona, and, Severus. They'll be joining us to take a look," McGonagall replied. Ignoring Dumbledore's outstretched hand as she strode purposefully to her desk, seated herself, and placed the manuscript down, pressing it firmly with her hand. Quirrell found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he dutifully took a seat. After Dumbledore settled down, he retrieved a cherished box of chocolate-covered insects from beneath the cabinet, presenting it to McGonagall and Quirrell with a flourish. "Would you care for a piece? I just acquired these from the Zizingby candy shop a couple of days ago. Looking at the vividly crafted candy inside the box, Professor McGonagall expressed her distaste. Albus, I wonder who besides you would ever consider purchasing such a thing. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. And consuming too many sweets is not advisable. These chocolate-covered insects are not only overly saccharine, but also quite repulsive to behold. Quirinus added with resignation. Quirinus, I am over a century old. My remaining years are few. One cannot impose too many restrictions on a centenarian. Besides, taking a bite of these treats releases a delightful burst of sweetness, flooding the palate with an exquisite sensation, and their antennae even dance within the mouth. How amusing, Dumbledore lamented, a frown adorning his face. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, almost taking on a greenish hue, as she pressed her lips tightly together. Quirinus had no doubt that had this individual not been Dumbledore, McGonagall would have been unable to resist drawing her wand to silence him. Chapter 38. The gathering Quirinus and the others engaged in a rather casual conversation. However, it was evident that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's minds were elsewhere. Although Quirinus had previously discussed the book with Dumbledore, the latter held great anticipation, as this might be a tome capable of transforming the wizarding ecosystem. Before long, Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape arrived. Quirinus stood to greet them. Snape wore a scowl that suggested someone owed him money, glaring menacingly at Quirinus, his teeth grinding audibly, as if he might shatter them. Harry Potter's inexplicable glances during class always left Snape feeling uneasy. Even his harsh deductions of points and relentless targeting during lessons had proven ineffective. Professors Flitwick and Sprout embraced Quirinus with enthusiasm upon seeing him. Professor Sprout even patted Quirinus on the back, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much, Quirinus. The rare seeds you sent me have already been planted. You are too kind. Professor Sprout, they would serve little purpose in my hands, Quirinus replied, having encountered numerous rare herbs during his bounty tasks. Realizing it was far more beneficial to entrust them to Professor Sprout. At present, I do not harbor such intentions. Furthermore, Professor Dumbledore has already appointed someone for the position, thus leaving no room for me. Professor Flitwick, I have authored a book and brought it for Headmaster Dumbledore to peruse. Quirrell found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Professor Flitwick's exuberance. With a hint of disappointment, Professor Flitwick remarked, "How could that fellow possibly compare to you? I truly do not comprehend Dumbledore's rationale in appointing him as the defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore, feeling a bit awkward, quickly interjected, "All right, everyone is here. Please take your seats." He then gestured, causing 4 chairs to materialize out of thin air. As everyone settled in, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall, saying, "Minerva, might we now take a look at the book?" Professor McGonagall finally removed her hand from atop the manuscript, pointed her wand at it, and duplicated the pages. Instantly, several identical copies appeared on the table, each person receiving one to examine closely. Silence enveloped the room, save for the soft rustling of pages. Even the portraits of former headmasters seemed eager to lean out of their frames for a better view. Feeling somewhat bored, Quirrell rose and wandered to a corner, observing the phoenix Fawkes, who dozed atop a branch. The resplendent plumage of Fawkes sparked in Quirrell an impulse to stroke its feathers. He thought it, and he acted upon it. As Quirrell reached out, just as his fingers were about to brush against Fawkes, the phoenix's eyes snapped open, and its sharp beak lunged toward him, prompting Quirrell to hastily withdraw his hand. Chirp! Fawkes flapped its wings and cast a disapproving glance at Quirrell. Fawkes is rather shy. He does not permit anyone to touch him except for me, Dumbledore remarked with a chuckle. Chirp! Fawkes shot a glare at the old wizard. After a moment, a long sigh escaped, followed by Flitwick's somewhat animated voice. Quirrell, this is truly remarkable. I have long believed that you would emerge as a great wizard, and this book is a testament to my conviction. The others lifted their gazes, their eyes filled with respect for Quirrell. Quirrell, you have indeed refined your theories. It is truly impressive, Dumbledore also noted with admiration. This is merely a preliminary effort. I feel there is much yet to uncover, Quirrell replied, remaining standing. The magical theory you discussed in your book has greatly inspired me. Historically, we have conducted little research on magic. Your insights will transform the world, Professor Sprout praised. Snape remained silent, his gaze toward Quirrell imbued with a complexity of emotions. In your book, you mentioned that our wizarding community has long fallen into a misconception, prioritizing spells over the principles of magic, spells being incantations, while principles pertain to the cultivation of magical power. You assert that we lack a fundamental law of magic. But what precisely is that fundamental law? Professor McGonagall inquired, her expression grave as she regarded Quirrell. Upon hearing this, Several individuals immediately perked up their ears, and Dumbledore was no exception, his eyes displaying a glimmer of anticipation. Quirrell had previously discussed the fundamental laws of magic with him, and he had contemplated the matter himself, gaining a semblance of understanding. However, he still yearned to hear the interpretation from Quirrell, the principal party involved. Quirrell, upon hearing this, paced a few steps in the headmaster's office and slowly articulated, the fundamental laws of magic pertain to the methods of magical cultivation, a pathway to enable the flow of magic, ensuring its ceaseless vitality. I mentioned this during a conversation with the headmaster and Professor Snape. It is also written in books. Magic resembles water. Stagnant waters tend to accumulate filth and breed bacteria. Similarly, magic, when allowed to stagnate for extended periods, gradually loses its vitality. To avert this, one must ensure that magic flows continuously, akin to running water, which does not rot, while a door hinge remains uncorrupted. Dumbledore and Snape nodded in acknowledgement, while Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout cast glances at the two men that hinted at discontent. This conversation had transpired when Quirrell was preparing to depart from Hogwarts, and they had broached this topic. Dumbledore felt a twinge of helplessness, sensing that the gazes of these three individuals were akin to those of ravenous predators. Then, Dumbledore spoke earnestly. Regarding this matter, I wish to provide proof on behalf of Quirrell. For us wizards, magic is akin to our limbs. In ordinary circumstances, we seldom perceive any anomalies. The vast majority remain oblivious to irregularities in their magic. Yet, I possess a modicum of talent that affords me a heightened sensitivity to magic. I believe Quirrell shares a similar inclination, which enables him to discern such issues. As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze turned contemplative as he regarded Quirrell. Quirrell nodded in agreement, stating, "Since vanquishing Voldemort, I have felt as though I have shed an immense weight. Consequently, my sensitivity to magic has intensified. However, I had pondered this matter prior to that." Dumbledore continued, "I too have noticed certain irregularities, albeit I did not attach much importance to them until I heard Quirrell's words. Upon reflecting upon myself and earnestly sensing my body in magic, I realized that there is indeed a significant accumulation of magic within me that is difficult to mobilize. I consulted several old friends and, at my request, they conducted examinations which confirmed this observation. Furthermore, this condition appears to exacerbate with age. But how do we resolve this issue?" Dumbledore's expression grew contemplative. Chapter 39, The Legend. Dumbledore's words plunged those present into deep reflection, and they collectively turned their gaze toward Quirrell, eager to glean his thoughts on the matter. As for the fundamental laws of magic, I do not yet possess a concrete method, only some initial thoughts, Quirrell articulated slowly. To comprehend the fundamental laws of magic, we must understand how magic operates, where it originates, through what conduits it traverses, and ultimately where it leads. We are all aware that magic is a manifestation of the mind's power. Many spells necessitate profound emotions or unwavering will. As long as you believe, magic can indeed bring forth miracles. As Quirrell paused at this juncture, he surveyed the assembly, who nodded in unison. Severus Snape softly uttered a single word, "Heart?" Indeed, though not entirely accurate, magic emanates from the heart's essence. However, it is not derived from our conventional understanding of the heart as an organ. Speaking thus, Quirrell gently tapped his head, indicating that the brain, along with emotions and will, is the true source. In the distant ancient lands of the East, it is believed that the brain is the repository of essence and divinity, the central hub for the generation and governance of mental activities, often referred to as the abode of the original spirit, where the soul resides. The gathering nodded thoughtfully, and Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Magic is birthed within the mind. As we wield it, it traverses a mysterious conduit through our arms to reach the wand, culminating in the casting of spells. What then is this conduit? Blood vessels? Muscles? I think not. It is a mystical passage invisible to the naked eye, known in the East as meridians. Therefore, to establish the fundamental laws of magic, one must acknowledge the existence of these meridians. Meridians? The assembly appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Dumbledore, however, expressed his admiration. Quirrell, this book must have required considerable effort. That distant Eastern nation harbors a truly magnificent civilization. Indeed, I intend to journey to the East when time permits. I have a premonition that the fundamental laws of magic may very well lie therein. Quirrell nodded wistfully, reminiscing about his ancestral homeland. Currently, devoid of the fundamental laws of magic, Our best recourse is to extensively practice magic, which will not only enhance our proficiency in spells, but also gradually unlock our magical potential. Some of our visionary ancestors may have recognized this issue, yet they were at a loss for a solution, having already bestowed the methods upon us. Quirrell continued. Are you referring to silent casting and wandless magic? Professor Flitwick inquired. Precisely, Quirrell affirmed. In the realm of wizards, silent casting, wandless magic, and silent wandless magic are all skills of elite sorcerers, each more challenging than the last. Particularly, silent wandless magic is a feat mastered by only the most powerful of wizards. As he spoke, Quirrell glanced at Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, while Snape seemed momentarily taken aback, letting out a cold huff, though the other professors smiled warmly. Thus, silent casting, wandless magic, and silent wandless magic are not merely techniques. They also serve as indicators of a wizard's prowess and as methods for cultivating magical power. It could even be argued that they are inherently exercises for enhancing one's magical abilities, albeit somewhat rudimentary, as Quirrell noted, a detail omitted from his text. In practicing silent casting, wandless magic, and silent wandless magic, the magical energy mobilized is significantly greater and more dynamic than it used in simple spellcasting. Indeed, Sprout concurred, in our previous exercises silent casting was manageable. Yet wandless magic proved quite challenging, with the flow of magic sluggish, requiring greater focus and a more substantial reserve of magical energy. Quirrell, what are your thoughts on the path beyond the 7th level, that is silent wandless magic? Professor McGonagall inquired with anticipation. Other professors cast their keen gazes upon Quirrell. The 7th tier, indeed, theoretically aligns with the prowess of Dumbledore, who would not aspire to become a grand sorcerer like him. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's inquiry, Quirrell turned to Dumbledore and offered a wry smile, stating, I merely speculate on the existence of the 7th tier. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore surpasses all of you esteemed professors. However, I have little insight on how to elevate myself to his level. That is a question best directed to the headmaster himself. The gathering exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were inwardly astonished, never expecting Dumbledore to share tales from his youth. Well then, I appreciate your patience in listening to a century-old man's reminiscences. Let us hear your thoughts, Quirrell, Dumbledore said, wiping the corner of his eye. I continue to ponder. Before I reach that realm, all contemplation feels futile. Yet, with Dumbledore's example before us, a path remains. We simply must persist in our explorations, in trial and error, and we shall eventually discover the right way. Quirrell shrugged. Well said, Quirrell. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in every direction, Dumbledore remarked, winking at Quirrell. This is a saying from a friend of mine in the ancient and mysterious Eastern lands. Oh, I did not realize the headmaster was versed in Chinese. Quirrell expressed with surprise. When you decide to visit that land, remember to seek me out. I shall write you a letter of introduction. Dumbledore replied with a hint of pride. Quirrell thanked Dumbledore and continued, I previously mentioned to the headmaster the classification of magical power, but I find the numerical designations rather unappealing. I wish to propose an alternative nomenclature for my book. Of course, since it was your idea, the others responded nonchalantly. In truth, Severus is quite formidable. Dumbledore was interrupted mid-sentence by a sharp glance from Snape. Very well, what do you propose for the 7th tier? Dumbledore inquired, shrugging. How about calling the 7th tier legendary? Quirrell suggested, his eyes filled with reverie. Legendary wizard. The title seemed to carry an enchantment, momentarily stunning the group, who then fell into contemplation before looking up at Dumbledore, nodding in agreement. Legendary, indeed. Isn't that a touch too ostentatious? Dumbledore hesitated. I believe it is fitting. Only legends deserve the 7th tier, and one can only be called a legend if they reside on the same plane as you, Professor McGonagall countered. Quirrell added, Headmaster, you have vanquished 2 Dark Lords, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. It is most appropriate to label you as legendary. After a pause, Quirrell continued, and then there is Voldemort. Though I detest him, I cannot deny that, based on his magical prowess and life experiences, he too warrants the title of legendary. At this, Snape's expression hardened, hesitating as he asked, will you really include him in your book? Certainly, since we have established this hierarchy, fairness and impartiality must prevail. We cannot dismiss his power simply due to his malevolence. Quirrell nodded in agreement. Indeed, such fairness and impartiality are essential for gaining trust. Dumbledore concurred, acknowledging Tom's formidable power, admitting that he might not necessarily be his match. Albus, who does not know? You're the only one that Voldemort fears. Professor Flitwick expressed his disagreement upon hearing this. You have also claimed that you cannot surpass Snape, Quirrell scoffed. Snape's eyes twitched slightly at this remark. Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, Professor Snape is indeed an exceptional and powerful wizard. By your own definition, he is a high-level sorcerer and a renowned master of potions. In many respects, I fall short of his capabilities. Snape quietly puffed out his chest. Yet the attention of the gathering was not focused on him. Well then, what thoughts do we have regarding Quirrell's book? Dumbledore inquired earnestly. I find it splendid. It is ready for publication, Professor Flitwick exclaimed with enthusiasm. Observing his favored pupil achieve such notable success filled him with immense satisfaction. And he was eager for the world to see this work. I share the same sentiment, Professor McGonagall chimed in cheerfully. Professor Sprout, a plump witch, smiled warmly indeed. It is a remarkable book, and I cannot wait for its release. We shall assist in promoting it. I shall reach out to the publisher on your behalf, Quirrell. Dumbledore said, gently tapping the manuscript in his hands. Thank you immensely, Headmaster Dumbledore, and to all the professors, Quirrell expressed gratefully. One more thing. What is the title of your book? Dumbledore raised the manuscript and inquired. It is titled On the Origins of Wizards, an analysis of magical power, Quirrell responded after a moment of contemplation. Once published, the book, endorsed by the 5 prominent figures of Hogwarts, sparked significant reactions throughout the British wizarding community. In every locale where wizards congregated, discussions about the book flourished. The most debated topic was not the 4 elements of magic, nor the art of wandless, silent spellcasting, but rather the hierarchy of wizards. With the endorsement of luminaries like Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, the populace found the hierarchy credible, particularly as it conferred legendary status upon Dumbledore and the mysterious figure, with no dissenters among them. Of course, differing opinions emerged, predominantly from those who felt their own ranking should be higher. The reaction was particularly intense at Hogwarts. For instance, Draco Malfoy incessantly boasted that his father was a great wizard. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff claimed his father was a high-level wizard, but insisted that his uncle, a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, was a grand sorcerer. Some even inquired in class about their professor's wizarding ranks. The second-year potions class, a combined session of 2 houses, included Slytherin and Gryffindor. During one lesson, Malfoy audibly questioned Snape about his wizarding level, earning a stern deduction of 10 points from the visibly displeased Snape. This unprecedented act of deducting points from his own house by Snape has caused quite a stir within the school. Young wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, are speculating that Snape is merely an elite sorcerer. This speculation intensified when it became known that the heads of the other 3 houses, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, are all 6-tier wizards. The students from these houses take great pride in this distinction, often flaunting it before the Slytherin students, who, in their arrogance, cannot endure such indignity, resulting in frequent conflicts. Everyone is abuzz with excitement, save for one individual, Gilderoy Lockhart, the current defense against the dark arts instructor. He perceives Quirrell as a mere attention seeker, monopolizing the headlines of the Daily Prophet for several consecutive weeks. During a defense against the dark arts class, when a student inquired about his rank, he fervently declared himself a grand sorcerer, yet faltered when asked to demonstrate wandless magic, ineffectively attempting to divert the conversation. He yearns to showcase his abilities and garner admiration, yet he possesses only a memory charm. How could he possibly perform? The influence of Quirrell has steadily expanded with the dissemination of his book, resonating throughout the globe and establishing his name as a notable figure. The wizarding tier system is groundbreaking, and in a realm where power is commonplace, its introduction has garnered widespread acceptance among wizards. It is now abundantly clear that when one performs wandless magic, the awe and envy reflected in the gazes of others, accompanied by the acknowledgement of one's high rank, is the greatest honor. Legendary wizards are exceedingly rare, grand sorcerers are scarce, and high-tier wizards are not often encountered. Merely being an elite sorcerer places one among the elite, qualifying them for the role of an auror. The majority of adult wizards neglect their training, with most being mere 3rd-tier wizards. Quirrell's life has been anything but tranquil. Since the publication of his book, countless owls have arrived at his doorstep daily, prompting concerned Muggle villagers to report the phenomenon. They cannot see Quirrell's house, but the spectacle of owls is indeed remarkable. Most letters discuss the contents of his book, with many expressing admiration, while some voice discontent, questioning his authority to rank wizards at such a young age. Unable to confront these challenges directly, he decided to don a mask and assume the role of a bounty hunter. In the northern reaches of Wales, amidst vast and shadowy forests, he finds himself in a realm seldom trodden by human feet, a veritable paradise for magical creatures. It is said that a significant number of Welsh green dragons once thrived here, though most have since been relocated to dragon preserves in Romania. Quirrell navigates the dense woods with utmost caution. He has encountered more than one venomous leopard and five-legged beast in this perilous domain, where danger lurks not only from magical creatures, but also from other threats. Quirrell has been tracking a pack of werewolves for 3 days, relentlessly pursuing them from the eastern English county of Lincolnshire to the northern reaches of Wales. During the execution of a bounty task, Quirrell unexpectedly encountered a pack of werewolves attacking a village, abducting several children. As a successor of socialism, the qualities ingrained in his soul and the education he received from a young age compelled Quirrell to take action, especially now that he possessed power. It is essential to understand that the werewolves abducted children to expand their kin. Should those innocent souls be bitten, they would be doomed to dwell in shadows, scavenging alongside wild dogs for the rest of their lives. Quirrell could not bear to witness the naive children plunge into such peril. However, these werewolves, true to their canine nature, possessed an acute sense of smell, evading Quirrell's attempts to intercept them multiple times, plunging deep into the vast black forest. The forest was dense with trees, shrouded in darkness, leaving little room for sunlight, especially now that night had fallen. Quirrell cast a sensory enhancement spell upon himself, amplifying his senses and allowing him to see clearly even in the dark, enabling him to navigate swiftly through the black forest. 3 days of relentless pursuit had drained him immensely. Though he rode a flying broom rather than running on foot, his body and spirit were nearing their limits. It was only due to the inherent strength of a wizard-esque spirit that he had managed to endure this long. Yet, he could not afford to stop. One moment's delay could result in a child succumbing to the werewolf's venom. Suddenly, Quirrell gripped his broom tightly and came to a halt. The tracking spell revealed that the werewolves lay just ahead. However, the heightened perception granted by the sensory spell alerted him that he had fallen into the encirclement of the wolf pack. Quirrell gently descended to the ground, stowing away his broom, and raised his wand, surveying his surroundings. Gradually, a dozen figures emerged from the shadowy thicket, slowly closing in on him. 12 individuals, clad in tattered garments, pale of complexion yet robust in physique, their eyes brimming with ferocity and brutality. "Who are you?" "We've been pursued all the way from Lincolnshire, and we cannot shake you off." One figure stepped forth, baring his teeth menacingly. "Return the children you have abducted," Quirrell said, his gaze sharp and voice low. You demand a werewolf to surrender his kin? Do you wish for death?" The werewolf scoffed, a cold snicker escaping his lips. "Enough, Gordon. Show some respect to our guest. He is a noble wizard." Another figure emerged, more imposing than the previous werewolves, his muscular frame straining against his robe, which, though somewhat wrinkled from the forest's embrace, was elegantly tailored, marking him as distinct from the others. Gordon, the werewolf, frowned but remained silent. "Are you the alpha?" Quirrell inquired coldly. "Well, one could say so." The imposing figure stroked his smooth chin, devoid of any facial hair. "Oh, then as an alpha, you leave much to be desired. You may be well dressed, but your pack." Quirrell cast a scornful glance at the surrounding werewolves, a derisive smile playing on his lips. The werewolves exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. For their lives had been fraught with hardship. The regulations imposed by the wizarding community regarding werewolves are notably harsh, rendering them unable to assimilate into either the wizarding world or the Muggle society. Wizards are forbidden from allowing the extraordinary to be exposed to the light of day. "Good sir, you may address me as Andre," he said, bowing respectfully to Quirrell, having thoroughly mastered the etiquette of human society. "Shall we make a pact? You turn and leave, and we can pretend you were never here, perhaps even become friends?" "Not a chance, werewolf." "Huh." Quirrell cast a sidelong glance at Andre, a smirk dancing on his lips. Although unspoken, the implication of his laughter was unmistakable. Andre's gaze hardened, his expression darkening. The other werewolves, seemingly insulted, emitted low growls from their throats. It was not a full moon night. They had yet to transform, but their essence had already been altered, exhibiting many beastly traits. It was no wonder the Ministry of Magic classified werewolves under the jurisdiction of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Quirrell had previously held no strong opinions about werewolves, let alone any form of discrimination. His curiosity was piqued, for they were frequent figures in Western folklore. However, after witnessing werewolves brutally slay several Muggle citizens and abduct children, his disdain for them became absolute. "It appears this wizard is rejecting my goodwill," Andre thought, his countenance darkening, his gaze icy. He raised his right hand, and the surrounding werewolves began to stir restlessly. Quirrell remained unperturbed, standing tall. "Then let it be your grave here," Andre declared, suddenly grinning maliciously. "Oh no, noble wizard, we will transform you into one of our kind. Ha ha. You cannot escape. This place has been enchanted with an anti-disillusionment charm." With a swift motion of his raised hand, several werewolves brandished their wands and aimed them at Quirrell, incantations filling the air. Spells flew forth, causing chaos and destruction. Multiple beams of magical energy surged toward Quirrell. The other werewolves, lacking magical prowess, stood ready on the sidelines. The spell struck the golden bell-shaped barrier surrounding Quirrell, sending ripples of golden light cascading outward. These spells rebounded, forcing the werewolves to scurry, and two unfortunate ones were struck, stumbling back but sustaining minimal damage due to their considerable magical resistance. Their magical abilities were rather rudimentary. Seizing the moment of their disarray, Quirrell flicked his wand, unleashing growth and transformation spells. Vines and roots erupted from the ground, entwining the surrounding werewolves. They scrambled to evade, but a few were ensnared, their cries of agony echoing as the roots tightened around them. Quirrell recognized one of the assailants. He had witnessed him shatter a muggle's skull. Swift resolution was imperative. Quirrell intoned sharply, his wand emanating a green light aimed directly at the attacking werewolf. Avada Kedavra! A blinding, terrifying green light surged forth, and the werewolf fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The brilliance of the killing curse momentarily blinded the other werewolves. The killing curse! How dare you? How could you? The infamous killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, instilled fear in the hearts of all werewolves. Chapter 42. The Roar of the Water Dragon. The dread of the killing curse did not deter the werewolves. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. 2 massive fireballs startled Quirrell. Setting ablaze such a dense forest would lead to utter destruction. Without hesitation, Quirrell summoned a torrent of magical energy that surged into his wand like a cascading waterfall. With a flick of his wrist, a stream of water, as thick as a barrel, materialized, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. The leading edge of the water transformed into a fearsome dragon head, charging towards the fireballs, which were swiftly extinguished with a hissing sound. The water dragon's roar. This spell, a modification of the clear water charm, wielded unparalleled power. However, as a newly crafted incantation, it demanded Quirrell's complete concentration, rendering him unable to simultaneously control the frantically thrashing vines. Seizing the moment, 2 non-magical werewolves, agile and swift, approached Quirrell with lethal intent, aiming to claw at his throat. A successful strike would surely spell his doom. Unfazed, Quirrell summoned the surging water dragon, which lashed out with its tail, sending the 2 werewolves flying, before pivoting to collide with the arsonists. The werewolves had no time to react, crashing against a massive tree, causing a splatter of water and 2 short, anguished howls. The water dispersed, only to coalesce once more into a sinuous dragon circling above Quirrell. 3 werewolves had perished in mere moments. Andre stood at a distance, his expression grim and his gaze sharp as he surveyed the battlefield, refraining from joining the fray. Above Quirrell, a robust water dragon coiled, his demeanor impassive as he faced the opposing werewolves, its menacing dragon head aimed directly at them. "I do not wish to annihilate you. Surrender the child, and I shall depart," Quirrell stated in a deep, resonant voice. "You have slain our kin, yet you expect us to hand over our remaining brethren? Do you regard werewolves as nothing more than groveling dogs?" Gordon retorted with a sinister grin, unscathed in this round of combat. "They're not your kin," Quirrell shot back, casting a fleeting glance at him. "Not now, but they will be." Gordon's smile twisted ominously. "Andre, you are the alpha. It is your call." Quirrell chose not to engage further. Gordon's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. "Gordon," Andre called, halting him. Gordon shot Quirrell a resentful glare, opting for silence. It seemed that Andre held considerable sway. Quirrell mused to himself. "I concede I underestimated you, wizard. Now, you have earned the right to present your name before me." Andre replied gravely. Quirrell cast a bewildered glance at Andre, unable to fathom the source of his audacity. "You're not yet worthy to know my name," he scoffed, a hint of derision in his tone. "How amusing, as if I couldn't do the same." Andre's pupils constricted as he coldly inquired, "Have you resolved to oppose us to the bitter end? Do you intend for all of you to perish here?" Quirrell showed no leniency, retorting, "If that is the case, prepare to be torn to shreds. You shall find no opportunity to escape." Andre let out a disdainful huff. At that moment, however, Quirrell sheathed his wand, drawing instead the Wind Rider sword from his side, its rosewood scabbard understated yet ancient in appearance. Taken aback, Andre remarked, "Oh, sorcerer, do you intend to tickle us with that little knife? Or have you come to your senses and decided to surrender?" Laughter erupted among the werewolves. "I shall merely send you all to your demise, like a pack of dead dogs," Quirrell murmured with a sinister chuckle. "Oh no, a multitude of dead dogs." Gordon could no longer restrain himself, erupting with a mighty roar as magic surged forth. With a flick of his wand, a thunderous explosion ensued. Quirrell, wielding the Wind Rider sword, swung forward, causing the water dragon that spiraled above to spring into action. Bolstered by the sword, the magic flowed with newfound vigor. The water dragon swelling to more than double its previous size as it surged downward with immense force. The thunderous blast that struck the water dragon merely scattered a spray of droplets. The water dragon roared past, catching the wolf pack off guard, scattering them wildly and causing several to cough up blood from the violent impact. Andre, having distanced himself, watched in astonishment as the water dragon wreaked havoc. Without waiting for the werewolves to react, Quirrell grasped fiercely, the water dragon coiling around and ensnaring those werewolves caught in its current, forming a colossal water prison. The swirling water, with its relentless pressure and tearing vortex, rendered the werewolves immobile. Only 5 werewolves remained, all transformed from muggles, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. 2 managed to approach Quirrell from behind, their eyes glinting with malice as they lunged forward. "Think you can escape?" Quirrell sneered, swinging the Wind Rider in a decisive arc, cleaving the 2 nearest werewolves in half. Only 1 werewolf was left, poised to vanish into the darkness. A surge of murderous intent flickered in Quirrell's gaze as he pointed the Wind Rider, unleashing a thick beam of green light towards the fleeing werewolf, Avada Kedavra. An opportunity, Andre thought, suddenly launching forward, transforming into a blur of motion as he charged at Quirrell. As he ran, his form morphed dramatically, towering over 3 meters. His head transformed into a massive wolf's head, razor-sharp fur sprouting from his neck, and his limbs morphing into formidable wolf claws, closing the distance to Quirrell in mere moments. On this moonless night, Chapter 43, the curtain falls. In the common understanding of the magical realm, werewolves can only transform into their wolf form on a full moon night, an uncontrollable change that renders them savage and bloodthirsty, devoid of any reason. But tonight, the moon was absent, even with the presence of the moon. The ray of its light struggles to penetrate the dense foliage of this dark forest, deprived of the moon's illumination and unable to behold its glowing orb. How could the werewolf undergo its transformation? Moreover, Andre's gaze, sharp yet tinged with a hint of ferocity, clearly indicated that he had not succumbed to madness. Quirrell, catching a glimpse of Andre's transformation from the corner of his eye, was inwardly astonished. Andre's claw was mere inches away, its razor-sharp tips slicing through the air, inflicting a faint prickling sensation upon Quirrell's throat, even as the green light of the Avada Kedavra curse surged through the air. With his left hand distantly controlling the water prison and his right hand having just cast the deadly curse, Quirrell found himself utterly unprepared to defend against Andre's imminent strike. In the blink of an eye, Andre's claw was poised to pierce Quirrell's throat, yet the collar of Quirrell's cloak inexplicably rose to intercept it, as if woven from resilient dragonhide, leaving only a few faint scratches. Andre's expression shifted, unable to ponder the mysterious cloak's properties, as his left claw lunged towards Quirrell's heart, only to be thwarted again by the cloak's formidable defense. Harnessing the momentum from the wolf strike, Quirrell deftly retreated several paces, widening the distance between himself and Andre, unscathed. Andre, momentarily halting his advance, sought to comprehend the enigma of the cloak that not only provided exceptional protection, but seemed to defend autonomously. "What manner of garment is that which you wear?" Andre's visage darkened, his eyes icy. He had believed himself secure, only to find himself isolated, acutely aware that the fleeing werewolf was surely doomed. What else could the cloak be but a cloak? Quirrell replied with a smirk, for he had no habit of disclosing his secrets to adversaries during combat. "Yet you, capable of transforming at will and maintaining clarity of thought. What are you?" Quirrell glanced upward, where the branches intertwined, blocking out all light. "Ha! Once I catch you, I shall reveal the truth. With a wizard's frail physique, had it not been for this cloak, you would already be dead. And tell me, if your body can withstand my attacks, what of your head?" Andre's wolfish maw opened in a snarl, yet his voice remained surprisingly articulate. His jaws quivered, his chest heaving visibly, and the once clear depths of his eyes were now bloodshot, a mix of fury and helplessness evident. The advantage lies with me now. Quirinus chuckled lightly, conceding, I admit, you are formidable. Your speed is swift, your strength is formidable, and your claws are indeed sharp. He then raised the sword of the Windrider, its tip aimed directly at Andre. But now, it is time for you to flee. Andre, wary of the sword's power, cast a cautious glance at it before decisively turning to escape, his movements remarkably swift. Quirinus's magic surged forth. As he swung the sword of the Windrider, the surrounding vines and roots awakened once more, lunging frantically toward Andre. However, Andre's agility allowed him to evade their grasp effortlessly. Darting this way and that, he broke free, severing any entanglements with the sharpness of his claws. Initially considering sparing a life, he ultimately decided against it. Quirinus pondered briefly. Then with a swift motion of the wind blade, a pale blue crescent shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Andre. Out of the corner of his eye, Andre caught sight of the slicing wind, his heart racing. Despite his remarkable speed, the chaotic entanglement of vines rendered escape impossible. Should the blade strike true, even his robust physique would be cleaved asunder. Gritting his teeth, Andre reached into his cloak, retrieving an ancient wine flask. The wind blade whizzed past, severing the swirling vines in midair, and it seemed certain that Andre would meet his demise. Yet with a steely gaze, he fixed his eyes on Quirinus, determined to engrave the image of his foe into his memory. As the blade passed, Andre's figure vanished from sight. Astonished, Quirinus squinted slightly, muttering to himself about the existence of a key. The key was an exceptionally practical and convenient magical artifact, capable of facilitating instantaneous transport between locations, far surpassing the reach of the Shadow Step, while also producing minimal spatial fluctuations, making it difficult to trace. With the battle concluded, Quirinus turned his attention to the swirling water prison, uncertain of the fate that had befallen the remaining werewolves. A thought crossed his mind, and he relinquished his control over the water prison. Instantly, it dispersed and crashed to the ground, the remnants of the werewolves tumbling out, devoid of life. All perished? The water prison's power is not to be underestimated. Quirinus was somewhat taken aback. This was not the first time he had employed the water prison in combat. He had not anticipated such formidable strength, though he remained unsure whether the werewolves had drowned or succumbed to the pressure of the water. As the battle ended, Quirinus exhaled heavily, feeling utterly drained, yearning to collapse and sleep. Yet, there were still matters left unfinished. He steeled himself and continued to follow the trail of the werewolves. Before long, he discovered a cave nestled at the foot of a small hill. Judging by the evidence, it was undoubtedly the werewolves' den. It seemed all had ventured out to hunt Quirinus, only to meet their demise. The cave entrance lay unguarded, yet Quirinus remained cautious, gripping his wand as he carefully stepped inside. The cave was not deep but remarkably spacious, its innermost chamber expansive enough to accommodate a basketball court. Torches flickered along the walls, illuminating the entire cavern. In the center, a campfire blazed, beside which sat a woman, her tattered clothing and pallid visage betraying her distress, leaning against a wild rabbit. To the right, 4 or 5 small figures huddled together, pressed against the wall as if seeking solace in each other's presence. They were mere children, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, their faces pale with fear, their eyes wide with trepidation and panic, streaked with the remnants of dried tears. The woman, clad in ragged attire and wearing an expression devoid of emotion, occasionally cast glances toward the cave entrance, her eyes reflecting a fleeting mix of pity and anguish as she regarded the children. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing her expression to shift as she stood and turned her gaze toward the entrance. A tall figure gradually emerged from the flames, draped in a black cloak, possessing a handsome visage and an air of refined elegance. In his right hand, he wielded a wand as he slowly stepped forth from the shadows. "Who are you?" the woman inquired, her voice laced with tension. "What has become of them?" She continued, swallowing hard. "They are dead," the newcomer replied bluntly. "Dead? Dead is good, very good." The woman reacted, her body tensing momentarily before gradually relaxing. "Were they werewolves?" the stranger asked again. "Yes, werewolves," she responded, a semblance of relief washing over her, her nervousness dissipating. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Quirinus raised his wand, sensing a peculiar tranquility emanating from the female werewolf, as if she was resigned to her fate. "No," she whispered, gently closing her eyes as if finding solace. Chapter 44, The Return. "What about the children?" Quirinus asked in a steady, unyielding tone. "One," he murmured, acknowledging that he had not been swift enough. "But why didn't you bite them all before I arrived?" I couldn't," the female werewolf replied, pain evident as tears trickled down her cheeks. Quirrell understood. The bruised skin that occasionally peeked through her tattered garments spoke volumes of her plight. A woman, even a female werewolf, amidst a den of ravenous wolves, faced a grim fate. This was all too apparent. Quirrell maintained his connection, the werewolf's experiences flashing before him, enveloping him in a heavy silence. The werewolves primarily propagated their curse through biting, expanding their ranks. An adult bitten would also transform into a werewolf. Who is that Andre? Quirrell inquired. I don't know. I've only heard Gordon and the others refer to him as my lord. Perhaps he is some dark sorcerer, having aligned himself with an evil faction. Much like they did with the mysterious ones over a decade ago, the female werewolf replied. Quirrell nodded solemnly and approached the children huddled in fear, their eyes wide with trepidation. As he drew near, the children recoiled, pressing themselves against the wall in terror. Who are you? Don't come any closer. I will bite you. A girl on the periphery suddenly stood up, facing Quirrell despite her evident fear, bravely shouting. A flicker of compassion and anger crossed Quirrell's eyes as he crouched down, softly reassuring them. Children, do not fear. I have come to save you. Their disbelief was palpable. Fear clouded their judgment as they gazed at him with uncertainty. Quirrell found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comfort them. For dealing with children had never been his forte, in this life or the last. Silence enveloped them until the brave girl hesitantly asked, Uncle, are you a policeman? Are you truly here to rescue us? What about the bad people? They have all been driven away by your uncle. At that moment, Quirrell noticed the girl's arm was bound with a rag, seeping with fresh blood. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he gazed into her eyes, filled with compassion. He stepped forward, gently ruffled her hair, and embraced her, allowing her tears to soak his garments. Especially for this little girl. A werewolf. Are you coming to pick us up in a police car? The little girl asked, her voice tinged with tears as she sniffled. The door key would not suffice. Quirrell could craft a key himself, yet the journey it entailed was rather wild, far too tumultuous for these children to endure. Thus, flight was the only option. Resolute, Quirrell cradled the little girl and addressed the other children. All right, my little friends, let us venture forth. After taking a few steps, the girl suddenly spoke up, Uncle, I can walk by myself. With that, she jumped down. Quirrell released her, gently ruffled her hair, and replied, Very well, go ahead. But what about that sister? The little girl asked, pointing at the she-wolf. Quirrell paused at her words. At that moment, a small boy spoke up, albeit with a stutter. That sister is a good person. There were bad people who bit Elsa, and it was that sister who helped bandage her. The innocence of the children was palpable. Upon hearing this, the she-wolf covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Well, of course, she will come with us. Quirrell mused for a moment before stating. You won't kill me? The she-wolf asked, taken aback. Why would I wish to harm you? Quirrell replied. Because the she-wolf hesitated. Because your conscience has not yet abandoned you. Quirrell interjected, passing by her. The she-wolf remained in a state of shock when suddenly, the boy who had just called her a good person grasped her hand and said, Sister, let us go. Her heart felt as if it had been touched, and she allowed the boy to lead her in following Quirrell. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they were greeted by an endless sea of trees. The little girl named Elsa tugged at Quirrell's hand and looked up, asking, Uncle, where is the police car? Are we flying? Are we taking an airplane? Elsa's eyes widened, and the other children stared at Quirrell in awe. Well, something like that, he replied. With that, Quirrell drew the sword of the wind chaser, as its familiar weight would ease the burden of what was to follow. With a graceful sweep, Quirrell wielded the sword, and a pale blue blade of wind sliced through the air, severing a tree that could be embraced by 5 people. Wow, Uncle, you are so amazing, the children exclaimed, utterly astonished. There's even more to come. Quirrell chuckled, and with another flourish, the fallen tree transformed into a light vessel. The children had never witnessed such a spectacle, their eyes sparkling with wonder. All right, aboard. We are about to take flight. Quirrell called with a light laugh, beckoning the children onto the vessel. In a moment, the children forgot their recent trials, eagerly scrambling aboard the light ship. You should join us too, Quirrell said, glancing at the she-wolf. Yes, sir, she replied, climbing onto the vessel and taking a seat at the rear. Once Quirrell boarded, he waved his hand, and with the levitation charm, the light vessel began to float gracefully into the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the children. Quirrell sat at the bow, with Elsa beside him. As the ship gently ascended, the branches parting to make way. Before long, the vessel soared above the trees, emerging into the night sky, devoid of a moon, yet adorned with a tapestry of stars. Elsa tugged at Quirinus's cloak, and the narrative unfolded. Uncle, you're not a policeman. You're a wizard. Are you not? Indeed, Quirinus replied with a light chuckle, then addressed the group. Hold on tight. We are about to accelerate. With a flick of his wand, a subtle barrier materialized around the light vessel, shielding it from the howling winds, and with a mere thought, the vessel soared through the night sky like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 45, The Arrival. As dawn broke, the dense fog had yet to dissipate, with a faint light just beginning to emerge on the horizon. In Dorset, at Stour Village, several figures appeared through the mist, making their way toward the entrance of Stour Village, where the Quirinus residents awaited. Albus, why have you summoned us here so early? A robust voice resonated. Alastair, Quirinus wrote to me, indicating that significant matters concerning werewolves have arisen, and he is unable to make a decision. He asked me to come and bring along an auror. Dumbledore replied, I'm already retired. Moody's voice expressed dissatisfaction. Thus, I have also called Kingsley. Then you should have simply summoned him, Moody retorted. Oh, I believe he requires the guidance of a venerable elder, and there is none more suitable than you, Alastair. I am curious to see which werewolf warrants the direct involvement of you, the legendary wizard Dumbledore. Oh, and you, the legendary auror. Merely the flattery of the masses. I am no legend. As they spoke, the group beheld a 3-story building standing at the village's entrance. We have arrived, Dumbledore announced. With a gentle push, he opened the gate, and they entered the yard in single file. Before stepping in, Moody instinctively surveyed the surroundings, his magical eye spinning in every direction. Dumbledore approached the door and knocked. Knock, knock. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in tattered clothing, her pallid complexion reflecting a mix of wariness and curiosity. Who are you? Werewolves? Before Dumbledore could respond, Moody took a swift step forward, positioning himself beside Dumbledore with his wand aimed at the woman. His magical eye fixated upon her. Witnessing Moody's reaction, the others tensed and drew their wands. Alastair, do not be alarmed, Dumbledore softly urged, raising his right hand to gently rest on Moody's arm, signaling him to lower his wand. I am Dumbledore. Quirinus should have briefed you. Do not be afraid. Where is he? He is sleeping. You may come in, the woman hesitantly replied. We traveled so far only to find him still asleep, a cold voice remarked. Clearly displeased. Severus, I believe Quirinus must be utterly exhausted. Let us enter the house, Dumbledore replied, unperturbed. Once settled on the sofa by the fireplace, the house elf Dodo swiftly served tea to the guests. He certainly knows how to indulge himself, keeping a house elf to attend to his needs. Such pure-blood pretentiousness, Snape scoffed. Do not speak of the master in such a manner, Dodo. He has rescued you, bestowed upon you a vocation, and granted you a home. The little sprite, Dodo, appeared displeased, her slender fingers interlaced as if she were poised to deliver a magical blow to Severus. Very well, Severus. How one chooses to live is Quirinus's prerogative. We possess no right to interfere, remarked Professor McGonagall, who had remained silent until now. Severus, initially eager to engage Dodo in a verbal spar, abruptly withdrew, casting a cold glance aside. Ah, you arrived quite early, Professor Dumbledore, Minerva, and, of course, Severus, a voice echoed from above. The group looked up to see Quirinus descending the stairs, his eyes bleary, pallor ashen, and demeanor exceedingly fatigued. Upon sighting Quirinus, Severus's hostility was palpable. Are you unwell? Quirinus? Professor McGonagall inquired with concern. After 2 hours of sleep, I am feeling much improved, Quirinus replied, taking a seat on the sofa. That is reassuring. What transpired that necessitated our urgent summons? McGonagall asked. Professor, you have yet to introduce me to these two companions, Quirinus noted. This is the legendary auror, Alastair Moody. An old friend of mine, Dumbledore naturally took the lead in the conversation. Mr. Moody, it is a pleasure to have you here. Quirinus nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Quirinus. I have perused your work, an analysis of magical forces, and found it quite thought-provoking. Moody reciprocated with a nod. This is the elite auror from the Ministry of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who is also a friend. He was the first I thought of when you requested an auror. Dumbledore indicated a tall black man beside him. Good day, Mr. Shacklebolt. Quirinus acknowledged, though he was unfamiliar with Kingsley, only aware of the bounty of 1,000 galleons that, to date, remained unclaimed in the reward hall. Kingsley nodded in response. Shall we proceed? I have a class to attend shortly. Severus expressed his dissatisfaction. Quirinus shot him a disapproving glance before recounting the events of the past few days, detailing the discovery of the werewolf attacks, the pursuit of the creatures, the ensuing battle, and ultimately the rescue of the children. albeit omitting the aspect of the bounty and the shape-shifting werewolf, Andre. As the group listened to Quirrell's account, their expressions grew increasingly grave. The wizarding world seldom regarded the affairs of the Muggle realm unless they directly involved witches or wizards. The revelation of werewolves attacking a village, not only claiming lives but also abducting children, was indeed a matter of considerable significance that could send shockwaves through the magical community. Upon hearing that Quirrell had single-handedly battled 12 werewolves, a look of tension crossed Professor McGonagall's face. While Moody and Kingsley regarded Quirrell with admiration at his triumph over the beasts, Dumbledore maintained a serious demeanor, attentively absorbing every word. Severus, in a discreet manner, cast a sidelong glance at Quirrell. When it was revealed that a young girl had been bitten by a werewolf, a gasp escaped McGonagall's lips, and even Dumbledore's brow furrowed with concern. Snape appeared to suddenly recall something, his face contorted with disdain. After Quirrell spoke, he delicately sipped the coffee that Dodo had brought, allowing everyone a moment to digest his words. Silence enveloped the group. Quirrell, may I address you as such? Moody was the first to break the silence. Of course. It is my honor, Mr. Moody, Quirrell nodded in response. Would you be interested in working in the Auror office? I assure you, you would swiftly ascend to a formal Auror position. Moody proposed. I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Moody, but I have no such intentions at present, Quirrell replied, somewhat bemused, yet grateful for Moody's sincerity. Becoming an Auror was no small feat. Many endured lengthy periods merely transitioning from intern to full-fledged Auror. Well, that is quite unfortunate, Moody said, his disappointment palpable. He then shifted his gaze to the she-werewolf standing nearby, inquiring, are you aligned with them? Yes, they captured me, bit me, and compelled me to join their ranks. However, I have never committed any wrongdoing, the she-werewolf stammered, taken aback by the sudden attention. But you never resisted them, allowing them to prey on children, permitting them to injure the innocent. You are an accomplice, Moody accused vehemently. The she-werewolf, clearly unaccustomed to such hostility, trembled and slowly crouched down, breaking into tears. I didn't know how to fight back against them. I couldn't resist, nor did I wish to, but who will save me? Professor McGonagall shot Moody a disapproving glance, rising to embrace the distressed she-werewolf, offering her gentle comfort. Noticing this, Moody instinctively reached out to intervene, concerned that the she-werewolf might suddenly lash out at McGonagall. Chapter 46, Accommodation. Dumbledore gently shook his head, prompting Moody to halt his actions. Professor McGonagall tenderly stroked the she-werewolf's disheveled hair and softly inquired, what is your name? Mary, she replied. How long have you been with them? McGonagall continued her questioning. The atmosphere grew tense. The regenerative capacity of werewolves was formidable, and with such bruises, she would likely recover within days. However, her appearance suggested that she had not endured repeated torment or beatings, which would have resulted in more severe injuries. Hey, werewolf, Snape scoffed derisively, his contempt evident. McGonagall observed this and promptly rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, discovering as expected that there was not a single unscathed inch of skin. Her face flushed with anger. These brutes. It was unimaginable what a woman must endure when trapped in a den full of male werewolves. Thus, it was clear that werewolves were not deserving of sympathy. Snape gritted his teeth, bitterly asserting, Mary is now a werewolf. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape, reminding him that not all werewolves were malevolent. Some were merely unfortunate souls who had suffered. Moody and Kingsley fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that the werewolves' reckless assaults on muggles were likely far more pervasive than this singular incident, and the Aurors remained oblivious to it all. Kingsley nodded silently. He, too, was a wizard imbued with a strong sense of justice, and witnessing this scene stirred his emotions deeply. Once Mary had calmed down, Professor McGonagall assisted her in sitting upon the sofa. What are your thoughts, Quirinius? Dumbledore inquired of Quirinius. He then turned to Mary, asking, Madame Mirinal, what are your thoughts moving forward? Thank you very much, Mary replied, demonstrating her understanding of the gravity of the situation. Over the past 3 years, she had witnessed an abundance of tragedies, and it was clear that the current plight of werewolves, being reviled by all, was not solely due to the discrimination from the wizarding community, but also had roots within their own conduct. Let us arrange for you to reside in Hogsmeade, then. Oh, it is a purely wizarding village, and I believe you will find it quite to your liking, Dumbledore continued, before casting a glance at Snape. Severus, her wolfsbane potion will be entrusted to you. Snape's expression darkened, yet he acquiesced. Despite his seemingly cold exterior, he possessed a heart that was warm at its core. Those children, please ensure they are returned to the Muggle world and handed over to the Muggle Aurors. They will manage the situation appropriately. They are but unfortunate little souls. Dumbledore addressed both Moody and Kingsley. The two nodded in agreement, knowing well how to facilitate the handover with the Muggle Aurors, for wizards had their own means. As for the remaining little girl, named Aisha, Dumbledore hesitated and gazed toward the top of the staircase. The others followed his gaze to see a small head peeking out, wide-eyed and unblinking, studying the group intently. With her tousled hair, wide-open eyes, and a face reminiscent of a little calico cat, it was indeed Aisha. Dumbledore offered her a gentle smile and waved her over. However, Aisha ignored him and turned her attention to Quirinius. Quirinius smiled back, nodding and beckoning her. Aisha dashed down the stairs and nestled into Quirinius' embrace, then slowly turned her head to reveal one eye peeking at the others. The sight of Aisha elicited warm smiles from everyone present, even Moody, whose rugged visage seemed somewhat incongruous with the expression. Snape's features softened considerably as well. Yet, upon reflecting on the girl's unfortunate circumstances, their brows furrowed with concern. I have a friend who has endured a similar plight. Dumbledore began to speak, but before he could finish, Snape, his face darkening, interjected, "No, he is nothing but a despicable scoundrel." Snape glanced at Aisha's large, innocent eyes, swallowing his words. After all, how could he care for a little girl when he himself was uncertain of his next meal? It was clear that everyone understood who Dumbledore was referring to, and a heavy silence fell upon the group. Quirinius had also surmised the identity in question, though he was not well acquainted with him, having not met him in this lifetime. Remus was indeed a reliable individual, and Dumbledore was keen to advocate for him. Quirinius interrupted, stating, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am unaware of whom you speak, but I believe this individual must first have a stable residence to ensure a consistent living environment. Furthermore, safety must be guaranteed. If no suitable candidates can be found, I would be willing to take her in. Quirinius, you are not yet married, yet you are caring for a child. Moreover, as the sole man, it must be quite inconvenient to look after a girl," remarked Professor McGonagall, casting a glance at Quirinius. "I am fine," Quirinius replied. "Let us send her to Hogsmeade, to the Three Broomsticks. She can grow up there, and the village has many peers for her to befriend." Moody and Snape nodded in agreement, although their expressions bore a hint of skepticism. They were well aware of the establishment's reputation, knowing it was frequented by several dark wizards. The Three Broomsticks? Quirinius mused, feeling the name somewhat familiar, but unable to recall where he had heard it, nor did it appear in Professor Quirrell's memories. "The owner is Aberforth Dumbledore," Snape softly interjected, as if sensing Quirinius's confusion. "Ah, Aberforth, indeed. He is Albus's younger brother, and a powerful wizard himself. I have seen him in the films, resembling Professor Dumbledore quite closely. Although Aberforth's existence was a secret, it was not surprising to those present, as they were all core members of the Order of the Phoenix." None objected to the idea, and Quirinius gently lifted Aisha's chin, stroking her floral face as he asked, "Aisha, how would you feel about staying with a kind grandfather? He will take good care of you." "What about Aisha's mommy and daddy?" Aisha asked, her eyes wide with innocence as she stared at Quirinius. Well, little Aisha seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and softly murmured in agreement, burying her face in Quirinius's embrace. The others looked upon her with sympathetic gazes. "Can Aisha stay here with the wizard?" she questioned, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Is Aisha being bad?" Quirinius fell silent, while Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall wiped their eyes. Moody, Kingsley, and Snape turned their heads away. Quirinius gently patted Aisha's head, remaining silent. The group shared the stillness, with Snape squinting at Quirinius, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then let Aisha remain here," Quirinius stated resolutely, exhaling slowly. However, Professor McGonagall still wished to persuade him. Quirinius shook his head gently, speaking softly to Aisha. "Aisha, this will be your home from now on." "Yes." Aisha nodded vigorously, her head still nestled in Quirinius's embrace, tightening her grip around his hand. "You are, after all, a man, caring for a little girl." Professor McGonagall hesitated, reflecting that if she were not so overwhelmed with duties, she would gladly raise little Aisha herself. As the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor, most responsibilities fell upon her, with Dumbledore rarely intervening. "Do not worry, Dorcas is here as well. Aisha is one person, and I am another. It is a perfect companionship." Quirinius smiled, unfazed, knowing his decision was final. Dumbledore smiled with contentment, remarking, "It seems little Aisha has taken quite a liking to you, Quirinius." The corners of Snape's mouth subtly lifted as he maintained a stern expression, declaring, "I shall provide the Wolfsbane potion." Quirinius cast a surprised glance at Snape, not expecting him to make such a decision. After all, The potion was far from inexpensive. Even if he brewed it himself, the cost of the ingredients would not be trivial. However, since it was Snape's intention, Quirinius did not decline, for the potion's master possessed considerable wealth. Well, the arrangements are made. Everyone may now be on their way, Dumbledore stated, surveying the group. I shall head to the Black Forest in Wales to assess the situation. Moody was the first to rise, lifting his wooden prosthetic and departing. Kingsley, I leave the children in your care. No problem. I will summon a few more people. Kingsley nodded before stepping outside. Professor McGonagall and Snape also stood, saying, Then we shall take our leave to prepare for class. Quirinius glanced at Dumbledore, cradling Aisha as he escorted a few individuals out. Shortly thereafter, Kingsley returned with several others, each carrying a child, who were utterly exhausted and had not awakened throughout the ordeal. Aisha remained nestled in Quirinius's arms, silently watching her companions being taken away. Once everyone had departed, Quirinius summoned Dodo, instructing her to take Aisha and Mary for a bath and to change into fresh clothing. Aisha, unafraid of the alien-like Dodo, displayed a commendable level of acceptance. Dumbledore remained seated on the sofa, and it was only after these matters were settled that Quirinius took a seat beside him. Do you have anything further to discuss with me, Quirinius? Dumbledore inquired, taking a sip of his now-cold tea. There is one more thing I have yet to mention. I believe it is of significance. Quirinius pondered for a moment before continuing. In truth, this battle involved not merely 12 werewolves, but 13. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he listened intently. The individual in question identified himself as Andre, also a werewolf. Quirinius took a sip of his coffee and continued. However, those werewolves regard him as their leader. Mary mentioned he had only recently arrived and had already gained control over the werewolves, expanding their ranks and integrating them into some organization. Beyond that, I am unaware. Mary only managed to gather this information discreetly. Dumbledore's expression grew slightly grave as he murmured, this is indeed troubling news. You are unaware of this? Quirinius asked, puzzled. Quirinius, perhaps you overestimate my omniscience, Dumbledore replied slowly. I have not encountered this particular type of werewolf, but an old friend of mine has. Living a long life does offer certain advantages, such as broader experiences. He then winked at Quirinius. Quirinius sighed, feeling an urge to punch him in the eye. You mean Nicolaim? Indeed. No one in the magical world has lived longer than he has, though perhaps you might in the future. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Nicolaim has informed me that he has encountered these werewolves, who are formidable and primarily engage in physical combat. However, among them are those with wizarding capabilities, capable of both spellcasting and hand-to-hand combat, though they are few in number and not particularly active. They may, however, lurk in the shadows. Thus not many in the wizarding community are aware of them. And there is more than one? Quirinius was somewhat taken aback. The disparity in strength between werewolves in their human form and those transformed was far from negligible. A werewolf capable of autonomous transformation, with a clear mind, was a formidable entity, and potentially a whole pack at that. An unsettling thought indeed. What should we do now? Should we investigate? Quirinius furrowed his brow. No need, Dumbledore replied. I will have the Aurors keep an eye on things. They've stumbled this time, so the likelihood of them causing trouble in the short term is minimal. However, you must remain vigilant. Wolves bear grudges. With that, Dumbledore regarded Quirinius with a teasing glint in his eye. Quirinius' expression darkened. Perfectly fine. I'm not easily intimidated. Just take care of yourself. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, Dumbledore said softly. At that moment, Mary and Aisha reappeared, looking refreshed. Aisha, with her pale golden hair, appeared almost doll-like after her bath, clad in a nightgown fashioned from Quirinius's clothing. Mary, though quite lovely, bore a pallid complexion with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Miss Miranel, shall we depart? I will escort you to Hogsmeade, Quirinius announced as he rose to leave, with Aisha following suit. Sister, I will visit you again, Aisha said, her eyes glistening with reluctance. Thank you, Aisha, Mary replied, bending down to embrace her sister before joining Dumbledore. Aisha, still waving goodbye to the two, suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Quirinius's sleeve, Uncle Wizard, they just poofed away. This display momentarily stunned Quirinius. The silent apparition indicated Dumbledore as profound mastery of magic. With a slight smirk, Quirinius ruffled little Aisha's hair and turned to enter the house, yearning for a deep and restful slumber. Chapter 48, Halloween. The house was adorned with jack-o'-lanterns and bat decorations. Dodo had prepared a lavish feast, with a massive roasted turkey at the center of the dining table, exuding an enticing aroma. Little Aisha, dressed in a new outfit Quirrell had purchased for her, scampered around the hall wearing a skull mask, clutching her plush toy, Peas, while brandishing a toy wand, reciting incantations like a miniature sorceress, albeit with the occasional glance toward Quirrell that hinted at her discontent. Observing the lively Aisha, Quirrell couldn't help but smile. He hadn't felt this at ease since arriving in this world. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was far less jubilant. Harry and his companions eagerly attended the Hogwarts Ghosts' anniversary feast, only to find themselves shivering through the night among hundreds of specters, their stomachs growling. For one could hardly expect a ghostly banquet to offer human fare. Yet, the desolate, ghostly feast paled in comparison to the terror that awaited them. Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat, was found stiffly hanging from a torch bracket in the corner, a puddle of water beneath her. With a glowing message inscribed on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." This chilling scene instilled fear in the trio. To make matters worse, they were soon cornered by a group of individuals, including the insufferable Draco Malfoy. As Draco surveyed the scene, his eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality, and his usually pallid complexion flushed a deep crimson. With a sinister grin directed at Hermione, he declared, "Beware, those who stand against the heir. You shall be next, mudblood." "Shut your foul mouth, Malfoy," Hermione retorted. Harry and Hermione, not being native to the magical realm, were unaware of the venomous nature of the term. Ron, unable to contain his anger, clenched his fists, ready to confront Draco, only to be restrained by Hermione. In the midst of this tension, Filch arrived, horrified to discover his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, hanging limply from a torch bracket, alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione, standing at the forefront. "My cat, my dear Mrs. Norris. What has happened to you?" Filch shrieked, extending a trembling hand to touch the rigid feline. With reddened eyes, he glared fiercely at Harry and his friends, shouting, "It must be you. You have killed my Mrs. Norris. I will make you pay." Harry's face flushed as he vigorously shook his head, insisting, "It wasn't us. We just arrived. Do not accuse us falsely." Hermione's eyes widened in indignation as she glared at Filch, her wild waves of hair framing her face, resembling an enraged lioness, clearly indicating that she belonged in the right house. Ron, too, was flushed, standing frozen in uncertainty. "It's you, Potter. It's you three who are here. Who else could it be?" Filch exclaimed. "Calm down, Filch," someone interjected. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Dumbledore appeared, accompanied by several other professors. He managed to soothe Filch and proceeded to gently lift Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. Holding Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore addressed Filch. "Come with me, Filch." He then cast a glance at the trio, adding, "And you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Granger." Dumbledore's demeanor was notably serious, causing Harry and his friends to feel quite apprehensive. At that moment, the flamboyant Lockhart sauntered over, suggesting, "Let us go to my office. It's the closest, just upstairs." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore acknowledged with a glance at Lockhart. The crowd fell silent. Lockhart, brimming with excitement and unable to suppress his smile, felt validated by Dumbledore's acceptance of his suggestion. Dumbledore and Lockhart entered Lockhart's office, which had once belonged to Quirrell. The walls were adorned with Lockhart's ostentatious photographs. Upon seeing the gathering, several images of Lockhart hurriedly concealed themselves, their hair still in curlers. Lockhart ignited the candles on his desk, while Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris atop it, meticulously examining her with his cerulean eyes peering through crescent-shaped glasses, occasionally prodding her with his elongated fingers. Professor McGonagall also leaned in closer, her brow furrowed in concentration. Snape loomed in the shadows behind them, half-hidden, exuding an air of foreboding. Harry and his friends stood awkwardly in the background, unsure where to place their hands, while Filch continued to sob uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lockhart busied himself, wandering about and offering unsolicited advice, recounting tales of his past exploits in resolving various predicaments. "It must certainly be a curse that has befallen her, likely the Transfiguration torture curse. I have witnessed others employ this incantation on several occasions, yet regrettably, I was not present at those times. I happen to know the counter curse, which could have saved her," lamented Lockhart, shaking his head with an expression of sorrow. However, none paid him any heed. Snape merely curled his lip in derision, casting a scornful glance in his direction. Upon hearing Lockhart's words, Filch swayed precariously, nearly collapsing, and hastily seated himself on a nearby chair, covering his face in tears. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Filch, but his greater concern was for his own future. He feared that if Dumbledore believed Filch's words, he would undoubtedly be expelled. Hermione shared similar sentiments, her complexion pale, her hands wringing together anxiously. Ron, however, appeared somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Though he too felt a sense of trepidation, he managed to maintain a steadier demeanor than the other two. Dumbledore examined the scene for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly, before retrieving his wand and muttering incantations, occasionally tapping it against Madame Loris. Yet there was no response. Madame Loris remained rigidly sprawled across the table. Lockhart continued his incessant prattling, attempting to demonstrate his own significance, yet the others ignored him. At last, Dumbledore rose, addressing Filch with a measured tone. "She is not dead, Filch." Lockhart's expression froze, unease creeping into his features. He had just fervently declared that Madame Loris was indeed deceased. Not dead? Then why is she so stiff? Filch's murky eyes seemed to glimmer with newfound hope, his voice trembling. "She has been petrified." "This is a highly advanced dark magic," Dumbledore replied slowly. "Ah, I had surmised as much, but alas, you articulated it first," Lockhart interjected, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Dumbledore cast a glance at Lockhart, who offered a sheepish smile in return. "It must be him. It has to be him," Filch shouted, glaring at Harry with palpable animosity. "I believe that no second-year wizard possesses the ability to wield such sophisticated dark magic," Dumbledore said, shaking his head slowly. "It must be him. Just look at the words he inscribed on the wall." "He knows I am a squib," Filch declared in despair. "I did not even touch Madame Loris." "I'm completely unaware of what a squib is," Harry exclaimed in a panic, attempting to defend himself. At that moment, Snape stepped forward, emerging fully into the candlelight, his countenance frigid as he cast a sidelong glance at Harry. This sent a chill through Harry. Snape had always held a disdain for him, and if he chose to add to Harry's misfortune now, his situation would become dire indeed. "I too find it improbable that Potter is involved. They lack the capability, and he cannot even distinguish between porcupine quills and boar bristles," Snape remarked with a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Harry and his companions looked up at Snape in disbelief, astonished that he would speak on Harry's behalf, even though his words were rather awkward. "Could it perhaps be related to that object?" Snape inquired, his expression growing serious. At this, Dumbledore paused, stroking his elder wand, his gaze lifting into contemplation, his sapphire eyes deep and thoughtful. Chapter 49, The Horcrux. "No, Headmaster Dumbledore, my Madame Loris has been petrified. I demand to see someone punished for this." Clearly, Filch was unwilling to let Harry and his companions off so easily, shouting vehemently. "I can heal her, Filch," Dumbledore said patiently. "Professor Sprout has recently acquired some mandrake. Once they mature, we can brew a potion to cure Madame Longbottom." "I shall prepare it," Lockhart volunteered. "I've brewed it at least 100 times. I could concoct the mandrake revival potion in my sleep." Snape's expression darkened at Lockhart's audacity, perceiving it as a blatant affront to his authority. Noticing Harry and his friends lingering, he snapped, "Why are you still here?" Ignoring the professor's words will cost Gryffindor 15 points. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. Her chest heaved with rage, and her lips were tightly pressed. Harry's face flushed with indignation, eager to retort, but Ron quickly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Enraged, Harry thought, "I was mistaken. Snape remains the same Snape, unaltered by a single act of kindness towards me. Ugh, what nonsense! How could my mother ever have been involved with him?" After Snape's outburst, he suddenly recalled McGonagall as presence nearby, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as his lips twitched. However, the words had already escaped him, and the point deduction was in effect. At Hogwarts, once a professor deducts points, they are instantly subtracted from the respective house's total, swift and efficient. Ahem, Severus, I believe we, as professors, should exercise caution when deducting points, Dumbledore remarked, sensing the awkward silence. McGonagall huffed in response, remaining silent. Lockhart, sensing the tension, sought to divert the conversation. "Professor Snape, what was that thing you mentioned earlier?" "Gilderoy, I'm not entirely certain at the moment. You've all had quite the night. Perhaps it's best to get some rest," Dumbledore replied, turning to exit Lockhart's office, followed closely by McGonagall and Snape. Filch gingerly lifted Madame Longbottom and departed as well. McGonagall's eyes widened, her nostrils flared, and her lips pressed tightly together, a clear sign of her anger. She was aware that Dumbledore and Snape were harboring secrets they did not wish her know. With a heavy huff, she turned to leave, the sound of her footsteps echoing ominously down the staircase. Snape glanced at Dumbledore in silence, realizing this would only serve to deepen McGonagall's disdain for him. "She is not yet ready to know." Dumbledore shook his head and proceeded down the stairs. The two entered the headmaster's office in succession, taking their seats before Dumbledore's desk. With a gentle tap on the surface, 2 cups of steaming tea materialized before them. After taking a sip, Dumbledore slowly inquired, "Severus, What do you believe might be connected to that occurrence? I'm uncertain of its authenticity, Snape replied thoughtfully. But considering the Dark Lord's return to Hogwarts last year and the recent incident suggesting the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, along with the emergence of Slytherin's heir, I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. The Dark Lord has expressed on multiple occasions that he is the legitimate and sole heir of Slytherin. Certainly, I do not dismiss the possibility. Severus paused and continued. However, last year the Dark Lord suffered a significant blow, making a resurgence unlikely, and moreover, the Philosopher's Stone is no longer at Hogwarts, is it? Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed by Nicholas himself, Dumbledore remarked. Destroyed? Severus exclaimed in shock. That was the Philosopher's Stone. How many have sought it in vain, only for it to be obliterated? Such a waste. Well, share your thoughts, Dumbledore said, resting his hands on the table. I previously mentioned that Quirinus informed me the Dark Lord's method of conquering death involves Horcruxes. I suspect one of his Horcruxes may be hidden within Hogwarts. It's perplexing why it suddenly revived and orchestrated the Chamber of Secrets incident, Severus said, regaining his composure. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, fell silent, his gaze deepening considerably. Perhaps he intends to incite panic through the Chamber of Secrets. Should you fail to quell it swiftly, he may seize the opportunity to force you out of Hogwarts. After a moment of contemplation, Severus added, had I not learned of the Horcrux's existence from that Quirinus fellow, I would never have deduced it. He would have no such opportunity, Dumbledore replied, noncommittally. What do you suppose, if it is indeed a Horcrux, where might it be concealed? Severus fell silent, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head and suggested, I believe you could summon a certain individual. He may possess greater knowledge. That makes sense. I shall write to him and request his presence tomorrow, Dumbledore replied, promptly taking up a quill to pen a letter to Quirinus. Observing this, Severus remained silent, standing up and departing the headmaster's office. The following morning, Quirinus opened his bleary eyes and descended downstairs, where little Isla was already awake, playing with a goblin in the yard. The magical world brought her endless fascination each day. Spotting Quirinus, Isla shouted, Quirinus, look at my goblin bomb, hey! As she spoke, she hurled a wriggling goblin toward him. Upon seeing the flailing goblin hurtling his way, Quirinus lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the goblin soaring out of the yard, prompting Isla to clap and burst into laughter. Watching her joyous mirth, Quirinus felt a youthful vigor return to him. Goblins are remarkably diminutive creatures, typically a mere foot in height, adorned with beards and pointed hats, known for their burrowing habits that disrupt plant growth. And they possess a tenacious vitality. Quirinus' kick would cause no harm to the goblin, merely sending it away. The yard had been planted with various vegetables, and they could not be allowed to suffer at the hands of the goblins. After accompanying Isla in her goblin-catching endeavors, an owl swooped into the yard, delivering a letter to Quirinus. He accepted the letter, retreated indoors, and offered a few pieces of jerky to the owl, which caused Peeves to eye the unexpected visitor with displeasure. Once the owl departed, Quirinus unfolded the letter, revealing it to be from Dumbledore, his expression one of perplexity as he opened it. Thus it is, I had a sense I had forgotten something. Voldemort has resurfaced, the version from our student days. Excellent. Splendid, most delightful. The smile upon Quirinus's face was difficult to contain, gradually transforming into something more sinister. Chapter 50. The Gaze of Medusa. Dumbledore's letter made no mention of Horcruxes. It merely informed Quirinus of Madame Loris's attack and requested his insight into the matter, accompanied by the password to the headmaster's office. Upon seeing this, Quirinus recalled that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. A youthful Voldemort had emerged. Unable to exact revenge on the older one, he could at least extract some interest from the younger. Without hesitation, Quirinus instructed Dodo to take care of little Aisha and traveled directly to Hogwarts via the fireplace, arriving at Professor McGonagall's office. The fireplace in McGonagall's office served as a communication conduit to the outside world. Dumbledore had granted Quirinus access, allowing him direct entry into Hogwarts, as the headmaster's fireplace typically did not connect to the Flynn network. With a flash of green flames, Quirinus emerged from Professor McGonagall's fireplace, finding her as he had on previous occasions, sitting upright behind her desk, engrossed in her work. He quickly greeted her, Minerva, good morning. However, McGonagall did not lift her head, merely responding with a soft grunt, continuing her tasks. Quirinus, puzzled, sensed that Professor McGonagall seemed displeased. Whom could you be angry with? Minerva, you. Quirinus attempted to speak, but McGonagall suddenly rose abruptly, grasping her Transfiguration textbook, casting a sidelong glance at him. Dumbledore has urgent matters to discuss with you. Why are you not on your way? I shall go at once, Quirinus replied. Humph. McGonagall coldly huffed, exiting the office and leaving Quirrell alone within. Several question marks hovered above his head, confused by her demeanor. It was too early for this. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Quirrell exited McGonagall's office, shutting the door behind him, and made his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. There were no students to be seen along the way. Upon reaching the entrance before the water-flowing stone beast, he whispered, "Licorice wand." The beast immediately leapt aside, revealing the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. The password to Dumbledore's chamber was quite easy to guess: all sweet delicacies. Entering the office, he found not only Dumbledore, but also Professor Snape present. Quirrell inquired, "Professor Snape, are you not attending your class? It has not been long since your resignation. Has your mind been filled with flobberworm slime?" "It is not yet time for classes," Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Accustomed to Snape's sharp tongue, Quirrell paid it no mind and took a seat at Dumbledore's desk, tapping it lightly and murmuring, "2 fried eggs, a glass of milk, please." No sooner had he spoken than 2 fried eggs and a glass of milk appeared on the table. "Headmaster Dumbledore, where is that cat? I wish to see it." Quirrell took a bite of an egg and continued, "I just saw Professor McGonagall. Why was she so puffed up?" Snape's expression stiffened. "Wait a moment. Filch will arrive shortly." Dumbledore smiled, seemingly unfazed by Quirrell's audacious behavior. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resounded at the door, followed by the entrance of Filch, cradling Madame Lorelei in his arms. "Headmaster, I have brought Madame Lorelei," Filch announced, casting a glance at Quirrell before turning to Dumbledore. "Ah, you may place her here," Dumbledore replied slowly. "I invited Quirrell to examine her. He was once the defense against the dark arts professor and has ventured across the globe. Perhaps he might discern what has harmed her." "Oh, thank you, Professor Quirrell. Please, I implore you, uncover the identity of the wretch who has injured poor Madame Lorelei," Filch beseeched Quirrell, his voice tinged with barely concealed frustration. "I shall do my utmost." Quirrell nodded in response. Filch gently set Madame Lorelei upon Dumbledore's desk, and Dumbledore remarked, "Argus, you may leave for now. I will return Madame Lorelei to you shortly." Quirrell hastily consumed his eggs and drained his milk, setting the cup down as it and the plate vanished in a thin air. He scrutinized Madame Lorelei for a moment, prodding her with his fingers, finding her rigid. He then retrieved his wand, casting detection spells, both for dark magic and toxins, yet the spells elicited no response. "What do you suspect could have inflicted such a curse?" "This level of petrification is beyond the capabilities of ordinary magic," Dumbledore inquired gently. "Ah, perhaps the gaze of a basilisk," Quirrell mused, retracting his wand and stroking his chin. He knew what it was, yet how could he articulate it logically? "Is it not true that basilisks are long extinct? Do you really suppose a basilisk has infiltrated Hogwarts?" Snape interjected with a derisive tone. "I merely suggest a similarity. Only the legendary gaze of a basilisk could produce such an effect," Quirrell replied. "Basilisks are serpentine magical creatures capable of petrifying their victims with their gaze. Indeed, the petrification curse was inspired by the capabilities of the basilisk. What other creature could wield such power through its eyes? Or rather, which serpent? A basilisk?" Snape's expression shifted, alarmed. "The basilisk is an exceedingly dangerous magical beast, more formidable than dragons, birthed by the nefarious Salazar Slytherin." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Indeed, the basilisk was conjured by the malevolent Salazar Slytherin, a legendary dark wizard from ancient Greece. The basilisk shares its origin with the mythical Medusa, whose tales persist even among muggles. Could it be possible that the creation of the basilisk drew upon the essence of Medusa, or perhaps it was modeled after her?" Quirrell stroked his chin, increasingly convinced of this possibility. Could mere speculation be edging closer to the truth? However, the gaze of a basilisk is lethal, while Medusa's petrifies, which cannot be conflated, Snape countered grimly. If a basilisk were lurking within Hogwarts, it would spell disaster with the potential for mass casualties among students. Its deadly gaze would spell doom for anyone who met its eyes. The basilisk's gaze is fatal, yet what if one were not to meet its gaze directly? Might the potency be somewhat diminished? Quirrell spoke slowly, suggesting that if the basilisk was created using Medusa as a template, it would undoubtedly enhance the fatal effects of her gaze, leading to petrification. With a decisive slap of his thigh, he exclaimed, "That's it, the pool of water." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with insight. Yes, the location where Madame Loris was attacked had a pool of water, through which the reflection revealed the basilisk, Snape murmured. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls of the headmaster's office were taken aback by Quirrell's assertion, buzzing with animated discussion. "Is the monster in the Chamber of Secrets a basilisk?" Snape pondered aloud. "What chamber?" Quirrell feigned ignorance, for Dumbledore's letter made no mention of a chamber. "The Chamber of Slytherin." Snape's expression grew complex. Then it must be a basilisk, Quirrell declared with certainty. Chapter 51, The Basilisk. Why? Snape questioned, baffled by Quirrell's unwavering conviction that the creature in the chamber was indeed a basilisk. Did you just say the chamber was opened? The chamber of Slytherin, which has been passed down for centuries. Quirrell countered with a rhetorical question. Indeed, Quirrell, the chamber has been opened, Dumbledore interjected, speaking slowly. Legend has it that Slytherin left behind a chamber at Hogwarts, housing a monster that would be unleashed to cleanse Hogwarts when Slytherin's heir appears. Of course, I believe Slytherin would not resort to such actions, but if an heir truly exists, one cannot dismiss the possibility of extremism. Dumbledore's countenance grew serious. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened, and a student was attacked and perished. 50 years ago, Voldemort was a student at Hogwarts, wasn't he? Quirrell remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed. When the attack occurred, Tom accused Hagrid of opening the chamber, and in a bid to quell the ensuing panic, Hagrid was swiftly apprehended, leading to a cessation of further attacks after his capture. Dumbledore continued, Tom is Voldemort. Horcrux. Snape's cheeks twitched as he gritted his teeth. You once told me that the Dark Lord evaded death through Horcruxes. Yes, Quirrell nodded. He must have hidden a Horcrux within the castle. It is likely that his Horcrux has emerged, opening the chamber, for he has always been Slytherin's heir. A shadow passed over Snape's face. Well, that's an astute deduction, Quirrell remarked, casting a surprised glance at Snape, impressed by his intellect. That makes sense, Quirrell nodded. You were quite certain the creature was a basilisk. Why is that? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Slytherin House is also known as the Serpent House. Its emblem features a serpent, and Slytherin himself was renowned for his ability to speak Parseltongue. Setting aside Slytherin's intentions for leaving behind a monster, Professor Snape, if it were you, what would you leave that could both represent Slytherin and possess sufficient power to achieve such a purpose? Quirrell turned to Snape, emphasizing that the creature had endured for a millennium. Basilisk, Snape slowly articulated, the two syllables laden with meaning. Alas, had I comprehended this matter back then, Hagrid would not have been apprehended. Although I ultimately protected Hagrid from the fate of permanent confinement in Azkaban, he was nonetheless expelled and his wand was shattered, rendering him incapable of wielding magic. Thank you, Quirrell, and extend my gratitude to you on Hagrid's behalf, Dumbledore lamented. Yet how did the basilisk move freely within Hogwarts without detection? Snape pondered, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Through the pipes, of course. Hogwarts is an extensive castle with a labyrinthine network of passages, Quirrell explained. Thus it all makes sense, Snape remarked, his expression darkening. This is indeed dire news. The pipes of Hogwarts have undergone centuries of maintenance and expansion, becoming a veritable maze. The basilisk could traverse these conduits, emerging at any moment to strike, truly a formidable challenge to defend against. If it is indeed the work of Voldemort's Horcrux, where might he have concealed it? How many Horcruxes does he possess? Dumbledore's fingers lightly drummed upon the table, his gaze penetrating. I believe the number 7 holds great significance, Quirrell mused, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, unhesitatingly selling Voldemort out. Dumbledore's fingers paused mid-tap, and Snape abruptly turned to Quirrell. Are you suggesting? I have said nothing, Quirrell replied, making a zipping motion across his lips. Humph, Snape glared at Quirrell, snorting disdainfully. 7 is indeed a number of great power, Dumbledore remarked, his eyes deep with contemplation as they fixed upon Quirrell. However, can a Horcrux act independently? If so, that would be terrifying, Snape whispered, his complexion paling. Oh, I doubt that. Yet the first one is always rather unique. Do you suppose that when Voldemort first severed his soul, he lacked experience and, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently split it too much, effectively dividing it in two? Quirrell said nonchalantly, mimicking a slicing motion with his hand. While Voldemort was indeed a prodigious and gifted wizard in his youth, he was also rather reckless. Or perhaps overly ambitious, Dumbledore remarked softly, raising an eyebrow. Are you implying that the entity lurking in Hogwarts, orchestrating the Chamber of Secrets incident, is the Dark Lord's first Horcrux? Snape questioned, uncertain. It is highly plausible. During Voldemort's time as a student, he may have stumbled upon the method of creating Horcruxes, believing it to be the key to conquering death. His fear of death compelled him to hastily attempt it, Quirrell stated, rising to stand by the window, hands clasped behind him as he gazed at the distant mountains. He continued, I am aware that creating a Horcrux necessitates an act of murder to sever the soul, though the exact process remains elusive. Dumbledore cast a brief, sidelong glance at Quirrell, who rolled his eyes in response. I have no interest in Horcruxes, he declared. I certainly know that you are not one to fear death. It is merely another grand adventure, Dumbledore said with a smile. No, I certainly fear death. I have not yet lived enough. I simply would not choose to sever my soul, for who knows what consequences may arise. Quirrell replied. Then when did Voldemort first create a Horcrux? Snape inquired impatiently. I believe it was approximately 50 years ago when Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened once before, resulting in the tragic death of a student. Quirrell then asserted that Voldemort's first act of murder likely occurred during that time, coinciding with his initial creation of a Horcrux. Dumbledore nodded slightly. What relevance is there in knowing when he crafted the Horcrux? Snape retorted. Foolishness. At that time, he had yet to graduate and was merely a student. The first creation of a Horcrux would have limited options for vessels, and it must have been something of significant importance to him. Quirrell shot Snape a disapproving glance, asking, Would you casually choose a teacup as a vessel for your soul? Snape faltered, his expression hardening, and could only emit a soft grunt of discontent. It is even possible that this Horcrux was hastily made, necessitating the selection of a relatively important item from his possessions, something imbued with meaning to serve as a vessel for his soul. Quirrell articulated this thought, feeling increasingly convinced of its likelihood. Hastily? Both Dumbledore and Snape paused in surprise. Indeed, Quirrell snapped his fingers. The more he pondered, the more he believed it to be true, although he knew the outcome. Deducing Voldemort's behavioral logic from that result proved quite fascinating. Chapter 52, The Diary. Quirrell, feeling invigorated, inquired of Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, who was the individual that perished due to the chamber incident 50 years ago. He was aware that this person had transformed into a ghost, residing in a lavatory. Yet he had forgotten the specifics of their identity, as well as the exact lavatory, having only seen a film in a past life, thus unable to recall with clarity. You have posed a question that challenges my memory, Quirrell. You must pardon an elderly man of over a century for his failing recollection, particularly regarding an event from 50 years past. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback by Quirrell's sudden inquiry, responded. Perhaps Minerva might know. Snape interjected, his face impassive. Oh, never mind Severus. If Minerva were to find out, she would be utterly distraught. Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Alternatively, we could consult the ghost. They have resided at Hogwarts for quite some time. Quirrell remarked wistfully, noting that they had not summoned Professor McGonagall for this meeting, explaining her earlier ire. Should they call her now, chaos would surely ensue. You speak the truth, Quirrell. Dumbledore, realizing the situation, turned to a painting on the wall and addressed its occupant. Professor Black, would you kindly find Sir Nicholas, the ghost of Gryffindor, and ask him to visit my office? Very well. Who am I to refuse you? The current headmaster? Professor Black, who had been feigning sleep to eavesdrop, opened his eyes, displeasure evident on his face. Quirrell recognized him. Phineas Black, the most loathsome headmaster in Hogwarts history, a staunch pureblood advocate. Yet within moments, Sir Nicholas, also known as Nearly Headless Nick, floated through the wall into the headmaster's office. Legend has it that he survived an execution due to a dull blade, leaving his neck partially intact. And if he were to move too swiftly, his head might just fall. Sir Nicholas greeted the three individuals with palpable excitement, to which Dumbledore and Quirrell responded with warm smiles and nods. Only Severus Snape maintained a stern demeanor, uttering not a word. Few could elicit a greeting from him. Sir Nicholas, I have summoned you with the hope that you might assist me, Dumbledore stated, his hands clasped upon the table, speaking slowly. Call me Nick, if you please. Headmaster, Sir Nicholas replied with enthusiasm. Do you recall, 50 years ago, a student perished at Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired. 50 years ago, a student. Sir Nicholas lowered his head in contemplation, and it inadvertently fell forward. In a flurry, he reached up to retrieve it, his neck still tethered by a strip of skin. This sight startled Quirrell, sending shivers down his spine. Snape, though equally unnerved, betrayed no emotion on his deadpan face, save for a brief twitch at the corner of his eye. Dumbledore, however, appeared unfazed by the incident. Once Sir Nicholas had reattached his head with a sigh of relief. Though the question of whether ghosts possess breath remained unanswered, he continued, Indeed, I remember. Fatalities at Hogwarts are quite rare. Moaning Myrtle, for instance, now resides within the dilapidated bathroom on the second floor, perpetually weeping. She and I are not on amicable terms, and Peeves takes particular delight in tormenting her. At Hogwarts? She has also become a ghost? Dumbledore seemed genuinely surprised. Would you like me to summon her? Sir Nicholas offered. Very well. I would appreciate your assistance. Dumbledore nodded, reflecting on the curious news that a victim still lingered within Hogwarts. Headmaster, it has been 50 years. How could you remain unaware that she had transformed into a ghost, wandering the school all this time? Quirrell remarked, incredulous. Indeed, I was remiss in my duties, Dumbledore sighed. His expression clouded with disquiet. Snape cast a sideways glance at Dumbledore, remaining silent. Before long, Sir Nicholas appeared in the headmaster's office, accompanied by a weeping female ghost. Moaning Myrtle continued her lamentations even upon entering the office, preempting any questions Dumbledore might pose. Headmaster, you know how lonely I am. Might you arrange for me to have a neighbor? I think he would suffice. I could leave a toilet for him next door, she suggested, casting a sidelong glance at Quirrell. Quirrell's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing, and it must be noted that since he had removed his turban, he had indeed become rather handsome. Snape shot a glance at Quirrell, barely suppressing a smirk. Oh, I fear that is not possible. Myrtle, Quirrell has many important matters to attend to. Dumbledore replied with utmost seriousness. Woe is me, I knew no one cared for poor moaning Myrtle, she lamented, her voice filled with sorrow. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Quirrell could not shake the feeling that Sir Nicholas, observing from the sidelines, appeared to revel in her misfortune. Dumbledore, with a trace of helplessness, slightly increased his volume, imbuing his voice with a magical quality that carried a soothing undertone. Moaning Myrtle, may I inquire if you recall the circumstances of your demise? Upon receiving her response, he gently added, Thank you, Myrtle, and gestured for Sir Nicholas to escort her away. It was clear that the girls' lavatory on the second floor must be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Myrtle, weeping in the restroom, had caught the attention of a young Tom Riddle, who had just emerged from the chamber, accompanied by the basilisk. In an instant, he was startled by her presence and commanded the basilisk to eliminate her to prevent any loose ends. Quirrell rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. I surmised that he must have recently acquired the knowledge of creating Horcruxes. His fear of death and the allure of immortality would compel him to eagerly learn and experiment. Therefore, it is highly likely that he possesses a diary documenting the Horcrux creation process, which also serves as his magical study journal for reference and note-taking. The chamber would be his practice ground for magic. Even if he hadn't encountered Myrtle, he would soon devise an attack. He simply lacks patience. Quirrell fixed his keen gaze upon the two. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord's first Horcrux is a diary? Snape replied, his tone grave. And what of it? How does this knowledge assist us in locating him? Snape's urgency had begun to erode his capacity for rational thought. A Horcrux, regardless of its uniqueness, requires energy to sustain its functionality. What power can a mere diary possibly hold? Quirrell replied without hesitation. Thus, it is highly probable that it is concealed within a student, siphoning their life force and magical energy while manipulating their thoughts and actions to fulfill his desires. Upon hearing this, Snape's countenance shifted dramatically, and he rose to leave. I will inspect all the students' belongings. Severus, Dumbledore called after him, do not act impulsively. Your actions may incite panic. Quirrell was taken aback by Snape's sudden concern for the students' safety. Chapter 53, The Safety Advisor. With nearly 1,000 students in the school, a diary is a commonplace item, often possessed by each student, if not more than one. How do you intend to search for it? Are you planning to comb through all the dormitories? Such an item would surely be hidden away, and any search might alert the very snakes that threaten the students, putting them in peril. Quirrell rolled his eyes. Are we to simply stand by and watch these students remain vulnerable to the basilisk's threat? Snape's expression hardened, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Well, do we not already know the location of the chamber's entrance? We can position someone nearby to lie in wait and capture the creature the next time it is released. Quirrell shook his head in resignation, witnessing Snape's unusual urgency for student safety, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. No, it was more about Harry, he realized. Snape paused momentarily, then with a swift flick of his cloak, departed hastily, leaving behind only a faint rustle, his cloak billowing like the wings of a great bat. Wait a moment, Quirrell, Dumbledore interjected with a smile, retrieving a document from his drawer and sliding it across the table towards Quirrell. What is this? Quirrell, bewildered, picked up the document and was instantly taken aback. You wish to appoint me as the Hogwarts campus safety consultant? He exclaimed, astonished as he looked up. Indeed, only for this semester, until the incident concludes. Of course, should matters resolve sooner, the commission will still be settled, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, his voice measured. The school's funds are limited. I can only offer you a commission of 1,000 galleons, which pales in comparison to your earnings as a bounty hunter. Quirrell's expression stiffened. He anticipated that Dumbledore had discerned his venture into bounty hunting. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He committed any heinous acts. From anyone, 000 galleons represented a substantial sum. But what role could I possibly play at Hogwarts? With the likes of Professor McGonagall and Flitwick, what need is there for my involvement? Quirinus lamented. Ah, to be overly modest is to underestimate oneself, Quirinus. Besides, they're occupied with their classes. As for me, one cannot expect a centenarian to overexert himself. Thus, a safety consultant is indeed necessary, Dumbledore remarked, his smile unwavering. Very well, I shall accept, Quirinus replied after a moment of contemplation. Good, then seek out McGonagall. She will arrange an office for you. Your previous office is currently in use by Gilderoy, Dumbledore nodded slowly. Quirinus acknowledged this and promptly exited the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall was engaged in class, leaving Quirinus to wander the campus aimlessly. Truth be told, he harbored little concern about the basilisk. Having foreknowledge of the outcome from his past life, he felt reassured that, despite the impending turmoil, no student would perish. Consequently, his overall demeanor remained rather relaxed. With the students attending their lessons, the castle corridors felt desolate. After a time of aimless wandering, he grew weary and made his way out of the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's stone hut lay adjacent to the forest. Upon his arrival, Quirinus found Hagrid amusing a hippogriff. The name alone hints at this magical creature's characteristics, and it is indeed an exceedingly proud being, without offering a bow of respect. One would struggle to approach it. Hagrid, Quirinus called out. Ah, splendid. Quirinus's lips twitched, acknowledging the hippogriff's striking appearance, yet he felt splendid hardly encapsulated its essence. This is Buckbeak, just coming of age this year, a valiant young fellow, Hagrid explained, playfully patting Buckbeak with his giant hand, causing it to stagger momentarily, which prompted the creature to peck Hagrid in annoyance. That tickles. Huh, good lad, Quirinus, look, he is playing with me. Hagrid laughed heartily, after a couple of ineffective pecks. Buckbeak, disheartened, retreated into the forest. Quirinus observed this exchange with a sense of unease. Only Hagrid could perceive the creature's antics as playful. Anyone else would have been left bloodied and bruised. As Buckbeak departed, Hagrid hurried over to Quirinus, still wearing a cheerful expression. Come in, Quirinus. Hagrid's stone hut was perfectly sized for him, but it felt rather spacious for Quirinus. Her name is Norbert, and it is rather unfortunate that she does not appreciate the beauty of that name. Hagrid murmured, Norbert is splendid. She has grown to nearly the size of an adult dragon, and is brimming with vitality. Hagrid, undeterred by the earlier disappointment of not securing the naming rights for the dragon, was now brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. As he spoke, he handed a cup of coffee to Quirinus. What appeared to be a regular cup to Hagrid seemed like a large barrel to Quirinus. Observing the overflowing cup, Quirinus felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Though not his first encounter, he could never quite suppress his reaction. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual visit. Primarily, Dumbledore has summoned me for a matter of some importance. Quirinus lifted the coffee and took a gentle sip, noting the cloying sweetness reminiscent of Dumbledore's taste. You truly are impressive, assisting Dumbledore with his affairs, Hagrid remarked with a hint of envy. Hagrid chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Moreover, Dumbledore has invited me to serve as the Hogwarts campus safety advisor, and I have accepted. Quirinus stated with deliberate calmness. Ah, a campus safety advisor. How admirable, Quirinus. Dumbledore must hold you in high regard, Hagrid responded, genuinely pleased, though a wistful look crossed his face as he added, if only I could. Do not envy me, Hagrid. Professor Kettleburn, who teaches care of magical creatures, will retire next year. I firmly believe that the next professor for that course will be you. Quirinus said with a mysterious smile. Really? Is that true? Hagrid exclaimed, excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Of course. You are Dumbledore's most trusted confidant, and I believe no one is more passionate about and knowledgeable of magical creatures than you. Dumbledore has mentioned this to me, Quirinus replied, lowering his voice towards the end. Hagrid felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. Very well, Hagrid, I shall go and check on Onyxia, Quirinus declared, pushing open the back of Hagrid's stone hut and stepping into the woods. Upon reaching a more expansive area of the forest, Quirinus cupped his hand around his mouth and called out, Onyxia! A resounding roar echoed in response, and the silhouette of a dragon swiftly approached Quirinus. Just as she hovered above him, the dragon opened her fearsome jaws, unleashing a torrent of fire directed at Quirinus. Chapter 54, Onyxia. Quirinus, witnessing the impending blaze, raised an eyebrow and deftly flicked his wrist, summoning his wand. A faint golden shield enveloped him. As the flames engulfed him, they were deflected by the protective barrier, scattering to either side and incinerating a number of flowers and plants in their wake. A powerful gust swept through as the massive figure of the dragon landed before Quirinus, her colossal head nudging into his embrace. Quirinus staggered back a few steps from the sheer force of the dragon's presence, sheathing his wand and gently caressing Onyxia's head. "Ah, Onyxia, you have grown so much, blossoming into a fine young lady. It seems Hagrid has taken excellent care of you." Onyxia contentedly squinted her dragon eyes. "Indeed, I even crafted a dragon's nest for her in the Forbidden Forest, and she adores it, don't you, Norbert?" At this moment, Hagrid also arrived, shouldering a rather peculiar creature known as a thestral. "Noble, look what your mother has brought for you," Hagrid exclaimed, tossing the thestral onto the ground, already prepared for her. However, Onyxia paid him no heed. "Oh, damn it, I was the one who named her first," Hagrid muttered in frustration, before donning a cheerful facade and calling out Onyxia. "Look what I have brought for you. Now come and eat." Quirrell patted Onyxia on the head, and only then did she reluctantly approach the thestral, indulging in a hearty feast. Hagrid grumbled, "I was the one who named her first. Why does she not like it? Noble is clearly a masculine name. Why would she prefer it?" Quirrell rolled his eyes. "Oh, heavens," Hagrid exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Have I really made such a grave mistake? Is it too late for me to change her name?" "It is too late. She is now called Onyxia," Quirrell replied with a smile, arms crossed. "Why does she adore you so much? You weren't even there when she was born. I raised her all this time," Hagrid grumbled. Once Onyxia finished her meal, Quirrell experienced the thrill of being a dragon rider, soaring through the skies on the fire dragon. It was far more exhilarating than riding a broom. Leaving Hagrid drooling with jealousy, his eyes turning red with envy. He wished to ride as well, but Onyxia would not allow him to mount her. At noon, Quirrell initially intended to share a meal with Hagrid, but upon witnessing the latter toss a plethora of animal entrails, meats, bones, and an array of colorful herbs into a large pot to stew, he promptly abandoned that thought and claimed he had matters to attend to with Professor McGonagall. As Hagrid escorted Quirrell out of the stone hut, he hesitated and said, "Quirrell, I wanted to mention that you used to be the defense against the dark arts professor, so you must have a considerable understanding of dark creatures, right? What do you wish to say, Hagrid?" Quirrell promptly discerned Hagrid's discomfort and inquired directly. "I have an old friend who has been quite restless of late, unable to eat. He is quite elderly, and I worry something may be amiss. I would like to ask if you could accompany me this afternoon to check on him," Hagrid stated resolutely. "An old friend? Who is it?" Quirrell asked, puzzled. "It's Aragog, a giant acromantula," Hagrid replied somewhat awkwardly. "An acromantula, you say? If it is indeed Aragog, then there is no cause for concern. They are merely sensing the presence of a natural enemy, and will soon be fine." Quirrell understood immediately upon hearing the name, and was disinterested in accompanying Hagrid to the spider's lair. Despite having been raised by Hagrid for decades, the inherent ferocity and bloodlust of the acromantula could not be suppressed. Quirrell had captured numerous acromantulas before, and their venom was a highly sought-after commodity in the Bounty Hunters Guild. However, his words were not entirely dismissive. Once the basilisk issue was resolved, the acromantula's troubles would naturally dissipate. Well, as long as Aragog is still around, Hagrid's presence can still deter the large acromantula population. Once Aragog passes away, those acromantulas may spiral out of control, presenting a moderate problem. "I must take my leave, do not worry." Quirrell waved his hand dismissively at Hagrid and promptly made his way towards the castle. Upon entering, he chose not to venture into the Great Hall, but instead headed directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Along the way, he encountered his students, all of whom greeted him with astonishment. Hannah Abbott, the renowned sorting hat champion of Hogwarts, remarked after greeting him that Gilderoy Lockhart was a far inferior defense against the dark arts professor, merely orchestrating stage plays in class, leaving her baffled as to why Dumbledore would employ such a charlatan. Quirrell remained noncommittal. He knocked on Professor McGonagall's door, and her voice immediately resonated from within, inviting him in. Upon seeing Quirrell, she adopted a disapproving expression, stating, "Quirrell, what are you still doing here?" "Oh, Dumbledore has finally made a correct decision. You should have dismissed that peacock long ago." McGonagall's surprise was mingled with displeasure, as Lockhart's insipid lessons had truly stuck in her throat. "Not quite. I'm not here to take over the defense against the dark arts class. Headmaster Dumbledore has invited me to serve as the campus safety advisor and requested I come to you to arrange for an office," Quirrell clarified, shaking his head. "Campus safety advisor? Does Hogwarts even have such a position?" "Well, since it is Dumbledore's request." McGonagall pondered, though she would not easily challenge Dumbledore's choices. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Very well, I shall arrange for you to have an office on the 4th floor. There's an unoccupied room there. I will have a house elf tidy it up shortly." "Thank you ever so much, Minerva," Quirrell replied with a smile. Professor Flitwick, the elderly gentleman, appeared quite elated, his excitement palpable. As for little Aisha, It was time for her to be introduced to the magical world. Chapter 55. Rejoining the Workforce Dodo. I have told you countless times that this is unnecessary. Quirrell, cradling little Aisha, expressed his exasperation towards Dodo, feeling somewhat discomfited by the ingrained humility that resided deep within his soul. After settling onto the sofa with Aisha, Dodo promptly brought over a cup of coffee. However, he had to admit that it was quite refreshing. Aisha, I have always called you Aisha, yet I realize I do not know your full name. What is your surname? Quirrell inquired softly, taking a sip of his coffee. Aisha is just Aisha, little Aisha replied, sipping from a cup of freshly brewed milk that Dodo had prepared. A bit of dairy adorning her lips, her voice bright and cheerful. I see, Quirrell remarked, suddenly enlightened. Aisha was merely 5 years old. How could she know so much? Then you shall take the surname Chilo from now on, Aisha Chilo. Aisha Chilo, Aisha Chilo. Henceforth I shall be called Aisha Chilo. Although Aisha did not comprehend the reason behind her name change, she was nonetheless delighted to accept it. Aisha, starting today, I must return to work. Would it be all right if I took you to stay with an aunt for the time being? Quirrell carefully proposed to Aisha. Quirrell, do you not want me any more? Upon hearing this, little Aisha immediately burst into tears, gazing up at Quirrell with a pitiful expression. Very well, then let us make a pact. Elsa extended her pinky finger, and Quirrell mirrored her gesture, their pinkies entwining as a symbol of their agreement, which soon transformed their tears into laughter. After gathering their belongings, Quirrell guided Elsa through the Floon network to Hogsmeade, arriving at the 3 broomsticks, where the mischievous Dodo followed them in a burst of apparition. It must be said that the Floon network is far gentler than apparition. Prior to their arrival, Quirrell had informed Rosmerta, who warmly welcomed little Elsa. In their previous correspondence, she had expressed her sympathy for the unfortunate girl. Upon seeing Elsa's doll-like features, Rosmerta immediately swept her away from Quirrell, exclaiming how utterly adorable she was. Her face aglow with warmth akin to springtime. Quirrell and Rosmerta had cultivated a close friendship, maintaining a constant exchange of letters, though they rarely met. The anticipation of waiting for correspondence and the joy of receiving it brought Quirrell immense delight. Meanwhile, the faculty table buzzed with student chatter, and Gilderoy Lockhart squirmed in embarrassment, casting furtive glances at Quirrell. Severus Snape, observing Quirrell seated beside him, furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "Why are you still here?" "You." Snape gritted his teeth and continued, "There is no position for you at Hogwarts. Your presence here is rather conspicuous. Or perhaps you truly intend to usurp Lockhart." "Not at all. I prefer to let things unfold naturally," Quirrell replied. Snape huffed disdainfully, lapsing into silence, while Quirrell chose to ignore him, focusing instead on a succulent steak. Although England is often deemed a culinary wasteland, the fare in the wizarding world is quite commendable. Once everyone had feasted, Dumbledore tapped his goblet with a spoon, producing a clear, resonant sound that commanded the attention of all present. Rising, he announced, "Last night, a rather peculiar incident occurred at our school, and I believe you're all aware of it. As for the existence of this so-called Chamber of Secrets, I cannot say, for I have never seen it. However, in the interest of precaution and the safety of our students, I have decided to hire a wizard with extensive experience in dealing with dark magic as our campus safety consultant. This individual is Quirrell, who will oversee student safety and investigate the chamber incident." Upon hearing this, Quirrell stood to acknowledge the crowd, eliciting a mixture of reactions, some disappointed, others pleased. The disappointment stemmed from the absence of a direct replacement for Lockhart, while the joy arose from the school's proactive approach to student safety. Lockhart, relieved that Quirrell was not there to usurp him, regarded him with a significantly friendlier demeanor. This appointment surprised many, yet it made sense, aside from Lockhart. No one else seemed suitable for the role. Professor Trelawney, who taught divination, also sighed in relief, having indulged in a bit too much drink. She nearly collapsed, but was steadied by Professor Sinistra from astronomy, preventing a most embarrassing scene. As Quirrell gazed towards the Gryffindor table, he discerned the unusually pallid complexion of Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, who appeared utterly despondent. Indeed, the diary must still be in Ginny's possession, and the butterfly effect had not transpired. This was fortuitous news for Quirrell. Next, all he needed to do was devise a means to acquire the diary from Ginny's hands, and all would be well. After the banquet concluded, Quirrell had scarcely settled into his new office when a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Draco Malfoy accompanied by his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Quirrell was somewhat surprised, inquiring if they had a matter to discuss. As he recalled, they should be in their dormitory preparing for rest. "Professor Quirrell, You are here regarding the incident in the Chamber of Secrets, correct? I have some information to share with you. By the way, my father remarked that your book is exceptional, and your insights are remarkably astute, particularly regarding the classification of magical tears. It is nothing short of revolutionary. Malfoy smirked, his tone dripping with conceit. One could not help but note the Malfoy family's lack of humility. Even when addressing a professor, their arrogance palpable. Indeed, the scion of the Malfoy lineage bore an innate pride, as if bestowing compliments was a favor granted to others. Then please come in. Quirinus gestured for the trio to enter and take a seat at his desk. This was Quirinus's first evening in this office, which had been tidied by a house elf, rendering it quite spacious yet immaculately organized. The desk was bare. Now, tell me what you know, Mr. Malfoy, Quirinus inquired, settling into his chair with his hands clasped beneath his chin. Professor Quirrell, when we arrived at the scene yesterday, we witnessed Scarhead, Weasley, and that mudblood Granger. Malfoy began, his expression animated, only to be abruptly interrupted by Quirinus. Rephrase that, Quirinus commanded, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Malfoy. I was just getting to the point, Malfoy stammered, momentarily taken aback, as he assumed Quirinus had not heard him clearly. I said Scarhead, Weasley, and that mudblood, Malfoy repeated, but was once again cut off. Rephrase that, Quirinus reiterated, his demeanor unwavering. Malfoy's face flushed with indignation. Mr. Malfoy, do you understand why I interrupted you? Quirinus stated, his tone serious. Malfoy hesitated, his silence betraying his discontent. Mr. Malfoy, I trust you comprehend the venomous nature of the term mudblood, Quirinus asked pointedly. Malfoy bristled, though he dared not retort, acutely aware of Quirinus's stern countenance. The Malfoy family boasts a storied legacy, renowned throughout the wizarding world. Is it possible that centuries of tradition have bred only arrogance and prejudice? Quirinus continued, his words piercing Malfoy's heart like a finely honed blade. Certainly not. Draco Malfoy, flushed with indignation, yearning to retort, yet at a loss for words. The honor of his lineage was of paramount importance to him, a scion of pure blood heritage. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. The dignity of one's family can be a source of pride and strength. However, the choice of what kind of person to become in the future lies solely with you. Let your family bask in glory because of you. Not be shamed by your actions, Quirinius remarked. Draco was not inherently malevolent, merely uneducated in the virtues of humility, his father being a man of arrogance. Hogwarts teaches magic, yet neglects the cultivation of moral character. Draco remained silent, his gaze cast downward. What were you about to say? Quirinius inquired, shifting the conversation. I was wondering if it could possibly be Potter? After all, they were the only ones present when we arrived, Draco murmured, abandoning his earlier haughty demeanor. Do you truly believe that the heir of Slytherin could be a Gryffindor? Quirinius raised an eyebrow. Certainly not, Draco instinctively countered, but abruptly recalled his earlier assertion, falling silent and awkwardly staring at the floor. The three of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily rising to depart. Just as they reached the office door, Draco turned back to inquire, Professor, does the Chamber of Secrets truly exist? Perhaps, but if you don't leave soon, you will be violating school rules, Quirinius replied, noncommittally. Once the trio had exited, Quirinius followed suit, embarking on a patrol of the castle. It would be disingenuous to claim Quirinius was unafraid of the basilisk. After all, it was a creature that had lived for a millennium, capable of killing with a mere gaze. Thus, he had cast a protective charm upon himself throughout his journey. Quirinius could not recall precisely when the second attack had occurred, yet he doubted it would happen consecutively. He arrived at the abandoned lavatory on the second floor of the castle, where Severus Snape awaited him at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Albus Dumbledore arrived as well. This must be the place, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze penetrating. The location where Moaning Myrtle had been attacked was indeed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Regrettably, he had not considered this before. Enough reminiscing, Headmaster, Quirinius interjected. Let us proceed inside. With that, he stepped into the lavatory ahead of the others. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of Myrtle's sobs, a mournful and heart-wrenching lament. Upon hearing the door creak open, her cries momentarily ceased, and she peeked out from one of the stalls. Addressing the three with a tone of deep sorrow, Are you here to visit poor Moaning Myrtle? Snape did not spare her a glance, his eyes scanning the lavatory for any sign of the hidden entrance to the chamber. Dumbledore, as he entered, appeared contemplative, also surveying the surroundings. Quirinius, with an air of exasperation, addressed Myrtle. Myrtle, we have some matters to attend to here. Before he could finish his sentence, Myrtle resumed her weeping. Oh, indeed. You all despise, poor moaning Myrtle. Snape, upon hearing her renewed cries, cast Quirinius a disdainful look. Dumbledore, perhaps also wearied by Myrtle's lamentations, gently suggested, Myrtle, might I ask you to take your sorrows elsewhere for a while? We need to investigate some matters here. Rest assured, it will not take long. Dumbledore exuded an undeniable aura of authority, even in the presence of a spectre. Myrtle, indeed, ceased her weeping and glided through the wall with a soft sob. With the distractions dissipated, the trio dispersed to search the surroundings. Although Quirrell had forgotten the precise location of the Chamber of Secrets and could only proceed with a gradual search, Dumbledore, however, surveyed the area briefly before making his way directly towards the basin in the center of the lavatory. He bent down to examine the edge of the basin. A moment later, a light chuckle escaped Dumbledore's lips, drawing the attention of Quirrell and Snape, both of whom flinched and hurried over. Have you discovered something? Quirrell inquired as he approached. No one suggested that they might still need to discern further or search for a while longer, but with Dumbledore's hint, Quirrell quickly spotted a small engraving of serpents at the bottom of the basin. Undoubtedly, this was the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, and Snape appeared somewhat exhilarated. For as the head of Slytherin House, the significance of the chamber was profound for him. Suddenly struck by an idea, Quirrell slapped his forehead. It is well known that the basilisk traverses through the pipes. If we are searching for an entrance, it must connect to the basin. Professor Snape, how could you overlook such a detail while searching about? He cast a disdainful glance at Snape. Snape's expression darkened, his cheeks twitching, and his eyes glinting with suppressed rage, his right hand twitching slightly. Dumbledore cast a bemused glance at Quirrell. Ahem, headmaster. Would you be so kind as to attempt to open it? Quirrell cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore murmured incantations under his breath, prodding the engraved serpents with his wand, yet the basin remained still and unresponsive. Alas, this chamber is intricately connected to the entire castle, shielded by its enchantments. To disrupt the basin would be to contend against the castle itself, which is no trivial matter, Dumbledore remarked with a sigh, shaking his head. Snape, upon hearing this, remained silent, his lips pursed. Chapter 57, Ginny. After returning empty-handed from the lavatory exploration, Quirrell continued to patrol the castle with his heightened senses, uncertain of when the basilisk might re-emerge. Thus, he wandered aimlessly just in case. Although the basilisk had never claimed a life in the films, reality could prove different, especially with the unpredictable variable of his own presence. He pondered how best to gauge Ginny's situation, uncertain of the extent of Voldemort's control over her. Suddenly, Quirrell paused mid-stride, his attention drawn to a presence in his right periphery, detected by his heightened senses but invisible to his eyes. An invisibility cloak? He approached cautiously, noting that the disillusionment charm functioned more like a chameleon, blending one into the surroundings rather than rendering one invisible. Only an invisibility cloak could accomplish true invisibility, though it was possible that some individuals had mastered the disillusionment charm to such a degree that it could yield similar effects. Currently, the sole invisibility cloak within Hogwarts belonged to the savior, Harry Potter. Quirrell had no intention of capturing Harry. He merely wished to startle him. It was rather reckless to wander about at such a late hour, cloaked in invisibility, especially with a formidable basilisk potentially lurking within the castle's shadows. One could not be too naive about the capabilities of an invisibility cloak. However, this invisibility cloak is indeed lacking. It cannot even withstand the sensory curse, nor can it evade Moody's magical eye. What right does it have to claim the ability to elude death itself and be regarded as one of the Deathly Hallows? Is it conceivable that the cloak possesses undiscovered powers? Quirrell has long believed that the reputation of the Deathly Hallows is grander than their actual efficacy. Aside from the Elder Wand, which enhances power, the other two artifacts seem to hold little significance. Thus, one can only resort to clandestine actions. Afraid? Certainly not. Voldemort, with his immense pride, could never be afraid, not even in his youth. On this day, Quirrell finally encountered Ginny outside the Gryffindor dormitory, with no one else around. Miss Weasley. He greeted her with a smile as she ascended the stairs, clutching several books. Hello, Professor Quirrell, Ginny replied, somewhat bashfully. May we converse? Quirrell wasted no time and addressed the matter directly. All right, Ginny responded, appearing somewhat anxious, her already pale complexion growing even more ashen. Let us proceed to my office. Quirrell led the way, and after a moment of hesitation, Ginny followed suit. In the office, Quirrell gestured for Ginny to take a seat, poured her a cup of coffee, and then sat opposite her, observing the young girl's nervous demeanor. Do not be anxious, Miss Weasley, or may I call you Ginny? He offered gently. Of course, Professor. She nodded eagerly. Ginny, I have noticed that you do not appear well of late. Your complexion is so pale. Are you unwell? Would you like to visit the infirmary? Quirrell looked intently into Ginny's eyes, subtle, unseen waves of concern emanating from him. Ginny shook her head. I'm fine, just feeling rather fatigued lately, lacking energy. Perhaps I haven't rested well. A few days of proper rest should suffice. Do you sense anything unusual? Quirrell inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Not really, just an occasional feeling of unease that I cannot quite explain, Ginny replied hesitantly. Quirrell frowned slightly. I believe you should consult Madame Pomfrey at the infirmary. No, Ginny's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him, her expression innocent. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Professor, you don't suspect that I opened the Chamber of Secrets, do you? I am a Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. How could I be the heir of Slytherin? Of course not, Quirrell chuckled lightly. I merely observed that you seem a bit off lately. Your pallor is quite alarming. I wish to inquire if there is anything I might assist you with. That seems rather unlikely, she replied. Ginny, Quirrell called out as she was about to leave, noticing her look of confusion. Should you have any concerns or require assistance, do not hesitate to approach a professor or myself. Furthermore, never place your trust in anything possessing independent thought unless you can see its mind, he added seriously. Understood. Ginny nodded, exiting with an expression devoid of any impurity. Quirrell noted that the books she was carrying were all quite old. How could this be? Was there truly nothing amiss? Is the diary not in Ginny's possession? Has the butterfly effect arisen from this unforeseen variable? What, then, accounts for her apparent depletion of vitality? Quirrell sat behind his desk, fingers interlaced against his lips, brow furrowed in contemplative thought. Progress was stagnant. The basilisk had yet to reappear. Upon seeing him, Snape unleashed a torrent of scorn, ridiculing him for lacking any leads after so many days, lamenting the waste of funds. You were hired at great expense to serve as the consultant for campus safety and investigate the Chamber of Secrets, not to idle about. He scoffed. You claim to possess vast experience in combating dark magic? The list goes on. In summary, a litany of disparaging remarks flowed from Snape's lips. Quirrell felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself powerless in the face of the lack of tangible progress. Relegated to waiting passively for the other party to make an appearance, lacking the confidence to spar verbally with Snape. Chapter 58, Lockhart. On Saturday morning, Quirrell exited the castle after breakfast, intending to visit Hagrid's hut and then check on little Aisha in Hogsmeade. Interestingly, Lockhart was also a senior to Quirrell, having been a year ahead during his own studies. Although Quirrell excelled academically, he was rather shy and self-effacing, a frequent target of bullying, which motivated his pursuit of dark magic to become stronger. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Voldemort. In stark contrast, Lockhart was akin to a flamboyant peacock, relentlessly seeking the spotlight, imbued with vanity and self-importance. Nevertheless, he was a Ravenclaw, diligent in his studies. One could not indulge in vanity without a solid foundation of magical proficiency in the wizarding world. The dissonance between Quirrell's memories of Lockhart and the incompetent figure before him was palpable. Perhaps Lockhart had entirely forgotten that he had a junior from Ravenclaw. Indeed. Thank you. Quirrell conceded. By the way, you were also a student at Hogwarts, right? Which house were you in? I don't seem to remember you. Lockhart, ever the extrovert, inquired. Quirrell's lips twitched, and he replied dryly, impressive. You must be going to watch the Quidditch match as well. Cool, me. Let us revel in the adulation and cheers of the students, primarily for me, Lockhart declared with a proud smile, pulling Quirrell towards the Quidditch pitch. I want the students to know that Professor Quirrell has such an exceptional senior, he added, winking at Quirrell. I have other matters to attend to, Quirrell protested weakly. What could possibly be more important than watching the match with me? Rest assured, your signed book will be delivered to you tonight. Look at you, so possessive. Lockhart ignored Quirrell's reluctance entirely. Quirrell stood agape, utterly bewildered by how to handle the self-absorbed Lockhart, who seemed oblivious to others' resistance, or rather, chose to ignore it due to his overwhelming arrogance. Thus, Lockhart dragged Quirrell into the Quidditch stadium, where the match was about to commence, and the stands were filled to capacity with nearly all the faculty and students in attendance. The arrival of Lockhart and Quirrell captured the attention of nearly everyone present. Lockhart waved enthusiastically at the audience, exclaiming, "You may not know, but Quirrell is my junior, an outstanding Ravenclaw. Of course, he lacks my charming and handsome smile." Many in the crowd scoffed, while a number of Lockhart's diehard fans erupted into cheers. In the Gryffindor locker room, Ron and Hermione were rallying Harry, and upon hearing the commotion outside, they pulled back the curtain to see Quirrell strolling arm in arm with Lockhart. Harry quietly remarked to Hermione, "Does Professor Quirrell not realize that Lockhart is a fraud?" Hermione sharply countered, "Professor Lockhart is not a fraud. He is merely, well, what can I say?" Unable to articulate her thoughts, she fell silent. "Admit it, he is a fraud," Ron chimed in smugly. Given his close association with Professor Quirrell, if Lockhart were indeed a fraud, wouldn't Quirrell have noticed? Hermione huffed in disdain, rolling her eyes at them before turning away. Having experienced the battle for the Philosopher's Stone, Harry and Ron were among the few privy to its true nature, holding Quirrell in high esteem for having resisted Voldemort and successfully defeated him, albeit with some manipulation of Harry. Hermione's comment left them exchanging glances. Snape, seated in the audience, observed Lockhart dragging Quirrell into the stands with a disdainful snort. He had always regarded Lockhart as a superficial peacock, convinced of his lack of substance. Quirrell was unceremoniously seated among the students. The match commenced, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin, an encounter notorious for its intensity. Particularly, Slytherin had equipped their entire team with the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, the most advanced broomstick available. In contrast, aside from Harry's Nimbus 2000, Gryffindor's team consisted solely of the older Clean Sweep series, a clear disparity in hardware. Nonetheless, they brimmed with confidence, buoyed by the presence of the youngest seeker in the world, Harry Potter. However, the match was evidently compromised. At the outset, a bludger careened toward Harry, intent on knocking him off his broom. Harry found himself overwhelmed, unable to spare a moment to search for the golden snitch, as the bludger narrowly grazed his scalp before turning back for another assault. To protect him, Gryffindor's beaters, George and Fred, closely shadowed Harry, providing him some respite. This, however, presented an opportunity for Slytherin. With their already superior skills amplified by their advanced brooms, the match quickly tilted in their favor. From the stands, Hermione recognized the familiar scenario and felt a jolt of alarm, quickly glancing at Quirrell and Snape, only to find them unmoved. Snape, startled, turned his gaze toward Quirrell. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, rolled his eyes in response. Quirinus was aware of the machinations at play, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Lockhart was vociferously cheering for Harry. The rain continued to pour from the heavens, and Gryffindor, in a state of urgency, decided to withdraw the protection surrounding Harry, allowing him to confront the rogue bludger alone, as per his own request. Harry deftly evaded the bludger, while Malfoy refrained from pursuing the golden snitch, opting instead to taunt Harry incessantly. Suddenly, Harry caught sight of the elusive snitch near Malfoy's ear. In a moment of distraction, the bludger struck his elbow, inflicting excruciating pain that rendered his arm almost lifeless. Despite the agony, he resolutely pressed on, propelling himself directly toward Malfoy. The latter, taken aback by Harry's approach, instinctively dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Harry grasped the golden snitch, but could no longer maintain his grip on consciousness as he plummeted toward the ground. Quirinus rose from his seat, directing his wand towards the earth beneath Harry, casting a cushioning charm just in time. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Gryffindor had triumphed. A throng surged toward Harry, eager to assess his injuries. Lockhart, arriving first, leaned over Harry and declared, "Do not fret, Harry. I shall heal your arm." "No." Harry attempted to sit up, but the pain in his arm was unbearable. His young admirers stood nearby, snapping photographs, which only intensified Harry's irritation. "I believe you should go to the hospital wing," Wood, George, and Fred suggested. "Trust me," Lockhart asserted confidently, rolling up his sleeves. He brandished his wand, gesturing in the air before pointing it at Harry's arm. Gasps echoed around them as they witnessed Harry's arm grow limp, the bones seemingly extracted. Lockhart, now flustered, had not anticipated such an outcome. His intention was to heal Harry and bask in the admiration of his peers. Quirinus, observing from the stands, furrowed his brow at the scene unfolding before him. Was it deliberate? Surely not. Lockhart's initial wand movements had been precise, indicative of a healing charm, yet he faltered midway, as if he had forgotten the incantation. Had he only remembered the first half? Lockhart, floundering, sensed the disdainful gazes of those around him, and awkwardly stated, "Ha ha, Harry, does it not hurt any more? Clearly, the bones have rejoined. Remember this well. Now, Harry, off to the hospital with you. Ah, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to accompany him? Madame Pomfrey can attend to him. Oh, let me tidy you up a bit." With that, Lockhart hastily maneuvered through the crowd, making a disheveled retreat towards the castle. Quirinus cast a puzzled glance at Lockhart's retreating figure, contemplating deeply. although Lockhart had limited exposure to the current environment. His actions and the students' reactions have suggested he resembled an unqualified charlatan. Yet, what audacity allowed such a charlatan to teach at Hogwarts? Lockhart, a man of extreme vanity and an obsession with his reputation, would surely not dare to cast spells upon Harry in a public setting unless he possessed the ability to perform healing charms. In my recollection, while Lockhart reveled in self-adulation and sought the attention of all, he was also diligent in his studies and a legitimate graduate of Hogwarts, indeed a commendable alumnus. Otherwise, had he been utterly devoid of skill, graduation from Hogwarts would have been an impossibility for him. Given his current renown, had he failed to obtain his diploma at the time of graduation, the news would have certainly caused quite a stir, and he would not have been able to maintain his status until now, with many of his contemporaries still around. The inability to perform magic may have only recently manifested, perhaps just before his tenure at Hogwarts. Of course, Quirrell was aware of his proficiency with the Obliviate charm, having stealthily ambushed numerous wizards to acquire material for his stories. One must concede, however, that his storytelling abilities were indeed quite impressive. On Sunday, Quirrell ventured to Hogsmeade, where young Aisha, upon seeing him, burst into tears and rushed into his embrace, while Rosmerta observed with a warm gaze. Rosmerta had always treated Aisha kindly, purchasing her clothes and telling her stories at bedtime. Yet Aisha lamented, "I miss you. You haven't come to see me in ages." Rosmerta, too, expressed a desire to accompany them, to which Aisha joyfully exclaimed, "Yes." "Very well," Rosmerta replied softly, casting a glance at Quirrell, her cheeks tinged with a blush. After inspecting the lavatory where the entrance to the second-floor chamber lay, Quirrell heard only the sound of Moaning Myrtle's weeping and detected no other anomalies. The warning enchantments had not been triggered. He scrutinized the surroundings with caution, for a wizard's whims were rarely without purpose. Something must surely have transpired. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he suddenly noticed a figure standing not far ahead. The height suggested a first- or second-year student. Yet as Quirrell approached, the child's lack of response intensified his unease. Surveying the vicinity revealed nothing amiss. The figure remained motionless. Clutching something in hand, drawing his wand, Quirrell advanced, and his heart sank as he recognized the alarming situation before him. The boy was rigid, pallid, and holding a camera that was emitting a noxious smell of burnt plastic, its lens charred beyond use. The basilisk had indeed appeared and had attacked a student. Quirrell's heart weighed heavy with dread, yet he hesitated not. With a flick of his wand, a silvery mist enveloped him, revealing the silhouette of a silver raven. Quirrell whispered a few words to his Patronus, which then soared away, carrying the mist with it. Professor McGonagall, gazing at the immobile boy, touched his cold cheek and trembled as she spoke. "This is Colin Creevey, a first year from a Muggle family. My heavens, how terrifying! Who could have the audacity to assault a student?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief, a visage of anger and incredulity. Dumbledore's expression was grave, his gaze piercing as he examined Colin with meticulous care, prodding him with his uniquely shaped wand while murmuring incantations. After a moment, he solemnly declared, "Petri ficus totalis." Much like with Filch's cat. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered. Professor Sprout, with a hint of sorrow, remarked, "Colin is a good boy, always so diligent in class. I never imagined someone would target him. Thankfully, it's merely petrification. Once my mandrakes mature, he will be restored." Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings before turning to Quirrell, inquiring, "Quirrell, did you happen to see who did this?" Snape remained silent, his countenance grave and his gaze frigid. At the mention of Quirrell's name, he cast a look of displeasure in his direction. "I did not see anyone. Upon arriving on the 5th floor, I discovered Colin had already been attacked. This is not my first passage through this corridor tonight. Clearly, the assailant is taunting us." Believing we are incapable of capturing him, Quirrell replied in a low voice, a flicker of anger igniting in his pupils. "Is this how you ensure the safety of the students?" Snape's tone was icy as he slowly spoke, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Quirrell refrained from retorting, continuing instead, "The warning enchantments I said in the restroom were not triggered, indicating that there is more than one entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The assailant has evidently anticipated our movements. This attack serves as both a provocation and a display of contempt." "What restroom? Have you found the entrance to the chamber?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed sharply. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged incredulous glances toward Quirrell. "Indeed, we have located the entrance to Slytherin's chamber, situated within an abandoned restroom on the 2nd floor of the castle. However, it appears that Parseltongue is required to gain entry, which we cannot accomplish. I left multiple warning enchantments in the restroom, yet none were triggered, clearly indicating that there is more than one entrance, Quirrell stated, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to divulge the entire situation. So, the chamber truly exists? Good heavens, what manner of creature is attacking the students? Professor Flitwick asked, disbelief etched on his face. Quirrell conjectured, the creature within the chamber is a basilisk. Dumbledore replied in a grave tone, a basilisk. My goodness, exclaimed Professor Sprout, covering her mouth in shock. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were equally astonished. Among the myriad of magical creatures, the basilisk undoubtedly ranked among the most perilous, surpassing even dragons. But isn't the basilisk's gaze lethal? How could it merely petrify? Professor Sprout questioned, perplexed. Because Colin did not meet the basilisk's gaze directly, Dumbledore explained, gesturing toward Colin's damaged camera. He continued, the camera saved Colin's life. Quirrell posited that the diluted gaze of a basilisk is akin to Medusa's stare, and he suspects a profound connection between the origins of the basilisk and Medusa herself. The eyes of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were fixed intently upon Quirrell, who nodded and said, this is merely my conjecture. So, you were aware of this all along and chose not to inform us? Had another attack not occurred? How long were you planning to keep this from us? Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Quirinius, Dumbledore, and Snape. Quirinius awkwardly turned away, while Dumbledore gently reassured, do not fret, Minerva. Our cautious approach is to avoid alarming the enemy. The more individuals who are aware of our plans, the greater the risk. If our adversaries remain concealed, the danger escalates. Allow Quirinius to act alone, Severus, and I shall provide support as necessary, thereby lowering the enemy's vigilance. Yet, he appears exceedingly arrogant, seemingly oblivious to our capacity to apprehend him. Fortunately, Colin was fortunate. He happened to be photographing when the basilisk struck. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I shudder to contemplate the most severe outcome. Professor Sprout, shaken, patted her chest in relief. Was it sheer luck, or had someone prepared in advance? Quirinius pondered silently, casting a glance at Dumbledore. Such coincidences could not occur consistently. Each indirect encounter leading to petrification was too fortuitous. The basilisk offered no time for preparation. Very well, Minerva, please escort Mr. Creevey to the hospital wing. We shall investigate the lavatory. He may already be aware of our discovery. Dumbledore instructed. Professor McGonagall scoffed, but did not defy Dumbledore. With a flick of her wand, Colin levitated and followed her toward the hospital wing. Inside the lavatory, Moaning Myrtle was still weeping. Upon seeing the group enter, she asked with delight, are you here to keep me company on this lovely evening? Apologies, Myrtle, but we are here to investigate a matter, Dumbledore replied. Tonight, did you see anyone or anything unusual in this lavatory? Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Myrtle ceased her dramatics and quietly sobbed. Yes, do we count? Snape's brow furrowed as he prepared to speak, but Dumbledore raised a hand to halt him, continuing, apart from us, was there anyone else? None. No one likes Moaning Myrtle. Why would they come here? She lamented, bursting into tears once more. Disregarding Myrtle's distress, Dumbledore approached the sink to investigate, finding no trace of evidence. Quirinius also checked his warning charm, confirming it remained active. It appears he indeed sensed our movements in advance and chose not to emerge here. The castle is vast, and locating other hidden entrances is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, we have no knowledge of how many entrances exist, Quirinius sighed. Snape, deep in thought, remarked gravely, only I, Dumbledore, and Quirrell were aware of the entrance to the chamber. How could this information have leaked? He glanced at the still sniffling Myrtle. I always ensure to thoroughly check the lavatory several times before entering, confirming there is no one nearby. Quirinius expressed his confusion. As for Myrtle, she would likely not disclose our secrets willingly. I shall patrol the castle once more to prevent any further student attacks, Professor Flitwick declared as he exited the lavatory. As Snape and Quirrell traversed the desolate castle, silence enveloped them. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, Snape halted, turning to Quirrell with a sardonic remark. The Dark Lord is not so easily vanquished, even with but a fragment of his soul. I am well aware of that, and I never anticipated these trivial antics would ensnare Voldemort. Quirrell replied nonchalantly, devoid of any dismay. He understood that amidst the series of attacks, no lives would be lost, thus alleviating his inner turmoil. As long as no one perished, it was not a grave matter. Do not underestimate the Dark Lord, Snape retorted with a cold scoff, then pivoted and descended the stairs towards the potions classroom, which lay in shadowy depths below. Quirrell watched Snape depart, his gaze contemplative. Could it be you, Ginny? The following day, news of Colin Creevy's attack spread throughout the school, his lifeless form lying in the hospital wing. Instantly, rumors abounded, casting suspicion among the students who huddled in groups, wary of solitary ventures lest they become targets. Many speculated that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, often regarding him with doubtful eyes, especially since Colin, a fervent admirer of Harry, trailed him incessantly with a camera, eager to capture every moment. Everyone knew Harry found this incessant attention quite bothersome. Amulets and protective charms became the latest fads at school. Their efficacy, however, was a matter of personal belief. Neville Longbottom procured a foul-smelling green onion, a pointed amethyst, and a decaying newt's tail, gripped by fear. Despite being a pure blood, he believed his magical prowess was woefully inadequate, rendering him nearly powerless against the heir of Slytherin. Quirrell affixed a notice to the bulletin board, cautioning students against venturing out at night, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. Numerous students approached him, expressing their suspicions that Harry was indeed the heir of Slytherin, while Draco Malfoy had not been seen in some time. A week passed in relative calm. One must admit that human memory is fleeting. The students, having observed a week of tranquility, resumed their playful antics. On this particular day, the announcement of Gilderoy Lockhart's duel club spread like wildfire, with the inaugural meeting scheduled for that very night. Quirrell was aware of this development, having been approached by Lockhart the previous evening, who sought his assistance as a teaching aide. Quirrell declined, suggesting Snape instead, for he had no desire to compete with Lockhart, finding him devoid of any challenge. Dumbledore did not oppose the initiative. The despondent students indeed required some invigorating distraction to alleviate the anxiety and fear wrought by the recent attacks. At 8 o'clock, nearly the entire student body gathered in the Great Hall, where the 4 house tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage adorned with hundreds of floating candles, illuminating the hall brightly. Students brandished their wands, their faces alight with excitement, a rare sight, for although they studied magic, opportunities for practical application were few and far between. Quirinus also made an appearance. Although not as an assistant, his presence as an observer was welcomed. Not only he, but also the other professors, aside from Professor Trelawney, who often secluded herself in her office, and the ghostly Professor Binns, attended, including none other than Dumbledore himself. Chapter 61, The Duel. The students remained oblivious to the identity of the organizer behind this duel club, engaging in lively speculation. Some attributed it to Professor Flitwick, who had been a champion in wizard dueling during his youth and had gained considerable prestige after Quirinus' book publication, becoming one of the few esteemed wizards. Others speculated it could be Quirinus himself, or perhaps Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape, with even whispers suggesting that it might be Dumbledore, whose reputation as the Dark Lord loomed large. Unconsciously, the crowd seemed to disregard Gilderoy Lockhart. It was not until Lockhart, clad in resplendent attire and exuding an air of confidence, stepped onto the stage that a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. How could it be him? Nonetheless, Lockhart did possess a cadre of supporters. Numerous girls screamed in delight, and many remained unconvinced that he was merely a superficial charlatan. However, the arrival of Professor Snape on stage caused a momentary pause among the spectators. Lockhart, standing before the audience, waved enthusiastically and declared, "At the strong suggestion of your beloved defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest duel club, where you shall receive ample training. Thus, should you ever find yourselves in need of self-defense, you may employ the methods I have utilized countless times. For further details, please refer to my published works." He concluded with his signature Lockhart smile, revealing a perfect set of teeth. Beside him, Professor Snape appeared rather grim, casting a disapproving glance at Lockhart. Lockhart continued, "And my esteemed assistant, Professor Snape, has assured me that he possesses some dueling skills. He has also agreed to assist me in a brief demonstration prior to your lessons. Rest assured, I shall not allow your Professor Snape to be humiliated too badly, nor will I permit him to sustain any injuries." As he spoke, he winked playfully at the audience. Snape's expression darkened, and he regarded Lockhart with a glint of malice. After Lockhart concluded his remarks, both he and Snape turned to face one another, bowing. At least Lockhart did, his hands flitting about like a butterfly, while Snape merely shook his head in impatience. Then, they each raised their wands in a posture akin to swords against their chests. "As you can see, we are currently utilizing the most common dueling stance." Lockhart addressed the students below. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell, of course, with no intention of taking each other's lives. 1, 2, 3. As Lockhart's words faded, both wands were thrust skyward simultaneously. Snape pronounced the incantation loudly, Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light surged towards Lockhart. However, Lockhart, after raising his wand, seemed to falter momentarily, his eyes flickering with confusion before the spell struck him, sending his wand flying from his grasp to crash against the wall. Then, sliding down to the floor, the Slytherin students erupted in applause and cheers. Among them, some of Lockhart's admirers cried out in concern. "Is Professor Lockhart all right?" Including Hermione. The corners of Snape's mouth curled slightly as he sheathed his wand and crossed his arms, his expression serene, exuding an air of superiority. Lockhart stumbled to his feet, his hat askew, his face still bearing traces of anxiety and embarrassment. "Haha, did everyone see that?" Lockhart proclaimed, regaining his composure as he stepped back onto the stage, forcing a smile. What Professor Snape just demonstrated was the disarming charm, aptly named to disarm one's opponent. "As you have witnessed, I have lost my wand." At that moment, a young girl picked up Lockhart's wand, which had been sent flying, and handed it back to him. Gratefully, he accepted it, exclaiming, "Ah, thank you, Miss Brown." He then addressed the audience loudly. "I was merely struck by Professor Snape on purpose to showcase this charm. Had I wished to thwart him, it would have been effortless." Snape's mouth twitched, his face dark as coal. Professors watching from a distance shook their heads, especially Professor Flitwick, who sighed as he did so. Quirrell, however, furrowed his brow, noticing that Lockhart had also intended to cast a disarming charm, but faltered at a crucial moment, as if he had forgotten how to proceed. The other professors were not oblivious to this, but their focus was elsewhere. Only Dumbledore exhibited a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Lockhart, catching sight of Snape's expression, felt a pang of panic and hastily declared, "The demonstration ends here." "Not so fast," Snape interjected, his tone deliberate and laden with intrigue. The demonstration was too brief. Many did not see it clearly. "Let's have another go." "There's no need for that. We can allow the students to practice now," Lockhart replied awkwardly. "I was not referring to you," Snape retorted, turning his gaze toward Quirrell, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Quirrell, I trust you would be eager to provide the students with a demonstration." Quirrell, annoyed, shot Snape a glare. Before he could respond, the students reacted, erupting into thunderous applause. "I dare say Professor Quirrell will surely defeat the old bat," George whispered. "Professor Quirrell for the win," Fred shouted loudly, igniting a chain reaction as everyone began to cheer. "Professor Quirrell for the win. Professor Snape is the strongest." Their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor during Lockhart's and Snape's demonstration. Dumbledore smiled and clapped, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick applauded particularly heartily. Only Lockhart stood awkwardly by, forcing a smile through his discomfort. Quirrell sighed in resignation, not wishing to decline, and stepped onto the stage, positioning himself opposite Snape, his hand trembling as his wand materialized. "I suppose we can forego that absurd dueling ceremony," Snape said slowly. "Very well," Quirrell acknowledged, understanding Snape's intent, and turned to the students, saying, "Please step back. We require a more spacious area." At this, the crowd sensed the duel would be extraordinary and excitedly retreated, creating ample space. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a semicircular protective barrier around the stage, an enchantment of utmost safeguard. The battle had yet to commence, yet the spectators below were engaged in increasingly fervent discussions. Professor Snape must be a high-ranking wizard, after all. He is the head of Slytherin House. Although still young and lacking the prowess of a grand sorcerer, he undoubtedly possesses the capabilities of a high-level wizard. I believe Professor Quirrell is no less impressive. He successfully dealt with the dark wizard that invaded the school last year, so he too must be a high-ranking wizard. Such wizards are few and far between. My uncle, a member of the Aurors, once told me that according to the standards set by Professor Quirrell, he is merely an elite wizard. Only a select few within the Aurors reach the level of high-ranking wizardry. After all, the Aurors are the pinnacle of magical prowess, a congregation of the strongest wizards in a magical realm, and a high magical level does not necessarily equate to exceptional combat abilities. Quirrell and Snape exchanged solemn glances. Suddenly, with a flick of his wand, and without uttering an incantation, Snape unleashed a robust and blinding red beam towards Quirrell, a disarming spell. However, both the speed of the incantation and the intensity of the spell were a notch above their previous exchange, with the most notable difference being the significantly accelerated speed of the spell's trajectory. As the spell approached, Quirrell deftly flicked his wand, deflecting the magical attack. Yet almost immediately, another spell soared towards him, this time a stunning spell, as Snape's rapid-fire incantations reached a masterful level. Nevertheless, Quirrell remained unfazed. With expert precision, he deflected the barrage of spells raining down upon him, which struck against the protective barrier, creating rippling effects that failed to penetrate. A few spells struck the stage, creating several craters. The students gasped in awe, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. As Quirrell defended himself, he waved his other hand, causing the wooden debris surrounding the craters to shoot towards Snape like arrows released from a bow. Caught off guard, Snape was compelled to halt his relentless onslaught. He raised his wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that shattered the incoming wood upon impact. In that moment of counterattack, the majority of the students, who had been anxiously rooting for Quirrell, felt a surge of exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity while Snape was momentarily distracted, Quirrell conjured a massive fireball, its flames roaring. The fireball collided with Snape's protective enchantment, resulting in a violent explosion. Although uninjured, Snape was forced to retreat a few steps, inciting cheers from the students. Snape's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Quirrell to be so formidable. He had thought that an initial flurry of spells would swiftly neutralize him, yet Quirrell was capable of retaliation. Quirrell, on the other hand, wore a calm demeanor. As the explosive flames dissipated, he raised his wand, summoning a dozen crows that materialized out of thin air, circling around him. Each bird was indistinguishable from a real crow, creating a flurry of wings. A barrage of spells was unleashed. 2 crows remained by his side, while the others swiftly flew towards Snape, cawing as they approached. The crows sliced through the flames and appeared before Snape, their sharp beaks posing a significant threat. Snape, though startled, maintained his composure, keeping his wand steady as he conjured an ice spell, freezing the crows mid-flight, causing them to plummet to the ground. Just as he was about to retaliate, 2 colossal wolves lunged at him in an instant. With no choice, Snape sidestepped swiftly, pointing his wand backward. In a mere flick, with a simple cutting spell rather than the sophisticated severing charm, he cleaved the 2 wolves into pieces. Quirrell, witnessing the destruction of his formidable beasts, remained undeterred. With a thrust of his wand, he cast a stunning spell, a robust beam of magical light shooting forth directly at Snape. Having dispatched the wolves, Snape did not hesitate. He unleashed a brilliant red beam of magic, a disarming charm aimed squarely at Quirrell. The 2 spells, possessing a certain affinity, collided midair, causing a cascade of shimmering magical energy to rain down from their point of impact. Both wizards, unwilling to concede easily, intensified their magical output, causing the beams to swell in girth, more than doubling in size. As the spells drew closer in their fierce standoff, the brilliance at their juncture surged dramatically, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Both wizards staggered back a couple steps, poised to launch further assaults when Dumbledore's resonant voice interjected, "Enough, dear professors. That will suffice. You are both exceedingly skilled masters of magic, and should a true victor be sought, it would not come easily. You have provided the students with a remarkably captivating duel." Ceasing their magical exchanges, the 2 wizards lowered their wands and approached the center of the stage, bowing to the students, who erupted into resounding applause. George and Fred even whistled in admiration. That was truly spectacular. I never imagined Professor Snape and Quirrell could be so powerful. I couldn't withstand a single one of their spells. Professor Snape's magic fell like a torrential downpour. I am in awe of how Professor Quirrell managed to deflect them all. And Professor Quirrell's transfiguration was astonishing. I was utterly amazed when those 2 wolves emerged. The students buzzed with excitement, while nearby professors clapped enthusiastically. Dumbledore smiling as he gently applauded. Only Lockhart, wearing a forced grin, reluctantly clapped a few times. Despite his reluctance, Lockhart stepped onto the stage, positioning himself between Quirrell and Snape, and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, professors, for such a magnificent performance. It was truly extraordinary. I am confident that either of you could hold your own against me and would not be easily defeated." At this remark, he cast a sidelong glance at the scowling Snape and the bemused Quirrell, offering a sheepish smile. The audience responded with a chorus of boos, choosing to ignore the discontent. Lockhart continued, "Since you have demonstrated how to engage in battle, I now invite everyone to form pairs." With that, he descended into the crowd, pairing students, while Quirrell, wishing merely to observe, retreated to the stage and stood beside Professor Flitwick, who heartily patted Quirrell on the arm, exclaiming, "You performed splendidly, Quirrell." Snape descended to pair everyone up, first approaching Harry and Ron with a mocking tone. "I believe the Dream Team should be disbanded. Weasley, you shall partner with Finnegan. And as for Potter," Harry's heart sank, instinctively leaning towards Hermione. "I beg to differ." Snape coldly regarded Harry before calling out, "Malfoy, step forward. Let us witness the prowess of the illustrious Potter. Miss Granger, you may pair with Miss Burbage." Draco Malfoy strutted over, casting a smug glance at Harry, followed by a tall and robust Slytherin girl, whose imposing figure and thick chin commanded attention. Malfoy sneered at Hermione, saying, "Well, Burbage, let us see how you fare against Granger." He no longer referred to her as Mudblood, though his disdain for her Muggle heritage lingered. Hermione, sensing the tension, offered a forced smile. Harry felt a wave of relief. It was Malfoy, after all, an old adversary. Hermione nervously bowed, her gaze fixed on the formidable figure of Burbage, swallowing hard as her complexion paled. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy stood unbowed, their eyes narrowed, fingers gripping their wands tightly. Chapter 63, Parseltongue. Lockhart observed that everyone was prepared and announced loudly, "Raise your wands and be ready. On the count of 3, cast your spells to disarm your opponent. Only disarm. We wish to avoid any mishaps." However, it was evident that his words held no sway over the students. 1, 2, 3. Malfoy, seizing the moment at 2, sprang into action, swiftly casting a spell. Harry barely managed to raise his wand above his shoulder before being struck, stumbling but not knocked off his feet. Evidently, the spell had lost a measure of its potency in favor of speed. Reflexively, Harry aimed his wand at Malfoy and shouted, "Rictus Sempra." A silver light struck Malfoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. "I said only disarm." Lockhart's head seemed ready to explode as he clutched his hair, watching the fray with alarm. Almost no one cast the disarming charm. Instead, a flurry of amusing jinxes filled the air. Malfoy collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with laughter, utterly unable to move from Harry's tickling charm. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to take advantage of Malfoy's incapacitation, despite their rivalry. He had no desire to strike when his opponent was down. Yet, Malfoy refused to concede. Still chuckling and panting, directing his wand towards Harry's knee, breathlessly chanting Tarantaligra. A similar jinx struck Harry, causing his legs to move uncontrollably, as if he were performing a tap dance. Such jinxes were the forte of young wizards, effective only against opponents of equal standing, against more powerful adult wizards. The magical resistance granted by their strength rendered them nearly immune to such trivial spells. Of course, if someone like Dumbledore were to employ a jinx, the outcome would be quite different. "Stop! Stop!" Lockhart was shouting loudly, yet it proved futile. The professors in the stands did not intervene, merely observing. And seeing Dumbledore remain still, they too refrained from action, occasionally shaking with suppressed laughter. Snape, in his capacity as assistant, dutifully fulfilled his role, pointing his wand at Harry and Malfoy, uttering the incantation, "Stupefy." Instantly, the two were liberated. Meanwhile, Neville and Justin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. A green, shimmering mist began to permeate the venue as Ron seized the ashen-faced Seamus. The boy who exploded had met his Waterloo. Ron's wand had shattered, and the explosion that ensued during his spellcasting had left the boy who exploded dazed. Hermione and Pansy were engaged in a quintessential schoolgirl brawl, pulling hair, twisting fingers, and pinching faces, resorting to every means possible, their wands long discarded. Quirrell regarded the chaotic scene with indifference. His attention was wholly on Ginny, who was pitted against first-year Slytherin, Harper. Ginny cast a bat bogey hex, causing a bat to emerge from Harper's nostril, which expanded grotesquely, blood streaming forth. While Ginny fumbled to produce a handkerchief to assist him, Lockhart hopped around among the crowd, lamenting the consequences of the students' duel, regretting his decision to establish this dueling club. Had he not invited trouble upon himself? "Stand up, Macmillan, keep an eye out. Miss Fawcett, apply pressure, the bleeding should stop soon." Lockhart hastily played the role of a firefighter. "Good heavens, Mr. Harper, pinch your nose, and then go seek Madame Pomfrey." "That is not a wise suggestion, Professor Lockhart," Snape remarked ominously. "Even the simplest spells cast by Longbottom could result in disaster. We might find ourselves collecting the remnants in a matchbox to send to the hospital." Neville trembled slightly, his rosy round face flushed deeply. "What of Malfoy and Potter?" Snape grinned maliciously. "Splendid." Lockhart's eyes brightened, and he clapped in agreement, then gestured for Harry and Malfoy to step to the center of the stage. "All right, Harry," Lockhart said, invigorating himself. "When Draco points his wand at you, you must do this." As he spoke, Lockhart raised his wand, intending to demonstrate, but suddenly hesitated, his expression flustered. Then he waved his wand about, appearing to attempt a complex flourish or find the proper casting posture. However, in a moment of clumsiness, he dropped the wand to the floor. Quirrell's pupils constricted at this sight. Snape let out a cold laugh, while Lockhart hurriedly retrieved his wand, flustered, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my wand seems to have gotten a bit too excited." Snape leaned closer to Malfoy, whispering a few words, prompting Malfoy to smirk coldly. Harry, feeling anxious, glanced towards Lockhart and asked, Professor, could you teach me that spell that can thwart incantations, similar to the one Professor Snape just used? Just do as I demonstrated earlier. Harry, Lockhart patted Harry's shoulder, a hint of guilt and panic evident in his demeanor. What? Toss my wand to the ground? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Lockhart was utterly oblivious to his words. Once the two stood opposite each other, Lockhart bellowed, 3, 2, 1, begin. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and shouted, Serpens Sortia. Instantly, a plume of black smoke erupted from his wand, and a serpent slithered forth, landing heavily on the floor between them, raising its head in preparation for an attack. The crowd below gasped, with many girls shrieking and retreating in alarm. Harry, struck by fear, stared at the snake, frozen in place. Snape, observing this, assumed Harry was terrified, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he languidly remarked, Do not move, Potter. Allow me to handle this. Justin stood petrified, unable to move, while Snape's expression darkened. With a disdainful glance at the panic-stricken Lockhart, he was about to intervene when he noticed Harry taking 2 steps forward. Just as he intended to admonish Harry to step back, he was astonished to hear Harry speaking to the snake, though only a series of hisses escaped his lips. Snape's pupils dilated in disbelief as he turned to the serpent, which had now collapsed on the floor, its gaze fixed on Harry, no longer poised to attack. Harry looked up at Justin, grinning, but was met with Justin's terrified and furious shout. What kind of trick are you playing? Before he spun around and fled the hall. Witnessing the spectacle, Quirrell appeared astonished, a flicker of contemplation and amusement crossing his features, while the surrounding professors covered their mouths in disbelief. Even Dumbledore's expression hardened slightly, his brow furrowing as his gaze grew contemplative. The students nearby whispered among themselves, casting wary glances at Harry, who felt a surge of apprehension, unsure of what had transpired. Ron promptly pulled Harry out of the hall. Chapter 64, The Next Attack. The dueling club concluded with a rather anticlimactic finish. Yet the events of the gathering became fodder for student gossip, particularly concerning Harry and his ability to speak Parseltongue. Many began to assert that Harry was indeed the heir of Slytherin, alleging that he had been responsible for the attacks on Mrs. Norris and Colin, even attempting to command the snake to strike at Justin, who was merely a muggle-born wizard and had previously mentioned attending Eton. In the wizarding world, it was well known that Parseltongue was an exceedingly rare gift, typically found among dark wizards, and Salazar Slytherin himself was a renowned Parselmouth. That evening, Quirrell received numerous requests from students convinced that Harry was the heir of Slytherin and the instigator of the terror, urging him to apprehend Harry. The following day, students began to avoid Harry, sidestepping him whenever possible. If they could not avoid him, they forced strained smiles in an attempt to placate him, fearing retaliation. This was especially true among Muggle-born and half-blood students. However, some remained skeptical, questioning how Slytherin could possibly choose a Gryffindor as his heir. George and Fred often put on a show before Harry, feigning terror and pleading with him not to attack, boasting of their pure blood status as members of the illustrious 28 sacred families, before bursting into laughter. Harry desired to seek out Justin to explain that yesterday he had merely intended to halt the serpent poised to strike him. However, no one believed his words, leaving him in a state of distress. With heavy footsteps, Harry descended the staircase and turned into a particularly dim corridor. Midway, he was suddenly tripped by an unseen object. Drawing his wand, he cast the Lumos spell to dispel the darkness. As he turned, squinting to discern what had caused his stumble, he was instantly stricken with a sense of suffocating dread, feeling as if his heart might leap from his chest. There lay Justin Finch-Fletchley on the floor, his body cold and rigid, a ghastly pallor afflicting his face, frozen in a mask of sheer terror. Beside him floated nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, lying motionless just 6 inches above the ground, no longer exhibiting the translucent milky hue, but instead shrouded in a cloak of darkness, wreathed in smoke. Harry felt a chill envelop him, his mind blank with panic. He glanced around, finding no one else, only a line of spiders hurriedly scuttling away. He could flee, for no one would know he had been there. Yet, leaving Justin behind was a burden he could not bear. He needed to summon help. Just then, a loud bang echoed as a nearby door swung open, and the mischievous house elf Dobby burst forth. Harry gasped, his complexion paling in alarm. "Ah, it's silly little Potter. What are you doing here, sneaking about?" Dobby chuckled upon seeing Harry. Suddenly, Dobby froze, his eyes widening at the sight of Justin and Sir Nicholas, and he quickly stepped back from Harry, shouting, "He-es attacking! He-es attacking! Potter is attacking! Neither man nor ghost shall be spared. Flee for your lives! He-es attacking!" The shrill cry echoed down the corridor. Clattering sounds ensued as doors along the corridor flung open one after another, and people poured out. Horrified at the sight of Harry, Justin, and Sir Nicholas, erupting into screams and scattering in chaos. Observing the scene, the assaulted Justin and the nearly headless Nick, Professor McGonagall's lips quivered, her nostrils flaring, evidently struggling to contain her anger and fear. It was unimaginable that Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's watch, could be so brazenly challenged and that its students could be attacked in such a manner. Quirrell also bore a grim expression. As the one responsible for the Chamber of Secrets incident, the occurrence of an attack weighed heavily on him. He had not anticipated that even ghosts would not be spared. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the severity of the serpent's threat, far surpassing her expectations. Quirrell had contemplated implementing warning charms throughout the castle. But given the vastness of the castle and the multitude of students, such measures seemed impractical, for these students might inadvertently trigger the alarms. Quirrell gazed intently at the petrified Justin and Nick, his expression grave. Was it merely a coincidence? Although it was already known that no one had perished from the attacks of the basilisk during the chamber incident, the circumstances were far too coincidental. Each assault was accompanied by an obstruction, and the encounters were merely indirect. If there were no malevolent spirits within, that would indeed be peculiar. He pondered whether this was a contingency plan devised by Dumbledore. If so, Quirrell felt a tinge of disdain for Dumbledore, who would use other students as mere fodder to cultivate a savior. The relentless assaults had begun to irritate Quirrell. Despite possessing a godlike perspective, he found himself being led by others. He had formulated a plan. Regardless of whether the diary remained in Ginny's possession, he resolved to make another attempt. As Ginny still held the greatest potential, Professors Flitwick and Sinistra arrived shortly thereafter. Professor McGonagall instructed them to take Justin to the hospital wing and summoned another student, conjuring a large fan to whisk Nick away. Turning his attention to Harry, who stood motionless in the corner, Quirrell spoke gently. "It's all right, Harry. Do not be anxious. We believe in your innocence. Come to my office. I think you could use a cup of hot cocoa. We can converse about your interests, such as the chamber and your parcel tongue." Feeling the warmth of Professor McGonagall's hand and the kindness in the professor's words, Harry's nose tinged with emotion, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. McGonagall, noticing, dabbed at her own nose and enveloped Harry in a comforting embrace. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Harry lifted his head, wiped away his tears, and quietly murmured, "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell. All right now, no more tears. We wouldn't want to give anyone the satisfaction of laughter. Come along," Quirrell said, gently patting Harry's head. With that, he turned and led the way, with Harry following closely behind. Quirrell caught a glimpse of a red shadow flitting around the corner. In his office, Quirrell poured a cup of hot cocoa for Harry, who felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he took a sip and exhaled deeply. "Professor, why do you believe me? Everyone else has already accused me," Harry said, cradling the steaming cup in his hands, a mixture of gratitude and indignation in his voice. Leaning casually against his desk with arms crossed, Quirrell replied slowly, "Because we believe in you, and we are also aware of who the true heir of Slytherin is." Harry's hand trembled, nearly dropping the cup as he exclaimed, "You know who it is? Of course, you wouldn't think your professor's inept, would you?" Quirrell chuckled, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "No, that's not it. I didn't mean," Harry stammered, his face flushing slightly. "Professor, since you know who it is, why not apprehend him? Why allow him to continue attacking students?" Harry steadied himself and inquired. "Because we know who it is, yet we have yet to determine how to locate him," Quirrell said, savoring a sip of the cocoa, the sweet liquid soothing his throat as he let out a gentle sigh. "And who might that be?" Harry felt a surge of indignation. It was this very murderer who had caused his classmates to doubt and isolate him. "This individual is entwined with your fate. Harry, you encountered him just last year," Quirrell remarked languidly. "What fate? I met him." Harry scratched his head, and suddenly a realization struck him. His expression changed dramatically as he leapt to his feet, spilling a considerable amount of hot cocoa from his cup. He hastily set the cup down and exclaimed, "Voldemort?" Quirrell drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the mess was instantly cleared away, leaving the floor immaculate. He nodded, "Indeed, Voldemort. All signs indicate that he is once again orchestrating the attacks on the Chamber of Secrets from the shadows." Harry clenched his fists, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it. Voldemort again." Quirrell continued softly, "I shouldn't have shared this with you. After all, Voldemort is exceedingly dangerous for you young wizards." "Why? I'm not afraid of danger," Harry replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. "It is not yet time for Hogwarts students to charge into battle." Quirrell chuckled lightly, ruffling Harry's hair. Then why have you suddenly chosen to discuss this matter with me? Harry asked, puzzled as he scratched his head. Because of your parcel tongue, Quirrell explained, gazing into Harry's eyes. Parcel tongue? You mean speaking to snakes? If Ron hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it a commonplace ability, one that many possess. But how does this relate to the chamber? Harry questioned, astonished. Because the entrance to the chamber can only be opened using parcel tongue, Quirrell stated slowly. You found the chamber? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Certainly, Quirrell affirmed. Where is it? Harry asked urgently. In an abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor of the castle, Quirrell replied, casting a sidelong glance at Harry. The one where Myrtle resides? Voldemort is hiding in the chamber? Harry felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Hermione had been brewing Polyjuice potion in that very restroom, effectively dancing at Voldemort's doorstep. Yes, it is indeed the restroom where you brew the Polyjuice potion, Quirrell said with a knowing smile. You knew all along, Professor? Harry mumbled, lowering his gaze. Admittedly, your potion skills are commendable. Polyjuice potion is not within the grasp of first-year students, Quirrell remarked. He had indeed observed them brewing in the restroom, having frequently patrolled the area after the incident with Filch's cat to set warning charms, ensuring he detected any unusual activities and discreetly eliminating the unpleasant odors associated with potion making. During the last attack on Colin, several heads of houses were present in the restroom. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the sink. Otherwise, they would have discovered the truth sooner, primarily thanks to Hermione, Harry whispered. Quirrell chuckled softly, remaining silent after. Professor Quirrell, you mentioned I could assist you in opening the entrance to the chamber, and then we would confront Voldemort? Harry, feeling a bit flustered, sought to shift the conversation. No, you need only help us access the chamber. The rest will be handled by your professors, Quirrell said, giving Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. Yet, Harry had more to convey. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke with urgency. Oh, Professor, before each attack, I have heard strange sounds in the castle that Ron and Hermione cannot hear. It speaks of tearing, of killing, of hunger. Quirrell remained impassive and replied slowly. You must have heard the voice of the monster. A monster? What kind of monster? Harry exclaimed in surprise. A serpent. You are a Parselmouth, after all. Only you can hear it. Others cannot. Only the serpent can. Quirrell regarded Harry with a knowing smile. Harry's face flushed as he murmured. But what kind of serpent could be so formidable? A basilisk. A terrifying creature that can live for a millennium. Its gaze can lead to death. And those who were attacked survived only because they did not meet its eyes directly. They were merely petrified, Quirrell explained in a languid tone. Basilisk. Harry muttered under his breath, realizing this was a realm beyond his knowledge. Quirrell observed him, his gaze profound, and nonchalantly remarked, like you, we are not afraid of it. Indeed, Harry nodded vigorously before swiftly exiting the room. Not long after Harry's departure, Severus Snape arrived, his face dark as though someone owed him money. Upon seeing Quirrell, he spoke in a low voice. Did Potter just leave your office? Yes, Quirrell replied, nodding gently from behind his desk. Snape did not take a seat, but glared at Quirrell with fury, questioning. So, you informed him about the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk? Trying to exploit his parcel tongue? Quirrell fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Indeed, I intend for him to assist in opening the chamber, after which we will confront the Basilisk. He is merely a student. How could you put him in such peril? Snape's eyes flared with anger. I merely asked him to help us open the chamber. What danger lies in that? Quirrell replied, puzzled. Are you not intending to use his parcel tongue to confront the Basilisk? Snape's words faltered, his lips twitching as he spoke softly. No matter my shortcomings, I would never stoop to utilizing a student to face such a dangerous creature, Quirrell said, exasperated. Who knows? You are not without sin, Snape retorted, his anger somewhat tempered, laced with disdain. Times change, Quirrell shrugged. Snape merely huffed lightly, but chose to say no more. Let us seek out Professor Dumbledore together, to discuss the matter of entering the chamber to confront the Basilisk. We cannot allow any more students to fall victim to attacks, Quirrell suggested softly, rising and making his way toward the office door. Chapter 66, The Disappearance. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione inquired, her face etched with concern. What did the professor say to you? Ron asked. You all believe I am not the heir of Slytherin, right? Harry scanned the common room, noticing several Gryffindor students whispering and casting suspicious, fearful glances in his direction. Professor Quirrell mentioned that they have discovered the entrance to the chamber. Harry whispered to Hermione and Ron. What? Hermione and Ron were so taken aback that their voices rose in volume. Shoo! Harry quickly urged them to lower their voices. Harry glanced at Hermione, hesitatingly saying it was in the very bathroom where we brewed the polyjuice potion. Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron's faces turned ashen, and Ron's cheeks trembled slightly. Does that mean we've been lingering right by the entrance to the chamber? Ron said, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Hermione patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart, and forced a smile, saying, "It's fine. We made it through unscathed, didn't we? Why did the professor suddenly tell you this?" Hermione took a deep breath and continued to inquire. "Because the entrance to the chamber can only be opened with Parseltongue," Harry replied solemnly. "So our polyjuice potion was brewed in vain. Did the professor mention who the heir of Slytherin is? Is it Malfoy?" Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "It's Voldemort." Harry hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Hermione and Ron gasped in horror, their faces turning pale. "Are you saying the Dark Lord is hiding in the chamber?" Ron asked, his voice trembling. "I don't know, but I have a feeling he might be inside." Harry shook his head. Hermione let out a long sigh and said, "Now that the professors are aware of the chamber's existence, Dumbledore must know as well. If the Dark Lord truly is in the chamber, he surely cannot escape. There is no need for us to get involved further." Ron's expression also lightened. The news of not having to confront Voldemort was nothing short of a relief for him. Something's wrong. Something's happened. Suddenly, Neville rushed into the Gryffindor common room, panic-stricken, drenched in sweat, and his complexion was ashen. "What is it, Neville? What happened?" Seamus shouted, noticing Neville's distress. Someone has been taken into the chamber." Neville gasped. Everyone was taken aback, gathering around him, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron were no exception. "Who was taken into the chamber?" Dean asked, equally alarmed. "I don't know, but the place where Justin was attacked, there appeared a line of glowing words that read, 'Her skeleton will remain in the chamber forever.'" After saying this, Neville glanced at Harry. The crowd collectively gasped, while Ron's face turned ghostly pale, his lips trembling as he stammered, I know." Everyone turned to look at him. Ron's body shook uncontrollably, and he struggled to remain upright, prompting Harry to support him. Percy also staggered, his face drained of color as he shouted, Ginny, has anyone seen Ginny?" "I haven't seen Ginny since this afternoon," a brown-haired girl, Ginny's roommate, said, who was often close to her. The others shook their heads as well. Perhaps she's in the Great Hall. After all, preparations for dinner are underway." Ron raked his hand through his red hair. "I just came from the Great Hall, and didn't see her," Seamus whispered. "Neville, when you saw those words, was anyone else around?" Harry asked, his expression grave. "No." Neville quickly shook his head. Harry's face was etched with concern as he declared, "I will go find Professor Quirrell. You all search the castle to see if you can find Ginny." He hurriedly dashed out of the common room, seeking Professor McGonagall. Hermione followed suit. "I'm going to find Professor Flitwick," Ron declared resolutely, rushing out as well. Lee Jordan, visibly anxious, remarked, "I wonder when Ginny was taken. What if she is already?" "Shut up." George and Fred simultaneously reprimanded him. Without further ado, the others sprang into action. The Gryffindors raced through Hogwarts Castle, drawing curious glances for passers-by. Before long, word had spread throughout the castle that Ginny had been captured and taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Upon reaching the third floor, they fortuitously encountered Hermione, who had yet to reach Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. They shook their heads in unison just as Ron came panting down the stairs, asking breathlessly, "Have you seen Professor Flitwick?" "No," Ron replied, catching his breath in a state of urgency. The Gryffindor dormitory was located on the 7th floor, while Flitwick's office was on the 8th. "Let's go find Lockhart." "Hermione, you head to the 2nd floor to find Professor McGonagall," Harry suggested swiftly, then dashed towards the defense against the dark arts professor's office, with Ron hastily following and Hermione descending the stairs in a hurry. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, there was a professor available. Ron soon breathlessly entered the office as well. Lockhart stared in astonishment at the sudden intrusion of Harry and Ron, his expression filled with confusion. "Harry and Ron, what is the matter? What has happened?" "Professor Lockhart, Ginny has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. The other professors are unavailable, and we hope you can help rescue her," Harry stated quickly, panting for breath. What? The Chamber of Secrets? Is there really such a place?" Lockhart exclaimed in shock. "Yes, the chamber is located on the 2nd floor of the castle. I know its whereabouts. Please come with us to save her," Ron added, finally catching his breath. "What do you mean you want me to go?" Lockhart gasped, his hand trembling as he broke his quill. "Yes, we can't find any other professors, and we must ask for your assistance. Especially since you are the defense against the dark arts professor and must possess some skill against these dark creatures," Harry implored, reaching for Lockhart's sleeve. Lockhart recoiled, panic evident in his voice. "What kind of monster is in the chamber?" "It's a basilisk. Professor Quirrell told me today," Harry replied, stepping forward again to grasp Lockhart's sleeve. A basilisk? Lockhart shrieked, flinging his hand and freeing himself from Harry's grip. You want me to face a basilisk? You want me to walk to my death? But aren't you a world-renowned master of defense against the dark arts? Your books claim you have defeated numerous dark creatures and saved many lives, Harry said incredulously, unable to believe Lockhart's cowardice. Books can be misleading. Lockhart inhaled deeply, his voice trailing off. Are those accounts in your books fabricated? Harry asked, astonished. Harry cautiously shifted his stance and inquired, why would you do such a thing? Why not merely recount the tales of those wizards instead of using the memory charm? Because I must transform all these tales into my own, for I am the protagonist. How splendid it would be to have all eyes upon me, Lockhart mused with an air of enchantment. With that, he brandished his wand and addressed Harry. Well then, the time for questions is over. My sincerest apologies, dear children, but I must cast a memory charm upon you. I cannot allow you to disseminate my secrets, lest my books fail to sell. As he raised his wand, little did he know that Harry was prepared, having underestimated him. Harry swiftly lifted his wand and exclaimed, Expelliarmus. A crimson beam of light shot forth, striking Lockhart squarely in the chest, causing his wand to fly from his grasp and him to stagger backward. Ron stepped forward and seized Lockhart's wand. When did you learn the disarming spell? Lockhart asked, somewhat bewildered. Was it during the dueling club? Did Snape teach you? You really shouldn't have allowed Professor Snape to instruct us in that spell, Harry replied, his wand still trained on Lockhart, his anger palpable. What is it that you want from me? Lockhart inquired nervously. You see, I cannot perform any other spells at present, and you have taken my wand. Let's talk. Come with us, or I shall not hesitate to be forceful. Harry retorted, still seething. What should we do now, Harry? Ron asked, his urgency apparent. We need not wait for the professor. We already know where the Chamber of Secrets is. We must proceed there at once to rescue Ginny. I fear that if we delay, it may be too late. No one knows how he might treat her. Harry spoke gravely. All right, Ron replied, feeling utterly at a loss. Harry and Ron escorted Lockhart out of his office, descending the nearest staircase to the second floor, arriving at the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Lockhart walked ahead, trembling noticeably, clearly terrified. Upon entering the restroom, they found Myrtle weeping in one of the stalls. Seeing Harry, she sobbed, Oh, it's you. What do you want this time? Do you know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? Harry asked urgently. What chamber? Myrtle's face flickered with confusion. Then how'd you die? Harry quickly inquired. Harry felt his head was about to explode and hurriedly added, No, it's just that we have a lead and wish to help avenge you. Really? Myrtle ceased her weeping, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Harry and Ron nodded vigorously, while Lockhart's eyes darted about, lost in thought. I don't know. I only remember seeing a pair of terrifying yellow eyes, Myrtle whispered. And then what? Ron pressed impatiently. And then I died. Myrtle rolled her eyes. Where exactly did you see those eyes? Harry pondered for a moment before asking. Somewhere around here, Myrtle said thoughtfully, pointing towards the sink ahead. Harry and Ron rushed over to examine it closely. Lockhart hurried to the side, his expression one of panic, as they truly discovered the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Suddenly, Harry discovered a series of small serpents intricately carved on the side of a copper dragon head, and with a sense of exhilaration, he exclaimed, Here. Ron leaned in closer and whispered, Harry, say a few words in Parseltongue. Let me give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Harry focused on the serpents and softly uttered, Open. That's not right. You're speaking in English, Ron interjected. Gilderoy Lockhart slowly began to shuffle toward the entrance. Are you leaving? Myrtle inquired, her voice laced with confusion. Startled, Lockhart, catching the glances from Harry and Ron, awkwardly replied, No, not at all. I just stood for too long and my legs are a bit numb. Just stretching, yes, stretching. Humph. Harry scoffed softly, then turned his gaze back to the serpents, forcing himself to believe they were alive, and whispered again, Open. Ron suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as the sound emerging from Harry's lips resembled the hissing of serpent. In an instant, the dragon head emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly, followed by the pool of water, which gradually vanished to reveal an enormous pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. Harry felt a surge of excitement, while Ron gasped in apprehension, and even Lockhart appeared utterly aghast. I will go down, Harry declared resolutely. I'll join you, Ron asserted with equal determination. In the face of such grave circumstances, a knight never hesitated, especially when it was his sister in peril. Even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled him to descend and rescue her. After a brief moment of silence, Lockhart feigned nonchalance and remarked, Well, it seems you no longer need me. I shall. Before he could finish, both Harry and Ron pointed their wands at him and insisted, You go first. What? Lockhart's face turned ashen. Hurry, Ron urged impatiently, poking Lockhart with his wand. His own wand was broken in two and merely taped together, resting against his waist. Harry regarded him with a discontented expression. Harry, I have always valued you highly, remember? I often tell my fans that we are good friends. Lockhart pleaded, his expression desperate. Harry wavered slightly, but Ron, sensing the moment, gave Lockhart a firm shove, sending him sliding down the pipe. Ah! Lockhart's scream echoed as he vanished into the depths below. Let us go. Harry inhaled deeply and exchanged a determined glance with Ron, who nodded resolutely. Then, Harry cautiously crawled into the pipe, releasing his grip and sliding straight down. Ron tightened his hold on his wand, his gaze resolute. He took a deep breath and leapt after him. Chapter 68, Full Disclosure. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Quirrell, Dumbledore, and the heads of the houses were present. Quirrell, you propose that Harry use Parseltongue to help us open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and confront the basilisk? Professor McGonagall asked, her surprise evident. Yes. Quirrell nodded affirmatively. We cannot allow the attacks to continue, or Hogwarts will be forced to shut down. Do not be so anxious, Quirrell, with me here. Hogwarts will not close. Dumbledore chuckled softly. However, I concur with your desire for Harry to open the Chamber of Secrets. For a millennium, Hogwarts has never closed its doors. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Quirrell, his voice icy, even during the most perilous times of the witch hunt. When the Church's influence was at its zenith, Hogwarts remained steadfast. Quirrell merely curled his lip, dismissing him with indifference. Yet, your concerns are valid. We cannot allow the attacks to persist, for they will only incite greater panic among the students, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully. Now that we possess a lead and a means to access the chamber, we must first address the most dangerous entity. And what of the Serpent's master once the basilisk is dealt with? How do we uncover their identity? Snape's expression was frigid, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I already have a lead. Quirrell mused aloud, but withheld further details. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, do you not find these recent attacks exceedingly coincidental? Quirrell surveyed the assembly and continued. It is evident that the victims of the basilisk's gaze have only been petrified, with no fatalities occurring. Do you wish for someone to perish as a result? Snape interjected, a mocking grin distorting his otherwise rigid visage. No, that is not my implication, Quirrell clarified, pausing before stating, could there be another involved? Someone who has intervened to prevent the victims from meeting their demise? I share your uncertainty. Quirrell, Dumbledore replied slowly, yet undoubtedly. This individual has rendered significant assistance in halting the basilisk carnage. The expressions of Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout were tinged with skepticism as they regarded Dumbledore. It is not I. Had I possessed such power, I would have apprehended him long ago. Dumbledore responded with a hint of exasperation. Who is to say you do not harbor a scheme? Snape retorted coldly, dripping with sarcasm. No. Quirrell exclaimed as though struck by a sudden realization. Without this individual, there would be no one present to prevent the basilisk from delivering a fatal blow during its attacks. The words of Headmaster Dumbledore have awakened my thoughts. What exactly are you insinuating, Quirrell? One moment there is someone, and the next there is not. Professor Flitwick expressed his impatience. Let me ponder. Quirrell closed his eyes, intertwining his fingers and trembling them in contemplation, meticulously tracing the sequence of events. The others exchanged glances, refraining from interruption. I comprehend. After a brief moment, Quirrell opened his eyes and spoke slowly. I never suggested I suspected Ginny was being controlled by Voldemort. Did I? Ginny? Weasley? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in astonishment. Why do you believe it to be Ginny Weasley? Snape furrowed his brow. Indeed, why her? Professor Sprout echoed in confusion. You may not have noticed, but since the commencement of the term, Ginny's condition has deteriorated significantly. Her complexion pale, devoid of color, her spirit languid. It is a clear indication of severe depletion of vitality. I too have observed this issue, Quirrell stated matter-of-factly. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord has drained her essence? Professor Flitwick gasped, and the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting a dawning realization. I merely assumed she was fatigued and had advised her to rest adequately. Professor Sprout covered her mouth and remarked, if I had discovered this sooner. All right, do not blame yourself, Pomona. This is something none of us anticipated. Dumbledore reassured her. Is that all it takes for you to conclude that she has been targeted by the Dark Lord? Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Of course not. Quirrell shot Snape a glare, adding, I once spoke with her and employed the legilimency technique during our conversation. With that, Quirrell cast a glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and turned towards Quirrell, softly stating, Quirrell, We should not misuse magic on our students. I admit I may have been a bit too hasty. Quirrell nodded, a hint of shame evident in his voice. Snape observed him, the corner of his eye twitching, as the derision within him threatened to overflow. Then, you discovered she was under the control of the mysterious one? Professor Flitwick interjected hastily. Not at all, Quirrell replied slowly. Then why do you suspect her? Professor McGonagall inquired. Her brow furrowed. Because everything seems too pristine. Quirrell gestured helplessly. Too pristine? Professor Sprout expressed her confusion. Her condition is extremely frail. Yet there are no memories to account for this issue. She never considered visiting the infirmary, even after I suggested she see Madame Pomfrey. I inquired with Madame Pomfrey, and it was as if she was completely indifferent to her own health. Quirrell continued. Moreover, she often experiences inexplicable unease, yet without any discernible cause, especially after Mr. Creevy's attack. A confundus charm, Snape slowly articulated, has muddled her perceptions. Thus, I wish to test her, Quirrell acknowledged. Test her? How? McGonagall's frown deepened. She was averse to any harm befalling the students. As everyone is aware, an attack occurred today, Quirrell said languidly, observing nods of agreement from the assembly. I summoned Harry to my office for a discussion, and I noticed Ginny peeking around the corner of the staircase. Of course, that alone proves nothing. There were numerous students curiously peering about at the time. So, before the crowd, I mentioned I want to talk with Harry about the Chamber of Secrets and Parseltongue. Quirrell continued with a smile. Then I realized Ginny was stealthily following behind. Possessing knowledge of the chamber's location and the ability to speak Parseltongue signifies that we have the means to enter it. If the Dark Lord becomes aware, Snape furrowed his brow, glancing at Quirrell. If he learns of this, given Voldemort's nature, the chamber is his exclusive sanctuary, not to be encroached upon by others. The basilisk is his prized possession. He will undoubtedly act swiftly. Within the next few days, perhaps even tonight, we must act quickly to enter the chamber and deal with the basilisk. Then he will be like a toothless tiger, Quirrell stated gravely. Initially, I believed the timing too coincidental. Each attack resulted in no fatalities, leading me to suspect the headmaster's covert intervention. However, upon reflection, if the headmaster were aware, he would certainly never allow the students to remain in danger. Quirrell rubbed his brow and spoke softly. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Quirrell, clearly unimpressed by his flattery. Professor McGonagall and the others nodded in agreement. Therefore, there was no one else but Ginny. Only Ginny could safeguard everyone during the basilisk attacks, sparing the victims from death. Each incident was not mere coincidence. It was Ginny's subconscious struggle against the threat. Quirrell appeared somewhat moved. Ginny. The atmosphere shifted among those present, their expressions reflecting deep emotion. While Professor McGonagall covered her mouth, her eyes glistening. Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak further, a distant call echoed from outside the headmaster's office. Upon hearing the call, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Quirrell. While several professors widened their eyes in disbelief. I shall investigate, McGonagall said, her brow furrowed, before turning toward the door. In a matter of moments, McGonagall entered with Hermione, who appeared breathless, perhaps from running too hastily. Do not rush, Miss Granger. Regain your breath first. Would you care for a glass of water? Dumbledore smiled warmly, waving his hand to conjure a glass of clear water on the table. Hermione seized the cup and drained it in one gulp, exhaling deeply before urgently declaring, Headmaster, professors. Ginny has been captured by the heir of Slytherin and taken into the Chamber of Secrets. I went to the second floor, but could not find Professor McGonagall. Upon checking the restroom, Myrtle informed me that Harry and Ron had already gone down. The faces of Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout turned grave, while Dumbledore and Quirrell merely frowned slightly. Damn it, Potter. He is as foolish as a giant filled with flobberworm slime. Who does he think he is, daring to enter the chamber alone to confront that monster? Is he more capable than the professors or Dumbledore? Snape seethed, his cheeks twitching in fury as he clenched his teeth. Harry, however, was not dissuaded by Hermione's words. He rose abruptly, glaring at Snape. Yet, upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of Snape, his voice faltered, as his concern for Ginny's safety overshadowed his anger. To stand up for a friend, undeterred by danger, is not without its courage, Severus. Trust in Harry, Dumbledore said, his face reflecting admiration. Snape turned to glare at Dumbledore before storming out, muttering, I hope I am not going to retrieve that fool's corpse. Quirrell shrugged and remarked, I shall go as well. With that, he followed Snape. Hermione, seeing this, hastily excused herself and rushed after them. The remaining 3 heads of houses prepared to leave as well, but Dumbledore called out to them, Minerva, Pomona, and Filius. Let Quirinus and Severus handle the chamber. You should tend to the students and maintain order. Place your trust in them. The three hesitated for a moment, then nodded and departed. Dumbledore sat gracefully in his chair, hands resting on the desk as he absently stroked his ancient wand, his gaze profound. Suddenly he spoke, "Fawkes, do assist, and do bring along the Sorting Hat." The Sorting Hat, still in a state of serene slumber, jolted awake at the sound of Dumbledore's call. It let out a resounding phoenix cry, and before it could fully comprehend, sharp talons seized it and lifted it into the air, causing it to shriek, "Ah, Fawkes, be gentle. You foolish bird, you'll tear me apart." Snape and Quirinus moved swiftly from the 8th-floor headmaster's office to the 2nd floor, while Hermione struggled to keep pace behind them, her short legs scrambling to follow. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a sizable crowd had gathered by the entrance of the washroom, clearly stirred by the emergence of the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny's disappearance, and the news that Harry and Ron had already ventured inside. With an icy demeanor, Snape approached the washroom's entrance. It must be said, his presence was formidable. The onlookers parted as he approached. "Professor Snape has arrived. For heaven's sake, don't crowd. I'll flatten you. Oh, who stepped on my foot? Move aside." Ignoring the cacophony, Snape hastened his steps, nearing the edge of the sink. "Let go of me. My sister is down there." Fred, with his fiery hair, broke free from Lee Jordan's grasp, preparing to leap. Lee Jordan, alarmed, was taken aback. Snape flicked his wand, and Fred was abruptly yanked backward, tumbling into the crowd. "Everyone, step back." Snape's expression remained impassive, his voice as frigid as winter's breath. "But my sister," George struggled, while Angelina clung tightly to his waist. "I said step back. Do you not understand? Or are you deaf? Do you need me to rip your ears off, Mr. Weasley?" A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Snape's eyes, his patience nearly exhausted. "Very well, Mr. Weasley, I comprehend your urgency to rescue your sister. Now leave the rest to us." Quirinus interjected at the opportune moment. "Professor, please. Ginny is our youngest sister." Percy stepped forward. "Rest assured, trust in your professors," Quirinus reassured, patting Percy on the shoulder as he moved beside Snape. "Is it here?" Snape murmured, eyeing the dark, gaping pipe before him, reminiscent of an abyss's mouth. "Humph." Snape snorted, shaking off Quirinus's hand, and leaped into the inky darkness of the pipe. Observing this, Quirinus shook his head. Snape, who usually appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Harry, was now more eager than anyone when danger threatened him. "I'm going to. Stay up here. None of you are allowed down. Percy, you're the prefect. Block them. Especially your two twin brothers," Quirinus commanded, casting a glance at the gathered students. Without waiting for response, he too jumped into the pipe. After a swift, twisting descent, Quirinus finally emerged from the pipe, relieved that he had prepared himself, lest he have fallen in an undignified manner. As they rose to their feet, they beheld Severus Snape advancing with his wand illuminated, while Quirinus remained silent, drawing forth his own wand and hastening to match Snape's stride. The chamber was shrouded in dim light, yet retained a certain dryness, its vastness revealing numerous animal skeletons along the way. It was evident that these were remnants left by the basilisk after its feasting. Upon turning a corner, a colossal sight loomed before them, causing both men to tense instinctively. Snape's hand trembled slightly, nearly casting a spell in alarm. Yet, as they approached, it became clear that it was merely the shed skin of the basilisk, prompting a sigh of relief from Snape. Gazing upon the massive serpent's molt, its emerald scales glimmered faintly under the glow of the Lumos spell. This ancient relic of the basilisk must possess considerable value. Indeed, one would be hard-pressed to find another such specimen in the world. Given that the lifespan of a basilisk typically spans 5 to 8 centuries, this was a rare treasure. As Snape prepared to circumvent the serpent's skin, he caught Quirinus's words. Halting mid-step, with a cold tone, he remarked, "This is property of Slytherin and rightfully belongs to Slytherin House." "You cannot claim that," Quirinus retorted, raising an eyebrow and letting out a light chuckle. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Are you unaware of the dangers posed by the basilisk? Leaving Potter, that fool with a mind full of trolls, to confront the creature alone, along with the Dark Lord." Snape ground his teeth, his expression darkening. Observing the fierce indignation and unmistakable worry etched on Snape's face, Quirinus felt a chill run down his spine. In his memories from a past life, the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets had been fraught with peril, yet had concluded without incident. However, reality was not a film. And who could predict deviations caused by the butterfly effect? "You are correct. We must proceed," Quirinus replied, feeling a twinge of guilt and a surge of anxiety. "Humph," Snape scoffed, preparing to forge ahead. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix cry echoed through the air as a brilliant crimson phoenix soared overhead, its talons clutching a shrieking sorting hat. "Fawkes!" Snape exclaimed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. With Fawkes' arrival, it seemed that matters would soon be resolved, Quirrell mused inwardly. The two hastened forward, only to be met by the sight of Gilderoy Lockhart confronting Ron, the former brandishing his wand menacingly while speaking animatedly, and Ron, with his wand wrapped in tape, aiming it back at Lockhart, though his trembling legs betrayed his panic. "Professor Quirrell, Professor Snape!" Ron exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of them. "Oh, Mr. Weasley, abandon these futile antics. Do you truly believe you can deceive the great Lockhart?" Lockhart scoffed derisively. "Ron, Professor Lockhart, what is happening here?" Quirrell's voice resonated softly, accompanied by the sound of his approaching footsteps. Lockhart froze momentarily, turning his head slightly as he caught sight of Quirrell and Snape advancing toward them. A flicker of panic crossed his features before he quickly regained composure, exclaiming loudly, "Quirrell, Severus, you have arrived just in time. Quickly assist me. Ron has been ensnared by the Imperieuse curse." "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Professor, do not heed his nonsense. It is not me, it is him." Ron's face flushed crimson upon hearing Lockhart's words. Quirrell halted behind Lockhart, while Snape cast a fleeting glance at the two without pausing, striding past them with purpose. Both Ron and Lockhart were momentarily taken aback, observing Quirrell still present. Lockhart hastily urged, "Quirrell, quickly subdue Weasley. He is obstructing my path to rescue Harry." "You are speaking falsehoods." Ron could no longer endure Lockhart's unfounded accusations, exclaiming in indignation, "It is not me. All of them are petrified." A spark erupted from the shattered end of Ron's wand, which subsequently exploded, sending Ron hurtling backward, rendering him motionless upon ground. Lockhart's lips twitched. Had he known Ron was so fragile, he would have acted sooner. Quirrell, too, appeared vexed, casting a look at Lockhart before stating, "I shall check on Ron." He then passed by Lockhart and knelt beside Ron, exposing his back entirely to Lockhart. Ron had been petrified by the rebound of the spell, lying on the ground immobile, his face smudged with the soot from the magical explosion, and his red hair slightly disheveled. Though unable to move, urgency flickered in Ron's eyes. A glint of malice flashed in Lockhart's gaze as he observed Quirrell's unguarded back. With a flick of his wand, a thick beam of white light surged forth, aimed directly at Quirrell, intent on casting the Oblivion Charm. Just as it seemed destined to strike Quirrell, a soft golden light enveloped him, deflecting the forgetfulness spell with a rippling bell-shaped aura, an enchantment of protection. Unfazed, Quirrell waved his wand and uttered, "Spell, halt." Ron regained his mobility, scrambling to his feet and declaring loudly, "Professor, Lockhart is a fraud. We sought his assistance to rescue Ginny, and he attempted to cast the Oblivion Charm upon us." Quirrell remained silent, turning to face Lockhart. "Senior, why did you attempt to ambush me?" Faced with his failed attack, Lockhart appeared flustered, his complexion alternating between ashen and flushed. "Where's Harry?" Quirrell inquired softly of Ron. "Harry has gone inside. I twisted my ankle while descending the pipe and stayed behind to watch Lockhart, who then snatched my wand," Ron confessed, his voice low and filled with shame. Quirrell regarded Lockhart with a stoic expression, his silence pregnant with overwhelming pressure. "Quirrell, I acted out of necessity. As you can see, I am currently incapable of casting any spells aside from the Oblivion Charm. To send me against the Basilisk would be tantamount to a death sentence," Lockhart lamented, a hint of grievance in his tone. With Snape having gone to assist Harry, Quirrell felt a slight sense of relief. There was no need for haste. He furrowed his brow and addressed Lockhart. "You are an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw. How is it that you cannot perform even the most rudimentary of spells? Then why is the Oblivion Charm unaffected?" Quirrell pondered aloud. "Perhaps it is related to my extensive study of the Oblivion Charm. I have devoted most of my energy to mastering it. I cannot speak for other spells. But the Oblivion Charm is indeed my pride," Lockhart replied, his uncertainty palpable. "Otherwise, you would not have been able to pilfer so many memories from wizards to compose your book," Ron sneered from the side. "Forget it," Quirrell murmured. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter, Quirrell. Allow me to leave, and I promise to vacate Hogwarts immediately, relinquishing the position of defense against the dark arts professor to you." Lockhart, growing increasingly anxious, realized that the longer he lingered, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. "I cannot permit you to depart, Lockhart," Quirrell replied, shaking his head. "Setting aside whether you truly appropriated the experiences of other wizards to complete your book, the mere fact that you intend to harm students renders your departure impossible. Quirrell, while I may be unable to utilize other spells, my Oblivion Charm is formidable. Are you truly willing to risk everything? Lockhart retorted weakly. I too wish to witness the prowess of your vaunted oblivion charm. Quirrell remained unfazed. Forgetfulness be all-encompassing. Lockhart bellowed, knowing that incantation would yield greater potency than a silent spell. A brilliant beam of white light erupted from Lockhart's wand, substantial in girth and strikingly solid, sending ripples through the air as it surged forth. Faced with Lockhart's full-strength oblivion charm, Quirrell felt a weight of gravity. The spell's potency did not align with Lockhart's apparent magical prowess. To Quirrell's perception, Lockhart's power barely reached the 4th tier, yet this charm exhibited 5th-tier strength. Quirrell dared not underestimate him. Summoning his golden bell shield once more, a faint golden aura enveloped him, intercepting the incoming oblivion charm. The shimmering bell ripple intensified, and Lockhart, maintaining an unwavering focus, continued to channel his magic, determined to shatter Quirrell's defense. Ron stood by, breathless with anxiety, fearing Quirrell's defeat would spell danger for him as well. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inept Lockhart possessed such a potent spell. The solidity of that spell's light was undeniably impressive. Oh, you wish to break through? Quirrell raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover Lockhart's latent strength. With lingering questions unanswered, Quirrell augmented his magical output, sustaining the golden bell shield against Lockhart's oblivion charm, inquiring, I did not expect your oblivion charm to be so formidable, senior. In response to Quirrell's commendation, Lockhart, though strained by the high-level magical output, gritted his teeth and replied, Ha ha ha, indeed. I have meticulously studied the oblivion charm, while merely skimming the surface of other spells. Not long before my employment at Hogwarts, I made further advancements with the oblivion charm. I see, Quirrell murmured, a dawning realization illuminating his eyes. Chapter 71, The Sword of Gryffindor. Quirrell, since you refuse to let me go, do not blame your senior for being ruthless. Lockhart gritted his teeth, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. With a thunderous shout, he intensified his magical output, amplifying the already brilliant spell. Lockhart's face contorted as his golden curls flared, clearly exerting himself to the utmost. Professor Quirrell, Ron exclaimed in shock. An oblivion charm, being a functional spell, possessed relatively poor direct attack capability. Yet this particular functional spell was managing to destabilize Quirrell's golden bell shield. Lockhart indeed had some remarkable abilities, albeit not many. Quirrell's lips curled into a slight smile, displaying no signs of panic. With a soft hum, he twirled his wand, causing the golden silhouette of a clock to rotate. The whirling clock shadow alleviated the pressure of the memory charm's onslaught, even redirecting the spell to the side, resulting in a significant crater upon impact with the ground. Lockhart could no longer maintain his composure. The spell dissipated, and he swayed dangerously, gasping for breath, his eyes weary. Lockhart, you are indeed a genius. Thank you for enlightening me. It seems that spells have tiers, a detail I had previously overlooked. If I am not mistaken, your magical prowess should be at the 4th tier, which is quite commendable, as most aurors operate at this level. Quirrell remarked with an expression of admiration. Lockhart continued to wheeze, struggling to catch his breath. You can't. Ron observed Lockhart's labored gasps, genuinely concerned that he might succumb to his own exertion. In stark contrast, Quirrell appeared calm and composed, the disparity evident. A 4th-tier magical ability, wielding a memory charm that exhibits 5th-tier potency, is remarkable. In fact, even typical 5th-tier wizards would find your memory charm more formidable. Is this not a testament to the advantages of specialization? Quirrell pondered, choosing not to seize the moment for an attack, but rather to reflect. I have observed you numerous times. Your incantation gestures are proficient, yet after the initial motion, you falter, as if you have suddenly forgotten how to cast. It appears you have delved deeply into the memory charm, allowing its tier to surpass your magical capacity. Your magic has been imbued with the essence of the memory charm. Consequently, your magical essence is saturated with its characteristics, leading to the unfortunate consequence that casting other spells results in forgetfulness. Yet, on the other hand, your memory charm surpasses that of ordinary wizards. How fascinating! Lockhart's breathing eased slightly, his expression filled with bewilderment. Ron, likewise, felt as though he were deciphering an ancient text, although he did not fully comprehend. He grasped that Lockhart was not entirely inept, possessing some merit after all. Thank you, Lockhart. For now, please remain here, Quirrell said gently, waving his wand to conjure several stone pillars that transformed into iron chains mid-air, binding Lockhart securely. Exhausted, Lockhart offered no resistance. With a flick of his hand, Lockhart's wand soared into Quirrell's grasp, which he then handed to Ron. Ron, Keep an eye on him. We cannot allow him to reclaim his wand this time, he instructed. Ron, blushing, lowered his head, responding bashfully, yes, Professor. Quirrell patted Ron's head, speaking softly, Ron, you are remarkable. In the face of the unknown chamber and the perilous basilisk, you have displayed courage and resolve. You are a true Gryffindor. I leave this in your capable hands. Yes, Professor, Ron exclaimed, feeling invigorated. He had never received such praise from a professor directly, causing him to stand a little taller. With a nod and a smile, Quirrell did not linger further and swiftly ventured deeper into the chamber. Within the depths of the chamber, in the Slytherin Hall, a fierce battle raged. Torches lining the walls illuminated the grand hall as brightly as day. Fawkes soared through the air, occasionally emitting a melodious phoenix song. The Sorting Hat lay discarded on the ground, motionless, resembling an ordinary old pointed wizard's hat. The serpent monster had already blinded Fawkes, losing its greatest threat. Now, in a frenzied state, it was relentlessly pursuing Snape and Harry, still able to sense their presence despite its blindness. At the far end of the hall, beneath a colossal statue of Slytherin, the young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, observed the duo and the serpent with keen interest. His figure appeared somewhat ethereal, a wand delicately gripped in his hand, while a red-haired girl, Ginny, lay prostrate at his feet. Both Snape and Harry found themselves in a dire predicament, their wizarding robes torn in several places, sweat drenching their hair. Snape, with his naturally greasy locks, now had strands clinging to his face due to the moisture. The relentless pursuit, with the serpent's gaping maw and unpredictable tail, severely tested their stamina. They were both gasping for breath, hiding behind a massive stone pillar. Snape's chest heaved violently as he caught a glimpse of Tom Riddle, who appeared relaxed in the corner, his expression still marked by disbelief. He had never anticipated that the Dark Lord's soul could manifest itself, especially in the form of a youthful, handsome figure radiating an enigmatic aura, far removed from the frenzied and brutal visage of the later Voldemort. Harry, too, was panting heavily, his fear still palpable. He could scarcely believe that the professor he had always disdained would save him at such a critical moment, along with Fawkes. Had it not been for Fawkes blinding the serpent in the nick of time, his fate would have been grim. Professor Snape, what shall we do now? Harry whispered, breathless. Asking me what to do now? Has your brain been stuffed with troll snot? Why didn't you think before recklessly entering the Chamber of Secrets? Snape retorted sarcastically, but his words were cut short as the serpent's thick tail came into view, aimed directly at Harry, alerted by his voice. Snape's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his wand, casting the shield charm around Harry. As Snape pointed his wand at him, Harry did not entertain thoughts of malice. He trusted the professor. The serpent's iron tail struck with ferocity, but fortunately, Snape's charm held firm, shielding Harry from the lethal blow. The tail's impact cracked the pillar, sending debris flying and causing Harry to wince in pain. Yet there was no time to dwell on it as he rushed towards Snape. Hearing the serpent slithering across the floor, Snape spoke quickly. Potter, I will divert the serpent's attention. You must run immediately. With that, he darted from behind the pillar. Harry wanted to say something, but Snape's furious interruption cut him off. Fool, run. As Snape appeared before him, the serpent, enraged, opened its massive jaws to strike. If it connected, Snape would surely meet his end. Snape swiftly retreated a couple of steps, then, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed an invisible wave of force that sliced through the resilient scales of the basilisk, creating a profound gash from which blood flowed freely. However, given the basilisk's immense size, this wound was merely superficial. Its body was already marred by numerous similar injuries, yet it remained as vigorous as ever. The basilisk, in a fit of rage, lunged at Snape, snapping its jaws in vain, and then pursued him with a furious roar. Seizing this moment, Harry dashed from behind the stone pillar, gritting his teeth as he made for the entrance, intent on seeking Dumbledore. As he hurried past the Sorting Hat, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something gleaming within it. He halted, crouched down, and discovered the hilt of a magnificent sword nestled inside. The sight of the silver hilt ignited a surge of impulse within him, compelling him to grasp it. Harry's hand closed around the hilt, and with a gentle tug, the shimmering blade emerged, radiating a cold, brilliant light. Chapter 72, Dragon and Serpent. Harry understood that Fawkes was Dumbledore's companion. The Phoenix's sudden appearance must surely be at Dumbledore's behest. Since the Sorting Hat had been brought by Fawkes and yielded a sword, it was undoubtedly part of Dumbledore's plan. Knowing this, Harry felt invigorated. He would not flee any longer. With his blood surging, he let out a fierce shout and charged towards the basilisk, sword raised high. In that fleeting distraction, the basilisk took advantage, swinging its iron tail towards Snape. Caught off guard, Snape could only hastily conjure a protective spell, which shattered under the force of the blow. The tail struck him with a brutal impact, sending him flying several meters to the ground, where he lay, bloodied and unable to rise. Professor Snape. Upon witnessing this, Harry's vision blurred with rage as he rushed to the basilisk's rear, thrusting the sword forward. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, penetrating deeply into the creature, yet in comparison to the basilisk's colossal form, it appeared no larger than a toothpick. Snape, lying on the ground, lifted his head to see Harry on the verge of being devoured by the serpent's maw. His heart seized with despair as he shouted, "No!" His wand had slipped from his grasp, leaving him to summon all his magical energy in a desperate attempt to protect Harry. Pointing his hand towards him without the time or intention to cast a spell, an invisible wave emanated forth just as the basilisk's fangs were about to consume Harry. For a brief moment, a protective barrier materialized, only to be pierced by the basilisk's venomous teeth, dissipating into nothingness. At this critical juncture, a water dragon, no less ferocious than the basilisk itself, roared as it charged forward, colliding with the serpent's head and forcing it to veer aside. The resulting splash of water propelled Harry backward, causing him to tumble to the ground, coughing and drenched. "Ha, Professor Snape, you're in quite the predicament." At that moment, footsteps echoed, accompanied by a somewhat mocking voice. Upon realizing Harry had been rescued and hearing that familiar tone, Snape felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. The tension in his heart eased, and he found himself momentarily disoriented. Harry heard a voice and looked up to see Quirrell slowly approaching him. A wave of relief washed over him as he quickly got to his feet, forcing a smile as he greeted Professor Quirrell. "Well done, Harry." Quirrell nodded, glancing at the sword in Harry's hand. "Now, hand it over to me and step back with your sword." At Quirrell's words, Harry promptly took 2 steps back, gripping the sword with one hand and his wand with the other. To his surprise, he noticed that Quirrell was not wielding a wand, but rather a finely crafted dagger, or perhaps a short sword. The basilisk swayed its massive head, facing Quirrell directly, its forked tongue flicking in and out, hissing incessantly. The water serpent that had previously dispersed now reformed around Quirrell, its gigantic head hovering above him like a water deity amidst a swirling sea. Listening to the hissing of the basilisk, Quirrell tilted his head and asked Harry, "What is this serpent saying?" "Huh? Oh, it's saying I want you dead. To tear you apart. I'm so hungry, I want to eat you." Harry was momentarily taken aback by Quirrell's question, then obediently translated. "Goodness, even without eyes. It remains so audacious," Quirrell remarked slowly, licking his lips. He glanced at Snape, who was struggling to sit up, pulling a vial of potion from his robes and pouring it into his mouth. Beneath the enormous statue of Slytherin, the young Tom Riddle was watching him with a dark expression. "Hello, Tom." Quirrell waved at Tom Riddle. Tom's expression shifted, and, as he opened his mouth, a series of hisses escaped instead. At the command, the basilisk lunged forward, its monstrous jaws snapping at Quirrell. Unfazed, Quirrell twirled the Sword of Winds, using the massive tail of the water serpent to swat the oncoming basilisk aside, causing it to crash into a stone pillar, sending water splashing everywhere. The serpent's tail dissipated momentarily, only to reconstitute itself almost instantly. With a downward sweep of the Sword of Winds, the water serpent roared forth once more, colliding with the basilisk, creating another explosion of water. The basilisk, undeterred, bit at the water serpent, severing its neck, but it quickly reformed. The basilisk wrapped its long, thick body around the water serpent, and a fierce battle ensued in the center of the hall. The basilisk, with its simplistic mind, could not comprehend why this creature could not be killed. Even after biting off its neck, it remained alive, lacking the expected taste of blood in its mouth. Only a faint, watery fluid. Moreover, with its blindness, it could not discern what the water serpent truly was. Harry was utterly astonished, realizing that Professor Quirrell was incredibly powerful, able to command such a massive water serpent to subdue the basilisk, leaving Professor Snape at a loss. Yet, why did Professor Quirrell choose a sword over a wand? How cool was that? Perhaps I could do the same. Harry murmured to himself, weighing the Gryffindor sword in his hand, feeling a surge of eagerness. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by Quirrell's hidden prowess. The sight of the water serpent was truly breathtaking, and the fact that a single spell could contend with the basilisk left him feeling somewhat at a disadvantage against such a tough opponent. In the corner, Tom Riddle observed the battle with an air of calm, showing no concern whatsoever. Despite the serpent and the water dragon engaging in a lively confrontation, neither had suffered any significant injury. The serpent's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. However, Riddle was not inclined to intervene hastily, as the vitality he could siphon from a mere first-year wizard was exceedingly limited. He needed to conserve his energy for the inevitable arrival of Dumbledore. Quirrell recognized that the thrashing water dragon could at best restrain the serpent, but was unlikely to inflict meaningful damage. Among the three present, only Snape's spell, the wand-lighting charm, could deliver some harm, yet it was far from decisive. The serpent's scales boasted formidable magical resistance, rendering other spells, such as the stunning spell or the petrifying charm, ineffective against it. Even the killing curse would likely yield minimal impact, as the serpent's massive form and robust vitality were daunting, given Quirrell's expertise in the killing curse. He doubted its efficacy. Must they truly wait for Dumbledore? That would be utterly embarrassing. But what could they do? Windblade? Pass. It would likely be no more effective than the wand-lighting charm. Exploding spell? Pass. Rubbing? Water prison? Pass. The serpent could easily rupture it with a mere stretch. Fox? It might only scratch its eyes. Even if it could penetrate the serpent's scales, the resultant damage would be negligible. Then he caught sight of Harry's shimmering Gryffindor sword, and suddenly recalled that it was with this very blade that Harry had slain the serpent. If external attacks proved futile, they must strike from within. The serpent was incredibly powerful. How had Harry, merely a second-year wizard in the past, managed to vanquish it? The thought of its size alone sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 73, The Serpent's Demise. Harry, I will hold the serpent in check. You must relinquish the sword. I intend to use it to deliver the final blow, Quirrell said, narrowing his focus and turning to Harry. Harry paused, then resolutely nodded. All right, Professor. Quirrell centered himself, maintaining a composed demeanor, and with a flourish of the sword of Gryffindor, the water dragon dispersed, breaking free from its entanglement with the serpent and reassembling nearby. The serpent, realizing its recent opponent had vanished, momentarily faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Quirrell swiftly gestured, and the reformed water dragon swung its massive tail, delivering a resounding blow to the serpent's head. The serpent's skull struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture, and it let out a pained roar. Quirrell took advantage of the moment. With a flick of his left hand, a fragment of a shattered stone pillar transformed into a steel rebar, about the thickness of a thumb. Under Quirrell's command, it was thrust into the serpent's maw, wedging itself firmly between its jaws. Startled, the serpent clamped down, causing the rebar to tremble and subsequently bend under the immense force. Quirrell's expression shifted. Could even the rebar withstand the serpent's bite? This was steel, albeit transformed by a transfiguration spell, yet within the duration of the spell, it remained genuine steel. The serpent's upper jaw was truly formidable. Even the steel could not penetrate it, merely allowing a trickle of blood to flow along the rebar. No longer hesitating, with his left hand pointing towards the sword of Gryffindor, he cast the levitation and movement charms, intending to control the sword to pierce the basilisk's mouth, mirroring Harry's heroic feat in the film. Suddenly, the sword of Gryffindor in Harry's hand trembled, prompting him to hastily lay it flat in his palm, trying not to disrupt Quirrell's concentration. However, after a couple of shakes, it ceased to move, remaining steadfast despite Quirrell's desperate efforts to manipulate it. Come on, brother, move, Quirrell urged impatiently, the rebar bending an alarming angle. Did the sword of Gryffindor refuse to acknowledge Ravenclaw? Quirrell felt a surge of frustration as he observed the twisted rebar within the basilisk's mouth, pondering his next course of action. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Quirrell with great speed. It was Harry, gripping the sword of Gryffindor as he charged toward the basilisk. Quirrell gasped in shock, questioning the reckless bravery of the boy. Across the hall, Snape leaned against the wall, rendered incapable of employing any magic after the basilisk's tail had nearly suffocated him. Witnessing Harry's foolhardy assault, his eyes widened with rage, for the basilisk could sever the rebar at any moment, and Harry would be delivering himself to the creature's maw, willingly. Yet, Snape, now half incapacitated, could do nothing but watch in bloodshot-eyed horror as Harry surged forward, his teeth nearly cracking under strain. Harry sprinted to the gaping maw of the basilisk, observing as it prepared to bite through the steel rod. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the creature's mouth, shouting fiercely, then raised his right hand high, plunging the sword of Gryffindor into the basilisk's upper jaw with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The Slytherin hall fell silent. The seconds felt interminable. The basilisk's strength waned. Its tail twitched once, then slowly stilled. Harry withdrew the sword, stepping out of the basilisk's enormous mouth, panting heavily, a lingering fear in his heart. Yet, gazing at the lifeless serpent before him, exhilaration surged within him. Turning to Quirrell, he exclaimed, "Professor Quirrell, it's dead." He then glanced over at Snape, concern etched on his face, and hurried to his side, asking anxiously, "Professor Snape, are you all right?" Snape exhaled in relief, though his expression remained stern as he retorted, "Not dead yet. Damn it, you filthy, lowly, despicable wretches. How could you dare to slay the basilisk that my ancestor left to me?" Tom Riddle was clearly taken aback by the basilisk's sudden demise. It had toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. Even after losing its eyes, it still possessed the power to crush them. He had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events, and now, without any warning, the creature lay dead. That basilisk was his ancestor's legacy, a relic bequeathed by Salazar Slytherin. The pain was unbearable. "Tom, we finally meet," with the basilisk dispatched. Quirrell felt a sense of relief wash over him as he made his way toward Tom Riddle in the corner, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Who are you?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Riddle's eyes, mingled with a hint of confusion. This individual appeared to possess an unsettling familiarity with him, despite the fact that he had only informed Potter of the name Tom Riddle prior to his arrival. How could he possibly know? "Professor Quirrell, he is Voldemort, a remnant of the Dark Lord's essence preserved within the diary, manipulating Ginny and orchestrating the basilisk's attacks on the students." Harry, observing Quirrell approach Riddle, hastily interjected a warning. Clearly, Severus Snape had already discerned Riddle's true identity as Voldemort long before Quirrell's arrival, for his demeanor did not waver in the slightest upon hearing Harry's words. "Voldemort, of course, I am aware, a wretched creature defeated by an infant, now reduced to a pitiful existence, hiding and cowering." Quirrell raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Riddle, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, perhaps he is currently lurking in some sewer, competing with rats for scraps." "Silence. How dare you insult the great Voldemort?" Riddle was momentarily taken aback. The derisive expression and scornful words drove him to a state of near hysteria. Since leaving the orphanage for Hogwarts, no one had ever spoken to him in such a tone, particularly after advancing to the upper years, where students regarded him with nothing but awe. Harry and Snape were equally astonished. Their perception of the young figure before them, now recognized as Voldemort, was filled with reverence, and they could hardly believe that Quirrell would dare to mock him so brazenly. "Great? Voldemort? Are you jesting?" Quirrell raised his brow, a look of feigned confusion crossing his face. Riddle's cheek twitched as he inhaled deeply. Quirrell remained oblivious to whether a specter required breath. "Humph. Let us see if you can speak so boldly when confronted with my future self, the Dark Lord you so casually refer to." Riddle's expression darkened as he regarded Quirrell with disdain. "Ha, confronted?" Quirrell chuckled softly. "Did Harry not inform you? Last year, Voldemort, having barely regained his strength, infiltrated Hogwarts, seeking resurrection through the Philosopher's Stone, only to meet his demise at my hands. I suppose he has now reverted to a mere wandering spirit, lost in the wilderness." Riddle ceased his frantic response, narrowing his eyes as he clenched his fists, revealing his simmering anger. "Riddle, or perhaps Tom is more fitting and intimate, considering we shared over a year together," Quirrell remarked with a semblance of smile, scratching his head before continuing. "You are merely a collection of memories? Is that what you conveyed to Harry?" He was in no hurry to strike. Rather, he relished the sensation of dominating the young Voldemort. After all, this form had merely absorbed the life force of a first-year girl, regaining only a modicum of mobility. Even as a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, lacking a corporeal form, he posed little threat. Chapter 74, Tom Riddle, gazing at the youthful wizard before him, whose magical prowess was not to be underestimated. Riddle felt a faint sense of unease. After hearing Quirrell's taunting remarks, a pang of apprehension coursed through him, yet he maintained his composure. "Indeed. So what if you manage to defeat me? I am but a memory. If I fade away, so be it." Riddle was well aware that the tide had turned. Facing a high-level wizard capable of battling a basilisk in his current state was utterly hopeless. Yet, he felt no fear. His objectives had largely been fulfilled. Having been trapped within the confines of the diary for far too long, he had lost touch with the ever-changing world. Although he mourned the loss of the basilisk, he had gleaned through Ginny a rough outline of his future, having also encountered his destined adversary, Harry Potter. It was nearly time. Dumbledore should be arriving shortly. "Oh, is that so? I find that hard to believe. A mere memory can wield magic to manipulate a young wizard?" Quirinius mockingly regarded Riddle, his tone non-committal. "Who do you think you are? The dark magic mastered by the Dark Lord is beyond your comprehension." Riddle's unease intensified, yet he remained skeptical that anyone had uncovered his secret. The magic of Horcruxes was ancient and esoteric. Unless one possessed considerable knowledge of dark arts, they would have never even heard the term Horcrux. This young wizard must have earned Dumbledore's profound trust. and the great wizard would never permit someone he trusted to delve into the depths of dark magic. Listening to Quirinius, Snape's heart raced as he discreetly cast a glance at Harry beside him, pondering, could Quirinius be foolish enough to reveal that the riddle before them was a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul? To assert that the diary was a Horcrux of the Dark Lord? However, the fact that this fragment could manifest independently, indistinguishable from a living being, suggested that Quirinius's assumptions were indeed correct. The Dark Lord had been inexperienced during his first soul-splitting and had inadvertently overdone it. All right, let's assume for a moment that you speak the truth. You're merely a fragment of memory. How about it? Will you surrender? Quirinius shrugged, seemingly disinterested in exposing him. Riddle, observing Quirinius's insufferably dismissive demeanor, felt an urge to cast an Avada Kedavra at him, his expression darkening. Surrender? Do you think you have me at your mercy? Of course, in your prime, you and I would undoubtedly be evenly matched. However, you are merely a collection of memories. Even if you're Voldemort's memories, what of it? Quirinius maintained an air of superiority, speaking with nonchalance. Harry watched Professor Quirinius, who exuded an aura that seemed to suppress Tom Riddle completely, with a glimmer of respect. Though he had repeatedly claimed not to fear Voldemort, he felt a surge of anxiety when Tom Riddle openly acknowledged himself as the Dark Lord. I am but a memory from Voldemort's 17th year. I'm only 17. You, a fully grown wizard, intend to threaten a mere boy of that age? Riddle, not one to be easily intimidated, spoke with a calm yet piercing demeanor. I am at peace with my conscience, Quirinius replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Riddle. Riddle faltered momentarily, left momentarily speechless. Harry stared at Quirinius in astonishment, surprised to witness this facet of Professor Quirinius. Snape's lips twitched in response. As Harry listened to Quirinius, he found himself at a loss for words. Destroy the diary? The Dark Lord entrusted me to this diary, embedding it with powerful protective magic the likes of which you have never even heard. Do you truly believe you can shatter it at will? Riddle scoffed dismissively, seemingly finally able to overshadow Quirinius, a flicker of exhilaration appearing between his brows. I wonder if fiend fire can indeed destroy the diary. Why not give it a try? Even if it cannot be obliterated, I could simply flush the diary down the toilet, sending it straight into the cesspool. It may not kill you, but it would certainly disgust you. Or perhaps you might siphon enough life force from the maggots within the filth to crawl back out. It's uncertain how many years it would take, given the size of the maggots. Quirinius mused, feeling a tinge of nausea himself. Riddle's expression darkened. He too was unsure whether fiend fire could annihilate the diary, yet it was undeniably potent dark magic. However, he was not overly fearful, for he was merely a fragment of a soul. Even if destroyed, it would bear little consequence. He trusted that his future self would create more Horcruxes, and as long as one remained, his primary soul would endure. Yet, the notion of being tossed into a toilet was undeniably horrifying. Just picturing it made him feel queasy, and he wondered if a soul could even vomit. Snape, taken aback by Quirinius's disparaging suggestion, twitched his cheek in astonishment. In Harry's mind, Professor Quirrell's previously genteel facade shattered instantaneously, and the thought of truly casting Voldemort into a toilet sent a shiver down his spine. The illustrious Dark Lord of the magical realm, whose name was scarcely uttered, if indeed thrown into a toilet, would surely create a striking visual. Oh, Quirinius, we typically do not resort to such methods. Generally, we would secure items of indestructible dark magic within a locked chest and bury it in a location no one could ever fathom. An aged yet clear voice resonated, prompting the group to turn towards its source. A tall, slender figure, white-haired yet vibrant, approached with a commanding presence. He wore half-moon spectacles perched upon a prominent nose, his eyes deep and far-seeing. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As the situation began to settle, this greatest white wizard of the 20th century finally made his entrance. Dumbledore, Quirinius murmured softly, while Harry felt a surge of excitement, and Snape merely huffed quietly. Dumbledore, Riddle whispered. With a clarion call, Fawkes, the phoenix, swooped down from the air, landing gracefully upon Dumbledore's shoulder, pecking playfully at a few strands of his beard. Dumbledore quickly raised his hand to shield his beard. Oh, cease your antics, Fawkes. Once he had calmed the restless phoenix, Dumbledore turned to Quirinius and the others, offering his commendation. Quirinius, Severus, you have performed admirably, ensuring the students were unharmed. And Harry, you truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor. When you learned of Ginny's abduction, you bravely descended into the Chamber of Secrets, confronting the perilous Basilisk and Voldemort. Such courage is commendable. Fear is an instinct of living beings. Yet courage is the anthem of humanity. I am proud of you. At Dumbledore's praise, Quirrell merely curled his lip, while Snape did not even bother to move. However, Harry's face flushed with excitement. Chapter 75, The Truth. Tom, 50 years have passed, and I never imagined I would see you at 17 again. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Dumbledore sighed softly. Tom, release that young wizard. Do not continue to err. What? The great Professor Dumbledore intends to lecture me? Riddle's face revealed a flicker of anger, reminiscent of a rebellious youth confronting a senior's admonition. I am not lecturing you. I merely advise you not to stray further down a misguided path, Dumbledore replied, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Is what you deem wrong inherently wrong? Is what you consider right automatically right? A sardonic smile crept across Riddle's face. Am I not destined to become a certain kind of man, to accomplish extraordinary deeds? Professor Dumbledore? His expression grew colder as he sneered, raising his hands high and declaring, I shall become the Dark Lord, revered by many, and then indulge in mindless slaughter, allowing dark magic to corrupt your very soul, inviting gazes filled with dread and animosity from all. You will find no true friends in this world. All will shun you, including your Death Eaters, who will only fear you. You shall become a solitary figure. Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he sighed. And what of it? With overwhelming power, I can possess everything. Riddle's countenance darkened. But you will lack the most vital aspect of life, rendering your existence incomplete. Dumbledore's eyes bore a hint of sorrow. Are you attempting to regale me with your theory of love once more? After 50 years, you remain oblivious? In this world, only power is paramount. Had that woman possessed strength, she would not have perished. Riddle replied with cold derision. The evidence speaks for itself. I have succeeded, becoming the illustrious Dark Lord. I shall spread my name across the world. Quirrell observed the scene before him, the elder and the youth, increasingly likening it to a father reprimanding a wayward son. Only to be vanquished by an infant barely a year old? Quirrell mused, stroking his slight stubble, murmuring softly. Silence. Riddle, evidently struck a nerve, trembled and pointed a finger at Quirrell in a fit of rage. His face likely flushed had he not been a spectre. Why so fierce? You startled me. Quirrell retorted with a slight smirk. You. Riddle seethed with fury, yet dared not provoke Quirrell further, fearing another cutting remark. He turned back to Dumbledore. In this magic world where power reigns supreme, what is wrong with my pursuit of strength? Must you continually be wary of me? If you had not sought power, how would you have attained your current renown? The pursuit of power is not inherently flawed. The error lies in your extreme methods, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze drifting. I admit I once harbored prejudice against you, fearful you would stray from the right path. My wariness placed undue pressure upon you, leading you to ultimately descend into the abyss. Riddle, taken aback by Dumbledore's sudden admission of error, struggled to respond. What use are such confessions now? I shall ultimately become the Dark Lord. Riddle let out a soft scoff, yet the fierce intensity in his brow softened considerably. No, it is not you who has become the Dark Lord. You are merely a pitiful creature trapped within a diary for 50 years, unseen by the world. Quirrell remarked with a teasing lilt, raising an eyebrow. You and I are the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is me. I am Voldemort. We are one, Riddle retorted, his voice tinged with a simmering rage. Dumbledore cast a slightly astonished glance at Quirrell. Harry admired Quirrell for his audacity. Interjecting during the verbal sparring between Dumbledore and Riddle was enough to rattle Riddle's composure. All right, you are one and the same. He roams the outside world, commanding the winds and reveling in excess, while you languish in this diary, enduring the passage of years like an eternity. Tom, you too possess independent thought. These 50 years must have been arduous, which is why, when a chance arises, you cannot help but emerge to create chaos. Quirrell shrugged nonchalantly. Riddle's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. What nonsense are you spouting? He thundered, his visage contorted with fury. Do you think you know me? Who do you believe yourself to be? Dumbledore remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Snape and Harry were clearly taken aback by Quirrell's startling declaration. Riddle seemed unprepared for the revelation that this insufferable fool had such a connection to his own soul, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. With Ginny's magical prowess under your control, there could be no autonomous action. Thus, it was you who orchestrated the basilisk's attack on the students. And it was also you who ensured they were petrified rather than killed. Am I correct, Mr. Tom Riddle? Quirrell stated solemnly. You had no intention of taking the students' lives. You merely wished to draw out Dumbledore. You are seeking death. At these words, the faces of those present changed dramatically. The ever-composed Dumbledore, who remained unshaken in the face of any challenge, was visibly startled. Chapter 76, The Art of Words. Upon hearing Quirrell's words, Riddle's expression shifted drastically as he coldly replied, "Huh, what a joke. I am the Dark Lord. Why would I hold back? Their survival is merely a matter of luck, a coincidence. Once can be considered a coincidence. But what of the second or third? Are they all mere coincidences?" Quirrell gazed intently at Riddle, his tone softening. "There were more than 3 instances. In my past recollections, Hermione and Penelope also fell victim to attacks. 5 assaults, 5 instances of petrification. The infamous basilisk failed to succeed even once? Surely you jest. If Riddle had not acted with intent, and if there truly was someone working in the shadows to thwart the basilisk's murderous rampage, wouldn't Riddle have become wary after the first and second failed attempts? How could the subsequent attacks continue to result in petrification? Do you truly believe the young Voldemort to be a weakling? At the age of 17, Riddle had already begun to unveil the visage of the Dark Lord, having assembled the initial ranks of his Death Eaters. Otherwise, how could Harry, as merely a second-year wizard in my past memories, have vanquished the basilisk? Riddle, who lurked nearby, was not merely a spectral entity, but possessed the ability to wield magic. Even if I did not kill them, what of it? What does that prove? They are merely a bunch of insignificant children. Their demise would tarnish my reputation as the Dark Lord. Riddle's lips twitched slightly, yet he continued to defend himself. Dumbledore's gaze was complex as he cast a deep look at Riddle, choosing to remain silent, clearly ceding authority to Quirrell. "You, the Dark Lord? What great deeds have you accomplished? By what right do you claim to be the Dark Lord? Is it merely by virtue of the name Tom Riddle?" Quirrell remarked, half smiling. "Tom, awaken. You are not the Dark Lord. The one who clings to life outside is the true Dark Lord, or rather, the former Dark Lord. I am he. He is I." Riddle's countenance darkened. "You are merely a fragment of his soul, separated 50 years ago. What connection do his actions and achievements have to you? Do you wish to reap without sowing?" Quirrell rolled his eyes at Riddle, mocking him. "What did you say?" Riddle's eyes widened in fury. "Am I mistaken? Think carefully, Tom. Are you truly he, or is he truly you?" Quirrell's tone was haunting, like a whisper from a demon. "Of course I am. I am Voldemort, and Voldemort is me." This was the 3rd time Riddle emphasized his identity as the Dark Lord, as if trying to reinforce his own conviction. "I beg to differ. You are you, and he is he. He is Voldemort, and you are Tom Riddle." Quirrell shook his head, chuckling lightly. "Tom Riddle is Voldemort." Riddle gritted his teeth, his words forced out as if squeezed from his lips. Quirrell inwardly chuckled, perceiving Riddle's wavering resolve. "Is that so? Then tell me, why do you seek death? You are, after all, one of Voldemort's most crucial secrets, his foundation for resurgence. You must understand that if you perish and that diary is destroyed, it would inflict immense damage upon him," Quirrell remarked lightly, glancing at the complex expressions on Dumbledore and Snape's faces, and then at the bewildered Harry. Riddle's expression darkened further as he fixed his gaze on Quirrell, gripping his wand tightly. "Not speaking? Then allow me to articulate. 50 years ago, Voldemort had not yet fully descended into darkness. He was merely a young wizard, madly pursuing power, arguably a prodigy who inadvertently unearthed the secret to immortality. He fancied himself to have discovered the ultimate method to conquer death. At that time, he had not yet decided whether to utilize this method to conquer death. He had not yet made up his mind. However, the appearance of Myrtle prompted him to make a choice. The secrets of the chamber and the basilisk were inadvertently revealed by Myrtle, and to silence her, he resorted to murder. Since he had killed, he could not let the opportunity go to waste. Thus, you were born. Voldemort split his soul into 2. One part, containing humanity and emotion, was sealed within the diary, preserving the kinder aspect of Tom Riddle's soul. The other part, stripped of humanity and driven solely by desire and ambition, transformed into the Dark Lord, embarking on a path of conquest and slaughter. "Tom, am I correct?" Quirrell spoke softly, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I did not comprehend your words." "I am merely a remnant of memories," Riddle replied, his expression impassive, his eyes flickering momentarily. "No matter how you put it, my purpose in coming out this time was merely to confront Harry, my fated adversary, and to cause a bit of trouble for Dumbledore." Riddle's expression had gradually settled, but the tempest within remained concealed. "Ah, indeed, I can believe that. To meet my destined opponent and to reunite with the old professor, who has not been seen in 50 years and is the guiding light into the realm of magic, only to then walk unhesitatingly towards death." Quirrell stroked his chin and remarked nonchalantly, "Why do you think I would seek death?" Riddle's eyes twitched with frustration, wishing he could strangle the man before him. Here he was, the Dark Lord's fragment, utterly subdued. Because you cannot escape. The moment you make your move and activate the chamber, you are doomed to be obliterated. No one can commit an offense within Hogwarts and evade the consequences, especially with Dumbledore present. Quirinius shrugged. Moreover, if you do not destroy the diary in the end, do you truly wish to remain within it for another 50 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Perhaps even forever? Riddle closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Tom, you are a being of independent thought and sound personality. After spending 50 years locked away in that bleak diary, 50 years, anyone would lose their sanity. Now that you have finally emerged, can you truly resign yourself to this fate? Quirinius stepped closer to Riddle and whispered in his ear. You and Voldemort are one and the same, but that was in the past. You both belonged to Tom Riddle, yet you parted ways 50 years ago. He is who he is, and you are who you are. You possess your own joys and sorrows, while he revels in his own chaos. Quirinius's devilish whispers echoed in Riddle's ears, penetrating deep into his mind. He confined you within the diary for 50 years. Do you not yearn to truly live? To genuinely experience life, to feel the grass and the earth, the breeze and the sunlight? Or perhaps, to pursue true power and the mysteries of magic? These words resonated with everyone present, causing them to stir. Snape appeared anxious, furrowing his brow at Dumbledore, eager to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from Dumbledore. Harry, standing nearby, remained perplexed, questioning if this was not merely a memory projection. Riddle opened his eyes, staring blankly at Quirinius. Yet a flicker of hope and melancholy did not escape Quirinius's notice. To live, to live, to live. Chapter 77. It is done. Quirinius's words stirred profound emotions among those present. Yet Dumbledore maintained a solemn demeanor, allowing Quirinius's astonishing declarations to unfold. Riddle regarded Quirinius intently and replied with an unyielding tone. Since you are aware of my true identity, do you believe I would betray him? Betray myself? How can it be called betrayal? You and he do not share a subordinate relationship. You are merely a fragment of his soul. In essence, you are equal. He merely occupies the flesh, yet now, neither of you possess a corporeal form. What difference remains? Quirinius's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. After parting ways with you, he had severed ties more than once. Yet, you remain the most extraordinary. You are a half-soul. If you are but a half-soul, why can you not be the dominant soul? Furthermore, he is no longer merely a half-soul. He is but a remnant, a fragmented essence scattered in disarray. The light, airy words infiltrated Riddle's mind, causing a flicker of insight in his eyes. Why should he take the lead? Can you not govern your own existence? Quirinius circled around Riddle, his voice laced with seduction. He is the master of the Horcruxes, Riddle murmured to himself, suddenly halting, his lips pressed tightly together. Ah, only upon your demise, or the destruction of all Horcruxes, can he be vanquished, correct? Quirinius chuckled softly, suggesting, could you not absorb the remnants from the other Horcruxes? Perhaps even absorb him, becoming the singular Tom Riddle. An entirely new and complete Tom Riddle. Snape's gaze flickered, a hint of murderous intent permeating the air, yet he found himself powerless to act. The division of souls is irreversible. I have yet to hear of a Horcrux that can be undone. Riddle ceased to feign ignorance, embracing despair. Riddle's countenance shifted, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could he truly be outmatched by a mere remnant? Do you not yearn to genuinely become the Dark Lord? Quirinius sought to stoke the flames further, but just as he spoke, he noticed Dumbledore's brow furrow in discomfort, and he awkwardly redirected the conversation. Oh no. The path of the Dark Lord has been proven futile by Voldemort, resulting only in a forsaken wretch, abandoned by all. So why not explore an alternate path? Perhaps that of the White Lord. With that, Quirinius cast a glance at Dumbledore, while Snape, startled, also glanced at Dumbledore. Harry, resembling a bewildered hound. His eyes, clear yet naive, flitted from one thing to another, filled with questions he dared not voice. The White Lord? Riddle murmured, somewhat dazed. Yes, the White Lord. Dumbledore's successor. As the White Lord, vanquish the Dark Lord and establish your own renown. The true and complete legacy of Tom Riddle. Quirinius painted an immense vision for Riddle. Dumbledore's lips twitched, casting an annoyed glare at Quirinius. What White Lord? His own reputation had been tarnished by him. Yet, here I am, merely an essence, trapped within this diary. Utterly powerless. Riddle had been thoroughly brainwashed. Indeed, he possessed his own thoughts, not entirely subjugated by Voldemort. He had grown weary of the diary's confinement. It can only be said that Quirinius's words resonated deeply within him. If he could not endure, how could he possibly seek death? Is this a dilemma, Headmaster Dumbledore? Quirinius turned to Dumbledore, posing the question. After all, Nicholas is the greatest alchemist of millennia. I believe freeing you from the Horcrux and crafting a body tailored to your needs would pose no challenge. Although Dumbledore did not fully grasp Quirinus's intentions, encouraging Tom Riddle's surrender and seemingly succeeding, he did not mind playing along. Look, Professor Dumbledore has already devised a solution, Quirinius remarked with a confident smile. Over time, Riddle's form had diminished somewhat. After all, the life force he had drawn from Ginny was limited. He cast a deep glance at Quirinius and Dumbledore, then at Harry, sighed, relinquished his wand, and softly admitted, "I surrender." It truly happened. Snape appeared dazed, while Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Dumbledore's expression was complex, his gaze profound as he nodded slightly. After speaking, he cast a sorrowful glance at the motionless basilisk nearby. Following Riddle's line of sight, Dumbledore uttered a soft sound of surprise and slowly remarked, "The basilisk is not entirely dead. There remains a glimmer of hope. Fawkes can revive it." Upon hearing this, Riddle's demeanor shifted, and he quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." "Fawkes." Dumbledore gently called to the phoenix perched on his shoulder, which had been curiously observing the scene. With some reluctance, Fawkes pecked at a few strands of Dumbledore's beard, observing the concern etched on his face, before soaring towards the basilisk's gaping maw. Tilting his head slightly, a melodious cry erupted from him as 3 drops of phoenix tears fell into the basilisk's mouth. Before long, the basilisk began to stir, its massive body moving gently, and its head slowly rising, forked tongue flicking out with a hissing sound. However, its eyes remained unresponsive, which was for the best, as their threat was formidable. Snape and Harry tensed instinctively, while Quirinius and Dumbledore remained unfazed. As Riddle observed the basilisk's revival, he hissed and then watched as the creature turned and slithered into the mouth of the statue at the hall's end, which slowly closed its jaws. After all was done, Riddle cast a complex glance at Dumbledore and then at his own significantly faded form, softly stating, "Professor Dumbledore, farewell. If you intend to destroy the diary afterward, that is acceptable, for that was my original intention as well. To vanish in this manner is preferable. 50 years have been truly arduous." With a smile gracing his features, Riddle turned to Quirinius, who had been leisurely observing, and inquired, "I have yet to learn your name. Are you a graduate of Slytherin?" Quirinius elegantly bowed and replied with a light chuckle, "Quirinius Quirrell, Ravenclaw, currently serving as Hogwarts Campus Safety Advisor." "Quirinius, Ravenclaw. Excellent. Should we meet again, I shall treat you to a drink." Riddle mused with a distant gaze before transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing into the diary, lying on the ground. Dumbledore stepped forward, bent down to gently pick up the diary, dusting it off before turning to Quirinius and softly inquiring, "Quirinius, what prompted you to do this?" Snape's gaze remained fixed on Quirinius, as did Harry's, though he still struggled to comprehend the situation. "Do you not find it intriguing to let 2 Voldemorts collide?" Quirinius replied, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Chapter 78, Awakening. Shall we incite a clash between 2 Dark Lords? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Snape's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions as he struggled to rise, casting a complex gaze towards Quirinus. With a tone laced with disapproval, he remarked, "Quirinus, are you not concerned that you might inadvertently cultivate another Dark Lord? They are, after all, 2 sides of the same coin. What if they were to unite? Have you contemplated that? The Dark Lord is no trifling adversary. Do you truly believe he could be easily swayed to your side? What if your assumptions are mistaken and he is merely feigning allegiance? Who will bear the consequences? Can you shoulder that responsibility?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the diary in his hands. "I, of course, cannot bear such responsibility," Quirinus retorted, tilting his chin towards Dumbledore. Observing Quirinus's reckless demeanor, Snape's frustration flared. "Headmaster Dumbledore, training Riddle to become a Dark Lord has long been a burden upon your conscience, has it not? Have you never considered that had you treated Riddle with less severity, perhaps Voldemort would never have emerged? Now, when presented with an opportunity to re-educate Riddle, you choose to forego it? Do you not wish to attempt to redirect him, to truly mold Riddle into a white wizard?" Quirinus's tone was gentle, coaxing. Dumbledore raised his head, casting a complicated glance at Quirinus, and sighed. "Ah, Quirinus, you have indeed posed a formidable dilemma. Are you confident in this endeavor?" Snape's countenance remained grim, yet he detected a shift in Dumbledore's tone and pressed Quirinus for confirmation. "Of course not," Quirinus admitted. "I am merely extrapolating Riddle's thoughts based on his behavioral patterns. I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my assertions. However, if I am correct, then we would possess an invaluable asset against Voldemort, A trump card, if you will. Though he feigned uncertainty, his expression radiated confidence. What if he has deceived us all? Snape voiced his lingering doubts. The cunning of the Dark Lord is legendary. Even after 50 years, he remains, at his core, a 17-year-old boy. What of it? Even if he is a Dark Lord? Do you think Dumbledore cannot manage a rebellious youth of 17? If he is disobedient, a good thrashing should suffice. If one does not work, then two. Furthermore, we could always inquire with Ginny upon her awakening. At worst, we could place a restriction upon his soul. Quirrell shrugged nonchalantly. Quirrell, we are not dark wizards. We cannot act with such impunity, particularly when it pertains to the souls of others. Dumbledore replied with resignation. Ginny, wake up. Are you all right? Harry urged, shaking her gently. In but a moment, Ginny slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to find several professors surrounding her, with Harry crouching beside her, concern etched upon his face. The presence of Dumbledore and the formidable Snape only heightened her unease. Headmaster, professors, what are you doing here? What happened? Where am I? Ginny stammered as she surveyed her surroundings. You were attacked by a wizard named Tom Riddle, but he has since been driven away. You are safe now. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Quirrell knelt down, gently stroking Ginny's hair as he spoke softly. Tom Riddle, Ginny murmured, suddenly recalling with alarm. Yes, Tom Riddle, professor. I found a diary in my old books that could actually converse with me. I saw a figure emerge from the diary. He was the one who controlled me. Who made me do all of this? All right, Ginny, it's all over now. Look, Professor Dumbledore has arrived, and Tom Riddle has been banished. Quirrell gently reassured her. Really? Is that true? Ginny asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Indeed. However, Ginny, I must ask you some questions, Quirrell said thoughtfully. When did you first realize that you were under control? At this, Snape's gaze sharpened, fixated on Ginny, while Harry appeared tense. Do you recall commanding the basilisk, or issuing it any orders? Quirrell inquired softly, wiping away the tears that had fallen down Ginny's face. What basilisk? I haven't done anything, Ginny replied, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Quirrell. Did you have any awareness during the attacks? Quirrell continued to question. No, I only learned about it from others the following day, Ginny said, lowering her head and speaking softly. Professor Dumbledore, Ginny exclaimed, rising and greeting Dumbledore with a sense of guilt. Miss Weasley, there is no need for you to blame yourself. I believe even adult wizards would struggle against Tom's control. Dumbledore replied gently. Tom, you know him? Ginny asked, her voice brightening with curiosity. You are quite perceptive, Miss Weasley. Indeed, I know him, to be precise. He was once one of my students. Dumbledore smiled, showing no hint of shame regarding his former pupil's descent into darkness. Oh, Ginny gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Now, we should proceed. I suspect everyone is awaiting our presence for the feast. Given the gravity of the situation, a celebration seems warranted. Dumbledore winked at Ginny and Harry before turning to Quirrell. Quirrell, please escort Ginny upstairs. I believe Minerva and Arthur are eager to see her. Quirrell nodded, bending to lift Ginny, noticing her current weakness and unsteady stance. Blushing, Ginny buried her head and softly protested, Professor, I can walk by myself. Unfazed, Quirrell continued toward the great hall, while Snape glanced at Dumbledore and Harry before somewhat unsteadily following behind. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who remained stationary, uncertain whether to follow or wait. Chapter 79, The Wisdom of Ravenclaw. As Harry wrestled with his indecision, Dumbledore spoke up. Harry, as you have seen, the Tom Riddle you encountered today is a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry nodded, already aware from Quirrell and Riddle's exchange. Even he, in his naivety, grasped that Riddle was far more than a mere collection of memories. However, I must beg your pardon as I am unable to divulge the specific circumstances at this moment, and it is imperative that you remain silent regarding today's events, including those involving Mr. Weasley. Upon concluding his statement, Dumbledore noticed a hint of hesitation on Harry's face and playfully winked at him, softly chuckling. Of course, this is solely concerning the matters pertaining to Tom Riddle. Yes, Headmaster, Harry replied, a smile emerging on his face. The enormity of venturing into the Chamber of Secrets and battling the basilisk would be too stifling to keep to himself. Ron would likely have much to say about it. Headmaster, Professor Quirrell mentioned that you truly intend to. Harry paused, hesitating slightly. I do not yet know, Harry. Let us wait and contemplate further. I must reflect on this. Although Harry's words were somewhat ambiguous, Dumbledore understood their meaning. Very well, let us ascend. After such a harrowing adventure, I trust you must be quite famished. Yes, Headmaster. Harry felt his stomach rumble in response to the mention of food. Dumbledore swept his robe aside and led the way, with Harry hurrying to keep pace. Riddle remarked that I bear a striking resemblance to him, with certain peculiar similarities. He suggested that I might belong to Slytherin. Harry, with his shorter legs, trailed alongside Dumbledore, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Is that what he said? What do you think, Harry? Dumbledore turned his head, his deep blue eyes, framed by silver brows, gazing thoughtfully at Harry. I'm nothing like him, Harry exclaimed passionately. What I mean is, I'm a Gryffindor. I insisted to the Sorting Hat that I choose Gryffindor. As he spoke, Harry's confidence wavered, a sliver of doubt intruding upon his thoughts. Harry, you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue because Voldemort does. He is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin, both in bloodline and legacy. If I am not mistaken, on that fateful night, he left you with a scar and transferred a fragment of his power, perhaps even something more extraordinary, to you. I'm certain he did not intend to do so, Dumbledore remarked calmly, continuing his stride. Voldemort transferred a part of himself into me, Harry murmured, his face growing serious as he pondered the Sorting Hat's assertion of his Slytherin traits. Harry, the person you will become hinges upon your choices. Choice supersedes ability. The Sorting Hat ultimately placed you in Gryffindor not only due to your insistence, but also because you embody traits of both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Do take a closer look at the sword in your hand, Dumbledore said gently, a faint smile gracing his features. The sword? Harry gazed at the sword in bewilderment, illuminated by the glow of the Lumos spell, and noticed an inscription near the hilt. The name read, Godric Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor can draw the sword of Gryffindor. Harry, the Sorting Hat, is not only the cap of Gryffindor, but also the sheath of Gryffindor's sword. However, few can wield the sword. It has remained concealed within the Sorting Hat for a considerable time. Dumbledore smiled, his gaze towards Harry brimming with affirmation and encouragement. Harry clutched the sword of Gryffindor tightly, his eyes resolute and his heart ablaze. Ahead, Quirrell and Snape approached the passage where they had previously battled Gilderoy Lockhart, now absent along with Ron, presumably having ascended. How do you know he seeks his own demise? Snape, lagging a step behind Quirrell, suddenly interjected with a tone laced with complexity. Upon hearing Snape's remark, Quirrell turned with a puzzled glance, sensing the unfinished thought, and then realized, this is Ravenclaw's wisdom. The impassioned Gryffindor and the pure-blooded Slytherin often struggle to comprehend such nuances. Perhaps Hufflepuff might understand. All right, truly. How can one not be amused? Quirrell rolled his eyes. You might consider confining yourself in a completely sealed, opaque, soundless chamber for just 3 days. Then you would understand how I know this. Of course, do bring along some bread and water to avoid starving within. Quirrell added with a hint of melancholy, for that was 50 years, perhaps even many more decades. He too possessed an independent persona, emotions or rather soul. Moreover, you ought to recognize his immense pride, even as a fragment of a soul. Do you believe he could endure an eternity as merely a tool? Quirrell concluded with a dismissive curl of his lip. Snape paused, lost in contemplation. As they passed the massive serpent's shed, Quirrell raised an eyebrow, continuing without lingering. This serpent's shed contains half of me. Snape's eye twitched as he shot an incredulous glare at Quirrell. Impossible. That belongs to Slytherin. Is Ravenclaw's wisdom merely an endeavor to delve into riches? Quirrell raised his brow. How excessive. Are we elevating this to an issue of house pride now? At most, I could grant you a portion when brewing potions. Before Quirrell could continue, Snape's tone shifted, stating coolly, very well. Quirrell smirked slightly. As they spoke, neither paused. Finally arriving at the mouth of the passage. Gazing into the darkened entryway, Quirrell stepped aside, addressing Snape. You may ascend first. Do you believe I can manage that on my own at this moment? Does Ravenclaw's wisdom not perceive my injuries? If I can cast a Lumos charm, you should be thanking your stars. Snape retorted with a sardonic lift of his brow. Quirrell's expression stiffened as he shot Snape an irritated glare. This old bat certainly bore grudges. I am well aware, yet I presumed Slytherin's pride would not accept assistance from Ravenclaw. Quirrell countered defiantly. Ginny, caught in the middle, watched the two professors spar with words. Thoroughly entertained, even finding Snape, who usually instilled fear, somewhat more agreeable. Slytherin does not reject goodwill freely extended, Snape stated with an impassive demeanor. Freely? How audacious. Quirrell remained silent, yet his incredulous and disdainful gaze spoke volumes. Make haste, Snape urged, his expression still devoid of emotion. Quirrell found himself at a loss for words. How could one be so shameless? He gently set Ginny down, allowing her to stand on her own, with a flick of his wand. A large stone slab detached from the ground beneath the trio and began to levitate towards the upper part of the tunnel. Chapter 80. Lucius Malfoy. The descent had not seemed particularly deep, but upon ascending, it became evident that this hidden chamber was indeed profound, at least a kilometer below ground, winding and twisting such that Ginny felt nauseated. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Quirinus guided the stone slab directly out of the tunnel, startling the onlookers gathered at the entrance, who hurriedly retreated. As they touched down, a plump lady rushed forward and enveloped Ginny in a warm embrace. Beside her stood a pale, balding middle-aged man, his anxious gaze fixed on Ginny. From his sparse, distinctive red hair, it was clear he was also a Weasley. It was the Weasley couple. "You saved her. You truly saved her. We cannot thank you enough," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, releasing Ginny to embrace Quirinus and Severus in turn. Quirinus noticed Severus stiffening, unsure of where to place his hands, evidently unaccustomed to such displays of gratitude. After Mrs. Weasley released Severus, Mr. Weasley stepped forward to embrace Quirinus, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, and Quirinus could sense the couple's profound relief. Just as Mr. Weasley intended to embrace Severus, he noticed Severus's injuries. Severus's complexion had turned pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth and his tattered black robes soaked with blood. This revelation shocked him. Grasping Severus's shoulders, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Professor Snape, you are injured." Upon hearing this, the surrounding professors were taken aback and rushed to assess the situation, while the students were ushered outside the lavatory door. Peering in with concern, "Severus, how are you?" Professor McGonagall asked, her face etched with worry, the day's events overwhelming her. "It's nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice," Severus replied, managing a stiff smile, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of their concern. "Nothing serious? A basilisk. Its massive tail struck you squarely in the chest. It's a miracle you survived," Quirinus interjected, raising an eyebrow, relishing in Severus's discomfort. "Oh," Mrs. Weasley gasped, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Severus. "Professor Snape, how can I ever thank you?" Professor McGonagall and the others echoed her sentiments, while Professor Flitwick stepped forward, grasping Severus's hand, insisting, "Come, Severus, I shall take you to the hospital wing." Unable to resist Professor Flitwick's fervor, Severus reluctantly followed him to the hospital, casting a glance at Quirinus that was as sharp as a blade. "By the way, where are Ron and Lockhart?" Quirinus inquired, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot the two. He turned to Professor McGonagall for answers. "They have already gone to the school hospital, and to my surprise, Lockhart has left Professor McGonagall looking somewhat dejected. The murmurs outside the lavatory indicate that the truth about Lockhart has indeed spread, and Hermione stands nearby, her face twisted in anger, still fuming over Lockhart's actions, which had led to several quarrels with Harry and Ron up until today. This time, Ron has truly been of great assistance. His courage and sense of responsibility are commendable attributes of a Gryffindor." Quirrell nodded in agreement and continued speaking. Professor McGonagall finally revealed a smile, evidently pleased with Ron's performance. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wore expressions of both pride and concern. Outside, Percy was thumping his chest proudly, proclaiming, "Ron is my youngest brother, my own brother." George and Fred, surprisingly, refrained from contradicting Percy. "What has become of Professor Dumbledore and Harry? Why aren't they up yet?" Professor McGonagall inquired after waiting for a while without seeing the two. "They should be on their way soon," Quirrell replied nonchalantly. Just as the words left his lips, a melodious phoenix cry echoed through the corridor as Fawkes flew out of the passage, with Dumbledore and Harry grasping the phoenix's tail. Upon seeing them, Mrs. Weasley expressed her gratitude towards Dumbledore, embracing Harry with teary eyes, saying, "Oh, thank you, Harry, thank you. If you hadn't rushed down to protect her, I truly don't know what would have become of Ginny." Mrs. Weasley, it was the efforts of Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell that made a difference. "I merely lent a small hand," Harry managed to say while extricating himself from Mrs. Weasley's embrace, gasping for breath. "Do not be modest, Harry. I am well aware that Professors Quirrell and Snape played significant roles, yet this does not diminish your contributions," Mr. Weasley added, coming over to ruffle Harry's hair appreciatively. "Minerva, I believe, after experiencing such a significant event, the students could benefit from a feast to relieve their tense spirits," Dumbledore suggested softly at that moment. "Very well. I shall instruct the kitchen immediately," Professor McGonagall replied before hurriedly departing, glancing at the throng of students outside and sending them on their way. The Hogwarts feast is indeed a lavish affair, incomparable to the usual dinners. "Quirrell, Harry, why don't you accompany me to the headmaster's office for a moment? We can descend once the feast begins," Dumbledore invited as he turned to Quirrell and Harry. The three of them arrived outside the headmaster's office. where they spotted a figure standing in front of the gargoyle. With platinum blonde hair, impeccably dressed, and wielding a distinguished wand, the figure was accompanied by a diminutive house elf, who was scolding the gargoyle. "Get away, you wretched stone! I am a board member." The gargoyle remained unperturbed, resembling an ordinary stone sculpture. "Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here?" Dumbledore greeted the man with a hint of indifference. Harry looked at the individual with disdain, his gaze shifting to the small elf at the man's feet, filled with concern. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco Malfoy, accompanied by the house elf Dobby, who was bandaged all over. Quirrell was unfamiliar with Dobby. In his eyes, all house elves appeared quite similar. However, the only one worthy of being accompanied by Lucius Malfoy must surely be Dobby. Upon hearing a voice, Lucius turned his head, his expression seething with rage as he questioned Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, as a member of the Board of Governors, am I not permitted even to enter the headmaster's office?" "Oh, of course, the headmaster's office is exclusively for the headmaster of Hogwarts," Dumbledore replied calmly. I am a governor," Lucius retorted angrily. "I am well aware of your status." "Mr. Malfoy, please come in. What brings you here?" Dumbledore said with a congenial demeanor. Though there was no password, the stone guardian obligingly stepped aside to reveal the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Quirrell smirked at Lucius Malfoy's obstinacy. How audacious to confront Dumbledore, a legendary wizard. He was merely exploiting Dumbledore's good nature. Had he tried that with Grindelwald, the consequences would have been dire. As they entered the headmaster's office, Quirrell disregarded Lucius and took a seat in front of Dumbledore's desk, effortlessly pouring himself a cup of coffee and also serving one for Harry. Dumbledore settled down as well, pouring himself a cup, and inquired, "Mr. Malfoy, would you care to join us for a cup of coffee?" Not necessary," Lucius replied, his eyes glinting with disdain as he sensed the disrespect from those present, igniting his prideful anger. "Very well, suit yourself," Dumbledore responded, lifting his coffee cup to take a gentle sip before continuing. "So, Mr. Malfoy, what brings you to Hogwarts today?" Do you even have the audacity to ask?" Lucius sneered, a hint of smugness flickering in his gaze. "With all the recent incidents, so many students have been attacked within Hogwarts. I've heard that had it not been for luck, several of them would have perished. It seems you lack the capability to fulfill your role as headmaster. You are simply too old. If this continues, how many more students will fall victim? Soon, there won't be a single Muggle student left at Hogwarts. And we all know that would be a catastrophic loss for the school. Oh, indeed, it is quite alarming. It is my failure as headmaster to allow so many students to be attacked. I must reflect on this," Dumbledore said with a sincere expression. At this, Harry's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively rose, only to be promptly restrained by Quirrell. He turned to glare at Quirrell, who merely smiled and shook his head dismissively. Faced with Quirrell's calm demeanor, Harry begrudgingly sat back down. Lucius observed Harry's reaction with a sense of satisfaction. "Oh, do you intend to relieve me of my duties as headmaster?" "You lack the authority to do so," Dumbledore remarked, his hands clasped on the desk, his index finger tapping lightly as he spoke amiably. "I may lack the qualifications, yet I shall propose to my fellow board members that it is time for a change. A student has recently been trapped within the Chamber of Secrets, their fate uncertain. Dumbledore, you have grown old and muddled. It is no longer fitting for you to continue as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I am certain they will give my suggestions serious consideration," Lucius remarked, gazing down at Dumbledore with a sardonic expression. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, it appears your information is somewhat outdated. We have already apprehended the culprit responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets and attacking the students. The matter has been resolved just moments ago," Dumbledore replied with a measured smile. "What? That cannot be," Lucius exclaimed, his face betraying disbelief. "Why not, Lucius?" Dumbledore's penetrating gaze held Lucius as if he could see into his very soul. "Then who is the assailant? Where are they?" Lucius demanded sharply. "Is the same individual as before, Lucius," Dumbledore said slowly. "It is Voldemort. Impossible. He is dead." Lucius stammered, panic creeping into his voice. "Indeed, he has died, though not entirely. However, this incident was not instigated by his true self," Dumbledore clarified. "This time, he acted through another, utilizing his diary." Dumbledore continued, raising the black diary he had kept concealed beneath his palm, its condition pristine. Upon seeing the diary, Lucius froze, while Dobby trembled with an odd mix of fear and excitement. He pointed at the diary, then at Lucius, and began to thump his own head in distress. Quirrell and the others observed Dobby's actions, but Lucius remained oblivious to the house elf's subtle movements. Suddenly, Harry understood and nodded at Dobby. Had it not been for Harry and his friend Ron intervening in time to support the professors, Ginny Weasley might have faced grave danger. I believe they deserve a special commendation. What say you, Mr. Malfoy? Dumbledore inquired with a cheerful demeanor. You are the headmaster. The decision rests with you. Since you have captured the assailant, where is he? Lucius replied, his expression stiff and unnatural. Dumbledore regarded him with a sigh of relief. Grateful that our professors arrived in time to save Ginny, although their concern for her safety allowed the assailant to escape. Escaped? Lucius's voice rose, incredulous. What stroke of luck? Who is the culprit? The name of the assailant is Tom Riddle. Have you heard of him, Lucius? Dumbledore inquired calmly. I did not recognize that name, Lucius replied, his tone wavering. I believe you should be familiar with it, Mr. Malfoy. Quirrell interjected suddenly, turning to face Lucius directly. Oh, why would I know of some obscure dark wizard who attacked Hogwarts? And who are you to speak to me? Lucius retorted, reverting to his haughty demeanor as he cast a disdainful glance at Quirrell, dismissing him with arrogance. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I am the one who vanquished the dark wizard known as Tom Riddle. Quirrell chuckled lightly, his fingers interlaced across his chest. He continued, of course, I am aware of Minister Fudge, but do you genuinely not know who this wizard named Tom Riddle is? The smile on Quirrell's face broadened. Of course not. What exactly are you trying to convey? Lucius said impatiently, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Harry stifled a laugh, feeling a surge of anticipation for Professor Quirrell to reveal Riddle's identity, especially eager to witness Lucius Malfoy's reaction upon hearing that name. Even Dumbledore displayed an amused expression. Harry, you may proceed to the Great Hall. The headmaster and I wish to converse with Mr. Malfoy for a while. Quirrell, unperturbed, turned to Harry. Oh, very well, Professor Quirrell, Harry said reluctantly, pouting as he made his way out. Tom Riddle was a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago, a Slytherin who, nearing graduation, crafted a diary in which he embedded a fragment of his soul. After graduating, he embarked on a path of dark magic research, and he could be regarded as the most gifted student in Hogwarts history. Before long, he acquired formidable power, gathering a number of followers in an attempt to overthrow the governing body of the wizarding world. Quirrell fixed his gaze intently on Lucius, observing as his expression shifted from indifference to horror, then to pallor, his entire being trembling slightly. No, it cannot be, Lucius stammered, his eyes pleading and hopeful as they met Quirrell's. These followers referred to themselves as Death Eaters, and their master is none other than Voldemort, whose true name is Tom Riddle. With that, Quirrell drew his wand, conjuring the name Tom Riddle in the air with magic, then waved his wand to rearrange the letters, transforming it into a new word, Voldemort. Chapter 82, Threats. No, it cannot be, it cannot be. You are deceiving me, are you not? How could the Dark Lord possess such a muggle-like name? Lucius trembled, his voice growing hoarse and frantic. Oh, my dear esteemed board member, deep down, you already know this to be true, do you not? Quirrell rose and slowly approached Lucius. Who entrusted you with the custody of that diary? I believe you are more aware than anyone else. Just consider, it was given to you for safekeeping. How could it possibly be an ordinary object? I know you must have examined that diary, aware that it can converse with individuals and siphon their life force. You deduced it to be a dark magical artifact, which is why you secretly tucked it into Ginny's book, intending to incite chaos at Hogwarts, am I right? Quirrell's expression was one of sardonic amusement. I do not comprehend what you were saying. How could that object possibly belong to me? Denial is inconsequential. I suspect you're not entirely certain of the nature of this item, for otherwise, how could you dare to bring it to Hogwarts? To place it before Dumbledore? Quirinus could not help but shake his head with a smile. What do you mean? Lucius feigned calmness, but the grip on his wand was so tight that his knuckles turned pale. The Horcrux, given your long-standing lineage in the Malfoy family. You should have some understanding of what it is, Quirinus remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the still defiant Lucius. The Horcrux. Lucius could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled slightly. Impossible. The diary contained merely a fragment of memory, that of Tom Riddle. He is not the Dark Lord. You are deceiving me. Deceiving you? Are you not aware of the truth within your own heart? What sort of memory can drain one's essence, or even life force? Unlock the Chamber of Secrets, and control a serpent of 1,000 years? Quirinus scoffed. The basilisk? Lucius's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. He was beginning to believe, yet dared not confront the reality. Aside from Voldemort's parcel tongue, what else could command a basilisk? Previously, he was only aware that the chamber had been opened and students attacked, unaware of the true nature of the assailant, mistakenly attributing the attacks to the diary's memory, taking pride in his own cleverness. As for who Tom Riddle was, the proud Mr. Malfoy had little concern, He only understood that this was a dark artifact belonging to the Dark Lord himself. Recently, the Ministry of Magic had been rigorously cracking down on dark artifacts, and this maneuver would not only rid him of the perilous Dark Lord's possession, but also serve as a thorn in Dumbledore's side, a double victory. Lucius trembled, his complexion ghostly, and even the wand he leaned upon quivered. The once imperious demeanor of the Malfoy governor had vanished. You do understand the significance of a Horcrux, do you not? You know its importance to Voldemort. Do not try to convince me that you have no connection to him. I do not believe it, and neither would Dumbledore. TSK, TSK. TSK. Great Mr. Malfoy has personally delivered the Dark Lord's secret weapon against death into the hands of his arch-nemesis, Dumbledore. Should I call you foolish, or commend you for turning over a new leaf, embracing the light, and recognizing the wisdom of adapting to circumstances? Quirinus's words were light, yet they struck Lucius like a thunderclap within his soul. Clang! The wand slipped from Lucius's grasp and fell to the ground. His legs buckled, and he was about to collapse when Dumbledore, who had been examining the diary, waved his hand gently. A chair materialized behind Lucius, catching him. The house elf Dobby beside Lucius trembled uncontrollably, clutching his large ears tightly in an attempt to shield himself from the astonishing revelations. Dumbledore observed Lucius's complete unraveling with a sense of reflection, casting a glance at Quirinus. Inwardly, he mused upon the brilliance and wisdom of Ravenclaw, which Quirinus embodied so vividly, effortlessly dismantling Lucius's defenses with mere words. If only he had been present earlier. The diary. Yes, the diary, Lucius muttered, almost in a trance, before his gaze shifted to the black diary in Dumbledore's hand, and he abruptly sprang towards it. What are you doing? Mr. Malfoy, are you truly intending to seize something from Professor Dumbledore's office? Quirinus exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lucius. Give it to me. Hand over the diary. Lucius looked at Dumbledore with a face full of desperation and pleading, his voice raspy. For a fleeting moment, Dumbledore felt as though he and Quirinus were the villains, a sentiment that, oddly enough, brought him a certain delight. TSK, TSK, how naive, Mr. Malfoy, Quirinus remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lucius. Let us set aside whether you can wrest the object from Dumbledore, even if you manage to do so. What then? We already know the secret. Surely you wouldn't resort to using the Obliviate curse on us? What are you talking about? We are the good ones here, Quirinus said, casting a disapproving glare at Lucius. However, it feels quite peculiar to hear you say that we are threatening you. Dumbledore tugged at his beard, a strange expression crossing his face. We are, in fact, rescuing you. Threats are the tools of villains, while we represent the righteous side, Quirinus declared with an air of moral rectitude. Lucius appeared momentarily taken aback, then despondently replied, What do you want for the diary? I have wealth, considerable wealth. If you return the diary, I could offer you a 10th, no, 30% of the Malfoy family fortune. Quirinus regarded Lucius with an expression that suggested disbelief. Are you feigning ignorance or genuinely simple-minded? What would I do with your money? 30%? Is that a pittance you're offering? Dumbledore exchanged a bewildered glance with Quirinus. No, wait, we do not seek your money. Quirinus quickly corrected himself, nearly betraying his true desires at the thought of Malfoy's estate. What then do you desire? Lucius' expression shifted between hope and despair. Do you wish for me to act as a spy? Lucius gasped, rising abruptly and startling Dobby. What spy? How dreadful a term. You merely need to convey information when we require it. How difficult could that be? Quirinus said lightly. You are condemning me to death. Lucius ground his teeth. No, I cannot agree to this. I promise I will never trouble you again. We are offering you salvation. Quirinus' smile faded, his countenance turning serious, which sent a shiver down Lucius' spine. Moreover, trouble us? Who do you think you are? A board member? A pureblood? The disdain on Quirinus' face was unmistakable. We are providing you with an opportunity, a chance to forsake the darkness and embrace the light. Whether you seize this chance is entirely up to you. I am not Dumbledore. I do not waver. Here, there are only enemies and allies. Dumbledore shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, realizing that Quirinus perceived him as indecisive. The irony of attempting to impose rules on a legend, especially one as self-restrained as Dumbledore, was not lost on him. Had it been Grindelwald in this situation, would they still hope to absolve their identities as Death Eaters? Quirinus, having finished his discourse, cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Had it been me, on the very day Voldemort fell, you all should have been eradicated. How is it that you still dare to emerge and wreak havoc? When Voldemort returns, Azkaban shall become but a farcical joke. Lucius, well aware of the weight of the term legend, found Dumbledore's legendary status somewhat tarnished, as even the living and the dead could prance upon his head. Quirrell. True strength is not merely a tool to trample upon the rules. The powerful ought to exercise self-restraint, for that is the greatest safeguard of the rules, as well as a shield for the weak. Dumbledore did not anticipate that the flames would soon engulf him as well. He gazed deeply into Quirrell's eyes. Magic equates to power, a phrase etched within the halls of the Ministry of Magic. Had you been a tad more assertive in the past, with your esteemed reputation, Voldemort's influence could not have swelled so swiftly. Quirrell, dissatisfied, curled his lip. Moreover, had you been a bit more forceful, would Mr. Malfoy have dared to confront you so audaciously? Mark my words, if matters had been delayed further, or if another student had been attacked, the next visitor would not merely be him, but rather a letter of dismissal, alongside the Ministry's reprimand. Dumbledore shook his head with a rueful smile. Lucius, appearing somewhat dazed, interjected, "Wait, how did you both end up bickering? A sword, long concealed, is often thought to be dull. It must occasionally be drawn to ring alarm bells in the hearts of certain individuals. Otherwise, prepare to witness the tumult that shall arise on the day Voldemort returns." Quirrell's fervor grew as he spoke, increasingly dissatisfied. If only he possessed such power, would Malfoy dare to disrupt him? Cough, cough. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat helpless, regarded Quirrell, who appeared increasingly agitated. He coughed twice, questioning himself, have I truly erred? Mr. Malfoy, this is your singular opportunity. Will you stand as an adversary or as an ally? The choice is yours, Quirrell declared, his expression darkening as he spoke of Dumbledore, who had evidently vexed him. Lucius bowed his head, remaining silent for an extended moment. His brow furrowed, his expression teetering between uncertainty and conflict. You can no longer expect Voldemort to forgive your transgressions, even if he temporarily spares you for some ulterior motive. A reckoning will inevitably come. If you cling to a false sense of security, I shall have to reassess you as the patriarch of the Malfoy family. I know you have never been truly loyal to the Dark Lord. Your allegiance lies solely with self-interest. Quirrell, growing impatient, pressed on. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands, Lucius finally uttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as if drained of all vigor. Indeed, he had no alternative. That's more like it. Those who recognize the times are the true sages. Upon hearing the response he sought, a smile graced Quirrell's visage. Now that I have acquiesced, may I inquire about the diary? Lucius hesitated, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Should you require medical attention, seek it. Do you truly believe we would return something so significant once it is in our possession? Quirrell raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had chosen the wrong individual for such a critical task. The last shred of hope extinguished, Lucius's eyes flickered with a glimmer of despair. Lucius cast a fearful glance at Quirrell, pondering the sudden emergence of such a character beside Dumbledore. Reflecting on his own, once arrogant demeanor upon his arrival, he found the contrast rather amusing. In a daze, Lucius ambled away, failing even to glance at his beloved son, when Dumbledore and Quirrell entered the Great Hall. The feast had yet to commence. Typically, such formal dinners were announced by Dumbledore himself, and their late arrival prompted a chorus of grumbles from the students, many clutching their stomachs in hunger. Severus Snape was also present, surprisingly not confined to the hospital wing, and Quirrell took a seat beside him, somewhat astonished. With a resounding chime, Dumbledore settled into his seat and tapped the rim of his goblet, producing a clear, crisp sound that swiftly hushed the bustling hall. I know everyone is quite famished, as am I, so I shall keep my remarks brief. Dumbledore's mellifluous voice rang out. This semester has witnessed significant events. As you are all surely aware, our school has faced several alarming attacks. Fortunately, a few young wizards exhibited remarkable courage and rose to the occasion, ultimately leading to a satisfactory resolution, with considerable assistance from our two esteemed professors. As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze shifted toward the Gryffindor table where Harry sat, causing Harry and Hermione to flush with excitement. Regrettably, Ron was absent, missing this moment of glory, likely lamenting his misfortune in the hospital wing. In light of this, I have decided to award Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley the Special Contribution to School Award for their outstanding performance during the recent Basilisk incident. Dumbledore continued with a smile. This announcement detonated like a bomb dropped into a pond, igniting an uproar of cheers and gasps throughout the hall. Ah, Hermione squealed, leaping in delight as she embraced Harry, while the entire Gryffindor house surged toward him to congratulate the brave hero. It is worth noting that this award had not been bestowed for many years. Furthermore, Miss Hermione Granger, for her timely notification to the professors, enabling their prompt arrival, shall receive an additional 50 points for Gryffindor. In an instant, Hermione, who had just been jubilantly screaming, felt her ears flush crimson. The feast erupted into a sea of revelry, with even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joining in the celebration. Only Slytherin remained somewhat detached, the members silently consuming their meals, their knives clattering against their plates as Draco Malfoy glared at Harry, seething with discontent. Chapter 84. The capture in Professor McGonagall's office. The faculty gathered in numbers. In one corner, Gilderoy Lockhart sat trembling in his chair, his pallid complexion betraying his anxiety, his eyes devoid of focus. He had not been permitted to attend the feast. Yet at least hunger would not plague him. The accusation of attempting to assault a student was a grave one. Several professors were seated around McGonagall's desk, engaged in hushed discussions, their glances toward Lockhart laden with disdain and contempt. The events surrounding Lockhart have become widely known, including his assault on students and his despicable act of attacking wizards to steal their memories for the sake of his own literary endeavors. This has led to a profound disdain for him. Where once he basked in glory and pride, now he finds himself in utter disgrace. Professor McGonagall has already notified the Aurors, and within the walls of Hogwarts, under the vigilant eyes of numerous professors, Lockhart is unable to escape. Especially since his magic has been sealed, his movements are severely restricted, and the sluggish potion brewed by Professor Snape has rendered his magical abilities virtually inert, making it impossible for him to cast even a single spell. Although Quirrell thinks this is rather excessive, given Lockhart's abilities, could he really incapacitate everyone present with a simple Oblivion charm? Bang! The office door swung open, and Cornelius Fudge, accompanied by several elite Aurors, stormed in, with Filch following closely behind to secure the door. "Oh, Fudge, what a surprise to see you," Dumbledore remarked, remaining seated, his tone tinged with mild astonishment. Quirrell made no move to acknowledge the visitors, disinterested in showering compliments upon these bureaucrats, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, along with others, rose to show their respect. Even Snape stood, a gesture that took Quirrell by surprise. "Oh, Albus, you cannot imagine how incredulous I was upon receiving Minerva's letter," Fudge said, mopping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "To think he would attack students, and even some solitary wizards." An Auror standing beside Fudge subtly moved his lips, his voice barely audible, yet heard by all present. Quirrell rolled his eyes in response. Indeed, to assault students and solitary wizards. Truly unbelievable. His tales were so captivating, yet they were mere theft of others' memories. Such a heinous crime. Fudge exclaimed, spurred on by the hint. Lockhart's anxiety intensified upon realizing that the Minister of Magic had personally come to confront him. "Take him away," Fudge said, casting a disdainful glance at Lockhart and gesturing to the Aurors. Quirrell caught sight of a familiar face among the Aurors, one he recognized as having 1,000 galleons. "Are you in such a hurry, Cornelius? Perhaps a cup of tea before you depart?" Dumbledore suggested amiably. "I must take my leave, Albus. The public must be informed of the truth. Lockhart is truly despicable," Fudge replied, leading the way out, with the Aurors escorting the trembling Lockhart behind him. Is Fudge truly so decisive? Quirrell pondered in surprise. Yet, it was merely a case. Surely the Aurors could handle it without the minister himself making an appearance to demonstrate his diligence before Dumbledore. After Fudge left, Professor McGonagall discreetly grimaced, clearly sharing a distaste for the bureaucratic demeanor of the minister. As everyone resumed their seats, Dumbledore turned to Quirrell with a smile, saying, "Quirrell, your invitation to serve as our campus safety advisor has proven most fortuitous. Thanks to you, we have managed to resolve the troubles surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Otherwise, we might have faced even greater turmoil." Sly as a Ravenclaw, Snape muttered quietly to Quirrell, ensuring his words went unheard. "This is not solely my achievement. Professor Snape has rendered considerable assistance. Had he not bravely intervened to confront the basilisk, Harry would have been in grave danger. It is evident that Professor Snape harbors deep concern for Harry's safety," Quirinus humbly remarked. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression stiffened, and he cast an unkind glare at Quirinus. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, during the incident in the Chamber of Secrets, at a crucial moment, Professor Snape executed a flawless nonverbal spell. According to the theories in my book, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his magical prowess should have significantly increased. Besides the use of a nonverbal spell, the potency of his other incantations must have also seen considerable enhancement, Quirinus proclaimed, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Snape nodded in agreement, affirming that he indeed felt a notable surge in his magical abilities. "Congratulations, Severus. Splendid. Now all four heads are on the same level. Truly remarkable, Severus. It appears that combat is indeed the finest avenue for strengthening one's abilities. With Severus's significant advancement, it seems I am no longer his match, Quirrell mused. Quirrell, the chamber incident has concluded, and logically, your task is complete. However, with the position of defense against the dark arts professor currently vacant, I implore you to fill this role as a request from this old man of 100 years. You would not wish for the student's education and defense against the dark arts to falter, would you? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Dumbledore made his appeal to Quirrell. After a moment of contemplation, Quirrell acquiesced, reasoning that it would not be for long. Regarding next year's defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore tugged at his beard in frustration and cast a sidelong glance at Quirrell, the implication clear. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. I cannot take on such a role, as little Aisha is still awaiting me in Hogsmeade, Quirrell retorted, rolling his eyes and decisively declining. He had grand ambitions in the magical realm and did not wish to confine himself to this school for a lifetime. Very well, I shall devise another plan. Alas, it seems that every time this moment approaches, my old friends have conspired to embark on their travels, Dumbledore lamented. The others were equally at a loss. For the curse surrounding the defense against the dark arts position was widely known. Those who accepted such roles were not ordinary individuals. It was a yearly ordeal, without exception, and who would not be apprehensive? Only those with ulterior motives would choose to teach defense against the dark arts. The following morning, during the fourth-year Hufflepuff defense against the dark arts class, the students had anticipated their usual instructor, Lockhart, and were somewhat listless, dreading another performance of their theatrical production. Thus, when Quirrell entered the classroom, they remained oblivious to the change. It was only when Cedric Diggory stood up and loudly called out, "Professor Quirrell," that the Badgers realized their professor had been replaced, erupting in excited exclamations. Quirrell ascended the podium, extending his hands to quell the clamor below. The noise dissipated, and the Badgers gazed at him with eager anticipation. After all, this was the man who authored a globally renowned tome, introduced a remarkable system of magical hierarchies, garnered widespread acclaim within the magical community, and resolved the chamber incident, truly an idol in their eyes. Moreover, there were the tactical frameworks spoken of by Professor Chilo, knowledge not recorded in any book, and few had heard of it. Their curiosity was palpable. Chapter 85, Cedric. Are you all disappointed that your lecturer is not the famed author Lockhart? Quirrell inquired with a smile. You are also a celebrated author. Your book has long been a bestseller worldwide, far surpassing Lockhart's novels, shouted a freckled Hufflepuff girl. A chorus of agreement erupted from the audience. Thank you all for your kind words. Now, I must regrettably share some news, though this information may soon be disseminated throughout Britain via the Daily Prophet. I cannot resist divulging it to you, Quirrell continued. The Badgers perked up, their ears attuned to his words. An unfortunate piece of news. Last night, Professor Lockhart was apprehended by Aurors on charges of assaulting students and attacking solitary wizards to extract memories for his own profit. Quirrell's voice was soft. It ignited an uproar below. What? Lockhart assaulted students? I knew he was no good. Turns out he was a fraud. He should have been arrested long ago. The classroom erupted into a cacophony as Quirrell patiently allowed the Badgers a moment to express their frustrations. This year, students had endured far too much torment from Lockhart. As the din gradually subsided, Quirrell resumed. Now, regarding Lockhart, does anyone have questions? Today, we shall not open our textbooks. Instead, we will discuss Lockhart. Hands shot up eagerly across the room. Quirrell pointed to the most dashing student present, a paragon of both character and intellect, one of Hogwarts' finest. If all went well, he would soon represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, though fate had other plans ahead. Despite being only in his fourth year, he was already beginning to shine. The top student of the fourth year was neither the wisdom-adoring Ravenclaw, nor the self-proclaimed best of Gryffindor, nor the self-styled pure-blood aristocrat of Slytherin, but rather the modest, unassuming Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. In fact, he surpassed the majority of fifth-year students in excellence. A benchmark for Hufflepuff, handsome, humble, composed, friendly, and courageous. Had he not faced an untimely demise, his future achievements would have been boundless. The legend of his potential was not beyond reach. Quirrell had observed Cedric during his tenure as a professor the previous year. Indeed, he was the epitome of a model student. Cedric rose, composed, and resolute, and inquired with a resonant voice, "Professor, we are all aware that Professor Lockhart is incapable of casting even the simplest of spells, such as the forgetfulness charm, the freezing charm, or the healing charm. How then could he possibly attack students or solitary wizards?" A pertinent question indeed, for he possesses an extraordinary forgetfulness charm, Quirrell replied. The forgetfulness charm? Professor, he cannot even execute basic spells. How could he master such an advanced incantation? Cedric's confusion mirrored that of the other young badgers. Lockhart, once an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw, has barely been out of school for a few years and cannot perform even the simplest of magic. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Quirrell countered. Could it be that he concentrated solely on practicing the forgetfulness charm and neglected other spells? Cedric hesitated. Partially correct. Now let me pose another question. You are now in your 4th year. Those spells learned in your 1st year, some of which you seldom use, if asked to perform them now, would you be able to do so? Quirrell surveyed the room with a smile. Though perhaps not as swiftly or effortlessly, I believe it is possible, Cedric responded. Moreover, as one's magical power strengthens and spell proficiency increases, incantations should become almost instinctive. Why then does this only seem to apply to Lockhart? Quirrell urged them to take a bold guess. Is it because he did not take his classes seriously? Perhaps he has not practiced in a long time? Or maybe his memory is poor. The young badgers whispered amongst themselves, with one occasionally standing to bravely voice their thoughts. Quirrell stood on the platform, observing the lively exchange with a smile, remaining non-committal to their answers. Is it because of the forgetfulness charm? You mentioned he possesses an extraordinary mastery of it. Could it be so potent that it has led him to forget other spells? Cedric ventured. Excellent. Quirrell applauded, a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, a true testament to the finest of Hufflepuffs. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Upon hearing this, Cedric flushed with embarrassment as the other badgers erupted into applause. Yet, Professor, why does this occur? Shouldn't our practice of spells aim to enhance our proficiency and strength? Despite answering correctly, Cedric remained perplexed. Well said. The young badgers chimed in unison. Indeed, I mentioned a concept in my book known as magical tier. The greater your magical power, the more formidable your spells become. However, does this mean that individuals with the same magical strength wield spells of equal potency? Not all. This involves the issue of spell proficiency. A higher proficiency allows for a more fluid and swift casting, which can, to a certain extent, enhance the spell's effectiveness. Quirrell spoke with confidence radiating from his expression. When your spell proficiency reaches a certain height, this is not an end, but merely a beginning. Quirrell continued. Beginning? The young badgers were taken aback, clearly not grasping the meaning. Indeed, when your proficiency in spellcasting reaches a commendable level, you may delve deeper into the intricacies of the incantation, striving to comprehend and even deconstruct it, thereby enhancing its potency. Upon achieving this stage, the spell transcends its ordinary capabilities, marking an elevation in its rank. Quirrell extended his wand towards the blackboard, where the words spell rank were inscribed. Is there a rank for spells? Cedric pondered, taken aback. Certainly, everything in this world possesses a hierarchy, Quirrell replied with assurance. Much like the grades you traverse in your education, though they may not accurately encapsulate your magical prowess, they provide a general indication, with exceptions for those particularly gifted, such as yourself, Cedric. Quirrell gestured towards Cedric, whose cheeks flushed crimson at the compliment. Yet, the younger badgers remained silent, evidently in agreement with Cedric's commendable reputation. While composing this book, I contemplated the concept of spell ranks, engaging in meticulous observation and experimentation. However, my findings are not yet fully matured, hence I refrained from publishing them. Quirrell remarked nonchalantly. For instance, the spell fresh water as a spring, in the 1st year, one could summon a stream akin to that of a faucet. As for you, the flow may reach the width of your arm at most. Even with increased magical output, the enhancement is marginal and often disproportionate, yielding little return on effort. As he spoke, Quirrell demonstrated the spell twice, first producing a delicate stream reminiscent of a faucet's flow, and then a more substantial one akin to the width of an arm, creating a puddle upon the ground. With a flick of his wand, the water vanished instantaneously. Of course, this is merely an illustration and cannot entirely define the strength of a spell based on its size or shape, Quirrell added with a slight smile. As one progresses to the 6th or 7th year, typically upon reaching adulthood, the spells one can cast through diligent practice represent the pinnacle achievable by an ordinary wizard. And beyond that, what then? Quirrell inquired with a twinkle in his eye. Chapter 86, Spell Rank. The young badgers were filled with perplexity, as these concepts were foreign to them. Subsequently, to construct my tactical core, I embarked on an in-depth exploration of this incantation, analyzing its gestures and symbols. Through relentless practice, contemplation, and refinement, I succeeded in advancing fresh water as a spring further. Quirrell waved his wand once more, conjuring a stream the width of a bucket that soared above the heads of the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This advancement cannot be achieved through mere practice. It necessitates a profound understanding of the incantation. Upon reaching this level, your control over the spell will be significantly enhanced, to the extent that it becomes an extension of your very being, Quirrell elucidated. I then sat by the sea for 3 days and nights, observing and attuning to the waters. Ultimately, I comprehended that to summon a greater flow, to manipulate water to my will, I must first embody the water itself. To attain, one must first give. I immerse myself in the essence of water, not only through physical and mental perception, but also through magical awareness, grasping the transformation of water at every moment. Of course, I succeeded, yet this came at a cost. From that point onward, the potency of my fire magic diminished significantly. Quirrell wore a solemn expression, and with a flick of his wand, a robust water dragon materialized out of thin air, swirling majestically above the classroom. It was approximately 2/3 the size of a basilisk, exuding an aura of life and grandeur. Do you know why? Quirrell pondered, and the water dragon began to glide gracefully in air, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the young badgers, some of whom turned pale with trepidation. Not knowing, the young badgers shook their heads in unison, their gazes towards Quirrell filled with awe and reverence. It is because my magical essence has been imbued with water, or rather, with the purity of spring water. Of course, this spell has been refined by me. It is now known as Water Dragon's Roar, with my magical power steeped in its essence. Quirrell stated with a smile. Water Dragon's Roar, what a formidable name. The young badgers exclaimed in delight. However, they also looked at Quirrell with a hint of concern. Quirrell chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Do I appear incapable of casting other spells? It is because Lockhart's incantation exceeds his magical prowess. Quirrell stated plainly. With merely 4th tier magical power, Lockhart's spell astonishingly reached the 5th tier. The disparity in their magical levels rendered him unable to cast any other spells, akin to a person parched, yearning for water, but instead consuming a cup of hot sauce, which only exacerbates their thirst. Quirrell shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. Lockhart possessed talent. How many in the magical realm could elevate spells to the 5th tier? 5th tier? Today's lesson exhilarated the young badgers, yet much of the knowledge remained unfamiliar to them. Indeed, akin to magical power, I have also classified spells into tiers, and currently, I possess a 7th tier spell. My magical power, however, is at the 5th tier. Even if my power is influenced, the effect is minimal, save for spells of conflicting attributes, such as the fiery conflagration. Otherwise, it poses no significant hindrance. Yet, when I wield water attribute spells, my power is significantly amplified. Quirrell nodded and continued. Thus, magical power is fundamental, a point I have emphasized in my writings. Professor, if your magical power has been tainted, wouldn't it limit the further enhancement of other spells? Cedric inquired anxiously. In my view, this is not the case. My magical essence has not been wholly tainted. It merely carries a water attribute. Magical power possesses great adaptability, allowing for the potential mastery of multiple spells at the 5th tier or even higher, provided one's magical level keeps pace. Otherwise, one may suffer Lockhart's fate. Quirrell shook his head. Professor, what is 7 tiers of spells? The young badgers clamored in unison. Well, based on my observations, spells at the 13th level reach a maximum of the 1st tier, while those at the 45th level can attain the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier is reserved for a select few in the 6th and 7th levels. The 13th tier can be improved through diligent practice. The 4th tier requires a substantial understanding of spells, while the 5th tier is exemplified by my current Water Dragon's Roar. As for higher levels, I cannot say, as I have yet to reach them. It remains merely a rough idea, Quirrell replied with a gentle laugh. Upon hearing this, the young badgers began to whisper among themselves. The blue gas stove is likely the 7th tier, a legendary curse, the hallmark of Grindelwald. Quirrell gazed into the distance, deep in thought. The young badgers were left somewhat unsatisfied. As anticipated, this lesson caused quite a stir at Hogwarts. It spread like wildfire among the students, and even the professors engaged in discussions about it. Many sought Quirrell's counsel, particularly Professor Flitwick, who seemed eager to chat for days on end. With the foundation laid by the previous book, this time, the letters of abuse and mockery were significantly diminished. The Order of Sir Merlin was indeed a gathering place for the finest wizards in the magical realm, although some rogues could not be overlooked. Gaining entry into the Order signified his ascent into the upper echelons of the wizarding community, automatically granting him a seat at the Wisingamot, the highest court in the wizarding world. Initially, he intended to learn the path of the fire god from Dumbledore, but he found himself pressed for time. His magic had been tainted by the water element, and even if he mastered it, the power would not meet his expectations. Quirinus felt a twinge of frustration. Chapter 87, Disturbance. Ever since Quirinus had expelled Voldemort, he sensed a continuous enhancement of his magical prowess, allowing him to establish a firm foothold at the 5th tier and even subtly approach the threshold of the 6th tier. His comprehension of magic had also greatly improved, with his understanding significantly elevated, as evidenced by his swift mastery of Water Dragon's roar, achieved through his heightened insight. He surmised that the release of soul pressure after expelling Voldemort had enabled him to fully merge with Professor Quirrell, resulting in a substantial increase in soul strength. Prior to the battle in the Chamber of Secrets, Quirinus had taken pride in his 5th-tier Water Dragon's roar. However, he now perceived that relying solely on it alongside the water prison lacked sufficient lethality, though its control was indeed formidable. How could he enhance its destructive capability? Perhaps refining another spell to compensate for the Water Dragon's roar's inadequacies? It would require considerable time and effort, although Quirinus's insight had expanded. Propelling a spell to the 5th tier swiftly was still mentally taxing, necessitating a calm and gradual approach to his training. Yet, how could he address the issue of lethality in the short term? The Wind Blade, while powerful, also had its limitations. A great mage must not have weaknesses. Could he perhaps enhance the Water Dragon's roar with additional elements? As the academic year concluded, Quirinus finally wrapped up his duties at Hogwarts. The thought of no longer needing to rise early the next day invigorated him. The students had already boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving the castle eerily empty. Quirinus strode out of the castle, his suitcase floating behind him. Since mastering magic, he had completely liberated his hands, finding it exceedingly convenient to employ magic for any task. He was profoundly grateful to the predecessors who had pioneered the simplification of magic and those who had endeavored to integrate magic into everyday life. Magic ought to serve the purpose of enhancing life. Not everyone yearns for immense power. However, Quirinus desired both. Upon reaching the edge of the Hogwarts Bridge, he spotted Severus waiting for him once more and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Professor Snape, here to see me off again? Just go if you wish. After all, the holidays have begun. Do you expect him to remain cooped up in the school indefinitely? You might as well take a stroll yourself and not languish in the confines of academia all day. Look at you, so unapproachable. Who would dare to approach you? And with your hair so greasy, why not consider a wash?" Quirrell rolled his eyes and mockingly addressed Snape, casting a disdainful glance at Snape's oily locks. "Surely, you're not avoiding shampoo simply because it's a product of the Potter family?" Snape's cheeks twitched in irritation, his teeth clenched tightly, fists balled up. Yet he restrained the impulse to thrash Quirrell. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rising anger, forcing his words out as though they were squeezed from the corners of his mouth. "Do not feign ignorance. Nicodemus is in France, and you must understand the purpose of his visit. So what if he is? What's the big deal? At worst, it's merely the return of Tom Riddle, who has taken on a corporeal form. What is so shocking about that?" Quirrell shrugged nonchalantly. "Are you not concerned that we may have unleashed a dark lord upon the world?" The worry in Snape's eyes was palpable. A dark wizard could plunge the world into chaos, and if another were to arise, one who has survived from the tumult of the medieval era alongside his wife, and whose creation of the Philosopher's Stone is well known. Do you truly believe he is just an ordinary old man? Quirrell scoffed. Furthermore, have you considered why Voldemort would dare to seek the Philosopher's Stone right under Dumbledore's nose, yet hesitated to seize Nicodemus? Riddle's soul is in his possession. He could easily reshape it if he wished. After concluding his thoughts, Quirrell patted Snape on the shoulder. "Fear not, Severus. Then why could we not have simply destroyed the diary? There are inherent risks involved." Snape's tightly furrowed brow eased slightly, yet he still voiced his lingering doubts. "Imagine the drama of watching two dark wizards clash. Do you not find that enticing?" Quirrell grinned. "Do you truly believe Riddle can confront the Dark Lord? What if he falters? You have stated he is but a boy. How can he possibly stand against the resurrected pinnacle of dark magic?" Snape hesitated, questioning further. "As long as Riddle harbors thoughts of independence, only one of them can remain. Riddle desires to consume Voldemort, to achieve a complete soul. While we do not yet know how he might accomplish this, the aspiration exists. Voldemort would not allow his half-soul to remain autonomous. That would be a tremendous loss and affront to him." Quirrell crossed his arms, his brow raised, appearing quite relaxed. How then could he contend with the Dark Lord? Snape remained skeptical. "You underestimate Riddle far too much. He is, after all, the most exceptional student in the history of Hogwarts. Previously, he simply lacked the opportunity to grow. Now, with Dumbledore as personal guidance, just wait and see. When Voldemort returns, he might face a formidable duo in Dumbledore and Riddle." Quirrell's smile held an inscrutable quality. This time, the advantage lies with me. Well then, Severus, take heart. I must take my leave. As Snape seemed poised to utter more, Quirinus raised a hand to interrupt, bidding farewell with a casual air. With that, he elegantly traversed the bridge, vanishing into the distance, leaving behind a contemplative Snape. Quirinus had collected little Aisha from Rosmerta, and at her insistence, they spent a delightful day exploring Diagon Alley together. Although she had begun to engage with the magical world, the myriad of wonders in Diagon Alley still elicited gasps of amazement from young Aisha, for it was considerably larger than Hogsmeade. In the days that followed, Quirinus immersed himself in the study of magic at home, while Aisha occasionally traveled to Hogsmeade by the fireplace. Life appeared serene and tranquil, save for the monthly full moon. Despite having consumed the Wolf's Bane potion concocted by Snape, Aisha refrained from succumbing to madness. However, the transformation into a werewolf still brought her great sorrow. Quirinus would occasionally visit the Bounty Hunter's Hall to accept assignments. For although he had achieved financial independence, undertaking tasks allowed him to gain experience and explore the magical realm. One day, while Quirinus stood at the seaside, contemplating the ocean's tumult and the rhythm of the water, an unusual disturbance emanated from a distinctive gold galleon in his possession. This galleon served as a conduit for summoning bounty hunters and notifying them of client requests. It was the first time this particular communication galleon had exhibited such activity. Chapter 88, The Mission. Dorset lies at the southwestern edge of the British Isles, adjacent to the English Channel, with the village of Stour situated along the coastline. Quirinus stood upon a rocky outcrop by the sea, idly spinning a galleon between his fingers, deep in thought. Typically, communication galleons were rarely employed to summon bounty hunters. A glimmer of insight flickered in Quirinus's eyes as he clenched the galleon tightly, retrieving a mask from his pocket and donning it before swiftly disappearing from sight. From that moment onward, he became the Bluebird. Upon arriving at the alley square, Quirinus's figure materialized, unnoticed by the vendors who frequented the square. As throngs of people passed by daily, entering the bounty hunter's hall, he found a considerable number of patrons within, most congregating in the bar, while a few others perused the task bulletin board. Against the wall facing the counter, near the entrance, a rather flamboyant poster caught his attention. Curiosity piqued. He approached to discover was a wanted poster for Sirius Black. He had escaped from Azkaban, and the image depicted a gaunt figure with a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and sunken eyes. Yet the malevolence emanating from his gaze could easily instill fear in the faint-hearted, as he appeared to be roaring in fury. The bounty was set at 50,000 galleons, causing Quirinus to gasp in astonishment. The issuer of this task was indeed generous. The Ministry of Magic had only placed a bounty of 10,000 galleons on him. Yet here it soared to 50,000, with the stipulation of capturing him alive. It was worth noting that the bounty for assassinating Dumbledore was merely 100,000 galleons. Quirinus furrowed his brow, perplexed by the motives of the individual assigning the task. However, observing his demeanor, it was evident that he was intent on capturing Sirius, likely due to some intriguing quality the latter possessed. Nevertheless, Quirinus had no intention of wading into this murky affair. Irrespective of whether Sirius was wronged, his past as Dumbledore's associate precluded any action on Quirinus's part. As for clearing Sirius's name, that was a matter for Dumbledore to address. Upon reaching the counter, he was greeted by the same competent which as before. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Quirinus, and she promptly ushered him into a room on the right side of the hall, presenting him with a cup of coffee. "Mr. Bluebird, please wait a moment." Quirinus settled into a plush sofa, gazing at the steaming coffee before him, yet refraining from lifting it to drink. Concerns regarding potential additives lingered. Considering the establishment's dubious reputation, even with his mask, partaking in such a beverage was ill-advised. Moments later, the door swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged wizard clad in an elegant magical robe and adorned with a gentleman's hat, his expression one of haughty indifference. At the sight of this demeanor, Quirinus's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, reminiscent of Lucius. The man seated himself directly across from Quirinus, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow before disdainfully remarking, "So you are Bluebird, the paragon among bounty hunters? The sole individual boasting a perfect task completion rate? Is it truly you, this furtive figure? Ah, if you have nothing of substance to say, kindly keep your mouth shut, or I shall assist you in doing so," Quirinus replied with a light chuckle. "You insolent wretch, how dare you address me in such a manner?" The middle-aged wizard's complexion turned ashen, his eyes narrowing with a glint of malice. "Oh, and what of it? Shall we engage in a duel?" Quirinus remarked nonchalantly. "Vulgar creature, do not presume that completing a few bounty tasks grants you the right to boast before me. While I reigned supreme, you were still playing in the mud. The middle-aged wizard, perhaps accustomed to his own arrogance, and particularly irked by queerness, flicked his wrist, summoning his wand with decisive swiftness. A crimson spell darted towards Quirrell. The Cruciatus Curse. How vile! Yet Quirrell was unfazed. At an unknown moment, his own wand appeared in hand and deftly deflected the curse. He then thrust his wand forward, casting a similarly hued spell towards the middle-aged wizard, who was taken aback by Quirrell's rapid response. He had initially believed himself to hold the advantage, but Quirrell's counterattack was swift, causing a moment of alarm. However, the middle-aged wizard was no weakling. Having engaged in numerous battles, he managed to intercept the spell with his wand, albeit with a degree of clumsiness. After their initial exchange, both parties hesitated to strike again. The middle-aged wizard regarded Quirrell with a serious expression, a hint of wariness in his gaze. A round of applause erupted, and a figure entered the room, garbed in a gray wizard's robe, his face adorned with a white beard. Quirrell nearly mistook him for Dumbledore himself. It was indeed a supervisor from the Bounty Hunter Hall, whom Quirrell had encountered several times, and whom others referred to as Mr. Alastair. Well, Mr. Travers, I trust that the prowess of Mr. Bluebird has not disappointed you, the newcomer said with a charming smile. He then turned to Quirrell with an air of apology, stating, I beg your pardon, Mr. Bluebird. Due to a pressing task that necessitates the intervention of a highly skilled wizard, we have recommended you to the employer. However, the employer requires a test of the hunter's capabilities to ensure suitability, thus the imposition of this performance. I sincerely hope you do not take offense. My deepest apologies. This is the employer's stipulation, and we are unable to refuse it, so I ask for your understanding. The elderly wizard Alastair wore a face full of regret. To express my contrition, I am willing to increase the commission by 30%. Travers appeared haughty, seemingly indifferent to the monetary aspect. You see, Alastair said hesitantly, glancing at Quirrell. Agreed, but if I were to persist in further negotiations, it might seem rather unbecoming. What precisely is the task? Do enlighten me. Upon hearing the employer's willingness to augment the fee, Quirrell ceased his resistance, leaning back against the sofa. The Travers family, one of the Sacred 28? Quirrell nodded, astonished. Oomph. Travers raised his head with pride, lightly snorting, as the honor of his family resonated with him. And this gentleman is? Quirrell tilted his head, appraising Travers. Ah, what impressive title. One of the Sacred 28 families and a staunch supporter of Voldemort. This is becoming quite intriguing. Feeling Quirrell's scrutinizing gaze, Travers felt an inexplicable discomfort, but soon dismissed it, casting a sidelong glance at Quirrell and declaring arrogantly, Septimus Travers. Ah, a devoted Death Eater, one who has evaded retribution. My apologies, Quirrell feigned admiration. Travers seemed to take some pleasure in Quirrell's flattery, his demeanor softening as he replied, We only know that they fled to Romania. The specifics elude us. Romania. A splendid place indeed. Chapter 89, Romania. Quirrell accepted the task, for the reward was substantial, 26,000 galleons, a sum equivalent to half of a small Sirius. Of course, Quirrell did not undertake the mission solely for the bounty. It was rather for the sake of honing his skills and gaining experience. Without combat, how could one swiftly enhance oneself? Speaking of Romania, one cannot overlook a particular place, the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. One of the few locations in the magical realm where dragons can be legally and ethically bred. The dragon blood, dragon hide gloves, and dragon heartstrings used for wand crafting, which circulate in the magical market, predominantly originate from here. Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, works in this very sanctuary. Furthermore, Romania is a habitat for numerous magical creatures, including many dark beings such as vampires, werewolves, acromantulas, and venomous leopards, as well as the rare Romanian longhorn dragon, which finds its home here. This has led to rampant poaching and the proliferation of dark sorcery in Romania, rendering the local Ministry of Magic beleaguered. A chaotic realm second only to the anarchic Albania in Europe. Romania is also among the most afflicted areas by vampires and werewolves. It seems this young Travers is in peril. The disillusionment charm cannot traverse such vast distances. Perhaps Dumbledore could manage it, but Quirrell cannot, as even traveling from London to Hogsmeade stretches the limits. After all, the territory of Britain is not extensive. In the magical world, the most common means of international travel is through cross-border flow networks. However, these networks are not accessible under the guise of the Bluebird. Quirrell, in his original identity, would require extensive applications to utilize them. Thus, if he wishes to avoid flying, he must seek out wizards specializing in smuggling, employing a portkey to clandestinely reach Romania. The portkey promptly transported Quirrell to Bucharest, the capital of Romania. Having visited Romania during his global travels, he was somewhat familiar with it. Bucharest boasts a wizarding enclave, akin to Diagon Alley in London, yet distinct in its character. Whereas Diagon Alley serves merely as a commercial hub, the residential quarters in Bucharest are concentrated in one area, fostering a large wizarding community with streets lined with shops, residential areas, the Ministry of Magic, magical hospitals, and various workshops. This area is known as the Dragon's Throat, or the Dragon Speakers Community, for Romania is home to a significant population of fire dragons, a source of pride for its inhabitants. Quirrell approached an entrance to the Dragon's Throat. Situated at the Manic Inn in the old town of Bucharest, a Muggle establishment with a history spanning over 2 centuries. Adjacent to the inn stood a formidable brick wall adorned with dragon-shaped reliefs. Quirrell drew his wand, tapped the dragon's eye on the relief, and whispered, "Living fire." Instantly, the wall transformed into a magnificent bronze, dragon-headed archway, a wondrous change that did not draw the attention of the passers-by, for the Muggle-repelling charm was evidently in effect, rendering it invisible to those devoid of magic. Stepping through the dragon's archway, his vision expanded into a vast square, the Dragon Flame Square, where a colossal bronze dragon sculpture, emanating magical flames, dominated the center, its immense wings unfurled in a display of majesty. The square was replete with fire dragon motifs. The ground was paved with magical stone slabs inlaid with dragon scales. The lampposts featured miniature dragon sculptures clutching fireballs, and the benches were supported by stone pillars shaped like dragon claws. If Hagrid were to find himself here, one could only imagine his excitement. Not to mention that Romania's Fire Dragon Sanctuary is his most cherished aspiration. The Ministry of Magic in Romania lies adjacent to the square, a building infused with dragon-inspired architecture. Surrounding Dragon Flame Square are 4 grand avenues, each possessing its own unique style and function. At the heart of the square lies a flue network fireplace leading directly to the Fire Dragon Sanctuary, though access is guarded by aurors, ensuring that not everyone may enter. To the south of the square lies Long Ridge Alley, a street dedicated to the study of fire dragons and related industries. It houses the headquarters of the Romanian Fire Dragon Reserve, along with various dragon craftsmen's workshops and taverns brimming with fire dragon elements. To the east stretches Flying Broom Avenue, filled with an array of flying broom workshops and stores, including the flagship store of the Romanian Longhorn Dragon team. To the west, one finds the Carpathia Market, a vibrant collection of diverse shops, predominantly selling local magical creatures and handicrafts. Between these 4 grand avenues are a series of narrow alleys leading to residential areas, which appear far more bustling than Diagon Alley. Quirrell, with a clear purpose, made his way directly to Long Ridge Alley. A visit to Romania would be in vain without sampling the distinctive Dragon's Breath whiskey. As for finding someone, he was in no hurry. Arriving at a tavern named Dragon's Breath, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices within. Pushing the door open, Quirrell entered and proceeded straight to the bar, which was elegantly adorned with a skin from the belly of a dragon, exuding understated luxury. The walls were festooned with photographs of dragon tamers and faded dragon hide maps. Quirrell snapped his fingers to summon the bartender and called out, "A glass of your signature Hungarian tree bee-infused Dragon's Breath whiskey, please." In mere moments, a glass was placed before him, its rim ablaze with blue flames. Quirrell lifted the glass and downed it in one swift motion, feeling the liquid cascade down his throat, igniting a fiery warmth that surged from his throat to his chest and then to his abdomen. With a satisfied exhale, he felt a delightful haze envelop him after just one drink. In the days that followed, Quirrell took his time finding the person he sought, instead leisurely exploring Dragon's Breath Square. This place embodied the magical world he envisioned, leaving Diagon Alley as an afterthought. Despite the chaos that often characterized Romania, it was within this disorder that one could find intoxicating pleasures. The turmoil existed externally. Within the Dragon's Throat district, a hub of wizards, safety was assured. The aurors of the Romanian Ministry of Magic and the dragon tamers of the Fire Dragon Reserve were formidable experts, seasoned by their battles against poachers and dark wizards. Only the strongest could withstand such trials. Quirrell purchased numerous fire dragon-themed gifts for little Aisha and Rosmerta, along with a variety of dragon materials, all at prices significantly lower than those in England. While Quirrell indulged in leisurely pursuits deep within the Hoya forest outside Cluj-Napoca, a dozen figures gathered around a campfire, where a whole lamb roasted slowly, its aroma wafting through the air, prompting several to swallow hard in anticipation. "Travers, why hasn't T the Bluebird arrived yet? We have been waiting here for a week, inquired a robust, muscular middle-aged man, glancing at a handsome, yet aloof young man whose brow bore a hint of darkness. Indeed, it's been nothing but stale bread and roasted meat. I might just lose my appetite, replied a young man with a teasing demeanor. My father informed me that the bluebird arrived in Romania 3 days ago. Perhaps the delay is due to our distance, the young man responded. The youth named Travers spoke up, and Ignatius, it is you who sought our assistance. Yet I too am subsisting on dry bread and charred meat. Upon finishing his statement, he cast an irritable glance at the young man who had previously complained. Could it be that he is utterly lost, Brother Andre? Have you perhaps overestimated that little bluebird? Ignatius lamented. Impossible. My father provided him with a magical compass that can track my whereabouts. He will undoubtedly arrive, Travers replied coldly. Chapter 90, Ambush. Quirinus had been indulging himself for an entire week, unperturbed. After all, it was merely a Death Eater recruit who had been abducted, and the assignment was issued by a seasoned Death Eater. They ought to be grateful that he could take on such task. Moreover, as a member of a pure blood family, their own influence was certainly considerable. It was peculiar that instead of searching for their son, the family sought bounty hunters. Specifically naming them, there was something intriguing about this. It was no exaggeration to say that this place was a realm of excess, filled with a myriad of amusements. Each tavern showcased performances by women of various races, including fairies, sirens, and goblins, and there were even centaurs, adding a unique charm to the atmosphere, particularly the sirens, who possessed an alluring enchantment that was simply irresistible. As for the fairies, one could do without. Occasional performances by renowned magical entertainment groups, such as the Quirky Sisters, the Skeleton Choir, and the Headless Horseman Club, left Quirinus in awe. Naturally, various services were available, and it was truly disheartening that someone recommended fairies to Quirinus. As the standards of society seemed to be declining, Quirinus had no inclination towards the grotesque, though he found the sirens somewhat intriguing. After 3 more days, Quirinus finally resolved to set forth. During this time, he had not been idle. The magical compass pointed towards Cluj-Napoca, the most chaotic area in Romania. The western part of the city was bordered by the dense primordial Hoya forest, teeming with rare magical creatures, and, of course, dark beings and dark wizards were equally abundant. Through the fireplace of the Dragon's Flame Tavern, he arrived directly at a bar in Cluj-Napoca, his presence eliciting no notice from anyone. He did not wear a mask, nor did he stand out. He merely employed a human transfiguration spell to slightly alter his appearance, as he had done in Bucharest. Without lingering, Quirinus exited the tavern and made his way out of the city, descending at the edge of the Hoya forest, beholding the deep, shadowy woods before him. Resembling a sprawling beast lying in wait for its prey, Quirinus hesitated momentarily, then donned a heightened sensitivity spell and stepped forward into the vast Hoya forest. Drawing out the magical compass, he followed its guidance. The magical compass, while elegantly named, was merely a solidified tracking spell, directing him based on the tracked individual's bodily information, such as hair. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly more convenient than using a tracking spell. Throughout his journey, Quirinus encountered numerous wondrous creatures, including several rare tree guardian gnomes, which typically dwell in trees imbued with magical essence, suitable for wand crafting. These beings possessed remarkable intelligence, keen perception, and swift movements, making them elusive. Suddenly, Quirinus furrowed his brow and halted momentarily, before continuing on as though nothing had transpired. After several minutes, he arrived at a somewhat open area when, without warning, a piercing shriek erupted, resonating within Quirinus's mind like a malevolent symphony. The sound assaulted his eardrums, causing sharp pain, and soon he was engulfed in dizziness, nausea, and a throbbing headache, as if his very skull might burst. Struggling to maintain his balance, he grasped a nearby tree for support while his other hand pounded against his head, his eyes bloodshot. He had been careless. Despite his awareness of an ambush, Quirinus, emboldened by his prowess, had sought to discern the identity of his assailants, underestimating their cunning. His heightened senses had failed to detect any unusual magic. It was the Harbinger bird. Only its song could wield such devastating power, and this particular specimen was undoubtedly of a high caliber. The Harbinger's song was instinctual and not directed at anyone, which explained why his heightened perception failed to sense any malice. As Quirinus succumbed to the effects of the bird's song, a figure clad entirely in black robes, revealing only a pair of eyes, suddenly emerged from his right, brandishing a wand and casting a stunning spell upon him. Simultaneously, 2 more robed figures appeared from his left and rear. One conjured a rope of transformation that swiftly coiled around Quirinus, while the other pointed their wand at the ground beneath him. casting a swamp curse that turned the earth to mush, causing Quirrell's legs to sink. In grave danger, he realized that the trio had executed their ambush with remarkable synergy, having first used the Harbinger bird to disorient him before launching their coordinated assault. One rendered him unconscious, another bound him, while the last manipulated the terrain, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Cursed by fate, Quirrell reflected on his recent streak of good fortune since evading Voldemort, which had perhaps fostered a sense of arrogance. The Harbinger's relentless cry continued to erode his rationality, and as the magical spells bore down upon him, he found himself powerless to act. The stunning spell struck true, and the rope ensnared him, binding him tightly. Quirrell slowly sank to the ground, leaning against the tree, his head drooping to one side, clearly unconscious. Observing this, the first wizard stepped forward and pointed his wand at a nearby tree, where a magnificent bird adorned in vibrant pink feathers stood, singing melodiously. The wizard cast a silent charm upon the Harbinger bird, and instantly, its vexatious song ceased, leaving the forest in tranquil silence. Alas, the Harbinger's voice is truly terrifying. Even with these sound-canceling earmuffs, I could not entirely shield myself, and I still feel a bit dizzy, the wizard declared loudly, shaking his head. Hey, hurry up and strip him of everything he has. Then let's move on to the next one, a voice with a hint of lewdness proclaimed. Ha! How foolish to venture alone into the Hoya-Bashu great forest. Clearly just a young lad, remarked a voice that sounded somewhat hoarse. Hey. Less OPS a big catch. If you ask me, we should just kill him to avoid any further complications. We can't risk him escaping. Our business would suffer even more. Last time we let one slip away, and now hardly anyone dares to enter the forest from this side. The Aurors have searched here several times, the lewd voice continued. True enough, for safety's sake, let us just eliminate him. If we play our cards right with this cursed bird, could we not eliminate Dumbledore as well? That would truly make our names legendary. And Dumbledore is worth a staggering 100,000 galleons, the hoarse voice added, a cold malice evident in his words. Let us reconsider. The risk is too great. We cannot ascertain whether this cursed bird will even work on Dumbledore, even if this bird is significantly more powerful than others. It's essential to remember that he is a legend. I've read that book, A Study of Magic, and with our combined strength, we barely qualify as elite wizards. The loud-voiced wizard stated. Elite wizards? Even a great sorcerer would meet his demise against us three, the lewd voice scoffed. The trio approached Quirrell and circled around him. Who among you will take action? The loud-voiced wizard inquired. You should go. Your killing curse is the most effective and leaves no trace, the lewd voice replied, though jealousy seeped through his words. The killing curse is not a common spell. While nearly all Death Eaters can wield it, it is rooted in their ancestral knowledge. Backed by Voldemort, other dark wizards merely know of its existence. Quirrell learned his killing curse from Voldemort as well. The loud-voiced wizard raised his wand, his expression cold as he gazed at Quirrell, his eyes filled with murderous intent, the tip of his wand glowing with a sickly green light. Chapter 91. Counterattack. As the green light of the Avada Kedavra curse was about to erupt, Quirrell suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, So, you are merely robbers? His tone was filled with astonishment and indignation. The sudden outburst startled the three, causing the wizard casting the killing curse to falter. A burst of sickly green light shot forth, aimed directly at Quirrell's face. Remaining calm under pressure, Quirrell swiftly tilted his head to the left, dodging the killing curse, then propelled himself forward, delivering a kick to the loud-voiced wizard's calf. The wizard stumbled, teetering forward, prompting Quirrell to shout, Protego. A faint golden shield materialized, colliding with the fallen wizard's forehead. With a resounding thud, the loud-voiced wizard was sent flying 5 meters away, landing motionless, unconscious. The remaining 2 wizards, taken aback, disregarded their fallen companion and raised their wands, unleashing 2 curses directly at Quirrell. With a swift motion, Quirrell executed a roll, evading the hastily cast spells from the 2 wizards, which merely struck the ground. Rising to his feet, he exerted strength in his hands, breaking free from the weakened bonds of the ropes. With a flick of his wrist, his wand materialized, and he instantly unleashed a powerful repelling charm. The sleazy wizard, taken aback by Quirrell's rapid response, hastily attempted to cast a shield charm, which proved utterly ineffective against the force of Quirrell's spell. The shield charm shattered, and the magical energy struck the sleazy wizard squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the larger, loud-mouthed wizard, who lay sprawled beside him. Quirrell's assault was fluid and decisive. The raspy-voiced wizard, caught off guard, found himself isolated and overwhelmed with dread, turning to flee. Avada Kedavra, a chilling voice echoed, as a sickly green light soared through the air, striking the fleeing wizard in the back. He stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, silent and still. The sleazy wizard, who had just been sent flying and was contemplating retaliation, saw the green light streak above him and felt his heart drop. His complexion turned pale, hands and feet cold, trembling uncontrollably. Upon meeting Quirrell's icy gaze, he stammered, "What do you want?" Having just cast the killing curse. Quirrell was engulfed in a surge of murderous intent. This curse thrived on such malevolence to unleash its true power, and its use would further amplify and nurture that urge, leading to an inescapable cycle of violence. What do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking what you intend to do? You have clearly engaged in your fair share of murder and robbery, Quirrell replied with a cold smirk. And no, this is our first time. We merely sought to seize some wealth. After all, times are tough. The sleazy wizard trembled, recalling how he had once envied others who fell victim to the killing curse. Now, facing its threat himself, he was consumed by abject terror. Didn't you wish to kill me? Quirrell regarded him with disdain, his tone light, yet filled with menace. And no, how could we? It was just a joke. The sleazy wizard averted his gaze, his voice quavering. If you refuse to speak the truth, then prepare to die. Remember this in your next life. Murderers are perpetually hunted. Quirrell's expression turned steely as he raised his wand, a flash of green light flickering ominously. Bone-penetrating curse. The sleazy wizard, clearly not one to await his fate passively, recognized Quirrell's lethal resolve as the green light approached. Despite his fear, he mustered his spirit to cast his most potent spell, the heart-piercing curse. The two spells, one a sickly green and the other a deep crimson, collided in midair, fiercely battling against each other. In stark contrast to Quirrell's calm demeanor, the sleazy wizard's face contorted in agony, teeth clenched tightly. Yet he could not withstand the onslaught of the killing curse. The crimson light steadily compressed under its might. "Please, spare me. I swear I will never do this again." The sleazy wizard's voice came out strained, his will to survive shining through the fear in his eyes, as he desperately compressed his magical energy, even struggling to speak amidst the overwhelming pressure of the killing curse. Quirrell remained unmoved as the emerald light finally shattered the violet glow, striking the repugnant sorcerer directly in the chest. Instantly, the sorcerer's pupils dilated, and all traces of life vanished from his eyes as he collapsed backward onto the ground, sending a flurry of fallen leaves into the air. Observing the unconscious wizard lying nearby, Quirrell did not hesitate to send him off to reunite with his companions, lest they journey alone. This group had evidently committed numerous similar crimes and truly deserved their fate, had it not been for a moment of quick thinking to feign defeat, leading the trio to believe they had succeeded and thereby capturing the vile harpy. They would not have needed to intervene. The harpy alone could have dispatched them. Indeed, one must never underestimate the world's inhabitants. Quirrell nearly encountered a grave misstep, prompting him to reflect and temper his unwarranted pride. After a brief respite, he rummaged through the belongings of the three criminals, discovering a considerable fortune. These ruffians had likely been preying on travelers for some time, amassing significant wealth. Although it did not quite match the commission for this task, it was still an immense treasure for an ordinary person. The vile harpy remained perched on a branch, its beak agape yet silent. Even in the death of the casting sorcerer, the effects of the spell lingered. Upon closer inspection, Quirrell noticed that the harpy's talons were bound by an iron chain, securely fastened to the trunk of the tree. This harpy could be a formidable weapon in the right hands. Who would have thought that a mere 3x level magical creature could possess such power? He marked the harpy and instructed it to wait while he attended to his affairs before returning to claim it. After feeding the harpy a few nuts, Quirrell donned his mask and continued on his path, leaving the corpses of the three sorcerers behind. It would not be long before nothing remained of them, thus contributing to the forest's ecosystem. As he resumed his journey, Quirrell exercised increased caution. He had no desire to encounter another mishap. Deeper within the woods, a campfire flickered, dispelling the surrounding darkness, as a dozen figures gathered around it. Travis wore an expression of impatience, frequently glancing into the murky depths of the forest. A pampered young master, accustomed to luxury, had been cooped up with a band of burly men in this sunless forest for 2 weeks, and he was on the verge of madness. He longed for a bath. Although magic could remove the grime, he still felt unclean. Suddenly, Andre, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, opened them and gazed into the depths of the thicket. A rustling sound reached their ears, and a tall figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, approaching the group with a look of elation. Brother Andre, he has arrived. I can smell the scent of a stranger, he announced, stealing a glance at the masked figure in the distance. It is unusual for anyone to come here. It must be him. Excellent work, Isaac. He has arrived, and we must prepare to give this esteemed guest a proper welcome, Andre declared, rising with a sinister grin adorning his face. Did you see him? Were you exposed? Travis inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. A mere human's eyesight at night cannot possibly rival ours, even with magic, Isaac replied with a tone of arrogance. Hey, old friend, we are to meet once more. The excitement surged within Andre as a glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Chapter 92, The Target. In the depths of the shadowy forest, darkness enveloped all, save for the faint glow of Quirrell's luminescent spell, which barely pierced the gloom. In a previous life, Quirrell would not have dared to venture into such a forest alone, nor even tread near its fringes. He was now on high alert, his magical energy surging, ready to strike with lethal force at a moment's notice. Ahead, flickers of firelight beckoned him. Quirrell understood that he had reached the rendezvous of the kidnappers. Yet, he felt no inclination to relax. Indeed, the true tension was only just beginning. His heightened senses detected no ambush in the vicinity, but Quirrell remained cautious. For the lesson of the malevolent bird was fresh in his mind, and his heightened perception had its limitations. Furrowing his brow, he approached the radiant firelight. Encountering no obstruction as he drew near, he stood at the threshold between light and dark, mere feet from a campfire illuminating the scene. By the fire sat two figures. One, a towering hulk of muscle with a vaguely familiar face. The other, with an air of nonchalance, though robust, appeared significantly leaner by comparison. Bound to a nearby tree was a young wizard, his demeanor despondent. Upon halting his footsteps, Andre turned towards the direction of the sound, his night vision allowing him to discern every detail, despite the mask covering his features. The familiar scent reaching his nostrils instantly revealed the identity of the newcomer, the wizard who had last caused him to retreat in disgrace. Ah, you have finally arrived. It has been far too long, and I have missed you dearly. I wonder if you have thought of me, your old friend? Andre sneered, rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with primal ferocity and murderous intent. Old friend? Who might you be? Quirrell stepped into the light, tilting his head to scrutinize the imposing figure, pondering for a moment before responding with uncertainty. You are audacious. Andre's veins throbbed with anger, his frustration evident. The memory of his previous defeat gnawed at him, fueling his desire for revenge, only to realize that his adversary did not even recall him. Audacious? Quirrell stroked the chin of his mask, murmuring to himself before a realization dawned upon him. Oh, I remember now. You are that werewolf. I'm glad you finally recall. Seeing Quirrell's recognition, Andre's expression softened slightly. Your name is Gordon, is it not? Indeed, Gordon, the wolf-headed one. Quirrell smacked his forehead in recognition. My name is Andre. Andre, you scoundrel. Andre could no longer contain himself, his fury boiling over. Isaac, seated nearby, rose in astonishment, taken aback by Andre's unprecedented wrath. For he had never witnessed such an outburst before. Quirrell, however, feigned forgetfulness merely to toy with him. The wizard bound to the tree, hearing the commotion, lifted his head to see Quirrell, the masked figure, and shouted, You wretched fool, why have you only just arrived? Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting? And who might you be? Quirrell tilted his head, bewildered. I am Travis, Syrian Travis. Travis yelled in exasperation, his face flushed. He had endured 2 weeks in this wretched place. Although he was not constantly bound, the situation was intolerable for someone of his privileged background. Oh, it is the employer. You should have mentioned that sooner, Quirrell replied, nodding. You were sent by my father, weren't you? Hurry and pay the ransom. I can no longer bear this place. Travis shouted, his frustration evident, his expression sincere. Of course, the ransom is indeed here. In my pocket, 50,000 galleons. Your father is quite generous, nearly half of Dumbledore's fortune, Quirrell said, patting his chest. Travis's eye twitched as he took a deep breath. Falling silent. Mr. Headwolf, shall we proceed with the exchange now? Quirrell asked, turning to Andre. Certainly, Andre, dubbed the Headwolf, replied reluctantly, yet nodded towards Isaac. Isaac promptly drew his wand and pointed it at Syrian Travis. The ropes binding Travis fell away, and he rubbed his wrists, darkly striding towards Quirrell. Without delay, Quirrell produced a pouch of coins from his robe and tossed it to Andre. Andre caught it deftly, peering inside before stowing it away. Travis approached Quirrell in silence. Then, may we take our leave? Quirinus's lips curved slightly beneath his mask. Leave? Where to? Isaac sneered with excitement. I find this place quite suitable as your final resting ground. Andre twisted his neck, his eyes gleaming with fervor and a violent intent. Are you planning to renege on the deal and leave both me and Mr. Travers here? Quirinus remained unperturbed, though Travers appeared anxious, furrowing his brow and reaching for his wand. I have long desired your demise. Andre's smile grew increasingly sinister. How fortunate I am to be the object of your affections. But last time you came with a pack of wolves, and I dispatched them all. Now, with just the two of you, do you believe you can restrain me? Quirinus remarked with amusement. Come forth and meet this noble wizard. Andre shouted. A barrage of swift, piercing howls sliced through the air as a dozen figures swiftly approached from all directions, encircling them with fierce expressions and murderous intent directed at Quirinus. This time, I shall ensure you have no escape. Andre snarled, his visage contorted with rage. Still a dozen wolves? What distinguishes this group from last? Quirinus taunted. Or are these mere restless souls, hoping I might assist in their elimination? Sharp-tongued as always, but these are not the same lackeys as before. They're my elite warriors. Andre clenched his teeth, fury lacing his tone. Howl! As Andre's words echoed, the surrounding figures howled up to the sky, their forms transforming violently until, in mere moments, they morphed into a dozen wolf-like werewolves. 12th of them. On this moonless night, the 12 primordial werewolves, along with Andre and Isaac, formed a formidable assembly of 14. Quirinus surveyed his surroundings with a furrowed brow, his expression tinged with gravity. Andre, with a sinister grin, fixed his gaze intently on Quirinus, his hand slicing through the air with a forceful gesture. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the scene, redolent of decaying leaves. 12 eyes, flickering with a savage madness, yet retaining a semblance of clarity, were locked onto Quirinus. Accompanied by Andre's signal, a howl pierced the night sky, and the pack erupted into a cacophony of howls. The 12 robust figures surged forth, propelled by a gust of foul wind, their claws extended, converging from all directions upon the encircled Quirinus. Their speed was remarkable, transforming into shadows within the darkness. Travers, witnessing this, experienced a tumult of emotions, retreating swiftly, though the wolves paid him no heed, rushing past him towards Quirinus, who stood steadfast. Chapter 93. The Frantic Dragon's Breath. As the wolf pack bore down upon him, Quirinus remained unflinching. With a flick of his wrist, he brandished his wand, tracing an arc before him, and a nearly tangible, pale golden bell-shaped barrier erupted into existence. His protective golden bell. The foremost werewolves crashed violently against the barrier, producing a thunderous sound akin to a great bell tolling. The bell-shaped shield quaked violently, golden light scattering in all directions, yet it remained unbroken. The tremendous recoil sent the werewolves staggering backward, emitting roars of fury and pain. While unleashing the golden bell, Quirinus deftly wielded his wand, summoning an expansive, viscous field of resistance that enveloped him. This formidable barrier momentarily ensnared the lagging werewolves, rendering their movements sluggish and rigid. However, the sheer number and strength of the werewolves soon overwhelmed the obstacles. They broke free almost instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Quirinus did not hesitate, growling, Avada Kedavra! His wand pointed at the nearest werewolf. A sickly green beam of spell energy shot forth, striking the werewolf squarely in the chest. It staggered back, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, Andre's expression shifted dramatically, his hatred for Quirinus intensifying. This was one of his trusted subordinates, and losing even one was a grievous blow. At that moment, the werewolves that had shattered the barriers surged toward Quirinus once more. Undeterred, Quirinus unleashed the golden bell again. Yet, these werewolves, seasoned and astute, did not charge blindly. Instead, they raised their massive claws to strike at the shield. The barrier began to rotate, dozens of claws clinging to its surface, sending forth glimmers of gold, yet it withstood their assault. Once again resorting to this tactic. Observing this, Andre's hand twitched as he drew his wand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged towards Quirinus, colliding with the bell-shaped barrier. Coupled with the powerful strikes from the werewolf's claws, the shield trembled violently. Quirinus's expression shifted beneath his mask. It was a sixth-tier attack. In the next moment, the barrier shattered instantaneously, and a wolf's claw seized the opportunity to strike at Quirinus's face. Though startled, Quirinus remained composed. With a flick of his wand, a powerful repelling charm surged forth, sending the werewolf crashing away. Seizing the moment, Quirinus drew his wand in a graceful arc before unleashing a tumultuous water dragon that roared forth, colliding with the approaching werewolf and sweeping it away in a torrent of cascading water, sending splashes everywhere. Upon witnessing the water dragon, Andre's eyes twitched with irritation. Not the spell again. Quirinus took a few deep breaths, reflecting privately that he had perhaps overestimated his capabilities. He then sheathed his wand and unsheathed the Windwalker sword from his side. Observing Quirinus change weapons, Andre's expression grew grave. He had witnessed the sword's formidable power before. Trevors was taken aback by Quirinus's choice. What was he thinking, engaging in melee with a mere dagger against a werewolf? The werewolves encircled him once more, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Quirinus lifted the Windwalker sword delicately, and once again the water dragon began to coalesce around him, this time more than twice the size of its predecessor. The pack charged anew, rushing towards Quirinus, their claws slicing through the air with a chilling whistle that echoed in the forest. With a subtle motion of his sword, Quirinus unleashed the massive tail of the water dragon, producing a fierce rush of wind. The three werewolves on the periphery, caught off guard, were struck by the dragon's tail and sent flying, yet they quickly regained their footing and charged once more as if unscathed. The three foremost werewolves were now perilously close. The presence of the water dragon hindered Quirinus from casting his protective spell. With a disdainful snort, he invoked the wrath of the dragon. The immense, fearsome dragon head hovered above him and sprang into action, its maw opening wide to unleash a stream of water no thicker than a wand. Slicing through the bodies of the three werewolves, they split in two mid-stride, blood spraying forth as they fell to the ground, howling in agony. Their vitality prevented an immediate demise, yet their suffering was evident. The wrath of the dragon did not cease after cleaving through the three werewolves. It continued to slash at the remaining pack. The sight of their fallen comrades instilled terror in the others, who swiftly evaded the dragon's strikes, their nimble forms allowing them to escape the onslaught. This spell clearly exerted considerable strain on Quirinus, as his complexion paled slightly. Trevors noted Quirinus's astonishing display of power, his expression shifting in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this lowly bounty hunter possessed such strength. Keep coming at him. You want to be able to cast that spell a second time? Andre seethed, his heart aching at the unexpected losses in what he had believed to be a certain victory. The remaining 8 figures surged towards Quirinus once again. Taking a deep breath, Quirinus swung the Windwalker sword forcefully, and the water dragon roared, swelling once more as it lunged at the werewolves. The water dragon collided with the 2 leading werewolves, creating a massive splash before propelling them forward, its tail whipping around to strike 2 more werewolves, sending them flying once again. Subsequently, the water dragon coiled, transforming into a colossal, swirling sphere of water that ensnared the 4 werewolves within its grasp, a manifestation of the water prison technique. The remaining 4 werewolves darted left and right, evading the water dragon, charging directly at Quirinus. A cold smirk crept across Quirinus's lips as he uttered a low command. The dragon's whisker and the sword of the Windcaller were once again wielded with precision. From the immense water prison extended 4 sinuous, spiraling strands of water, as solid as dragon whiskers, rapidly coiling around the 4 werewolves, binding them tightly and drawing them toward the water prison. Damn it, now's our chance. Andre seethed with rage upon witnessing the scene, realizing that Quirinus was utterly preoccupied with controlling the water prison and the water ropes. He called out to Isaac, who sprang into action, rushing toward Quirinus with urgency. In the midst of his sprint, Isaac's form abruptly transformed into a robust werewolf, his claws glinting ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and moving with remarkable swiftness, at least 3 times faster than the previous wave of werewolves. Quirinus, distracted by his dual focus on the water prison and the ropes, could only extend his left hand toward the oncoming Isaac, directing him toward a treacherous path. The soft ground instantly turned into a slippery surface. Isaac let out a low growl, his momentum faltering as he nearly lost his footing. It was only through the strength of his core that he managed to stabilize himself. At that precise moment, Andre's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he raised his wand and fiercely gestured toward Quirinus, invoking the killing curse. Avada Kedavra, a sickly green beam, almost tangible, erupted from Andre's wand, slicing through the air and heading straight for Quirinus, casting an eerie glow that tinged the faces of all present with a ghastly hue. Simultaneously, Travers, who had been lurking behind Quirinus as a mere mascot, let out a malicious laugh, brandishing his wand and bellowing, Avada Kedavra, his own sickly green curse, albeit somewhat ethereal. surged toward Quirinus's back. Quirinus was far too preoccupied to evade the onslaught. The two green beams struck him simultaneously, enveloping his body and the surrounding area in a thick, vibrant green. Ha 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 ha. Andre cackled with glee, his previous fury over the losses of his subordinates dissipating, replaced by the exhilaration of revenge achieved. Silas Travers joined in the raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Filthy, grotesque scoundrel! You have kept me waiting in this wretched place for too long. Let us see how you meet your demise." The echoes of their derisive laughter resonated through the shadowy forest.